Okay. All right, we're live. Can you hear me? Make sure the mute's not on here. Welcome to another Ryan Hall, y'all, YouTube stream. It's May 8th, 2024. We are going over a moderate risk of severe weather, a 4 out of 5 for portions of Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, and an enhanced risk of severe weather that encompasses a much larger area than even that. Okay, so we are going to dive right into things real quick here, and we're going to tell you about all the warnings that we have, because we have a lot already. 12 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 tornado warnings, and we're going to get started with that right here in a second. First things first, though, I do want to show you the map. This is the most important thing. Everybody's worried. Everybody's wondering about their location. Pick your state. Pick your area where you live. This is the game plan for today. This is where we expect the most significant severe weather in that red zone, and from Missouri down into Tennessee, a little bit of Kentucky and Illinois. All right, and then anyone in the orange is also going to be able to experience some strong severe weather today as well. And then, of course, the yellow and the dark green even. We've got a chance of seeing some severe weather up in New England today. So a widespread severe weather situation. We've got you covered, though. We do have a bunch of storm chasers out there today. We've got Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1, Brad Arnold in Anna, Illinois, Bryce Shelton in Union County, Kentucky, Nick Smego in Illinois. We got somebody in Missouri. We've got people out there in Tennessee as well, which we're going to bring up later if we need to. So some of the best storm chasers in the world, we're all coming together here to bring you the best weather information that we can, completely for free, no commercials, for Lord knows how long. I don't know how long we're going to be here, maybe till midnight or longer, maybe 12 hours straight here, just to help you stay ahead of these storms. Okay, so let's start going through all the warnings that we have one by one. Okay, we're going to start over here in Oklahoma. And of course, meteorologist Andy Hill's in the background as well. We're gonna he might come through at some point and interrupt me and redirect my attention somewhere. But until then, we're just gonna go through everything one by one. So right now we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Welch and Blue Jacket in Oklahoma. So we're starting way back here in Oklahoma. We've got severe weather happening back here already. Get ready for some quarter-sized hail. Okay, quarter-sized hail is possible, and of course, maybe even some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Our next severe thunderstorm warning in our huge line of developing storms here is going to be for El Dorado Springs and Roscoe in Missouri. All right. All these storms, by the way, are moving towards Springfield and Lebanon and these areas over here in Missouri. I really do think that we've got a pretty good chance of some of these storms trying to rotate and producing tornadoes later. That's why we actually have a tornado watch in this area. Let me show you that real quick. Tornado watch in effect right now. For southwestern portions of Missouri. This is going to go until 7 p.m. Central. Bolivar, Springfield, Joplin, Branson, West Plains, Fort Leonard, Wood, apple-sized hail, 75-mile-per-hour winds, and a couple strong tornadoes possible. So we are expecting the tornadic threat to be pretty high over here as we go through the next little bit. So let's go back to the radar here. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, I see we're starting to get some people in here. We're getting ready to do some coverage on a huge area across the United States. A lot of people, like tens of millions of people, are about to go through severe weather here. So if you know anybody in the affected areas, please consider sharing this stream with them. Put it out there on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, whatever it is you've got, Snapchat, Instagram, instant messaging, I don't know. And just let everybody know that what we're doing here, and we're going to be here all evening long, letting people know what's up. Sometimes people don't like watching the news, and people are going to be on Facebook and the internet anyways and not paying attention to maybe the weather. And the way that we do this is the best way to get in front of those people. And maybe, you are going to be the reason that they actually take that warning seriously and they take shelter before an unfortunate situation where a tornado hits a town or something like that, which is possible today because we do have that large, expansive 10% hatch risk of tornadoes across portions of Arkansas, Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Illinois. Okay, so we've got this severe thunderstorm warning over here near Roscoe in Missouri. If we go over towards East Missouri, south of St. Louis, we've got this monster of a storm that has been causing problems since early this morning. You see these reports back here of flash flooding, and we've got some wind damage reports all the way back in West Missouri from several hours ago. Where this is 9 a.m. when it was down here south of Kansas City, 8 a.m. actually. This is the same storm. It's been tearing across the middle part of Missouri, dropping inch to 2 inch in diameter hail, producing 60 and in some cases 70 mile per hour winds. Here recently, we've actually gotten a couple of reports of close to 3 inch in diameter hail. So baseball sized hail out here associated with the storm. And also, if you live out here, you've probably heard the alerts. You've heard the tornado warnings going off and stuff like that. This storm has had a tornado warning associated with it since its inception almost. But there's not any really tight areas of rotation in here. And there haven't been any reports of a tornado in this whole track that the storm's had. But what we've got is a massive rotating supercell, and anytime you get one of those, it's possible at some point it does produce a tornado. So of course we're going to get that precautionary tornado warning issued with it, and we're going to continue to see that likely as this goes into southern portions of Illinois. We're also going to continue to see the considerable and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings that will be issued along with this, where we do expect to see tennis ball to baseball sized hail within the next 14 minutes here, likely in Fultz, and also Waterloo in areas south of St. Louis in Illinois. Get ready for some large hail and strong winds in Farmington and Bloomsdale as well over here in Missouri. One of our newest tornado warnings is going to be out here to the south and east of Paducah. All right. This is a supercell. All right, this is a classic looking storm that looks very capable of producing a tornado on the reflectivity. When we go to velocity, we don't see a whole lot of rotation, but we certainly do see that there is some spin down here near Elva and Harris Hill Ford, moving up towards Possum Trot, Little Cypress, Cloud Crossing, and Calvert City. So y'all need to be taking shelter because you are under a tornado warning. Remember, that's going to be for Livingston and Marshall counties in Kentucky. And unfortunately, y'all, if I zoom out here, you're going to see a lot of those. These little supercells are popping up all over the place. We got one just south of Clarksville, Tennessee right now. We've got one down here near Union City. We've got a couple up there near Bowling Green. All right, we've got a bunch of them popping up. And all of these storms are going to have the ability to, at some point, try to produce a tornado, okay? And there is the green light. That means Andy's got something for us. Go ahead, meteorologist Andy Hill.
Thanks, Ryan. Yep, looking like a nasty day over here, unfortunately, for many people. Now, that's not necessarily going to be tornadoes for everybody, especially those in western North Carolina right now, and also northwestern South Carolina in the Greenville, Spartanburg area. So over there, we've had some anomalous stuff happen already today. Usually, you guys know mountains make things kind of unfavorable for severe weather. Severe weather can still happen on mountains, and that just happened here in the Blue Ridge in the area of Mount Mitchell, the tallest mountain east of the Mississippi River here, just about 2,000 meters here, 2 kilometers. 3-inch hail report right west of the mountain in a small community, Barnardsville there. I lived in Asheville for 5 years, and I never saw anything close to 3-inch hail, let alone traipsing across the top of the tallest mountain east of the Mississippi River here. That's in place because we have a favorable profile where the winds don't change very much in that first kilometer above the surface, but after that they go wild essentially. So these storms were very strong as they moved through the mountains, and now they're moving on to Piedmont, and they've consolidated into more of a damaging wind threat. They still will have a lot of smaller hail with them as they approach Charlotte and areas west of Charlotte, North Carolina, but it looks like it's going to be more of a damaging wind threat with some hail in there as they get to you guys. And then, of course, Greenville right now in South Carolina has a storm, a supercell approaching them from the west. Same profile, looking at the winds, it doesn't change much in that first kilometer above your head. So it looks like the tornado threat is quite low with this one near Greenville, but it does look like that hail threat will be somewhat considerable, as we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for up to 2-inch hail that will track pretty much right into Greenville, South Carolina. So pretty upper end severe weather threat, I would say, for the Charlotte area here in North Carolina, maybe just north of that along I-42 up to Statesville and down through Greenville, Spartanburg. So shout outs to you guys over there looking for some coverage. I got you. I remember this area and the 5 years that I lived there and did my meteorology degree.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy, for bringing us all across the Appalachian Mountains, which we will be spending some time today because, once again, these are going to continue to cause problems all the way down past Charlotte. That enhanced risk of severe weather goes a little bit past Charlotte into northern portions of South Carolina. Slight risk goes plumb all the way out to the beach over there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, pretty much in Nags Head. So, we're going to be tracking these storms all the way over to the Atlantic Ocean. Right now, immediately, they're going to be causing some problems in the form of 70-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch in diameter hail, specifically for this big blob here that's coming down the mountains towards Forest City, Boiling Springs, Shelby, and Newton. That's over the next 1 hour and 10 minutes. Same thing for you guys down here near Hendersonville and Tigerville down there in South Carolina. Get ready. These are going to be some pretty strong storms. And then we've got that considerable supercell moving into Greenville, South Carolina now, which is going to cause some problems in the form of hail, tennis ball size hail maybe, and 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with that. We've got storms coming down the mountain here near Sylva as well in North Carolina and Robinsonville. Both of those are going to carry 60-mile-per-hour winds with them.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning back here in Missouri, I think. So let's come back to Missouri, and then we're going to go back east after we talk about this. Ping pong ball-sized hail and a threat for a tornado here near Bismarck. This looks like a pretty concerning rotation signature as well. So hopefully we've got people watching over here in south central or southeastern Missouri, Deslodge, Farmington, Ogburn, Mill, Sprott, West Elvins, Davis, Bismarck, and Irondale in Missouri. You are now under a tornado warning. That's going to be St. Genevieve County, St. Francis County, and Washington counties in Missouri. Take shelter. This looks like a storm that is almost certainly capable of producing a big tornado here at some point as it gets more organized. And it's at the southern side of this kind of line that's forming off of that big supercell, and right now there's not anything coming up into it, so it's the doors are open here for all of the favorable ingredients for tornadoes that are kind of ramping up here. The storm has access to all of that, and it might take advantage of it here as it comes right into Bismarck, Missouri. Take shelter now. Also Deslodge, I think I'm saying that right, or Delodge, something like that in Missouri. You guys you should get ready as well. This is going to be a big storm for you. So the tornado warning near Paducah has been allowed to expire. However, all of these little supercells continue to look concerning. The one south of Clarksville, this one probably looks pretty interesting in person. If anybody is, once again, never, if you're under a warning at any point today, if you can see lightning or hear thunder really close to you, you probably shouldn't be outdoors. But if anybody's nearby and you can see the rear end of this thing, you can see the the base of this storm, snap a picture of it and send it to me over there on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. We would love to see that because this looks like a fantastic looking storm on our radar here. And this is unfortunately the kind of storm that would probably grow into a full-fledged supercell with large hail and a very good chance of producing a tornado. So hopefully that doesn't happen until it gets past Clarksville, but I do have to say, Clarksville, y'all watch out for this storm as it gets closer to you. A similar one is popping up to the west of Nashville right now. Got a couple of them between Paris and Union City as well. We've got to watch all of these extremely closely. Here's this new scan. Yeah, I mean, it just continues to look more and more curved. Curved beans down here. Anytime you see the storms take on this shape, that is a sign that they are trying to rotate. So, and by the way, you saw that the beam that was moving through here, and it was live updating the radar. That's the new Radi sweep. I think I'm saying that right. Feature on Radar Omega. They just came out with their 5.5 update, which is great. It's awesome. I like the new warning cards. There's a lot more information here just by looking at them. You guys have probably already got that update on your phones as well. So yeah, we love Radar Omega. And if you've ever wondered what software I'm using here to do the weather presentation with, it's literally Radar Omega, which you can get on your phone. I do the same thing with this as your TV weatherman does with a $100,000 piece of software, and you and I can have it for $9. So I think that that's cool. That's why I support them, and that's why I try to shout them out as much as possible in our streams. I've got to put something up here real quick. There we go. All right. So with that being said, let's talk about the only storms that we haven't talked about so far. And that's going to be the ones over here closer to Bowling Green and the one up there towards Leachfield, Kentucky. Both of these have a really considerable look to them in the terms of like how big of hail they can produce, and they're also looking like they are rotating. Once again, these are also storms that have the ability to try to produce tornadoes today. So Bowling Green, get ready for maybe up to golf ball size hail, and we're watching this little dangly bit right here hanging off the bottom of the storm. And to see if it's going to try to wrap up, allow some inflow to get in there, mix with that rear flank downdraft, and produce a tornado. It's not likely to happen very soon, but this is something that could happen with this storm downstream. So we're watching you guys in Bowling Green. We're watching you guys in Jugville, Caneyville, eventually up there towards McDaniels, Kentucky as well. In the time that it took us to go over all of that, we did get a new severe thunderstorm warning out here in West Missouri with one of those storms that has just popped up near Lamar. So get ready in Lamar, Newport, and Jericho Springs in Missouri for some significant severe weather. Here's an awesome picture from Wakanda. Getting ready. I hope you won't need them tonight. I hope we won't need them tonight, but about to catch this live stream. That's awesome. It looks like right next to their safe space, these guys have helmets ready. Change of clothes. What is this? Oh, ponchos. I see ponchos. Hopefully we've got some closed-toed shoes there on the ground. This is great. Talk about not being scared, but rather being prepared, from Zane3 there on Twitter. Thanks for sending in this picture. And this is a great idea for anybody watching today in the tornado risk area. If you're under a tornado watch, or if you're in that 10% hatch zone, you should do this too. If you have to take shelter today and we've got a big tornado coming towards you, it's going to be best if you're wearing a helmet, okay? Because the number one way that you're going to get hurt in a situation where a tornado's going to cause damage to your house is, falling debris, a 2x4 or something hitting your head. So helmet could be a big help there, and also a pair of shoes just in case you have to evacuate your home and walk over glass or something like that. So thank you for sending that in. Also, just for anybody that's just now tuning in, I want to kind of refresh the masses here. Every time a new person comes in, they have no idea of what I've just talked about over the past 30 minutes. So I do a lot of repeating myself here, but that's okay. We want to make sure everybody is comfortable with what's going on and knows everything. This is the risk areas today. We've got a moderate risk for Missouri, Southern Illinois, West Kentucky, and Tennessee. That's driven mostly by a damaging wind threat and a big hail threat. But we've also got a significant tornado threat in there as well. That's where we expect the worst severe weather today. So if you're in that area, get ready. Between now and the next few hours, it's going to get loud out there. The orange is where we expect some more severe weather. Yellow, a little bit less. But we could see strong thunderstorms anywhere in the green, all the way up into New England. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, and part of the reason that the risk is like maximized focus in that red and orange areas there across the northern half of Tennessee and the southwestern Kentucky is because a bunch of storms went through earlier this morning and kind of gave this sort of quasi warm front with their outflow that came down and moved to the south. So there's just this like layer of cold air, slightly cooler air, and it's kind of mixing around right in that area, and especially around Clarksville, Tennessee, with this storm that I'm watching. Any storm that kind of moves into a sort of diffuse boundary like that, there's going to be locally a lot more spin available to storms in this area, as opposed to just being out in the open with not much interacting with it. So we're looking for all sorts of complex interactions like this in this area, and I do think that this storm that's generally headed towards Clarksville, Tennessee, does have a good chance at utilizing that boundary, that diffuse boundary, and getting a little bit more spin in the environment around it. So I think looking up quite a bit into the storm, I can see it's already spinning up there. And with this shower that's formed right at toward the base of it, that might sort of merge together here, I could see this storm turn right a little bit more. It should avoid Clarksville if it has a strong tornado threat at any point in its near future. We'll have to watch its trend here. If it starts to turn right, we'll be a little bit more concerned with it, and I do think we'd see a tornado warning with it at that point. So a dynamic process is evolving right here, and I do think it is worth watching, as you have already.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. He's going to be pulling us around a lot today to different locations. Right now, we're kind of looking at these storms in northern Tennessee, north middle Tennessee, because they all have this arcing shape to them. And then specifically the one coming up towards Clarksville, towards the base of the storm. If this is going to produce a tornado, it would happen somewhere down in here. Okay, but towards the base of that storm, we've got this little shower that's popped up that's going to merge into it. And anytime we see little interactions like that happen near the base of the storm, especially whether it's on the inflow
Ryan,
side
Brad,
or
let me know when you get a second.
Or on the rear flank downdraft side, we have to really watch that interaction and see what happens next. So Clarksville and areas to the east of there and south of there, just know that we're watching that storm near you. Also, really curved look to the storm to the west of Nashville. We just got an update, or Brad Arnold is wanting to talk to us, so let's hear from him. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey Ryan, first off, hope you're feeling better today. I'm watching stream and you definitely sound better today, so hopefully that's a good thing. But just want to let you know, we are coming through Paducah right now on Interstate 24, watching those same storms that Andy just pointed out. That one near Clarksville, Clarksville has our attention. Another two storms that have our attention are the one northwest of Paris. It's still getting its act together, but I'm also watching the one that is southwest of Union City. We are headed down to Mayfield. Unfortunately for those folks, we are going to Mayfield, and I think I'm going to target that far southwest storm that is just now crossing over the Mississippi River, headed into Mayfield in probably about an hour or so.
All right. Thank you very much, Brad Arnold, the tornado sniffer himself. Out there giving us an update on what he's doing. You can see his location live on the Radar Omega app right now. If you guys are watching on your own iOS, Android phone, you see his face here north of Paducah. You can click on him, say hi, and you can watch him as he goes down towards the general Mayfield, Kentucky area to intercept some of these storms. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Love the update, Brad. Good luck today, by the way. I'm looking at the storm over Bowling Green now, as it does have a pretty classic supercellular look to it. This was previously tornado warned a while ago, a couple counties to the west, and I think that it may have the potential to do something again. Doesn't look like it has that near-term threat. It doesn't look like anything is organized right now, as the dangerous part of the storm, we would be watching, is moving into Bowling Green. Just a little bit of analysis here from the radar that's close by. We can kind of see that boundary it's being sucked into the base of the storm, actually, right there. That thin blue line is an outflow boundary that the storm is kind of sucking into it. So I think that given a presentation like that, we could see something happen as a result. The Bowling Green area is in a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's going to be, there's going to be some hail, especially with your location in the forward flank downdraft. I think that some strong hail here and very heavy rain could happen. So not sure about the tornado threat. I think the boundary might be a little bit in front there, and it'll need a little bit of an oomph to produce a tornado at all at this point. So watching it, but right now I'm not sure if it would go tornado warned for those in Bowling Green.
All right, thank you, Andy. Regardless, like he said, get ready there in Bowling Green, Anna, Gherkin, Plum Springs for maybe some golf ball size hail. And we're watching this. We're watching this little area right here very closely, as this could be the spot where a tornado would form if everything came together just perfectly for that to happen. All right, so Bowling Green, I would get indoors, away from windows. It's not necessarily necessary for you to take shelter as if a tornado's coming just yet, but just know a tornado is possible with the storm that's coming through your area. And my gosh, it's pretty incredible how many supercells we're getting to forming here, and how kind of discrete everything is right now. The hope is that everything really gets messy here soon, and everything congeals together, and we don't have to worry so much about these supercells having free reign. But right now, at this moment, and it looks like probably for at least the next hour or so, it's a pretty dangerous situation that's unfolding, because these storms are pretty much all to themselves, and they are growing pretty fast. The storm that's coming up to the south of Clarksville is already looking quite a bit stronger on radar as far as far as reflectivity goes. So here's that new scan coming in right now. Let's look at the Clarksville storm. Just continues to grow. I'm not seeing anything extra concerning just yet with the rotation visible from velocity, but it's still, like every scan, we get a little bit more information telling us that this storm is getting larger, more powerful. Same thing for these storms up here in Kentucky. We've got a storm moving up through Marion right now, capable of producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be moving up to Clay and Dixon here soon. And then we've got another storm down here producing the same things, moving up towards Madisonville, Nortonville, and Graham. Both of these storms are also rotating, but just not quite enough yet to inspire a tornado warning from the National Weather Service over there. A storm that is rotating enough for that is the one that's coming into Farmington and Leadington right now over here in Missouri. This is our only tornado warning that we have at the moment. It's for St. Francois? Yeah, something like that. Francois County, Missouri. You guys are under a tornado warning because we do have a decent amount of rotation here. Another big threat with this is going to be the golf ball size hail that's possible in Leadington, Park Hills, Ogburn, Sprott Mill, Pickle, and of course Lowboro, Rock Springs. Get ready, because there's a tornado possible here, and also a golf ball size hail situation developing. Little bit of rotation right here near St. Genevieve, Missouri. You see how we have a little bit of, yeah, I know I'm saying these names wrong. I know. I know. But y'all know what I'm talking about, okay? And I'll try to get the correct pronunciation on that in a moment. But this little area where the red meets the green, all right, that's where we're concerned about maybe there being a little bit of rotation there, and that might actually get a tornado warning at some point as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, breaking in to tell you about that storm. Actually, I do think it'll go tornado warned again, especially with National Weather Service, St. Louis. They like to warn circulations quite a lot. They're very productive, proactive with storms like this. And actually, Nick Gorman just contacted me. He's right in front of that storm, and he has a view of the wild cloud associated with it. So I think we'll have a chaser looking at this soon to be tornado warned storm, more than likely. So let's see how that evolves from Nick Gorman's feed, maybe.
All right, thank you, Andy. Chandra, let's get Nick Gorman in 5. Nick Gorman in 5, please. Actually, you know what? Let's do Bryce in 5, Nick Gorman in 3. All right, so we're watching this storm pretty closely here. Moving into Genevieve. Okay, moving into St. Genevieve in Missouri. And we're about to have a storm chaser feed on that. I don't have my in-ear piece right now, so I've got to make sure Chandra heard me. Okay, yeah, we got Nick now.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. When you get a second.
Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, we are 100% targeting.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
If you look at Echo Tops, it has a top of almost 52,000 feet. The other one in Clarksville is struggling to keep it above 40,000 feet. So while it doesn't look impressive on convective output right now, Echo Top says that it is bombing right now. So we're going to be headed down to Mayfield. It should track right up in there. And once we get there, we'll let you know.
All right. So that's an update from Brad Arnold. He keeps talking about the storm near Union City. That's this storm over here in West Tennessee, moving up into southwestern Kentucky. I agree. It does definitely look like something that needs to be watched. So Brad's going to be meeting that probably somewhere around Mayfield, Kentucky here soon. So we're going to keep in touch with him. Now let's go back to our most recent tornado warning that was issued there just right after Andy and I just got done talking about this near St. Genevieve in Missouri. This tornado warning includes Ellis Grove, Chester, and Steelville as well. Those places are in Illinois.
Hey Ryan, do you copy?
And that was Nick. Let's hear from him. Yeah, Nick, go ahead, and then I'll let you know, Andy, when he's keyed out.
Yeah, so right now I have a view of the tornado warning storm here in Ellis Grove. The wall cloud does look pretty impressive. A little rain wrapped. Lightning has picked up. My goal today is to get a tornado before Brad.
All right. Thank you, Nick. And go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, swap over to the Charlotte, North Carolina terminal radar, and you can look at this storm way off to the west, right at the edge there. Look at the velocity scan there. I do believe it's actually trying to wrap up some pretty tight rotation as it approaches Lawndale, Bellwood, Cherryville, and Cleveland County, North Carolina. If it continues looking like that, I wouldn't be surprised with a tornado warning, as it doesn't look like very much from the Doppler radars here, but from the terminal radar, we're scanning much lower in the storm due to this being in a radar hole. And I think that is a considerable change from a convergence signature to a rotation from the direction of this radar beam. So I am definitely concerned with this signature as it approaches these areas in Cleveland County, North Carolina. So y'all watch out. If there is a tornado warning issue with this, that would be the reason why.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Yeah, you guys watch out there in, what is that, Kazar? Kazar, Bellwood, Lawndale, Cherryville, maybe all the way out there towards Krause and Lincolnton, just to the west and northwest of Charlotte and North Carolina. Pretty concerning looking signature here with the, velocities coming together almost as, as you would expect a big tornado to. So we're watching this closely. I'm sure the National Weather Services as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see a warning here at some point. So there it is. There it is, a tornado warning now
A new
for
tornado warning
Lawndale
has
and
been issued.
Cherryville, Cleveland County, Gaston County, Lincoln County, North Carolina. Take shelter now, and a huge shout out to Andy for bringing that to our attention. This is a pretty dangerous looking storm, by the way. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, but from what we're seeing here on velocity, it looks like it could be, it might be the real deal. So in Delight, Polkville, Lawndale, and Bellwood, North Carolina. I know we've been talking a lot about Kentucky, Missouri, Tennessee today. This is over here in North Carolina, east of the Appalachian Mountains a little bit. We've got a tornado warning now for, these, Cleveland, Gaston, and Lincoln counties. If you know anybody over here and you're, you think they're not watching the news or something right now, please let them know, because I just about guarantee you the people over here in North Carolina are going to be a little bit surprised that they're under a pretty serious tornado warning here. So let's make sure they are on the right page, okay, and they're taking shelter here, because this is definitely something that you need to get into your safe spot for in Lawndale, Cherryville, and Waco, North Carolina. If the tornado is down right now, it's probably near Delight. Next places that would be impacted here would be the space between Lawndale and Falston. I'm going to hope it goes in between those areas, but it could hit either one of them. Some of the roads that this is going to cross is Kaiser Lawndale Road. We've got places like Will Dixon Road, Walrick Road in between Lawndale and Falston. These are some of the more dangerous places you could be over here on the northwest side of Charlotte, as it does look like a tornado might be coming together here, or already down, moving in a southeasterly fashion here towards Cherryville. So once again, if you know anybody out there, let them know that you're watching the weather, and you're hearing about this concerning thing over here, and that might be a stimulus that encourages them to take shelter and take this seriously. Real quick, I do want to go check on our other tornado warning, because things are coming together with it as well. Back here towards, once again, St. Genevieve, moving towards Old Koskia, Fort Gage, and Riley Lake. You guys are under a tornado warning as well. This is right on the border of Missouri and Illinois. The rotation's coming together nicely. This could be producing a tornado here near Fort Gage here soon. Now, at this very moment, I don't think it is, because we have a live view from several storm chasers actually of the thing, but it's close. There's something hanging out of that.
Ryan, we have a tornado.
Yep, there it
almost
is.
on the ground.
All right, we've got confirmation now from Nick Gorman that we have a tornado on the ground here near New Bourbon, Missouri, and you can see it there on your screen. Tornado down on the ground right now from Nick Gorman's stream, and it's going to be moving towards Old Kaskaskia and before it gets to Fort Gage on the other side of the river there. So what you're looking at in the middle of your screen is a lowering and a funnel cloud. I definitely saw that make contact with the ground just moments ago. I don't see that fully condensed funnel now, but this could still be producing damage on the ground. We're not close enough to see if we've got a circulation on the ground right now. But we're just going to assume that it is still there, because there's nothing stopping this thing from continuing to produce a tornado as it moves towards Riley Lake, Fort Gage, and Diamond Cross. Diamond Cross in Illinois. Downstream, we're also very much concerned about New Palestine. This is in Illinois. Diamond Cross, Bremen, Welge, Wine Hill, and Steelville in Illinois. This is an extremely dangerous storm. We just saw a tornado, I think, from what I can tell here. Now, we're a pretty good distance away. I think that tornado that we just saw is already lifted, but now we know that this is very capable of producing a tornado, and it's not going to take much
Ryan,
for that to happen
just
again.
give an update whenever you're not busy.
Yes, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, so we definitely did have a brief tornado. It has since lifted. The inflow is picking back up again along with the left-to-right motion on the wall cloud. I'm going to zoom out a little bit on my screen here. Very beautiful structure as well.
All right. Thank you, Nick. So that was fast. Whatever just happened there happened very quickly, which is that just goes to show you everything that we just watched together happened probably in between radar scans, right? So tornadoes can form and disappear and get really big and get really small very quickly. So that's why a lot of times whenever we see a certain area of rotation on radar, we're often talking about the areas just ahead of it, and we're talking about, hey, like this was down. We believe it might still be down, et cetera, even though we see a debris signature or a velocity couplet and stuff like that. So just an interesting tidbit there for you. But we still see a lot of rotation associated with this, and it's likely going to try to produce another tornado here as the storm gets closer to Chester and Steelville. So y'all get ready for that. And we're going to keep a close eye on Nick Gorman's stream there to see if another tornado tries to form. Farmington, just to the south and west of that, Farmington and Pickle in Missouri needs to be taking shelter as well. You guys are under a tornado warning. And then I need to check back in on our tornado warning down here near, not near Charlotte, but to the north and west of Charlotte. We're starting to see that rotation a little bit better on just the regular old radar in Greenville. But let's go take a look at that again from the terminal radar, and it still looks quite intense, the rotation does. So this is almost certainly producing very strong winds, and then we've got that really good possibility that we've got a tornado down here as well. And the thing is we probably wouldn't know about it yet, that we don't have any storm chasers out here, you know what I mean? And this is also an incredibly rural area. It'll probably be closer to Bellwood and Falston. If this thing has a tornado associated with it, it might be closer to those areas before we hear about that. Now, it did go near the community of Delight, which is a very small community, but we'll see. We'll see what's going on here. We'll be listening for reports, and anybody feel free to interrupt me if we've heard anything about that. But yeah, the rotation signature continues to look impressive here, and we want to get ready in Falston, Lawndale, Bakers, Crossroads, Beam Mill, Cherryville, Hidden Valley, Perry, all the way down there to Ashbrook Park in North Carolina. And the storm that's responsible for this giant rotation signature is ultimately going towards Charlotte, North Carolina, and will probably bring with it some damaging winds and large, maybe some quarter-sized hail as it gets there, and it might even maintain its ability to produce a tornado. I don't know if it will that far out, but just get ready for that possibility if you live in Charlotte. So, yeah, a busy day already. Let's go check back in on Greenville real quick.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then we're going to jump over there to that tornado warning. Still got $half sized hail moving through Cashville and Dillard Crossroads down here in South Carolina. Now let's go talk about our tornado warning now, which is associated with the storm just south of Clarksville. We've been talking about this storm for a while here. Now you are under a tornado warning in Medallion Acres, Forest Acres, Fredonia, Shady Grove, Oak Plains, Thomasville, and Henrietta, Tennessee. Velocity definitely looks a lot more concerning now, as we can see a very clear area of high definition, a rotation. Since we are a little bit closer to the radar, there's definitely something going on here between Hilltop and Liverworth, Tennessee. We might have a developing tornado. Okay, so if that is the case, then that tornado is going to be coming together here soon and moving towards, once again, Forest Acres, Excel, Hickory Point, Fredonia, Sango, and Shady Grove. Now, downtown Clarksville, you are under a tornado warning here. However, the most I guess concerning part of this storm is to your south right now. I'm going to hope that that's going to continue to be the case. It could very well slide off to your south and east. But because the National Weather Service has placed you under the polygon here, let's go ahead and just, it's better be safe than sorry, right? So let's go ahead and take shelter here in Clarksville, Charlestown Estates, and Forest Hills as well. But I'm going to hope that it's going to take more of a path like this and not impact y'all, which, some of you guys are all too familiar with the tornado impacts. Y'all squad just got done there in December with a big mission after a tornado. So remember, just to the south and just to the east of Clarksville and Palmyra, Tennessee, we've got a tornado developing, I believe, near Cunningham, moving towards Fredonia. We want you to take shelter now if you are in Cheatham County and Montgomery counties in Tennessee. Yes, Blake, this is Clarksville, Tennessee. Once again, I don't know, Allie, if you're looking at all of our mentions on Twitter, but I would be very surprised if somebody hasn't, shown us something about this storm. So just ping me, just let me know if you see anything. Here's one. Nick Hartman. This was what it was about 7-8 minutes ago. This is looking southeast into the supercell near Clarksville, about 35 miles away. And once again, it looks as thin in real life as it does on radar. You can literally see the whole storm there, and you can also see the curvature in it in real life here, which is very, very cool. But unfortunate because, that curvature does mean that this is, looking like it's going to try to produce a tornado. Remember, if you want to only do this if you can do so safely. But if you want to tag me in any sort of reports or pictures, videos, anything like that, feel free to do so.
A new tornado warning has been issued
over on Twitter or X. That's going to be at Ryan Hall Y'all. Let's go to Oklahoma, where we just got a new tornado warning, I think. Miami, Dotyville, Ottawa, Oak Grove, Lincolnville, and 5 Mile in Oklahoma. You guys are now under a tornado warning. That's Craig and Ottawa counties in Oklahoma. You are now under a tornado warning. Take shelter now. I see some significant rotation here. I see a sculpted supercell on radar here. We got a hook. We've got the big forward flank eagle presentation here. Looks like wings on the top, right? This is a classic Oklahoma supercell. Unfortunately, in a prime position to produce a tornado. So I would start bracing in Miami and Dotyville and Ottawa for potentially a tornado to come through. And I would start getting in my safe spot right now, all the way over towards Peoria and extreme northeastern Oklahoma. Oops. The tornado warning over here for Chester and Steelville continues. In Illinois, we just had a storm chaser Nick Gorman. He had a live view of a tornado for us on his stream with this storm. It quickly faded away, but it looks like it could be trying to come back now, as we're starting to see that rotation really pick up here near Chester as the storm moves towards Greenville or Steelville. Sorry. Take shelter immediately. Remember, don't be scared. Be prepared. This is from Daniel Day. Already, we've got the helmets on. In Paducah, Kentucky, sheltered all day in the old bank vault at our print shop in the downtown area. Wow. Helmets, shoes, clothes, water, food, and backup batteries, watching on the tablets, and building Legos while we watch and wait. That is, talk about not being scared, but rather being prepared. You guys are doing it right. That's awesome. Thank you for sending this in. Hope everything's going to be all right for you guys. And of course, we're gonna keep you updated on everything that happens over there in the Paducah, Kentucky area throughout the day. We currently have 5 tornado warnings, 21 severe thunderstorm warnings, and I don't even think we're even close to reaching the top numbers there, as these storms are still getting their acts together. Let's go back to North Carolina just really quickly, just to check on our storm over here. Velocity we don't see as much of a couplet now. However, we still see rotation. So hopefully we're still in our safe spots in Baker Crossroads, Cherryville, Hidden Valley, and Ashbrook Park and High Shoals in North Carolina. I do think that there's a chance that the tornado threat might be fading a little bit with this storm, but now the really strong straight line damaging wind threat is going to become a problem as well. So y'all get ready for that over there in Cherryville as well, and Shelby for maybe 70 mile per hour winds. 70 mile per hour winds are no joke. You don't want to, balk at the idea that, oh, we're not going to have a tornado, we're just going to have 70 mile per hour winds. Well, that stuff can cause significant damage, and you want to be away from windows and indoors, and preferably sheltered for that as well. New severe thunderstorm warning now for areas just south and east of Greenville, South Carolina. This goes towards Woodruff. Get ready for some quarter-sized hail over there. We got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now in Illinois for 70 mile per hour winds and golf ball sized hail for Pikeville and DuQuoin. And let's go back to our Clarksville, Tennessee storm really quick and just take a look at that. The rotation is honestly about the same. We are not seeing any rapid uptick in the rotation just yet with this storm, which is good. However, it's likely to happen at some point. We've got another merger getting ready to take place here, so we're still watching this storm closely, and we're watching the one to the north of Nashville now. We're also continuing to watch the storm near Bowling Green, which continues to look like it's producing $half sized hail, and it's rotating, but it's still not enough to give us the idea that we might have a tornado actually down here. Lauren Sams is in Bowling Green, and Lauren sent in this photo, which is quite ominous. The medical center in Bowling Green, Kentucky. So we're going to have a lot of SLCs today. Scary looking clouds. All right. Speaking of SLCs, storm chaser Steven, he's got a good one. A really good one there in Perry County, Missouri. And he's actually on that same tornado-warned storm that Nick Gorman is on near Chester and Steelville. So we've got two really good views of that. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I'm watching the storm in the northwestern corner of Tennessee here. This has been something we've seen quite a few times recently, where we have an ongoing supercell and then basically another one forms in its inflow region, and they kind of merge together. So they two different storms essentially are sharing like that same updraft region, and that's led to tornadoes quite a few times here. So rotation is picking up a little bit on this storm as that occurs, and I think that having an advance warning, given this pattern recognition here with two different, basically curved storms here, two different supercells in the same spot, they may merge together, and both of their areas of vorticity essentially at the surface would lead to a heightened tornado threat as they approach, as it approaches Woodland Mills, Union City, and over to KC and Crutchfield in Kentucky.
All right, thank you very much, Andy. We've got meteorologist Andy Hill and Brad Arnold both, continuing to talk about this storm over here near Union City, and for good reason. It's looking like it's one to watch as it moves up towards Woodland Mills. Y'all watch out. Early heads up. Just in case this thing does what we've seen storms like this do before, we might have a concerning situation here at near Union City, Woodland Mills, South Fulton, maybe all the way up there towards Casey, Moscow, and these places right on the border of Tennessee and Kentucky in the next little bit. If you guys have the Radar Omega app, there is a camera in Union City. And right now, I don't know if it's a PTZ camera, if they're able to move it, but it might be looking towards the base. So this is kind of in a perfect position. If we can get that thing pointed towards the south and west or to the west, that's going to give us a view of what's going on with the base of that storm here soon. We've got lots of storms, man. Lots of storms out here that are looking like they are going to have the ability to produce a tornado at some point. Thankfully, not very many of them are actually doing it yet. But of course, still at this hour, 3:19 p.m. Eastern, 2:19 Central, we still have mostly discrete mode sales going up. So as things continue to grow, we might have more of a concerning tornado threat later on. I'm checking in on the Clarksville storm once again. The rotation is still there. Thankfully, not seeing anything, much more concerning than what we've already talked about. And then we've got a new tornado watch. Let me show you that. Few tornadoes likely, scattered hail up to softball size, and scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour likely in east Oklahoma, near Tulsa, over towards McAllister, Durant, and then in west Arkansas, Fort Smith, Russellville, Harrison, Mena, Fayetteville. Oops. And Mid-Tennessee Storm Chaser sent this photo in of the what I believe might actually be the Clarksville, Tennessee storm. I think. So yeah, that's a really impressive look to that storm there, as it is once again trying its best to produce a tornado. Get ready in Red River Estates, Shady Grove. If this continues to rotate enough to look like this, then we'll likely see a new tornado warning at some point for Stroudville, Turnersville, Cedar Hill, maybe all the way over there towards Springfield, Tennessee. Wow. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, just the latest on the North Carolina storm here. From what I can see, the initial area of rotation that prompted the tornado warning here has much broadened out. It's gone mostly outflow dominant. I think the only near-term tornado threat we might see is on the southern end of this complex here, which would be closer to Kings Mountain, I-85, and headed towards Gastonia. In Gaston County, we could see a brief spin-up tornado in a little bit of that line there. I'm not certain about that, though, and I think that primarily this should be a damaging wind threat as it moves through. I think it's mostly going to consolidate into that with only a brief spin-up tornado threat. Current look at that storm as it goes towards Gastonia and, of course, Charlotte down the line.
All right, thank you, Andy. We officially have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Charlotte. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar-sized hail for the next hour and a half. That's a pretty long severe thunderstorm warning, but you can expect those conditions in Charlotte, Gastonia, Clover, Mount Holly, Dallas, and Huntersville. These are all places in North Carolina, and I believe Clover is in South Carolina. So that's what's going on there. Steven has an incredible view of the supercell, so we've got to pull him up full. Wow, this is the storm back towards Illinois, southern Illinois there, currently moving into Steelville. So if you're just now tuning in, what you're looking at here is a live view from a storm chaser showing us the rain-filled base of the supercell that has produced a tornado warning several times here across Missouri, and it actually produced a tornado live on the stream not too long ago, and it's now just continuing to grow and produce large hail as it moves into Steelville, Illinois. Get ready for maybe up to lime-sized hail in Steelville within the next 15 minutes or so. This storm's not going anywhere. It's probably going to continue to cause similar kind of problems as it goes towards Pikeville and Willisville and Cutler. You guys are already under a tornado possible, considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well, as this is going to bring to you golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds at least. Yeah, that's quite the hail core in there. If you were to go in that into that part of the storm there, you would definitely be experiencing some of that lime-sized hail and then some really strong winds. Just really quick, want to say thanks to everybody who's tagging me and stuff on Twitter. It's helping a lot. And also, if you are sending me reports, especially if it's important, okay, if you've got a picture of a tornado or a big hailstorm and you know you think that's a novel report that we haven't seen, tag me in it, of course, but also tag your local weather office. They could definitely use that information. Look at this, man. The storm over there near Bowling Green is really ominous looking. That is quite the look there. We've seen this same picture sort of from multiple different angles in Bowling Green. So, yeah, what you're looking at there is a SLC, a scary looking cloud. Thank you, Crispy, for sending that in. Also in Festus, Missouri, we're getting some big hail, or we got some big hail. You guys hear that? This comes to us from Twitter from Lindsay. This was in Festus, Missouri a little while ago. That's huge hail. Wow. Yeah, once again, really appreciate the video, but I would highly recommend, if you guys ever see hail that large, don't be near the windows. Don't be near the windows. That could 60-mile-an-hour wind gust could come through and bust out the window, and that's going to be a bad day for you. But that kind of hail that you just saw there is exactly what's on the way to Steelville, Cutler, and Pikeville. Right now. Okay, so we've got this tornado warning here for Steelville. We've still got the tornado warning back here for Clarksville, Tennessee. That storm continues to look really interesting, especially on reflectivity. Last couple of scans, even more of a hook here, literally a daggone hook, upside down candy cane here on the radar, and another little shower forming on the side here that's going to kind of bump into it. So there's a lot of little interactions and stuff that's happening with this storm. We're afraid, or we're concerned that maybe one of those will lead to enough spin to actually produce a tornado. So that's why we're under a tornado warning in Shady Grove. Please take shelter now if you haven't already. We're also continuing to watch the big storm over there near Union City, Tennessee. It's starting to rotate a little bit. And, oh, yeah, we've got a good view of the base of that from our camera in Radar Omega. I think, so yeah, we're going to be able to watch this go by in the Radar Omega app here from the Union City camera, and keep an eye on that base to see if we're going to maybe have some sort of wall cloud or something here soon. Storm chaser Brad Arnold is in Mayfield, Kentucky. And he's kind of going after that storm right now. He's got a lot to choose from. If you're storm chaser Brad Arnold right now, you're probably having a little bit of, you're probably overwhelmed by your decisions. You got to, all of these storms that I'm circling right now have an opportunity to, at some point, produce a tornado. So, you know, there's a lot of options there, and they're all around Brad. And he can only pick one, right? So, yeah, it's an interesting situation for Storm Chaser Brad Arnold to be in. But, once again, he is the tornado sniffer. So, we know he's going to pick the one that produces the tornado, right? So, I'm also getting a little bit more concerned about the storm just now coming up to the south of Murray, Kentucky. If you look at that last scan there, we got a little bit more of a hook. Puryear, Buchanan, if you're in that area, you can probably look up to your north and see a magnificent supercell. But right now, no tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning for New Concord and Hamlin for maybe some 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail. That's going to be going pretty much to the land between the lakes and then up towards Donaldson here soon. The hail cores on the storms up here in Kentucky are getting a little bit more intense. Greenville, Central City, get ready for maybe some lime-sized hail and winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. These storms are also continuing to try to rotate, but so far, nothing.
Hey Ryan, I hate to kill the suspense for you, but we are headed down to that Puryear storm. We're going to pick that one. That would show a better rotation on it. So
I figured as much. So Brad's telling us he's chosen this storm. This is the storm that he's going to go after, the one that we just talked about there near Hazel and Puryear. Yeah, we're going to stick with Brad as he gets closer to that storm. All right, but yeah, get ready in Central City, Paradise, maybe all the way up there towards McHenry, Kentucky for some large hail. The storm that's produced all of the really crazy imagery on Twitter of some of the photos of the SLCs, the scary looking clouds over here near Bowling Green, that is now moving up towards Cave City and Horse Cave. This also has a very classic supercell look to it, but it's not rotating much. So hopefully that continues to be the case, because these storms are actually some of the stronger storms that we have. But yeah, they're definitely still dropping very large hail as they move up towards Horse Cave and Mumfordville. Storms are also kind of growing down here in southeastern Kentucky. Get ready in Corbin and Barberville, maybe for some small hail and gusty winds. And then once again in Charlotte, North Carolina, you guys within the next hour or so will likely be experiencing some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and maybe some quarter-sized hail. Whoa. Okay, so our Clarksville storm no longer has a tornado warning with it. But it's starting to look interesting again on reflectivity and velocity here. So once again, we still got a pretty stout supercell here, capable of producing quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds by itself, but the base of it here is trying its best to rotate. We're seeing a pretty decent hook here, so I would still be watching out and be, preparing to get to my safe space if I'm in Shady Grove, Stroudville, and Turnersville, because this storm's probably not going to go too long without being tornado warned. Ottawa County, Oklahoma, new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And we still have that tornado warning up here to the east of Miami, Oklahoma, near Ottawa. Rotation still looks like it's there. Get ready in Ottawa, east side, Peoria, Oklahoma. You are under a tornado warning, okay? Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Cross Timbers and Fristow, Missouri, as this has the potential to drop golf ball sized hail. This big supercell here coming up past Hermitage. And remember, all of western Missouri here is under a tornado watch for the potential for a couple strong tornadoes. And these supercells look like the kind of supercells that would certainly produce strong tornadoes. So I'm getting more and more concerned about the areas directly east of this line of supercells that's forming over here. This includes Springfield, Missouri. This includes Lebanon, Missouri, Bolivar, Greenfield, Ash Grove, and Neosho and Monett. Y'all, watch out. It's coming. The storms are coming. Emily Brashear says, we're watching and staying tuned at St. Francis Borgia High School, just southwest of St. Louis, Missouri. Thank you, Ryan and team. Thank you, Emily, and shout out to all of the classrooms that are tuned in right now. I heard of, even here in Kentucky, a lot of places let out of school today for this. I don't know, what the determining factor is for that. I hear that happening for different reasons all the time. But hello to the Emily's class in St. Francis Borgia High School. I'm probably saying that wrong, but I'm trying my best here. Just to the south and west of St. Louis, this is an area that actually right now doesn't have too much to worry about in the near future, talking about the next hour or so. However, some of those big supercells that are capable of producing tornadoes down here in south central Missouri are eventually going to be moving into the St. Louis area later, and will likely cause some problems with, maybe some hail, damaging winds. There is obviously somewhat of a threat for a tornado or two, but also a flash flooding. So we're watching the St. Louis region tonight, and we're going to be sticking with you through the afternoon. But right now, everything seems to be pretty tame in and around the St. Louis area. To the south and east of St. Louis, especially once you get down in there into southern Illinois, near Pikeville, things get a little bit more wild. Tornado warning for Steelville right now. And we still have a really impressive storm here that's coming together, that's getting ready to move into Willisville, capable of producing golf ball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, from the Tilt 1.8 scan from the Paducah radar, I just about bet we'd see a tornado warning with the storm that Brad is going towards near Puryear, Tennessee, and headed towards New Concord, Kentucky. Probably cross the state line a couple of times right there where it deviates. So out towards Linton in Kentucky as well. I'm watching that storm most closely. Does look pretty impressive. It might take a little bit more time to organize here, depending on how it's adjusting that surface boundary. But that's definitely got the look and the hook to it, I think.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention back to the storm now to the south and east of Murray, Kentucky. We've got a very classic, once again, another one of these classic looking supercells with a hook. It's got the look. It's got the rotation coming together. Y'all watch out in New Concord. Y'all watch out in Hamlin, Fort Hyman, maybe all the way up there to Tobacco Port in the land between the lakes. So we're going to be watching this storm as it moves off to the north and east. We're about to get a new scan. And not much has changed other than the hook continues to close in, and we've got a very nice stream of inflow coming into the storm now, which might be what it takes to get this thing to produce a tornado. Back over to the Clarksville storm. Looks a little bit less impressive now on radar, but this thing's going to continue to kind of meander around. It's isolated. It's discrete. At some point, I think that this storm is going to try to take advantage of the environment and maybe try again to produce a tornado, so still get ready in Cedar Hill and Springfield. The storm north of Nashville has really died out. However, there continues to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Goodlettsville. That'll be allowed to expire in the next 7 minutes or so. How about you over here north of Glasgow? Cave City, Highsville, Center, you guys in Kentucky are about to experience another classic supercell with big hail and damaging winds, and the base of it is rotating, so we've got to watch out for maybe a tornado in the Oil City and Echo vicinity of Kentucky north of Glasgow here in the next little bit. Charlotte, North Carolina, you've got a storm capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds closing in on you. We do have a camera in Charlotte, so once that storm gets closer, we're going to be able to see that. We've got 2 cameras, one in downtown Charlotte and one just a little bit off to the south and east towards Matthews. These cameras are a part of the Cyclone Port network in Radar Omega, so all of you guys who are looking at the Radar Omega app on your phone, iOS or Android, you can click on these and watch the storms come in as well. Additionally, your friendly weather dude here is broadcasting to you from Eastern Kentucky, and at any time, any day, 24/7, if you ever want to check in on me here on top of the mountain in Eastern Kentucky, you can click on the R there, and you've got a live view of what it's like here at the Weather House. This is pointing west here at the Weather House in the Appalachian Mountains. This is our view, what it looks like out there right now. And once again, you guys can tune into that at any time in the Radar Omega app. Beautiful blue skies right now, but we are under, I think, a slight risk of severe weather today. We might have some storms move in a little bit later. Some of these might move into the vicinity, so we'll show you those as they get closer. No worries, though. We've got backup internet, Starlink, AT&T, Verizon, and 1 gigabyte symmetrical fiber connection, all bonded together thanks to our friends at ISP Tech. Bonded internet. They've done a lot for us. They're the reason why we haven't lost a stream in a while, so huge shout out to them. ISP Tech. That's also who's keeping Brad Arnold and Caleb live out there in the field. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I see a lot of reports of Joplin tornado sirens. Just want to let you know where this storm is going. It'll be far to the south of Joplin here in Missouri. I'm more concerned about the areas near Neosho and Granby here in Newton County for the tornadic part of this storm as it heads mostly east-northeast. Joplin should only be skirted by some of the moderate rainfall, and maybe some small hail that gets yeeted all the way down that forward flank of the supercell here. So if there is, I do think a tornado warning is possible with the storm as it heads into Newton County, Missouri. So I'm watching that. And yeah, that's about it for everyone wondering about the sirens in Joplin. That looks like the path of the storm will be well to your south of Joplin proper.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. And speaking of that storm, oh, sorry, that's loud. Allie, when we're putting these together, if you can, maybe let's lower the volume just a little bit, because every time I hit play, it's going to be 100% loud. There's nothing I can do to change that. So it'll be better to alter it on your end. But anyways, the storm that he's talking about, the storm that would be maybe prompting the sirens to go off in Joplin. Once again, there is a tornado warning to your south and west, but the tornadic part of that storm, like he said, is going to stay well to your south. I just want to check in on it for our folks down here in Peoria and East Side, Oklahoma. You're still under a tornado warning. We still have some rotation here. They're probably going to continue this tornado warning into Missouri for places like Neosho and Diamond and Granby. So you guys get ready for that. Right now, you're under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, even all the way up there in Joplin, for maybe some stronger winds and some hail maybe around the size of golf balls. But even that is going to be a lot more focused on the Shoal Creek area, Diamond, and Fidelity. New severe thunderstorm warning also for this supercell that's blown up incredibly fast south of Camdenton. Wow, look at that. Hey, listen.
Every storm starts out as a blip, a little bitty blip.
We couldn't have a better example.
Taking
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. When you got a second.
ground, call it a double
Every
dip.
storm starts off as a
But
blip.
I don't give a flip. Little blips, they can rip. You can feel it in your hip. Never underestimate a blip.
Never underestimate a blip. Guys, look at this. Literal blip to massive chonker in a very short period of time. Now we've got half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving up into the Iberia area of Missouri. Here's a video from official Scotty near Crystal City, Missouri earlier. Of that huge hail. Dang. Hail like that is going to be possible for you guys all the way over there in Cross Timbers here soon. And then that same storm is going to be able to produce very large hail for you in Pikeville here soon. So put the cars in the carport, put it under the in the garage, whatever you've got, because that right there is definitely doing damage.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. When you got a second, hit me up.
Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, so I just wanted to let you know on our screen we do have the view of the back side of the storm. You do have towering cumulus. We're trying to get a view of the base. It looks like it's relatively LP, low precipitation, so we should be able to get a good view of it, but we at least can see the towering cumulus and stuff from the back side of this storm.
Okay, there we go. Brad's got a really great view of the backside of the storm. This is what we're talking about whenever we say, hey, try to get us a view of the rear end. That's it. That's what we're looking for. And you can tell just how healthy a storm is a lot of times by looking at that side of the storm. And just in the time that we've been looking at this, we've seen a new huge eruption, explosion, almost looks like a volcano or something of convection on that backside. It's grown probably, several hundred feet, once again, just in the couple of seconds that we've been talking. And that's exactly what, we're looking for here whenever we try to find the supercells that we're going to lock onto. Specifically, the one that we're looking at here through Brad Arnold's stream is the one that's coming up towards New Concord, Hamlin, and Fort Hyman in Kentucky. It's going to go, eventually it's going to go in that area between the lakes there, up towards Cadiz and maybe even Hopkinsville downstream, as the storm's probably going to last a while, but the rotation continues to pick up, and the storm continues to look more and more healthy as Brad gets closer to it. Look at all these little We're just seeing an outbreak of blips today. The storm that went tornado warned near Clarksville, honestly, it's kind of falling apart now. We've still got a severe thunderstorm warning for Cedar Hill and Barren Plains and Springfield, but that'll probably be allowed to expire. But don't worry, another storm is coming in to take its place right here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we got a new tornado warning in Tennessee. That's going to be for Montgomery County, Tennessee, and Robertson County, Tennessee. Wait, what?
Hey Ryan, it's James.
Okay.
Do you have a second?
Yeah, okay, so James is trying to talk to me. So on reflectivity, the storm looks like it was falling apart. When we go to velocity, it looks a little different. James has got something for us. I'll tell you when he's keyed out, Andy. Go ahead, James.
Hi, I'm not streaming right now, but I have a large tornado on the ground just south of Clarksville, Tennessee.
Okay, wow, Andy, I don't know if you heard that. James is one of our folks that we work with in Tennessee. He says he sees a large tornado on the ground right now near Turnersville. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I was just queuing in to tell you to look at the correlation coefficient. You can see the debris ball and reflectivity now, but that finally caught up to the outflow boundary in front of it and is producing a tornado. That previous scan of correlation coefficient is quite deep.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Andy. Once again, another great reason to not just consult the reflectivity when analyzing the current state of a storm. That is likely a debris ball right here to the south and west of Turnersville. James Hannum out there is currently reporting to us that he sees a large tornado down here, and it's certainly there, as we can see very clearly now through the radar. Turnersville, Fluellen, Kinney's, Springfield, and Mount Denson. You guys need to take shelter immediately. This looks like a really dangerous situation here. An observed tornado is heading right towards you. I've got to pull up the mesoscale information. Dang, that is nuts. I mean, just look at this frame right here of the radar, and then look at this. I mean, how quickly did that change? Let's see here. Turnersville, Tennessee. All right, so right now, the tornado, I believe, if it's going the way that I think it's going, is somewhere near Jenkins Car Care. All right, it's going to go in the general direction of Springfield, okay? But before it gets there, it's going to have the opportunity to go over Turnersville Road multiple times, okay? And it's also going to go over places between the Point Savannah Ranch and Barnett Farms. Okay. Also, imagine in your mind an area between the Wessington Plantation and the St. Michael Catholic Church. That's the corridor in which the tornado is going to be able to travel here as it goes off to the east, maybe a little bit to the northeast as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Incredible stuff here. We just got a new tornado watch. I'm going to pull that up for you, and then we'll go right back to this storm. A few tornadoes likely, scattered tennis ball-sized hail, and scattered wind gusts around 70 miles per hour over here in West Tennessee between Ripley and Camden. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a confirmed tornado on the ground here between Turnersville and Sandy Springs. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I believe there is a huge tornado on the ground in McAdenville, North Carolina, from the Greenville-Spartanburg radar. I think that's a big debris ball headed right into Belmont, North Carolina.
A new tornado watch has been
right
issued.
now. I think this is a spin-up tornado. Right on I-85 here west of Charlotte. I'm not 100% certain on that, but that is differential reflectivity confirms it. So I think this is actually an ongoing spin-up tornado that unfortunately seems to have hit a lot of stuff here near Lowell, North Carolina. So if we get a warning for that, then that's the reason why. But y'all watch out for sure. I hope this doesn't last that long, but it definitely looks very concerning.
Thank you, Andy. Things are really happening now as we have 3 tornado warnings, 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. We're probably about to see a couple more tornado warnings, as this right here probably needs one, as we believe we've got a tornado here. Maybe that was down near Lowell and Belmont. Hopefully it's not anymore, but if it is, it's in a pretty populated area, and it could be moving in the general direction of Twin Estates, Pond Creek, and Charlotte, North Carolina. So make sure you guys are ready. Y'all watch out. This looks like it could actually be a pretty big tornado if this is what we're looking at here. Once again, we've got our Charlotte, North Carolina camera. Obviously, I don't think we're going to be able to see anything from this distance or from this specific location. But right now, if you're anywhere near Belmont, Berry Hill, the Riverfront Homes and Marina, down towards Todd Park, Tomsboro, Hodgkins, Enderley, Camp Green, Plantation Park, or any of these places between where Interstate 85 crosses over with 485 and where it crosses over with Highway 16, especially around Todd Park and Coalwood, please take shelter as soon as you can. Hopefully we get a warning for that if the National Weather Service sees it necessary. So a huge shout out to Andy for that. I do think that our tornado over here in Turnersville, south and east of Clarksville, it could still be a thing. I'm going to reach out to James and see if he can tell me anything about that. James, we just saw on radar what seemed to be a debris ball, and it looked like everything was together there really well for a while, but it's hard to tell exactly what's going on with this storm. When you get a second, let us know if you're still seeing that tornado, and just keep us updated. Feel free to break in anytime if you got any new information.
Yeah, so right now, it
Okay, it
looks to be as if it has lifted. I am unable to get a visual on it driving through these trees, but it is either lifted or completely wrapped in rain.
Okay, that might have been a brief tornado there in Tennessee. We're going to hope that's the case anyway. However, I'm done today looking at radar imagery and assuming that that's all that the storm has to offer. We've got to make sure that we look at every little aspect. And if we flip over to velocity, I still see an area of convergence, an area where there could be enough rotation here to maybe produce another sneaky little tornado as it goes into Springfield, Tennessee. So please be in your safe spots in Springfield, Tennessee, Green Valley, and Oakland. Brad Arnold is getting really close to our rotating storm now near New Concord. He's going to tell us about that whenever he gets closer, but this is a storm that could also produce a tornado at some point here. And then I'm going to go back to Charlotte real quick just to check on this. Definitely something going on there. I mean, I guess we'll see the closer it gets to Charlotte. But regardless of whether or not they issue a tornado warning for this, Charlotte, get ready for a storm that is certainly capable of producing a tornado or tornado-like winds with maybe 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe even a little bit higher than that as the storm comes into Charlotte here in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. It looks like it's going to be a really strong one for you. 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible between Gaffney and Rock Hill and Chester over the next 1 hour in South Carolina as well. Okay, Joplin, just to your south, there is a tornado warning. The rotation that has inspired that is just about to cross the border between Oklahoma and Missouri. So we've got to get you in your safe spots in Wayla Park, Racine, Spurgeon, Fredville, Tipton Ford, and Neosho. The Joplin area, the actual downtown Joplin area, You're going to get some rain, some thunder, maybe some hail, but the big part of that storm is going to stay to your south. And my goodness, our blip, man, it wasn't too long ago. We were just talking about how this was a blip. It continues to look more and more impressive. And out of everything in Missouri right now, this might be one of the storms that has the most realistic near-term ability to produce a tornado, as we are about to see a merger here. We are seeing rotation at the base. This is a classic supercell. Once again, we've seen a lot of these today not produce tornadoes, so hopefully this is going to be another one of those. But I would be, it would be crazy for me to say that this has no chance. So get ready over there in Crocker and Waynesville, Missouri. Our blip is coming. It's no longer a blip. It's dropping huge hail likely now, and it's going to have the ability to produce a tornado here soon. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, watching your Carbondale, Illinois, this supercell has established itself rather quickly here, especially at its base, and Nick Gorman is racing toward it at the moment to give us a view of it. I think that this one, given its rather rapid organization, deserves to be watched here in southern Illinois as it approaches the Carbondale, Marion areas.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Chandra, let's get, I think you're doing it. Are you putting Nick in one? Okay. All right. Anyways, we're getting a storm coming together here near Pomona, Stone Fort, and Jennifer. We can put Jennifer in one, but make sure Nick is in one of the three. So Pomona, Boyskdale, Stone Fort, you guys should definitely be watching out as this storm is coming together. Carbondale over here in southern Illinois. This looks like a storm that's definitely going to need to be watched here over the next little bit, and it is going to have the opportunity, just like many of these other storms that we've been talking about, to produce a tornado. But we're getting into that time of day now where that opportunity is much higher. Okay, the tornado ingredients are coming together. We're starting to see we're starting to get closer to where we're going to have some of the greatest potential here. So get ready in between Carbondale and Marion, Illinois. Here's another hail photo. This is from Josh Westenberger in Ellis Grove, Illinois. That's large hail. That's larger than what would you say that is? That's about tennis ball or lime size, probably. Yeah, that's about 2.5 inch hail right there, and that's going to be possible downstream here. That same storm's going to be able to produce that kind of hail in Pikeville and DeCoin and Dowell here soon. Thank you, Josh, for sending that in. Oh man, here's the SLC. This is the SLC we've been talking about all day. It's a shelf cloud. It's a roll cloud. Is that? Whoa, man, that is a really cool view. This is in Glasgow, Kentucky. So this is the storm that has been producing this feature now for forever, since it's been over there towards Bowling Green. We've got storm chaser Jennifer McMahon. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Giving us an awesome view of once again what we're just going to refer to here as our SLC. Wow. We're getting lots of photos from this area, by the way, and
A
thank
new
you guys for
tornado
sending stuff
warning
in. I'm going
has
to try
been
to show
issued.
as much as that as possible. We got a new tornado warning in Jackson County, Illinois. That's for our storm that Andy just brought our attention to. So now we're officially under a tornado warning in Boyskdale, Stone Fort, and Lake Shore Drive area. As that storm continues to come together here, we've got storm chaser Nick Gorman getting close to that. Also, I don't know if Hunter Hurley's going towards that or not, but he's close. So we need to keep an eye on him, but we're good with what we've got right now, production room. So yeah, we're watching this as it goes up towards Marion, Illinois. Tornado warning. First of all, if you're just now tuning in, we got a couple different warnings. I'm gonna tell you about them. If you're in Robertson County, Tennessee, you're under a tornado warning. If you're in Jackson County, Illinois, you're under a tornado warning. If you are in Newton County, Missouri, you're under a tornado warning. Those are the only tornado warnings that we have right now. Everybody else is, if you're under a warning, if you're experiencing a strong storm right now, you're likely under a severe thunderstorm warning, which we're going to go over those from west to east again here in a moment, right after we talk to meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, still really concerned about northwest of Charlotte. I think we're seeing the next round of, you could see spin-up tornadoes here, quick tornadoes that happen in this sort of line of storms, especially on the leading edge. That's being pushed forward really rapidly here with strong damaging winds regardless. But from the Greenville Spartanburg radar, you can see that very well-defined area out in front of the leading edge of the damaging winds over Paw Creek. Northwest side of Charlotte here, just north of I-85 and west of I-77. And then if you take it to the terminal radar, you can see a really high definition here. There's a couple of areas that are sort of wrapping around just to the south of the terminal radar that may be brief tornadoes here on this latest scan at 4 minutes past the hour. So those are traveling toward I-77. I think that's the most concerning part of the storm that's heading towards Derita here in Mecklenburg County, north side of Charlotte. Should stay to the north of downtown as it tracks pretty much due east.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. And we do have a live view of this massive storm racing into Charlotte right now. This is not sped up. This is in real time. Look at that wall of wind and rain moving into Charlotte from the tower cam here near the stadium in Charlotte. Go ahead. Go ahead, Nick.
Just giving you a quick update here. Right now we're going down to that Carbondale storm that just got tornado warned. Should have visual in about 10 minutes.
All right, that was an update from storm chaser Nick Gorman. We're watching a severe storm capable of maybe producing a couple of spin-up tornadoes move into the Charlotte area now through the Radar Omega app. We're going to watch this as it looks like there's a lot of damaging winds associated with this here. Look at how fast this is moving. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is Charlotte, North Carolina. Get ready for some maybe up to 70 mile per hour wind gusts as this thing races into town here. We're going to give an update on everybody in Tennessee, Missouri, Oklahoma, and everybody just a few moments from now. But we just want to watch the storm come into Charlotte here, as we have probably a lot of people watching in and around Charlotte as we've been tracking this storm since it's come off of the Appalachian Mountains when we first started the stream here. All right. Okay. So if you guys, I'm going to keep going back to that, but if you want to watch that, it looks like the power might have went out there, or at least the back camera did. So if you want to watch the storm come into Charlotte, you can do that in your Radar Omega app. I'm going to come back to that, though, because I do need to go check on some other storms here, as there's a lot going on right now. We've got tornado warning once again continuing in Tennessee for Springfield, Tennessee. I've got a picture on Twitter of what that tornado looked like when it was over there north of Coopertown. And it looked like it was a big one. So if this is going to do it again, it might do it over here near Springfield. So hopefully everybody in Springfield, Tennessee is in their safe spot. We also need you there in Mount Denson, Hubertville, and Green Valley, Tennessee. Couple different photos, actually, of the tornado coming in now from Tennessee. Now, last I talked to James, who was our person that we were talking to that was on the ground that saw the tornado, he believes it has lifted. But, this could come back down at any time. So Springfield, Tennessee, take shelter. Wow, here's another view of that. This one I can show. This is sent directly to us from Jessica Brook. This is what the tornado looked like between, I believe that this touched down near Interstate 24 south of Stroudville and west of Gauze, north and east of Thomasville in Tennessee, and it probably lasted all the way over there to near Turnersville and Fluellen, Tennessee. It lifted right before it got into Fluellen, and now I don't think it's on the ground at the moment, but this is the kind of tornado that could come from this storm again as it goes into Springfield and eventually Hubertville, Tennessee, okay? So get to shelter.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they just reissued that tornado warning now for areas a little bit farther to the east. So now Cross Plains, Baguettesville, Orlinda, and Handleyton. You guys are all under a tornado warning now in Tennessee associated with the storm that we just showed you that was producing this tornado not too long ago. All right, real quick, let's go check in on our folks down here in Charlotte. The storm is in full force now across Charlotte. Once again, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds possible here as some of the stronger gusts start to move through. We're also going to be able to see this come into view here, I think, from this other
tornado
camera.
warning
Hey Ryan,
has
this
been
is Brad.
issued.
Sorry, we're about to have a view of this storm on the backside of it. Going east right now.
So down here in North Carolina, get ready now past Charlotte in Pineville, Matthews, Mint Hill, and Harrisburg and Huntersville for maybe up to 70 mile per hour winds. Brad Arnold is giving us a view of the storm in, where's he at? He's near Oak Haven, Tennessee. He's going across the lake there on Highway 79, the Tennessee River. He's on Donaldson Parkway, moving up towards Dover. And wow, we've got an incredible view of the base of this storm. Storm chaser Brad Arnold, we call him the tornado sniffer. So he's picked this storm for a reason.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And I believe that, this storm, like many others that we've seen today, has the very real, capability to produce a tornado. It's just when's it going to happen? And thankfully, we've got Storm Chaser Brad Arnold giving us a high definition live view of this storm. So the moment that it does happen, we'll be able to tell you. On radar, right now. This looks a little bit disorganized, but the rotation is coming together here as it comes up towards Bumpus Mills and Chestnut Groves. But in real life, it looks like it's coming together better than it's ever been able to so far. So, Chandra, let's put Brad in 1. Just flip Jennifer and Brad for me real quick. If you're just now tuning in, I see we've got quite a few more people in here now. If you are just now tuning in, we are in the beginning stages of what will become a very large, severe weather outbreak today between Texas, Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, a lot of different places. Okay, and if you know anybody in the affected areas, you should definitely share the stream with them. We've known in the past that we've been able to get life-saving information to people who otherwise wouldn't have been able to receive it. If it wasn't for you sharing this on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter,
warning has
and
been
places
issued.
like that, we just got a new tornado warning for Chestnut Grove and Bumpus Mills in Tennessee, and that's the storm that Brad Arnold is on right now. We should get his feedback here momentarily. So yeah, Brad Arnold, the tornado sniffer himself, is on Highway 79 moving towards Dover, and he's about to give us another view of the base of this storm that is likely trying to produce a tornado as it goes up towards Chestnut Grove. We continue to have a tornado warning for Springfield, Hubertville, and Green Valley in Tennessee as well. This storm has a history of producing a big tornado. It could do it again as it goes towards Cross Plains. You guys need to take shelter. Charlotte, some of the stronger winds are moving in now. Wow. You can see here that we have some really strong winds moving by the stadium. What's the name of the stadium here? The big stadium in Charlotte. We've got some winds ripping by. We've got maybe even a little bit of hail in there, I think. Some constant cloud-to-ground lightning. And then, of course, we're going to see in the Charlotte Football Club, that same storm's about to impact this area as well. So these really strong winds are going to last for a while in and around Charlotte. Some of the stronger winds might be actually going not even around those cameras and more towards the Harrisburg, Rocky River, College Downs, Reedy Creek, and Lakeland Hills areas. So you guys get ready for, once again, maybe up to hurricane force wind gusts intermittently as this storm is looking very intense as it comes towards you. Okay, so this is the Bank of America Stadium here. And it looks like we might have lost power at the Bank of America Stadium. Yep. That was some intense wind there. Oh, no, we got it back now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. We have a velocity couplet in the hook of our Illinois tornado warning that's going towards Marion, Illinois, and Williamson County. Currently, only the southwestern part of the county is warned, but it looks the best it has so far. No discernible debris signature yet, but I would just about bet this storm is very close to potentially producing a tornado here as it crosses from Jackson County into Williamson County in Illinois. Nick Gorman, again, not far from that storm.
All right, so thank you, Andy. We've got on the bottom of your screen there, Storm Chaser Nick Gorman on the right, Brett Adair in Almo, Kentucky in the middle, Brad Arnold on the left-hand side. All of these guys are on storms that are about to produce tornadoes. Nick is on this storm, which is very close. Wow. This is an amazing looking supercell here on radar. And if this doesn't produce a tornado, I don't know what would. So Crab Orchard Lake, the tornado would likely form over that lake if it's going to happen here soon. And then maybe it's going to go towards Bainbridge, Timmins, and Marion within the next little bit. Hopefully we get an extended warning for this, as this looks like it means business here. Most recent scan, nothing's really changed other than it's moved off to the east a little bit more. So yeah, get ready. Anywhere around Crab Orchard Lake and Timmins and Marion, Illinois, take shelter. The storm that Brad Arnold is on is also looking more and more impressive. Velocity continues to light up. Hook continues to look impressive. So we're continuing to watch that as well. Checking back in on you guys in Charlotte. The storm is just nuts. This is probably one of the stronger storms you've seen in Charlotte in a little while. Once again, strong winds moving through the town now. I'm concerned about power outages and stronger winds, especially in the Harrisburg and Mint Hill area. Get ready for that. It's getting ready to happen. Down here near Matthews as well, we've got another way to view that. Some of the winds are just now starting to come into the area. So I'm going to try to come back and check on you guys in Charlotte periodically. But of course, we have other stuff going on as well. We're going to try to go over all of it. We got a severe thunderstorm warning now in Virginia for, wait for it, a blip. There it is. We had a little blip near West Gretna Road, and then 30 minutes later, it's now a hail-producing and damaging wind-producing cluster of blips that's moving towards Crystal Hill and Nathalie. My goodness, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in Massachusetts as well. And these are huge. These are huge storms. Look at this. These are some of the bigger storms that we have out there today.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Get ready for some hail and some wind in Sturbridge and Southbridge, Massachusetts. We're going to come check back in on you guys, but unfortunately, we just got a PDS tornado warning. A PDS tornado warning is issued whenever we are pretty well convinced that we've got a large damaging tornado on the ground, and that's happening now in Illinois near Marion. We have a tornado down here near Crab Orchard Lake moving up towards Marion. It's going to enter Marion on the side of town where Bainbridge and Timmins is. So if this stays down, we should have an image of that for you from Storm Chaser Nick Gorman, who is close. He's close. He's not quite right in there just yet. So we're going to keep an eye on Nick's feed. We're going to put up the storm chasers for you, and we're just going to call out locations because, of course, when we get a PDS tornado warning, we have to focus on this. I'm going to stand up. This deserves if you're just now tuning in, a very serious situation in Williamson County, Illinois, a particularly dangerous situation. If you're in Marion, Illinois right now, your life's in danger because we have a big tornado near Crab Orchard Lake moving up towards you. Let me pull some stuff up here. Marion, Illinois. I believe we might be able to see some of this from Nick Gorman's feed here shortly. So we're going to just keep an eye on that feed there on the bottom right side of your screen. The tornado right now, once again, is coming together around Crab Orchard Lake. And it's going to continue to move up towards the Marion and Bainbridge area. Some of the places that this is near right now is going to be the Hampton Cemetery, the Crab Orchard National Wildlife Refuge, and the Crab Orchard Park the park grounds. And then also, we're going to see this come up somewhere. Now, this is a pretty big area, okay, but we want to make sure we have a large margin of error. Somewhere between the Holiday Inn Express and the SI or SL Bowl Family Fun Center, okay? Somewhere in there is the corridor into which this tornado is going to be able to go. It's going to cross Highway 13 at some point here. Hopefully it goes in that area. If not, then this might come up towards Marion, and it could very well go right through the center of town. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but we need everybody in Marion to be in their safe spots. If this does go into Marion, it's going to come into town on the southwest side. If you guys know where the Marion High School is, if you know where Westminster Drive is, FedEx, if you know where the big FedEx ship center is, that's where the tornado would come into Marion from. It would exit town somewhere over there between the Marion Park District and Spillertown. Let's talk to Nick. Go ahead, Nick.
Trust you guys a view of this Carbondale storm. There's a lot of street flooding going on and traffic because we're just out. Right now our game plan is hook slice here and hopefully give you guys a view here pretty soon.
Okay. I am seeing a few pictures of this thing, I think, on social media. So it is there. It's out there. Oh, yeah. I'm retweeting a video now from Nicholas. Nicholas, he's got a video of a tornado on the ground east of Carbondale. So this is our storm. I'm not going to show it. He might be a storm chaser. We want to protect the copyright of our storm chasers there. But just know for a fact now that we've got video confirmation of a tornado here east of Carbondale moving up towards Marion. And that's also why we've got a observed PDS tornado warning out here as well. Let me read some information on that. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter, and mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Thankfully, right now, I think that this thing, if the tornado is on the ground at this very moment, I think that I think it's over a lake. However, it won't be for long. Okay, it's going to eventually come right up into Marion if this thing stays on the ground. This thing's about to get absolutely pummeled by a lot of showers that have formed here, which will either be constructive or destructive in the formation of a new tornado here if we get a cycle on the supercell. There's a lot of storm chasers right now in Marion, so as soon as we hear something else about this tornado, we'll be able to relay that information to you. But right now, what we've got is a really clear radar image of a hook. Okay, this is what we call our hook echo right here. That's one of the telltale signs that we've got a tornado. Also, if we go over to the velocities, we do have a little bit of a velocity couplet here. And on top of that, we've got confirmation from several trained storm spotters that this thing is at least has been on the ground recently, and it could still be on the ground moving towards Marion, Illinois. And we have yet to see anything from Nick, his stream yet. But he's getting close. New tornado watch in Texas, Dallas, Texas, Tyler, Waco, all the way down to Austin, Texas. Under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. Central now. We'll add 10 million people to the list now that are under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. tonight. Of course, we're going to be covering all these storms as well. So if you know anybody in Texas around Dallas, Tyler, Marshall, Palestine, Waco, Killeen, Austin. Send this to them. Let them know that we're going to be here for them 100% wall-to-wall, completely commercial-free, no charge to them, with access to some of the best storm chasers in the world. I'm sure we've got some LSM members in Texas chasing these storms tonight, and we will talk to them if need be. Now, if you're just now tuning in, we're not talking about Texas right now. We're mostly concerned about this storm in Illinois, as it is, sparked a PDS tornado warning here.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Bainbridge, Timmins, and Marion, Illinois. At one point here, we had a tornado down just east of Carbondale. I don't know if we still have a tornado down, but we very well could, and we need everybody in Marion and Spillertown and Pittsburgh, Illinois, to take shelter now. Let's go look at Brad Arnold's storm. He's still on the storm that's coming up towards Big Rock, Tennessee now. It's also got a tornado warning on it. The rotation on radar doesn't look very impressive, but I think once he gets by these trees here, we're going to get a good view of the base as he gets closer to that. We had a storm go by Clarksville and Turnersville, Tennessee, that produced a couple of tornadoes. That's still tornado warned for Cross Plains, Tennessee. I'm hesitant to say that it looks like the storm has fallen apart, but it does look like that again as it moves towards Portland. However, we know that this storm has a history of producing multiple tornadoes, so let's get ready in Portland just in case for maybe another tornado warning here in the near future. Charlotte, North Carolina. The winds are finally calming down, I believe, in the downtown area. They're really picking up, though, a little bit farther to the south and east. Matthews, Harrisburg, get ready, all the way down there towards Wingate, North Carolina. 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Same thing for you guys in Chester, South Carolina, Carlisle. Get ready for 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds and maybe up to lime-sized hail with that supercell coming out of Union. We've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Portland, Columbia, and Campbellsville, Kentucky, as once again a classic-looking supercell, now with a hail spike on radar. Look at that. A pretty good one. Is moving into the Columbia, Kentucky area. This little signature that you see here is indicative of very large hail in the storm. Right now, the severe thunderstorm warning is for lime-sized hail. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw even bigger hail than that move into Newt, Exie, and Bramlett here soon. This storm is also rotating, but not enough to produce a tornado at the moment. We're seeing a similarly intense storm move up towards Shrewsbury, Sadler, and Martardier? What? Martardier? Something like that in Kentucky over here. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning with up to $half size hail possible. A lot of these storms are going to be moving up towards Louisville in a little bit. So we're going to be keeping an eye on you guys in Louisville here over the next couple of hours. Brett Adair and Brad Arnold both have interesting looking formations on their feeds here. I'm trying to figure out exactly where Brett is. Let me pull that up real quick. Hey, Jamie, thank you for that. Very generous. Live storm chasing. Okay, so Brett Adair is in Hardin, Kentucky. Chandra, if we can get a name change or a location change on Brett Adair to Hardin, Kentucky. There we go. We got it. Stewart County, that's where Brad Arnold is. They're both on really concerning looking storms here. Let's go analyze them on radar. The Hardin, Kentucky storm, which is the one that Brett's on, that we saw maybe a little funnel cloud there just a few moments ago. It's not warned or anything, but it is one of those storms that looks like it could be soon. Okay, that's going to continue to grow and become a problem for us as it goes up towards Rockcastle and Lake Barkley. The storm that Brad's on continues to look more organized here as it goes past Big Rock, eventually up towards Lafayette and Oak Grove. But as you can see from Brad's feed, it doesn't look like anything's making contact with the ground. Okay, let's go update our folks here in Marion. Marion, Illinois, you guys are still under that PDS tornado warning. Here's what I don't want to happen. I don't want anybody to let their guard down, but I've got some good news. The radar reflectivity here looks a lot less impressive now. Whenever that warning was issued, we had a big, nasty hook, okay? Lot more rotation. Now there's a bunch of showers that are absorbing into that supercell, and it's kind of disrupting the balance. I think that if there was a tornado, I think it's gone now. However, it could still be there, so we need you to stay in your safe spot for at least another 20 minutes or so in Marion, Illinois. As soon as we know for sure that there's no tornado, or there is, we're gonna hear that from our storm chasers, and we'll let you know. And as soon as that warning's allowed to expire, we will also let you know about that. This is a crazy situation where we have so many rapidly changing and evolving storms in several different states, all at the same time. We're trying to jump around as much as possible without getting too wild here. Brad's storm, unlike the Marion storm, looks a little bit more, organized now, so maybe Brad's going to see something here in a moment. I do want to go back to Oklahoma and southwest Missouri just to update you guys. South and east of Joplin now, you guys are still under a tornado warning in Granby and Wentworth. However, that rotation is also letting up a little bit. We want you to stay in your safe spots for the next 20 minutes in Granby, Newtonia, and Centerpoint. But hopefully, we're just going to get some strong winds here, maybe some golf ball size hail as the storm moves towards Monett.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And by the way, we've got a storm chaser on that storm. I did not realize that. Brian Emfinger is currently in Neosho, Missouri, right there on our tornado warned storm to the south and east of Joplin. So this is a live look at that storm right now. So as we take a look at that Missouri storm, we're going to come back to the Tennessee area and look at a brand new tornado warning that we just got here for the Paris area. Paris, Big Sandy, Springfield. These areas in Tennessee,
new tornado warning
you are under
issued.
a tornado warning. Take shelter now. We also just got a new tornado warning in Kentucky for areas just south of Hopkinsville. This is associated with the storm that Brad Arnold's on. He's zooming in on it now. What do we got here, Brad Arnold? That don't look good. Definitely got some rotating and rising stuff here. Okay. Now, the problem that we're experiencing is this is a hill. So I don't know exactly how high up into the air we're looking, but it looks to me like that might be a little bit more than an SLC at some point here. We got rising scud. It is looking like it's trying to twist a little bit, so we're going to keep a very close eye on that as Brad make sure that we stay with this storm that's now coming up towards Big Rock. Let's go back to Brian Emfinger once again, who is on our storm back in Missouri. This is the storm that's well to the south and east of Joplin now. We've got a tornado warning out here in Missouri for Neosho, Missouri, also Granby and Wentworth. So we've got a live view of this. And then this is also a live view from Tennessee
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Which we just got a new tornado warning in Tennessee. Okay. We are going to go look at that real quick. New tornado warning now for Portland. Okay, there we go. Good. We talked about this, Portland. It looked like the storm was maybe wobbling down in terms of intensity, but now it's wobbling right back up, and the supercell looks like it's primed and ready to go to try to produce another tornado in Portland, Tennessee. New Deal and Chestnut Hill. Take shelter now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, watching northwest of Springfield, Missouri, near Dadeville, Missouri. This hook has accelerated forward just a bit, and no rotation visible on velocity at all. But watching just the storm characteristics here, I think we could see some sort of warning for that if it continues to surge forward like that and clean out its inflow region. So watching that area here,
hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Very strong
past the south of Boulevard in Missouri here in Polk County.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is another one of those supercells today that looks unbelievably kind of scary, honestly, in the reflectivity point of view. But when you flip over to velocity, not so much. That doesn't mean that it's not capable of producing a tornado. We might see a warning for that soon. Brad's talking to us, so let's pull up Brad. He's got strong rotation. We're going to listen to what he's got to say right now.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Very strong rotation aloft right now, just over these trees, as you can see. I've got it zoomed in, but we may have a tornado here shortly. Ryan, tornado coming to the ground right now. Tornado coming to the ground right now.
Okay, we believe we might have a tornado coming together here on Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's feed. Brad is in Tennessee, right on the border of Tennessee and Kentucky, near Big Rock and Wyatt's Chapel. And my goodness, this is a serious situation. We're going
to a new tornado warning
continue to show you this, but I just got to show you the full scope of the huge supercell that Brian Emfinger is showing us there in Missouri. This is the one that's sparking that tornado warning for Neosho and Granby, Missouri. We just got a new tornado warning in Illinois. This is another great presentation on radar of a supercell with a hook. Rock, Rising Sun, Rom, Julian Hill, Leisure City. You guys are all under tornado warnings. Please take shelter immediately. Velocity, not much to see there. But when you got reflectivity, we've got a big nasty hook. We've seen this happen time and time again today, where even that presentation can produce a tornado. So take shelter in Rock and Rising Sun. This is in extreme southern Illinois. And my goodness, look at all these supercells in West Kentucky right now. This is nuts. We're very lucky that for whatever reason, these storms really haven't been very successful at producing tornadoes so far. We definitely have seen tornadoes. But, man, this is exactly what a huge tornado outbreak would look like on radar. If you didn't have access to velocity and you didn't have access to storm reports, you would think that you're looking at a screenshot from a massive tornado outbreak here. So, hopefully, our trend continues, and for whatever reason, we don't see these touch the ground. But, unfortunately, with every passing moment, we start to notice that these storms are more and more capable of doing that. Look at this. We might be seeing a tornado coming together before our eyes right here on Brad Arnold's stream. That is some rapid rotation. Once again, this is a live look at
a new tornado warning
Big
has
Rock.
been issued.
Big Rock, Tennessee, just south of Lafayette, Kentucky. This is live. We're now, we just got a new tornado warning, so we've got to go look at that. But we're going to keep Brad Arnold on the screen, obviously, at all times, as something's going on over there on the left side of your screen. Let's go over here. I want to show you all the latest warnings. We just got a new one north of Springfield. This is the storm that Andy was talking about. Okay, so the storm that Andy brought our attention to is now officially under a tornado warning, and this is just an insane looking supercell. This is probably the best looking one we've seen all day. Aldrich, Bolivar, Morrisville, Halfway, all of you guys in Missouri near Dadeville, Knox, and Bona need to take shelter immediately. This is a dangerous storm. Once again, would be very surprised if this did not produce a tornado. Wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. We've got 11 tornado warnings now. That most recent one is in Tennessee. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, north and east of that, most recent tornado warning in Missouri here. It's near Max Creek and Camdenton. It doesn't look much from the Springfield radar, but if you take the St. Louis radar and look at it, you'll see an intense mesocyclone. And I think that's because from the Springfield radar, we're sampling it at a beam angle that isn't as favorable to show the rotation that's going on here. Again, with the hook protruding, just like the other storm, I would not be surprised the tornado warning for Camdenton, Missouri, and Camden counties, and also out to the east near Decaturville, eventually Crocker and Iberia in Missouri here around Bremen, Iberia.
Copy.
All right, thank you, Andy. We're watching Camdenton, Missouri. I want to show you that most recent tornado warning here. This now includes Clarksville, Tennessee again, but it's for the storm that Brad Arnold is on. And speaking of Brad Arnold, let's talk to him. Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, Ryan, we did see a quick touchdown back in the trees. It did touch the ground for a split second. There was a storm that popped up in the inflow of it. There's another one now that's south of it. It's going to be going into the inflow as well. So it should cycle back around. But it is a very, very healthy storm, to say the least. I think it'll try to do it again, and it could put down a big one next.
All right. So Brad Arnold is telling us about the storm that he's tracking there. We just saw a tornado, very brief one, closer to Big Rock in Tennessee there. And that storm's going through a little bit of a cycle, a little bit of a change, and it might be able to produce another one as the storm goes somewhere between Pembroke and Clarksville. Okay, Pembroke's in Kentucky, Clarksville's in Tennessee. We got a huge warning box for this. But more specifically, I think we're pretty worried about Oak Grove in the near future for this storm. So y'all watch out. We have got just an incredible amount of activity right now. 34 severe thunderstorm warnings, 9 tornado warnings. Paris, Tennessee, you guys are under a tornado warning. Springville, Big Sandy, that rotation is moving towards you right now. Thankfully, the rotation is not quite intense. However, it is certainly capable of producing a tornado here, so we need you in your safe spot. We've got more storms popping up down here to the south as well. These storms at some point will likely be candidates for tornado warnings. We've just got a huge severe weather outbreak going on right now, y'all. It's hard to pick an area to focus on, to be honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a tornado warning in Oklahoma here soon, with our tail end Charlie back here on this line of supercells that has popped up, over the past couple of hours back here. Now, if we flip over to velocity, like a lot of our other storms, we're not seeing a lot of action from that angle, but we're seeing that shape. We're seeing the supercellular shape. This could be a storm that tries to produce a tornado at some time here up between Big Cabin and Langley. Watch out for that. We've got an ongoing tornado warning for Granby and Fairview in Missouri, just to the north and east of that, and we have a live view of that for you. Hold on. Yeah, this is a live view from Brian Empfinger showing us that storm right now as it comes into Center Point, Missouri. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think we might see, unfortunately, another warning in North Carolina here. Again, we're watching from the terminal radar very down low here near Harrisburg, North Carolina. This is well out of Charlotte now, but there still may be some strong winds back behind this and some stratiform lightning as well. That might be pretty loud because the rain has let up some. But if you look from the Raleigh radar at this storm, you can see that bookend vortex is cranking, to put it in a certain manner here. And that bookend vortex is because we're pushing out this line of storms, like pushing it really forward. The atmosphere's like a fluid, and on that left side, it starts to spin up counterclockwise like that. And we see quite the signature. If that does get warned in Cabarrus County, Stanley counties in North Carolina, that'd be the reason why I don't see anything translating to the surface yet from the terminal radar in Charlotte, only looking about 300 feet above the ground there. So if something was evident from that intense signature there, we'd see it. But there could be a preventative tornado warning for that either way.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Guys, if you are in North Carolina, we've been talking about y'all so much today. We're starting to get some damage reports, some wind damage reports coming out of the greater Charlotte area. We're going to have some of those strong winds move into Wingate, Jars, Wadeboro, and Norwood, and Albemarle soon. But right here on the top side of that, the big Boeing line of storms that's coming out of Charlotte right now, what Andy is calling the bookend vortex right here. There could be, once again, some strong winds in here, and also potentially a tornado moving up towards Concord and West Concord, North Carolina. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think tornado genesis is possibly ongoing east of Neosho, Missouri, headed towards Monett, Pierce City. Currently not in a tornado warning in South Lawrence County in Missouri, here in southwest Missouri. So I believe if you go up a couple tilts, you can see that in action as we wait for the newest scan here. A possible tornado forming now south of Granby, Missouri.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Possible tornado forming now south of Granby, Missouri. Storm chaser Brian Empfinger is in Granby, Missouri. So if that happens, and it looks like it's trying to right now, we're going to see it happen live here through Brian Empfinger's feed. So we've got to watch out for these areas near Newtonia, Jolly, Center Point, and anywhere between Granby and Yonkerville down here in Missouri for the very real chance of a tornado forming right now. I don't know what kind of... Okay, yeah, so this is, once again, Storm Chaser Brian Empfinger in Missouri. He's giving us a view of this. We're going to keep him, in our sights. And then we're going to look at this on radar as well, seeing the tornado trying to come together here as it goes past Granby. Additionally, way back here in southwestern Oklahoma, once again, our supercell, not southwestern Oklahoma, northeastern Oklahoma, on the southwestern side of our line of storms. We've got a supercell coming together that looks like it's trying to maybe produce a tornado at some point. If we look at this from a more distant radar site, meaning that we look higher in the
Ryan, developing tornado right here on the new circulation on the south.
We can see that mesocyclone aloft, but if we go closer, we can't see it as much. But that means that this storm is capable of spinning enough to produce a tornado, and it might be trying to transfer that motion down to the surface now. Let's go and look at Brad's feed. Brad's on top. He's in Stewart County, Tennessee. He's saying that he's got a tornado coming down. This is just to the west of Clarksville. Let's see here. Clarksville, Tennessee. Just to the west, and to the north and west of Oakwood, near Red Top. That's where Brad Arnold is right now, giving us a live look at a tornado trying to come together here as it goes towards the area between Oak Grove and Clarksville, Tennessee. Brett Adair is on the storm to the north of that. Okay, Brett Adair is closer to If I'm not mistaken, he's closer to Canton, Kentucky now. Or Cadiz.
Hey, Ryan, disregard that last message. That was the RFD coming and pushing forward, and it was pulling fog from the trees. I thought it was a tornado. It's very, very tough to see today.
Okay, so that was an update from Brad Arnold. Chandra, if we could get Cadiz, Kentucky, Cadiz, as Brett Adair's location, that would be helpful. So that's what we're looking at here. Brett's storm looks really promising on radar as far as a storm, once again, that looks capable of producing a tornado. Hopefully none of these do. We're about to see one of the bigger mergers that we've seen today, though, of isolated cells. The storm that Brad's on is about to absorb a very large storm just to the south. I think they're going to merge into each other, and the interaction that happens as a result of that will be quite interesting to watch. Once again, we're under a tornado warning between Clarksville and Oak Grove. Please take shelter now. Cadiz, Kentucky. Okay. Here's a photo that Blaine sent me on X of hail in Stewart County, Tennessee. That looks like probably a little bit bigger than baseball size hail right there. So this is coming from Stewart County, Tennessee. A couple of storms right now in Tennessee are capable of doing this, including the one going towards Lafayette and Oak Grove right now, and Clarksville, Tennessee. Cadiz. All right. Y'all know what I'm talking about. If you're just now tuning in, we have a bunch of tornado warnings right now, and just even more severe thunderstorm warnings. It's honestly kind of difficult to keep up with, but we're trying our best. Brad Arnold's given us a live view of the storm there, coming in the general vicinity of Clarksville, Tennessee. So we've got you guys covered. We've got another storm coming towards Clarksville from the south and west that's probably going to cause problems for you guys after this one gets past you. We've got much more storms forming to the south. I mean, Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, West Kentucky. This is going to be a long night. We've got a lot of storms coming together here, and a lot of them have tornado warnings on them. Down here in South Carolina and North Carolina, we continue to have severe thunderstorm warnings. I think that we're about to see some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-sized hail moving into Norwood, Ansonville, Wadesboro, and Wingate in North Carolina. We're also starting to see maybe some supercells, some larger storms form out in front of that line in places like Laurinburg and Lumberton, North Carolina. Get ready for strong winds in Winnsboro, Great Falls, and Heath Springs in South Carolina. Maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds coming towards y'all. In Kentucky, this crazy-looking storm that you can see on the bottom right side down there from Jennifer in Columbia, Kentucky. That's the storm that we're looking at here on radar now. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for up to ping-pong ball-sized hail all the way over towards Casey Creek and Liberty. But we've got Jennifer giving us a live view of it right now. This is what's coming for you. Inside of that nasty-looking storm, we've got maybe 1.5 inches in diameter hail. Get ready. Strong storm with big hail coming into Snap and Hilltop, Kentucky as well. And we just got a new tornado warning in Kentucky for Cadiz. And storm chaser Brett Adair. If you look at the array of storm chasers that we're looking at here, Brett Adair is in Cadiz, Kentucky, giving us a view of that. got a team of some of the most capable storm chasers in the world, giving us direct ground eye information, ground level information from these storms, so we don't just have to rely on radar today. But man, we just got another tornado warning. I don't know if is our overlay not updating. One second. Okay, so we've got a new tornado warning here for Goreville and Lick Creek in southern Illinois. Wow. If you are in Goreville or Lick Creek, either one of those in the I-57 corridor south of Kelly's and north of Saratoga in Illinois, you've got to take shelter now. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings as far north now as well into more south central portions of Indiana. Storms popping up over here near Bedford and Mitchell. We've also got big storms in daggone Rhode Island right now. 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail is about to move into Providence, Rhode Island. Wacky stuff. I mean, this is talk about a widespread severe weather outbreak. Boston, you guys are also probably going to get in on some pretty strong winds and maybe some hail as well as these storms work towards your area. And then northern Vermont. In northern Vermont, there's a severe thunderstorm warning right now. It'll be allowed to expire probably in about 16 minutes. We've got a tornado watch in Texas. Oh, Ryan, tech guy, restarted the warning service. Ryan, I'm sorry you had to do that. I know you're on. You didn't have to do that. Okay, so we've got a tornado watch over here in Texas, and we're starting to see our first couple of blips. All right, just a few moments ago, we had this unsuspecting blip near Lometa, Texas. Now, it's very quickly turned into a pretty large storm. This will probably at some point have a severe thunderstorm warning associated with it at least. And we're going to watch probably multiple storms get their act together here in Texas, and we're going to be tracking storms near Dallas here soon. All right? So let's take a look at all of our tornado warnings again. Let's go back to the 3-view so we have a pretty big radar site so we can take a look at each map up close. Pierce City, Monett, Wentworth, and Hoburg in Missouri. You guys are under a tornado warning. You need to take shelter now if you haven't already. Additionally, Bolivar and Halfway in Missouri, you guys are under a tornado warning right now. Take shelter if you haven't already. Down here in extreme southern Illinois, we've got Goreville under a tornado warning. You guys need to take shelter. We've got a plethora of supercells that are likely soon to become tornado warned here in West Kentucky, but aren't yet there yet. A couple of them have severe thunderstorm warnings, like the one near Seabury and Livermore and Hartford. But we do have a tornado warning for Cadiz, Kentucky now. We've got a tornado warning for Oak Grove and Pembroke, Kentucky. And my goodness, we've got a huge storm now working into Clarksville, Tennessee. It looks to me like we're very likely going to have greater than tennis ball sized hail with that one as it comes in. Look at that last scan. The last couple of scans there, you can see the blacks visible on the reflectivity, indicating that we've got some extreme precipitation, maybe some very, very large hail here. I know we've got a lot of people watching right now from Clarksville, Tennessee. Don't do it unless you can do so safely, but when the storm passes or something, maybe send us some photos, some reports of the hail there in Clarksville. We'd be very interested to see that over on X. Or Twitter. My handle is @RyanHall, y'all. Clarksville, you guys have just been the center of attention today. I'm sorry about that. But unfortunately, that storm that's coming up into Clarksville now, that's really strong and is producing the hail, also looks like it has some tornadic characteristics to it, and this might be something that produces a new tornado warning soon for places around Clarksville. So we're watching that very closely. If you know anybody in Clarksville, please let them know about this. We just got a new tornado warning at some point here south of that, down here in near Lobelville, Tennessee. Lobelville, Pleasantville, Centerville. You guys are under a tornado warning now, way down here to the north of Clifton, Tennessee. This is in a radar hole. It's hard to tell what's going on exactly, but there is some rotation. Get to shelter in Lobelville, Tennessee, and Buffalo. A crazy amount of warnings today. And of course, we're about to see those 70-mile-per-hour winds now move through Norwood and Wadesboro. All right, 1 second. There's so many of you sending stuff over on Twitter. I'm trying to make sure we're showing everything that's relevant. Also, it's extremely hot in this studio right now. Give me just a second, Andy. If you've got anything to talk about, I'll be away from the mic for about 30 seconds to a minute here.
Okay, Ryan. Unfortunately, all of my radar sites are delayed by about 10 minutes now, so I'm doing my best. The best I can to keep up, but I am stuck, almost useless here without updating radar. So it's very important that the software we have works consistently. And at the same time as not being able to receive radar updates, our warning system is also not coming through quite readily here. So working with 8 minutes behind data, I wouldn't be surprised if there is also a tornado warning to the south of our current one near Decaturville, Tennessee. This would be north of Waynesboro and up to Hohenwald and Kimmins here. I think hopefully we can catch up on this radar data so that we can keep you up to date, or I can do my part to keep you up to date with the best possible coverage here. In addition to that, I wouldn't be surprised with a continuation of the warning near Big Sandy, Tennessee, out in front into Houston County, Tennessee, and southern Stewart County in Tennessee. I think all those warnings are now starting to come through, almost like a backlog of them. There's so much going on. In addition to that, big hail is in Clarksville, Tennessee right now. This warning was upgraded to destructive severe thunderstorm. That may come through, and you'll hear the alert for that perhaps. I think it's only I think that alert only happens if it's a new warning. This one was upgraded. So baseball size hail is falling in Clarksville, Tennessee right now. That's definitely one you want to be away from windows and any glass in your home or wherever you're at, any establishment in downtown Clarksville, because that can definitely crack some glass here, and that'll come up towards St. Bethlehem in the northeast side of Clarksville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there's the extension of that warning. That is a current warning, so that came through right for Houston and southern Stewart counties in Tennessee, right as I mentioned that. So that was good. We've got the extension of that warning. It looks like all of our systems are back up to date here, and we're catching up. In addition to that, I would be definitely taking shelter in Lobelville, Tennessee, northern side of Perry County, Tennessee, and out towards Centerville, Tennessee, in Hickman County. That storm looks pretty nasty, and the area of concern where a tornado could be going on north of Linden is kind of being nudged to the north by this storm just south of it. So I think that could accentuate a tornado genesis here in a very short term. And on that latest scan from the Nashville radar, Ryan, it certainly looks like that's trying to happen. So we should probably take a close look at that, maybe a mesoscale dive, just in case this does, have a debris signature on the next scan.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Y'all, we've got a lot going on here. I do, really quick before we get into that, we just watched a really big storm go through Charlotte and that area, and we're getting word now that there's well over 100,000 people without power now in the Charlotte area. So those storms are really packing a punch as they continue to move down into other parts of North Carolina. Okay, now we've got a tornado warning for McKinnon, Stewart, Aaron, and Cumberland City in Tennessee. It looks like a tornado is really trying to come together here for McKinnon and Stewart. We're going to give you an idea of some other landmarks that could be associated with. And then if we get a confirmed warning here, we'll go even deeper as the storm comes up towards Cumberland City. So if you know where the McIntosh Cemetery is, the Tennessee Ridge Ace Hardware, the Mathis Cemetery, that's the channel. Draw a line between those areas in your mind. That's the general vicinity where the tornado could be or will be in the next couple of minutes if that touches the ground. Okay, and it looks like, we've seen a lot of supercells today that look like this, but this one does look like it's ready to produce a tornado as it comes up towards Cumberland City, Tennessee. Additionally, we currently have baseball-sized hail falling in the Clarksville, Tennessee area. Brad Arnold is getting close to that. Is he going to drive into that? Brad, are you going to drive into these baseballs? I don't know if he's planning on turning north here or what, but baseball-size hail, a destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for Clarksville, Tennessee now. That'll be moving up into Forest Hills.
We'll just see what happens. I'll put a teaser out there. Just stay tuned.
All right. So Brad Arnold is near Clarksville, Tennessee, driving right into what might be the core of this storm and where it's producing the baseball-sized hail. Get ready for that up there in St. Bethlehem, Hampton Station, and Charlestown Estates. Additionally, we've probably got some very large hail occurring with our storm down here near Leatherwood. Really intense signature on radar here. It's also rotating a little bit. Get ready in Flatwoods and Hohenwald, Tennessee for maybe bigger than golf ball sized hail. And then, of course, we've got that tornado warning for Lobelville and Whitfield, Tennessee as well. Okay. and this storm is, looking pretty concerning. Hopefully we've got people in their safe spots out here between Pleasantville, Lobelville, and Whitfield. We'll come right back to that one. But it's been a moment since we've updated you on the tornado warning in southwestern Missouri. Okay, we've got a tornado warning for Monett in southwestern Missouri. We still have a storm chaser on that, Brian Emfinger, if we can get an update on his location. I think he's probably moved from there. Just in case. But Brian Emfinger is giving us a view of this storm. We'll pull him up as soon as we get his feedback. But get ready in Pierce City and Monett, Missouri for a potential tornado. We're also watching more storms pop up on the southwestern side of this line in Oklahoma. Those will have the potential to try to produce tornadoes later as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, looks like the beginning stages of something trying to spin up here to the north and east of Evansville in Indiana, South Indiana here near Booneville. You can play back the last few scans of velocity, especially on that storm, and just see that, yeah, it looks like it might try to rotate here soon here in Warwick County for Booneville, Indiana. So just have an eye on that. Not tornado warned, quite a few minutes away from it if it does continue that sort of look and signature to it.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention up here to Booneville in southern Indiana. You can see the rotation coming together with that storm. You can also see a little bit of what would be considered a hook here on the front side of the storm near Booneville. Get ready for potentially a tornado warning in Rolling Acres and Tennyson, Indiana here in the next little bit, as that looks more than capable of producing a tornado. Gallatin County and Saline County, Illinois, just got a new tornado warning. That's going to be this storm over here that's coming towards Equality. Get ready in Equality, Illinois, and Junction, Illinois. Also, Rudiment, Somerset, Pikeville, and areas just south of Harrisburg. So if you live in Pikeville, take shelter now. This is crazy, y'all. There's so much going on. It's hard to keep up with. I want to update you on the other tornado warning that we have down here in Illinois as well, around Goreville. I do believe they're going to allow this one to expire because it doesn't look like that rotation's there anymore. But Buddy is the rotation there coming into Equality and Junction over the next 31 minutes. Get ready in Louisville, Kentucky. Some of these storms are going to try to work their way up towards you, and some of the ones that are working towards you are producing big hail right now and damaging winds, like the one that's coming into Owensboro in the next couple of minutes. Owensboro, Kentucky, get ready for maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Get ready in Fordsville, Kentucky for the same thing. And then we're continuing to watch this really
tornado watch
impressive storm south of what is that? Elizabethtown, producing ping pong ball size hail, getting ready to move into Bonneville, Kentucky. And we just got a new tornado watch. If somebody can send me the link to that. It's not up yet? Okay. And Allie, what you were doing was great. It was perfect. If you've got anything else you can send my way, that would be awesome.
Ryan, do you have a second?
Yeah, so go ahead, Andy, and then we'll talk to Ryan. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, a big tornado on the ground in north of Mitchellsville, Illinois. That was just that most recent warning. And given the appearance on radar, use the Evansville, Indiana radar. You can see it there. A big debris ball on the correlation coefficient from Paducah radar. So use both sites. to take a look at that. And I think we're going to see a warning for the storm just behind it too. Well, maybe not, because it is outflow dominant. It's got to suck that outflow boundary in first. But if it does that, then a warning would come behind it. But big tornado likely to be confirmed here north of Mitchellsville, Illinois, heading towards Equality, Illinois, and then Shawneetown into Gallatin County.
All right, thank you very much, Andy. Let's hear from Ryan. Go ahead, Ryan. All right, we're going to give him a second here.
I'm on the tornado warning storm near Monett, Missouri here. Just had a brief funnel and a rapidly rotating wall cloud just passed overhead and is now moving off to my east.
All right, Chandra, let's make sure we get Ryan Scholl up somewhere. He's on our tornado warning storm in Missouri, and he's seeing some concerning stuff. Andy just brought our attention back to the storm that is near Pikeville and Harrisburg in Illinois. This is likely producing a tornado as it approaches Equality. We need you to take shelter immediately. This might be a problem for you all the way over towards Old Shawneetown and Junction and Shawneetown. The old and the new Shawneetown. We're also looking at Creal Springs or Creal Springs for the potential for a tornado
has
here
been issued.
In the next little bit if the storm can suck in the outflow boundary here. But right now, we got a tornado warning that just came through there. It was a reported and observed tornado warning now for, I believe, our storm that we are... Oh, no, it's for that storm. It's for the Creal Springs storm. So this must have done that. It must have actually wrapped in that outflow boundary that we were just talking about. And now we've got a tornado actually on the ground, confirmed by weather spotters, moving towards into Pope County, Johnson County, Williamson County, and Saline County in southern Illinois. We need you to take shelter in Creal Springs. We've got a tornado on the ground coming into town right now. Creal Springs, right after that, it's going to go towards Palzo, Stone Fort, Newcastle, and Old Town. Please take shelter immediately.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now we've got a new tornado warning for Hardin County, Crittenden County, Crittenden County, and Union counties in Kentucky. This is a very serious-looking storm coming into just on the north side of Elizabethtown. Okay, on the north side of Elizabethtown, coming over towards Sturgis, Kentucky. Tornado warning. Take shelter now. We've got a tornado warning also back here for Equality. That's another one that we're concerned about producing a tornado in the very near future. Tennis ball-sized hail and a tornado is on its way right now to Sweetwater, Ashland, and Topsy in Tennessee. And holy smokes, this is definitely a concerning look to a storm. We can see the big forward flank, and we can start to see the base here. Even from this distance, you can see a very well-defined hook on velocity. We can actually see a little bit of rotation here between Flatwoods and Leatherwood. This is an extremely dangerous storm, likely producing a tornado now as it moves up towards Hohenwald, Tennessee. Take shelter now. We currently have multiple storms that are either capable of producing a tornado or are currently producing a tornado across several areas in Tennessee, between just north of Lawrenceburg and up towards Clarksville, in Kentucky and Illinois. We also have several storms in Missouri that are capable of producing tornadoes, and maybe a storm that's producing a tornado right now near Monett in Missouri. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl has a view of that storm for us that we're going to keep a very close eye on, just in case he sees another funnel cloud or whatever he saw earlier. So we've got eyes on these storms everywhere. You can't get it. You can't get by us. If you're trying to sneak a tornado around us right now, we've got eyes in every state on every one of these storms almost. We've obviously got a lot of other warnings outside of what I just told you, but I think it's important that we kind of focus on the tornado warnings right now, and then maybe the destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, we've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for areas just east of Clarksville, St. Bethlehem, Hampton Station.
Ryan, I have a tornado on the ground right in front of me. It's picking up debris.
All right, that's Ryan Scholl. Ryan Scholl, we're going to go back to him. Is this Chandra, am I looking at Ryan Scholl's feed here? Is this?
Yep, that's his.
Okay, all right. So Ryan Scholl is in Berry County, Missouri. I'm not seeing much of anything, but he's saying that he's got a tornado in front of him here. Okay, I see it. I think I see it now. We've got a very strong storm capable of producing a tornado. And we've got multiple reports from different sources here of a tornado near Monett, Missouri. So take shelter if you're in Monett. You're also under a tornado warning from the National Weather Service, okay? Powerful storm moving between Pierce City and Monett right now as Ryan Scholl gets overtaken by the rear flank downdraft. Wow. Right now, we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for St. James in Missouri, Rolla, Missouri as well. This is for up to apple-sized hail. Apple-sized hail moving into areas just east of Rolla and St. James right now. We have so many warnings, it's not even funny. If you're just now tuning in, this is a massive severe weather outbreak that's happening. We have tornado warnings in Illinois, Tennessee, Missouri, in those places right now. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in Missouri, Tennessee, North Carolina, Kentucky, South Carolina, Tennessee, Massachusetts, Connecticut.
New information. This tornado
Iowa
warning has been upgraded.
Virginia, and Vermont. Now we have a PDS tornado warning. What the heck? Okay, PDS tornado warning for Equality, Kedron, Eagle, Somerset, Lawler, and Junction in Illinois. This is our most convincing and easy to depict velocity signature that we've seen all day. Thank goodness we can see this thing. Unfortunately, it's down on the ground. But it's good that we can see it because at least I can tell you where it is and where it's about to be. Right now, this tornado is somewhere to the north and west of Somerset, Illinois. Let me put some motion on this. It's moving almost due east, maybe east-northeast towards Horseshoe and Equality. Okay, so right now, that tornado is going to be near the Rourke Cemetery. Okay, it's going to be moving along the Saline River towards the Saline County State Fish and Wildlife Area. If you know where Glen Jones Lake is, that's one of the next places that the tornado is likely going to be. All right, if you know where Glen Jones Lake is. From there, it's going to go over Shawnee Forest Road and then go somewhere between Kedron and Equality. It'll probably cross the Shawnee Forest Road there near Jack's place. So keep that in mind as we continue to watch this storm develop. Once again, a PDS tornado warning is only ever issued in a situation where we've got a big, nasty tornado on the ground and we're fairly sure about it. And this one is observed. Let me read here. It's a radar confirmed tornado on that one. And the way we got to that conclusion was through this right here. This is our debris signature. What this is showing us is there's a lack of correlation in the size of objects in the air. There's trees or leaves or pieces of something in the air in the sky here that's a different size than the raindrops around it. So we drop the correlation coefficient and it paints it blue on our computer software for us, and we can see around where that tornado is and where the debris is being lofted into the air. Once again, north and west of Somerset in Illinois, moving east, northeast towards Eagle, Kedron, and Equality. Take shelter immediately. You've got to get into the lowest, most interior room of a sturdy building. Okay, you got to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, and potentially maybe even wear a helmet. Bring me with you. Bring a charged phone, a charged tablet, something like that, and put on shoes. You might have to evacuate the premises, and you might need to, walk over glass. You might need to walk over nails, or something like that. And in that situation, you don't want to be in your flip-flops. Wear closed-toed shoes. Don Murray here is getting close to a tornado-warned storm out there near Aaron in Tennessee. We've got a live view of that from within the Radar Omega app. So we're going to keep an eye on him as we monitor some of these other storms as well. Tornado-warned storm continues to move towards Hohenwald, Tennessee. Take shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, just about bet we see a confirmed tornado warning that would go into northeastern Berry County, Missouri, and southeastern Lawrence County, Missouri for Verona, Aurora. That's a storm Ryan Scholl is on. It does look like he's stuck in the rain, so he's not talking to us, but I see a debris signature there on correlation coefficient and Titan velocity right on this last scan as of about 45 seconds ago. So I think we see an observed warning here. Please take shelter in Verona, Aurora, and Marionville in Missouri.
Thank you very much.
A new tornado
Andy,
warning
and
has
right
been issued.
on cue, we've got ourselves another tornado warning here for Globe, Verona, Aurora, all the way down towards Marionville, Hurley, and Billings, just as Andy was talking about here. As it does look like this is producing a tornado near Globe. Take shelter immediately. This is going to be near Highway 60, which is where Ryan Scholl is now. He's trying to get back ahead of this thing so he can give us a view of it, but it'll be going over Highway 60 between Globe and Verona, and then immediately towards Aurora, Missouri. Take shelter immediately. Golf ball size hail is possible on top of the tornado threat. Checking back in on our southern Illinois friends as we continue to have that PDS tornado warning in effect for Equality and Horseshoe and Kedron and Eagle. This is going to be moving towards Junction here soon. You're still under a PDS tornado warning. That is a particularly dangerous situation. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Preferably get underground. If you can't do that, bathroom, interior bathroom, closet, that works. And then just keep me with you. We'll let you know whenever it's time to come out. This warning's going to expire in 16 minutes. We'll see if they update that or expand it. But right now, just kind of stay in your safe spot. Also, we're looking... a little bit more concerning on our storm that's coming into Stone Fort and Old Town in Illinois. You guys get ready over there as well.
New information. This tornado warning
confirmed
has been upgraded.
Tornado warning now in Missouri, Christian County, Berry County, Lawrence County, Stone County. That is, I believe, that's the storm that Andy was just talking about and that Ryan Scholl is on. We've got a confirmed tornado on the ground now between Monett and Globe moving towards Aurora, Pleasant Ridge, and Verona. Take shelter immediately. Downstream, this is going to potentially impact Marionville, Hurley, and Crane. Once again, it's going to be Berry, Lawrence, and Stone counties in Missouri. We've got 40 warnings right now, 10 tornado warnings, 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. A huge severe thunderstorm warning was just issued on the to the west of Nashville. That includes Dixon, Van Leer, Cumberland Furnace, and Charlotte, Tennessee. This is going to be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We continue to have severe thunderstorm warnings out here in North Carolina as well. 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be as possible all the way down there towards Chesterfield and Patrick. There's a severe thunderstorm warning in Virginia right now, south and west of Petersburg near Blackstone. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, the storm that was near Rolla in Missouri has a grapefruit-sized hail reported with it, 4.5 inches.
Ryan, I got a large uncondensed cone tornado on the ground.
Okay.
This looks to be the
Ryan
tornado.
Scholl's on that tornado in southwest Missouri. Grapefruit size hail is reported near Rolla, and that's headed to the south and east. So that's some major hail damage is going to happen with that storm, with grapefruit size hail as it approaches Cook Station and Howes Mill in pretty much central southeastern Missouri here. So please watch out for that. Massive hail damage has been reported to cars and roofs. So this is going to do this supercell means business.
All right, thank you, Andy. I think I'm seeing power flashes from the tornado that we've got in front of Ryan Shoal here. So once again, this is just an additional confirmation of a tornado down on the ground right now doing damage to the west of Aurora, Missouri. Now, I don't see a fully condensed funnel that goes to the ground or anything like that, but I definitely am seeing some of the debris, and I certainly just saw some power flashes there underneath that bowl lowering that you see on the top of your screen. So there's a tornado ongoing here, and hopefully everybody out in front of this thing is aware of it and is getting into their safe spots down there in Pleasant Ridge and Globe in Missouri. I want to try to tell you exactly where Ryan Shoal is, and then give you a little bit of a more mesoscale look at this, because Aurora is a little bit of a more populated area. We want to make sure everybody there knows what's going on as the storm approaches you. We can also see some of that debris in the road here that Ryan Shoal's driving by. Aurora, Missouri. Excuse me, sorry. All right, so Ryan Shoal's current location is just to the north of Lux Detailing on Highway 60. All right, the tornado that I saw doing damage is just to his north and east there, I believe, near the Spring River Farm. It's going to continue to go up towards Freedom Dream Center and the Walmart Supercenter on the south side of Aurora. So take shelter now if you are in Aurora. We've got kind of a low resolution view of what's going on here. I know it doesn't look like a traditional tornado to you, but I'm telling you, there's a tornado doing damage right now underneath that dark area you see on the right side of your screen. So that'll go once again towards the Walmart Supercenter on the south side of Aurora. All right. Thank you for putting Ryan in one. We're going to continue to track some of these other storms as well, but it's very important that we, focus on some of the more immediately life-threatening situations, which this is one of them. Pretty populated area, getting ready to get hit by a tornado. Let's look at that last scan. Yeah, so this is getting really close to the Walmart now. Once it gets past that, it's going to go maybe towards the Hogtie Barbecue, the King's Auto Service. It's going to parallel Highway 60 up there towards the Buck Prairie Baptist Church, okay? So we're going to come right back to that. We're going to keep Ryan Shoal's camera above my head there. And then I want to take you to the Rolla Missouri storm and show you that report that came in near Doolittle. 4.5 inch in diameter hail. That's grapefruit size hail. Major hail damage to cars, roofs, etc., etc. These large hailstones and extremely damaging winds are going to be moving into Steelville here soon. Get ready for that. I believe Ryan just pointed the camera towards the tornado again. So you guys just saw that. That's still something that we're dealing with. Back here in Tennessee, we've got a pretty dangerous situation happening here between Ashland and Hohenwald. We've got a tornado, I think, developing here near Sweetwater, Tennessee, and Buffalo Valley, moving towards Hohenwald, Tennessee. Hopefully everybody over there is taking shelter as well. This is also going to come with its own problems with hail. Tennis ball size hail is likely falling in Hohenwald right now. If it's not, then it's coming. And then our other tornado warnings that we're continuing to watch, let's see here, Friendship, Lakeshore, and Murphy Ford is still under a tornado warning. In Kentucky, make sure you're in your safe spot. Still under a tornado warning in Caseyville and Sturgis over here on the border of Kentucky and Indiana, or Illinois, sorry. This continues to look like a pretty concerning storm, so you guys stay in your safe spots. And then we've got that, observed tornado warning still for Equality Junction, Kedron, and Gibsonia in Illinois. That's going to last at least for the next 8 minutes. We'll let you know what to do once that expires. Tornado warning still for Old Town, Illinois as well. And then we've got our huge, massive junction of severe thunderstorm warnings down here in the Carolinas. Those storms look like they're losing some steam, but you could still expect 60-mile-per-hour winds within the next hour or two all the way down there towards Florence and Bennettsville, South Carolina. Back to our storm here to the south and west of Springfield. We've got a great view of this now from Ryan. Big tornado. Big tornado, once again, south of Verona, near the town of Aurora in Missouri. This is a live look at that right now. Once again, this might go near the Walmart Supercenter in Aurora, the Freedom Dream Center, Packwood Furniture. Additionally, we've got to be worried about maybe the Maple Park Cemetery area, Nathan's Mobile Service, Marty's Auto and Machine, Spring River. If you guys know what I'm talking about here, this is the area where that tornado's going right now. This is a live look at a tornado on the ground near Verona, Missouri, moving towards Aurora, Missouri. And that last scan there continues to look quite concerning. If you are in the Walmart parking lot in Aurora, you probably see a similar view as to what we're seeing from Ryan Scholl here. Additionally, this could go across Highway 39. It's north of the Stoles Fresh Farm Market, right there near the Spring River, okay? All right, so Ryan's turning around so he can stay in front of it. Just going to try to see if we can still have a visual on that. Yeah, it's still there. Once again, not your traditional tornado. This is what it looked like when I saw the power flashes earlier. So even though we don't see that making it all the way to the ground, I do think it's still doing damage here right now near the Freedom Dream Center. And once again, it's going to be going towards the Marty's Auto and Machine and the Walmart Supercenter there on the south side of Aurora, Missouri. All right, we've got a picture over on Twitter, I think, from Ryan as well. Yeah, this is what we just saw moments ago. Live on stream here from Ryan Scholl. There's that tornado that's near Monett, Missouri, but now moving up towards Aurora.
This tornado's doing damage. It either hit a house or a barn.
So we still got confirmation that the tornado is doing damage. You can see it doing damage right now on the ground underneath that lowering. Once again, we've got a little bit of a low resolution view here, but you can see so clearly what's going on here. This is a powerful tornado, despite its unusual appearance where it's not fully condensed to the ground. This is a powerful tornado doing damage right now, moving. It's very close to that Walmart Supercenter in Aurora. We want everybody in Aurora, though, to take shelter, whether you're close to that Walmart or not. I know I've been talking about that, but I know that in towns like this, everybody knows where the Walmart is. All right. But even if you're all the way up there towards the Dollar General or Baldwin Park in Aurora, you guys need to be underground right now because this is the kind of tornado that can completely destroy your house. Okay? It can not only just rip the roof off, but tear the walls down too. So make sure that you are underground or in the most interior room of your home with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Currently, there's about 50 other storms going on right now across Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, South Carolina, Virginia, Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and who knows how many other states, Arkansas, Oklahoma. And I'm going to get to those, I promise, but this is a life-threatening situation, I believe, for the people over here in Missouri, so we want to make sure you guys are completely in tune with what's going on out here. Ryan's getting really close to this thing. If you're just now tuning in, on the top right of your screen, we've got the condensation associated with the tornado that's doing damage now near Aurora, Missouri.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
So we're going to go to the radar full here until we get past these trees. Once again, the velocity on radar is very convincing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Pretty much showing us exactly what we said would happen. The storm's coming into Aurora on the southwest side near the Walmart Supercenter. And it's going to do damage there, okay? It's also going to, kind of parallel Highway 265 from there, maybe towards the Hog Tide Barbecue. Eventually, this might impact the Jerry Summers Aurora Municipal Airport area. We got debris flying around here where Ryan is now. Pretty chaotic situation. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, right. The tornado is like right behind Ryan, actually, just about. It's right on him. But I think this could actually get upgraded to a PDS warning, a particularly dangerous situation, especially for the case that's right along Highway 60, which is very dangerous for all the drivers here in south of Aurora, Missouri. So I expect an upgrade to this warning. Unfortunately, this is looking very dangerous. I think Ryan is in a very dangerous position as well, but thankfully he has the visual and the ability to get away from the storm if needed. Wow, that is quite
a new
the
tornado warning has been issued.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Somebody holler at me and bring my attention back to Ryan as soon as we get another visual on that. We've got a tornado warning in Aurora, Missouri. Everybody in Aurora needs to take shelter now. Here comes the PDS upgrade.
New information.
PDS tornado warning for Stone, Lawrence, and Berry counties and Christian counties in Missouri. PDS tornado warning is only ever issued in situations like this where we think a lot of people's lives are in danger here, as a tornado that's capable of doing significant damage is moving into an area right now, and we've got confirmation on that thanks to Ryan Scholl and probably a bunch of other storm chasers out there. So everybody in Aurora and Marionville, Missouri, needs to take shelter now. Additionally, we need Hurley and Billings to take shelter out there as well. So we're going to come back to Ryan as soon as we get a visual from him. But we've got so many other storms going on as well. We're going to come back to this, I promise, here in just a moment. But we've got, a couple other tornado warnings that just came out that I want to update you on, because I know we've got people watching out here in Sturgis, Cullen, Clay, Huron, and Pride in Kentucky. You got a tornado warning for you. This rotation's coming together, so take shelter just in case the tornado comes down. I think we got Ryan back. We do. I don't see anything. He's obviously in a pretty stressful situation, so he might not be.
Ryan, this tornado is heavily wrapped in rain now. I do not have a visual.
Okay. He doesn't have a visual now. So we can't see it through Ryan's feed, but it is there, and it's coming through Aurora here very soon. Okay, so Sturgis, Kentucky takes shelter. Also, down here in Tennessee, still worried about Hohenwald, Gordesburg, New Hampshire, Maple Spring, and Kettle Mills, Tennessee. Y'all need to take shelter as well, as this storm is likely going to produce a tornado at some point. Take shelter immediately. The only confirmed tornado that we have right now that we know for sure is going on is the one down here near Aurora, Missouri. Hopefully, now that it's wrapped in rain, hopefully the balance that is required for tornadoes to happen gets interrupted here, and we see the storm kind of let up a little bit. But right now, this is a very serious situation for Bonham, Bradfield, and Marionville in Missouri. Take shelter. Here's some of that hail from Clarksville, Tennessee. Big time hail expected with all of our severe thunderstorms today in Kentucky and Tennessee. This comes from Instigator 23. Additionally, speaking of tornadoes, we got a picture of a tornado from Nixa in Springfield, Tennessee earlier today. This is from about an hour ago, a little bit more than an hour ago. And then here's another view of that hail from Clarksville. From Paul, if you're just now tuning in, we are doing a live coverage of a broad and massive severe weather outbreak that's taking place across countless states. I don't even know how many states, honestly. So we're going to try to update you on every single storm, but our focus becomes whatever is the most immediately dangerous and life-threatening storm, which is right now this storm in Missouri. Coming up towards Marionville, Missouri, we've got a PDS tornado warning. Ryan Scholl just had a video of, or he just had a live feed of the tornado as it was doing damage. But as of right now, we can't see the tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning in Tennessee. This is going to be for Sladen, Cumberland Furnace, and Van Leer, Tennessee. Take shelter now if you're in any of these places. Don Murray in the Radar Omega app is pretty close to that. Can't see much through his feed right now. It's mostly just a lot of rain. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I'm watching a storm near Licking, Missouri. It's central to the southeastern part. It's our southern supercell there with a hook echo on it, just north of Licking, Missouri, headed towards Salem. Not tornado warned yet. However, I think the environment is favorable looking out in front of this thing. It's got a good amount of helicity, and also, just about everything is going for it with storm relative winds and a weakness in the 1 to 3 kilometers. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tornado warning for this if it continues to look appreciable from St. Louis's perspective.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andy, for the update there. We're going to go through all of these storms in Missouri because I think they all deserve an update here, starting from around St. Louis. It's been a while since we've talked about St. Louis, and I know we've got a lot of people watching. To the south of St. Louis right now, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Belleville and O'Fallon, Waterloo and Columbia. This is going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds and maybe some quarter-sized hail. And then back here towards Sullivan and Leesburg, we've got some 60-mile-per-hour winds moving up towards St. Clair. And then just a really strong storm near Goltra, Keysville, Cook Station, and Limberlost, moving into places like Cherryville, Missouri, producing up to tennis ball size hail and a tornado possible. So get ready for that over the next 39 minutes or so. And then the storm that Andy was just talking about near Licking and Sherrill is showing some signs of rotation, and it might be able to produce a tornado as it comes up towards Salem in Missouri. Y'all watch out and get ready. We just had a tornado with the storm that went near Aurora in Missouri. I think that tornado might have lifted. So let's hope for that anyways. And we're going to see if this recycles and tries to produce another tornado here as the storm comes towards Hurley. So you guys should stay in your safe spots. This is a pretty rapidly developing situation, so this could still be down, or it could have already recycled by now. So just keep that in mind. Don't get too complacent if you're out in front of that thing, and don't come out of your safe spot. We've got Brad Arnold also out there in Tennessee giving us a view of some really interesting stuff. Where the heck is Brad Arnold? Okay, he's down there to the north of Pleasant View, and he's zooming in on a storm that is currently severe thunderstorm warned, and we'll see if he's got anything. He'll radio us. Oh. Okay, unfortunately, I know that things are pretty wild right now, but I have to take about a 5-minute walk away from the computer here for a second. Andy, are you okay? Can you carry the conversation for us?
Yeah, Ryan, I got you.
Okay, thank you so much. I will be right back, guys.
Okay, y'all. We got some time to go today with all the storms that are popping up, and I think conditions are still favorable through central and eastern Tennessee as well. So we'll be here for quite some time for anyone who is tuned in now. Don't miss out on the coverage, because I think we've been doing some really important stuff last few days and today. Okay, so let me go. We have 4 different tornado warnings right now for 4 different storms. I'll go through each of those first, and then we'll look at the next most pertinent things, which could include the storm that Brad Arnold is on right near Interstate 24, west of Springfield, Tennessee. So I do apologize as I'm doing this. If a storm chaser talks, I will not be able to hear him, and we might talk over each other for a second, but it shouldn't be too bad. Thanks for your patience. Also watching the chat just in case. I know it's flying right now, so I can barely see anything. But if something catches my eye, I got you guys. I appreciate you, and as always, thanks for your kind words. And make sure you're taking care of yourself too. Have some water and a snack if you haven't, and you've been glued to our coverage for good reasons, or just to learn some stuff. We appreciate that just as much. So it looks like the tornado warning in southwestern Missouri that we've been covering in depth. Tornado is not on the ground right now, per radar analysis here, and also Storm Chaser visual. Ryan Scholl will have another look at that in just a second, and if he sees anything, he would come through. But it does not look like that storm is producing a tornado right now, as it is heading in between Crane and Billings in Missouri, here in northwestern Stone County, I believe, or northwestern Stone County in Missouri. So that storm is going to pass well to the south of Springfield. For anyone in Springfield, Missouri, you might just get some rain all the way on the forward part of the storm. It looks like well to the south near Highlandville and Nixa is where we'd be concerned for any future developments here. Okay, next up are warnings in Kentucky and Tennessee here. The tornado warning that includes Sturgis, Kentucky, headed towards Dixon, Lisbon, Tilden, along Highway 41A in northwestern Kentucky. Looks like that storm is also looking a bit more unfavorable on radar. I don't see a near-term tornado threat with this as it progresses through the warning. I think it looked a lot more favorable earlier. Continue taking shelter here in Sullivan and Kentucky and surrounding areas there. And hopefully that continues to look not all that worrisome on the radar. Continues to be just a hail and wind threat for that storm. So I expect a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued out ahead of that if the National Weather Service agrees as it passes into Webster County. Down into Tennessee here. Looking in northern Dixon County in Tennessee. Let me bring a radar over there. This is near Sladen and Van Leer and Cumberland Furnace. This was warned for an area of circulation that was kind of wrapped up in all of this rain. Definitely would be rain wrapped, anything happening in here. That has fallen apart. So I expect this tornado warning to be allowed to expire or actually canceled early north of Charlotte in Dixon County, Tennessee. So I think that the rotation that prompted that is no longer there. However, to the north and east, the storm that Brad Arnold's on continues to look more concerning. We have a convergence signature on that storm that Ryan will show you. It is well to the southeast of Clarksville, already passed over Interstate 24 and is headed towards Springfield, Tennessee. So y'all watch out there. It looks like a strong, well-sculpted storm is heading to your area. And that convergence signature is when winds are coming together from the part of the storm that's raining pretty heavily and the inflow into the storm. So when they meet like this, they have the tendency to start to rotate. And I think that we may see the progression of that as it heads towards Springfield, Tennessee, and Brad Arnold will jump in the moment something happens with that. I'm sure we'll hear from him. And Ryan will be back to show you what exactly that progression looks like. I am noting it ahead of time before it happens here. So if there is a warning for Robertson County, Tennessee again, that would be the reason why. So please watch out ahead of that. Down to southern Tennessee here near Hohenwald and up to Columbia, Tennessee. I know quite a few people are probably watching from that area. This is a bit of a radar hole, as you know, but looking from FWLX, a local X-band radar here, I can see that the storm does not look like it's producing a tornado right now, but it is definitely producing a funnel cloud either right now or very recently to the northwest of Summertown, Tennessee. It does have some strong rotation in there, and I think that it will continue to have a chance at producing funnel clouds like this. Hopefully not a tornado here as it heads towards Mount Pleasant and up towards Columbia and Maury County, Tennessee, but I do think it's still a strong supercell with the capability of producing a tornado, and I expect a tornado warning to include Columbia, Tennessee proper if it continues to look like this ahead of time. So y'all watch out ahead of time at Columbia. The tornado warning is to your west, to the west of I-65 as well. But I believe it will approach you in the next 30 minutes or so. Maybe even go a little bit to the south, closer to Colioca and Lewisburg. All right, Ryan, you're free to take back over. And Riley.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy. Yeah, go ahead, Riley. You got something?
Yeah, Ryan, we're starting to see more reports of extensive damage south of Harrisburg, Illinois. We did have a tornado go through there, and it does look like it was quite significant. If I see any more updates come out of that area, I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you very much, Riley. We just got a new tornado warning for... Oh, yeah, okay, my light worked. I just had flashbacks of being muted when I come back from a break. I'm not muted, though. So, anyways, we just got a new tornado warning for Springfield, Coopertown, and Greenbrier, Tennessee. And it looks like that storm is coming together quite quickly. Brad Arnold is on it. So we are going to see this from his point of view here in just a moment. Yeah, thank you so much, Andy, for... keeping us updated here. Okay, So if you're in Springfield, Tennessee, you've got to get back into your safe spot. We had a tornado situation over here earlier today. It's unfortunately deja vu. It's time to get back in there, and let's hopefully this time we don't have an actual tornado, but the storm that's prompting this warning looks quite concerning as it moves over towards Coopertown and Springfield. Take shelter immediately, okay? This is from Ethan. This is what the storm looked like that came through Charlotte about an hour and a half ago. Ethan, thank you so much for sending that in. Remember, y'all, if you want to, if you can, send in photos and videos of the storms that are going through your area, as long as you can do so safely on Twitter. Or X at Ryan Hall, y'all. That's my handle over there. The storms that are coming through the Carolinas, by the way, are moving fast. They're moving fast, okay? So Darlington, Bennettsville, Laurinburg, these places between Florence and Fayetteville and North Carolina and South Carolina. Over the next 45 minutes to an hour, get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds and maybe some quarter-sized hail. Excuse me, y'all. Let's go down to Texas, where we've got our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day for Texas. Remember, there's a big tornado watch down here, so we're expecting to see the growth of the storms down here. Right now, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Gatesville and Oglesby. This is going to be for $50 size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That'll probably eventually impact the Waco area. So keep that in mind. In Kentucky, we've got a tornado warning for areas like Wheatcroft, moving towards Clay, Dixon, and Jolly. Y'all should take shelter immediately if you haven't already. But thankfully, that storm in particular doesn't look as concerning as maybe some of the ones do down here in Tennessee. Once again, I'm really concerned about Coopertown and Springfield. I hope you guys are in your safe spot. This signature that we have here on radar is pretty, indicative of a tornado. Brad Arnold's on this storm, but it looks like we're not getting a feed from him. So we're gonna wait and see what happens there. But we're not getting an active feed from Brad Arnold right now. Mount Pleasant in Hampshire. In Tennessee, you guys are under a tornado warning. We've been tracking this storm for a while. Okay, we've been tracking this storm for a while. We watched it go through Hohenwald, and it dropped some 2-inch in diameter hail. Now it's moving up towards Columbia. This thing's been spinning. It looks like it's capable of producing a tornado. However, it hasn't yet, and it might not, but it also could as it goes up towards Mount Nebo, Chapel Hill, Needmore, and Ashwood. Brad is literally in the middle of the woods right now, so maybe he just doesn't have signal, which would make sense. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, you can get a little more intermittent of an update from Brad's feed on Radar Omega if you want to try that.
Okay. Thank you, Riley. Yeah, we're getting a couple of frames in here and there. If you're just now tuning in, I know we got people constantly pouring in and out. This is what we're talking about today, a widespread severe weather outbreak. We've had hundreds of severe thunderstorm warnings and tons of, we've just had a lot of severe weather today, and we are only 3 hours and 43 minutes into the broadcast, not even halfway through. We do expect the tornado threat and the severe weather threat to continue to be pretty much where it's been throughout the rest of the evening. So make sure you stay tuned with us as the storms are not going to stop anytime soon. Also, if you know anybody in any of these affected areas that aren't currently paying attention to the weather, we can, you can help us spread life-saving information by sharing us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, wherever, TikTok. Or if you don't want to share us, that's fine. Just hit the like button on this stream just like you would a normal YouTube video. Not because we want to feel like we're popular or anything, but because it actually really does work. If enough people interact with the video, the YouTube algorithm will put us in front of somebody that might need the information that we are sharing here. Because there's a ton of people on YouTube just browsing right now in these affected areas. From the Aurora Police Department in Missouri, we got trees down, gas leaks in the Aurora area. Also, there's a trailer jackknifed. No known injuries so far. We got a video in. This one's from Jim in Greensburg, Kentucky, of some more hail. Once again, if you end up under a severe thunderstorm warning today, this is what's possible. You got to get those vehicles under a carport, a garage. If you don't have that, maybe get creative like Jim here and put it under the tree. But keep in mind, might not be the best place because we're also going to see some strong winds that can knock over trees today. Coopertown, our tornado-warned storm that's capable of producing a tornado, is getting awfully daggone close to you. Hopefully everybody in that town is in their safe spot in Tennessee. Additionally, Springfield, this is coming towards you. Chestnut Orchard, Cortland, Oakland, Green Valley, and Greenbrier, Tennessee, take shelter immediately. Here's a view of a storm earlier near Lafayette. Lafayette, Tennessee. So we've got some really ominous presentations from these clouds today associated with these storms. Thank you, Dark Side, for sending that in. Additionally, we've got some flooding already happening right now. This is from Amy in Clarksville. I want to make sure we mention this before we get too deep in the weeds here with our continued severe weather and tornado coverage. Flash flooding tonight is going to be one of the biggest problems that we encounter with this entire severe weather system. All right. What's happening in front of us here is a warm frontal boundary is kind of parking itself, almost stationary, across Kentucky, okay? At some point, it's going to start to move a little bit to the south, or it'll become more parallel like this, and then it'll start moving to the south like this. So there's going to be an extended period of time where somebody in Kentucky or Tennessee or both ends up seeing several hours of torrential downpours, just supercell after supercell, storm after storm going over them. This is already happening a little bit in Clarksville. We're not even close to being done.
A new tornado
big time
warning
flood
has been
event
issued.
is going to be the headline story, I believe, by the end of this storm system for somebody in Kentucky or Tennessee. So keep that in mind. If you live in a flood-prone area, this is going to be a long night of severe thunderstorms and rain and stuff, and flash flooding is going to be life-threatening later. So just make sure you're ready for that if you live in a flood-prone area. New tornado warning in Missouri for Ozark, Nixa, and Highlandville. This is for the storm that Ryan Shoal is on, the one that produced the tornado earlier near Aurora. No longer producing a tornado from what I can tell, but it's still capable of doing so. So we're worried about this. We're concerned about a new tornado may be forming south of Springfield, Missouri, over here near School and Jamesville. Take shelter now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning in Tennessee. This is going to be an extension of our warning that we've been tracking for a while now. This is the storm that went past Hohenwald. Now it's going past Mount Pleasant, and we've got a new warning for Columbia, Tennessee. We've got a pretty strong area of rotation here around Seth, Tennessee. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a tornado that's getting ready to go between Needmore and Hampshire, eventually over there towards Ashwood, Pleasant Hills, West Haven, and then eventually Columbia, Tennessee. Please take shelter. If it's not the tornado that you're worried about, then how about the quarter-sized hail or 60-mile-per-hour winds that's associated with this as well? Obviously, the tornado is the bigger deal here, so we need you to take shelter. But definitely at least get indoors because this is going to be a strong storm. Big supercell here coming into Columbia now. We've got multiple cameras on our Radar Omega app. And it's so nice to see, like, it doesn't really matter which camera I click on here. There's several of you watching. In the early days of Radar Omega, there was, not that many people watching these cameras. So I know that thousands of you guys have downloaded the app, and I'm happy that you've got something that is working really good now. I think it's the best app, and obviously I appreciate you getting it because they're a supporter of the channel, and it helps me and the storm chasers and everybody on the team here if you get that app. So thank you. Christian County, Kentucky now is under a tornado warning. This is specifically for the areas near Crofton, north of Haley's Mill, near Apex. Take shelter. If you're in Apex, Kentucky, we've got a little dangly bit. Little dangly bit right here. We're concerned that it's going to start curling up and maybe produce a tornado here as it goes towards Apex, Kentucky, okay? We've got some storms creeping up on me over here in eastern Kentucky. I'm not sure if they're going to quite make it here. It looks like we've got some stable air, maybe, kind of disrupting the storms before they get here. More flooding. This is from Jay Allen. This is from the Farrell Hospital Family Practice in El Dorado, Illinois. Please share. Yeah, so the hospital's flooded there. That looks pretty significant too. I'm telling y'all, this is nothing compared to the flooding that I think that we will see by the end of this event later tonight. We're going to see some crazy flash flooding, unfortunately. We do have a moderate risk of excessive rainfall from the Weather Prediction Center for parts of Kentucky and Tennessee. So, I'm not the only one saying this. Sorry, y'all. I'm just looking over some of the stuff that you guys are sending. It's very helpful. Some of the most impressive imagery I've seen so far today is definitely from the hail. We've had some very large hail reports. And I think that that's going to continue to be a problem here as we go forward. In fact, the hail situation is probably going to get even worse. Dean Sprague. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted. Just happened to look over there and see that. Thank you so much. That's a big win, big W. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to go over all of the severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings from west to east. And once again, we've got people on the team that will interrupt me if we need to take our attention elsewhere. All right. The farthest west severe thunderstorm warning that we have right now is in Texas. Okay. Way down here near Gatesville and Oglesby, Texas, we've got $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving towards Moody, Texas. We expect more storms to pop up down here, okay? Right now, things are not quite as active as what they could be, so we expect more storms to pop up. We got a tornado watch from Austin, Texas, all the way up to Dallas, Texas. In Dallas right now, not a lot going on, but you see this little faint line here on radar. There might be storms that try to convect along that line. The next farthest west severe thunderstorm warning that we have right now is south of Joplin, Missouri. Anderson and Purdy in Missouri. You guys are getting in on some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've got a tornado warning south of Springfield, Missouri. This storm has a history of producing a tornado, and it looks to me like it's probably about to try to do it again. You can see the very clear hook. Looks kind of honestly more impressive than it has in a while here. So it looks like maybe it's going to try to produce another tornado as it goes towards Highlandville, Missouri. We hope that you guys are taking shelter now. Another severe thunderstorm warning that we have is going to be back here towards El Dorado Springs. We just got a video or a photo from one of our viewers from here of some hail and some flooding. That's going to continue, it seems like, for at least the next 12 minutes up there towards Roscoe. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning in Salem, Missouri. This is going to be moving over there towards Howes Mill, Mounts, and Stone Hill. Golf ball-sized hail and potentially a developing tornado in here, too. As you can see, it's starting to take on that hook shape. But golf ball-sized hail and some strong winds are moving over there towards you in Howes Mill, Missouri. How about you over here in Potosi and Mineral Point, Missouri? Get ready for some quarter-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've got a huge area of just really strong winds and some small hail moving through the southeastern part of St. Louis. So over there towards Belleville and O'Fallon. These storms are probably going to stay to the south and east of St. Louis and cause some flash flooding problems around Festus as they train over that area for an extended period of time. But get ready in O'Fallon for some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now we've got a tornado warning that's going to expire in 10 minutes for Clay and Wheatcroft in Kentucky. That rotation's let up a lot, but we do now have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for Dixon, Kentucky. The main threat here, I think, is going to be the hail and wind around quarter size, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Little tornado warning continues over here for Haley's Mill and Apex, Kentucky. That rotation's also let up a little bit, but still, we want you in your safe spot in Haley's Mill. Looks like a dangerous storm still there. A little bit to the south in Middle Tennessee, we've got a tornado warning for Columbia, Tennessee. That rotation looks a lot more impressive now. We got a camera here in Pleasant Mills. Not seeing much there. We got one back here towards Jackson Heights. Also not seeing much there. So we'll keep an eye on those. But I'm concerned about the tornado threat here coming into Ashwood, Pleasant Hills, West Haven, and Columbia, Tennessee. Take shelter if you're out here. This is an extremely dangerous storm. And that does include Neapolis. West of Nashville, on the northwest side, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Ashland City, Joelton. Ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible here. We've got a tornado warning for Greenbrier. That's probably going to be allowed to expire pretty soon, but we might see a new tornado warning issued for one of these storms as it exits that tornado warning polygon. Portland, Tennessee, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning for potentially up to 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and golf ball sized hail. Now back up here into Kentucky, a little bit farther to the north. Leachfield, White Mills, you guys are experiencing some quarter-sized hail and some strong winds as well. Campbellsville, you guys are getting in on some of those half-dollar size hailstones and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's moving towards you over there. And Bradfordsville. And then in southern Kentucky, close to Flippin and Tompkinsville, we've got a storm coming together here that looks to me like it might need a tornado warning at some point if it continues to strengthen. But right now, we're mostly concerned about the quarter-sized hail and the strong winds coming into Tompkinsville. But watch that hook. Watch and see if that starts to curl up there, and maybe we get a little bit more of a rotation on our velocities. That's pretty much all the severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that we have right now between Texas and Kentucky. We skip the Appalachian Mountains. There's a lull in activity there. And then we come over here to the Carolinas, where we have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got 60-mile-per-hour winds coming into Hartsville right now, Society Hill, South Carolina, Bennettsville. This will make it to Florence eventually. We've got some strong storms, maybe golf ball-sized hail now coming into East Arcadia, and places like Clarkton, North Carolina, Lumberton, Pembroke. We've got a damage report here near Pembroke. We got trees down across Old Baker Road. So really strong storms down here in South Carolina and North Carolina. Lots of damage reports all the way back through Charlotte. One of the biggest hailstones that's likely ever happened over here near Asheville, North Carolina earlier, 3-inch in diameter hail. And we had a bunch of severe thunderstorms up here in Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts earlier. It looks like those warnings have been allowed to expire, but we still got strong storms coming down towards Plainfield, Warwick, Providence. There's a new warning for Providence, Rhode Island there. Quarter-size hail and gusty winds. The Cape Cod is probably about to get in on a severe storm as well. So literally Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, all experiencing severe weather right now. And let's get a huge shout out to Jeff Snyder. Thank you, Jeff, for the support, man. Really appreciate it. Super generous of you. And another big shout out to, I got no clue how to pronounce your name, but big shout out to you for the 5 gifted. Do you think that the storm will end up in East Central Kentucky? Yeah, we're going to end up seeing some stuff over here in East and Central Kentucky. A lot of people in Central Kentucky are already seeing storms. But the vast majority of the severe weather is going to maintain itself over here, I think, more towards Western Kentucky, West Central Kentucky, Middle Tennessee. We got a tornado warning now for Goodlettsville, Hendersonville, and Shackle Island. I don't know. Did that one come through on the overlay? I don't know if I saw it. We might need another refresh. I don't know. But Goodlettsville, Shackle Island, Greenbrier, take shelter now. You are under a tornado warning. Brad Arnold's on that storm. What do we think? Do we know if the overlay is updating or not?
It didn't. I updated it or refreshed it.
Okay, all right. I don't see much in terms of the rotation with that one, but there's definitely something going on there. So we've got to watch that closely as it comes into Goodlettsville and Shackle Island in Tennessee. This is from Chris. Christian Matos. Chris K. Matos. Moments before the storm hit us in Gastonia, North Carolina, and they're currently without power there. Thank you, Christian, for sending that in. We're also hearing a lot more reports now from the storm that we were looking at earlier in Aurora, Missouri. Lots of damage reports coming in there. They're doing door-to-door search and rescue. Police department is setting up staging now. The city of Joplin may go to assist Aurora. Power lines are down in Aurora. Heavy structure damage. The fire department is about to bring in heavy equipment to start clearing debris. We've got vehicles in the ditch. And no injuries so far. This is from Taylor Sumner in Clarksville, Tennessee. The sound of this on the tin roof was not a good time. I would have loved that personally. That new severe thunderstorm warning that you just saw there, we've got two. We've got one up there in Illinois, one in Missouri. We're going to talk about both of them here. Well, we got three now. Never-ending severe thunderstorm warnings, seemingly. But we've got one that goes all the way up to Pocahontas and Greenville in Illinois now. That's going to be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Get ready for that up there in Pocahontas and Greenville. Also to the south and east of Springfield, Missouri, we've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for up to 1.75 inch in diameter hail. What you're hearing here is a video from the fire department in Clarksville from the hail earlier. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. And let's talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I know it's been a while since Columbia, Tennessee was put under a tornado warning, but I think this is the most concerning the storm has looked so far. The terminal radar south of Nashville, Tennessee here, it does not have a great view at it, but I do think it might have a velocity couplet. It's a little closer to the storm, and you can see the rotation definitely, maybe even two air. I don't know. The storm is kind of funky looking on the Nashville radar here, but I think that this is kind of concerning a little bit more than it was before as it heads right into Columbia, Tennessee. So I just want to say you guys have been under a tornado warning for a while now. It looks like the storm to the south and west is interacting with this one and maybe attempting to produce a tornado here right as it heads into the town. So I just wanted to give you another stimulus to, go ahead and take shelter in Columbia, Tennessee along Highway 31 here west of I-65.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've been talking about you guys a lot in Columbia. Now it's looking like we might really need you to get into your safe spot if you haven't yet. We just had that rotating part of the storm go near our camera here in Columbia, so we're looking at that. We do see a lot of motion with the clouds here. We've got somebody operating this camera, turning it in the direction of where that rotation might be. So you can see here, this is a live look at Columbia, Tennessee. We might have a tornado trying to come together here as it comes into town. Hopefully everybody's in their safe spots. Let's put that over to the side. And let's start calling out some places here. Obviously, Columbia, Tennessee, you guys need to be taking shelter. River Heights, Jackson Heights, eventually up there towards Hardy Acres, Beech Grove, Lanton, and Match in Tennessee. Y'all need to be taking shelter right now. This is a live look at Columbia, Tennessee, and maybe a developing tornado honestly right over the town of Columbia here. Thank you, Kathy. So yeah, I don't think. First of all, I don't know exactly which part of the storm we're pointing at here. It's not anybody on our team that's moving this camera. It's the local emergency management office down there, more than likely. So I don't know exactly what direction we're facing or anything, but if this is towards the base of the storm, which it looks like it might be, we don't have anything making contact with the ground just yet, but this is definitely what a storm looks like right before it produces a tornado. So hopefully we've got you guys getting in your safe spots right now. You see all the rising scud there. Definitely looks pretty concerning if you're in Columbia, Tennessee, or anywhere up to the north and east of that town. Also, we've got to get you in your safe spots up there in Lanton and Neapolis. They might reissue this warning as well for places like Spring Hill and maybe Lee's Corner in Tennessee. Wow. This is obviously we're going to come right back to this, but this is an incredible photo of the monster cumulonimbus cloud associated with the severe thunderstorms we saw in Connecticut earlier. This is taken from behind them as they went off to the south and east. So yeah, just a really, really, honestly beautiful view of those storms down there or up there, I should say, in Connecticut earlier. Thank you for sharing that, Kevin. That's awesome. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a developing storm that is capable of producing a tornado that's moving through Columbia, Tennessee right now. You see all this stuff? That stuff's getting too awfully daggone close to the ground. You know what I'm saying? So we're concerned about it, and we're watching it for you. You don't ever want to see cloud stuff that close to the ground, especially if you're under a tornado warning, which you are in Columbia right now. Jackson Heights and Match.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Livingston County, Kentucky is now under a tornado warning. Let's check on that for you. Can't tell you much from velocity, but what I can tell you is that we do have a little bit of a dangly bit here. But notice this outflow boundary right here, okay? This might not be a threat that lasts a really long time if that cool air stays out in front of the base of the storm here. What this storm's going to have to do, we learned this from Andy earlier, is kind of suck in that boundary and get access to warm, moist air before it's really going to be able to produce a tornado. Hopefully this saves us, but we've seen earlier that that can happen. We've got to take shelter if we're in Verona and Salem over here in Kentucky, because you are under a tornado warning. But yeah, this is a cool little feature on radar here. This little line out in front of these storms is rain-cooled air coming out from underneath the storms. If you've ever heard a meteorologist or somebody talking about the weather, talking about an outflow boundary, that's, for a lot of times, that's what we're talking about. Tompkinsville, Kentucky. You guys are under a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some hail here. But also, get ready maybe for this to be upgraded to a tornado warning at some point, because it is rotating a little bit. Nothing crazy right now. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning in Nashville now. And a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County, Missouri. Nashville, Tennessee. How many people we got watching right now in Nashville? Nashville, very populated area, obviously. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. We expect there to be some 1.5 inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds over the next 40 minutes or so. Not a tornado threat with the storm that's coming into Nashville. No tornado threat there.
Hey, Ryan, it's Hunter when you got a second.
Yeah, go ahead, Hunter.
What you see in front of me is exactly why we teach turn around, don't drown. Got a pretty fast-moving water over the roadways, enough where cars are having to stop and drive at about 5 miles per hour to get through, and the water's quarter way up to their tires.
All right, so Hunter Hurley is experiencing some flash flooding, so hopefully we can get him up. I think we got him up. All right, let's go look at that. 5 Chaser. Yeah, flash flooding going on in and around portions of Missouri here, and also Tennessee. Turn around, don't drown. A lot of times, especially when the water is completely covering the road, if you're familiar with the road, you think you can drive over it. It's just a couple inches of water, but sometimes the water has washed out the road and you wouldn't know it. You don't know any better. And then you fall in, you float away. Now we got to, send a firefighter after you and risk their lives to save you. That sucks. Don't do that. All right. This is what's currently happening in the chat. Got a lot of people from Nashville watching right now. Hello, Nashvillians. Is that right? Once again, I want to calm the mood here. There is not a tornado threat in Nashville in the immediate future. The thing to consider is there are going to be multiple storms, I think, in Nashville tonight. This won't be the last storm, so I don't want to say that there's going to be no tornado threat tonight in Nashville. But with this specific storm that's getting ready to come through, there's not a lot of a tornado threat, okay? But we are going to see some maybe ping pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in here over the next 30 minutes or so, so get ready for that. Also, we're probably going to start to see some of the flash flooding start to happen as well. Apparently this video this is from Haley, sent in by Josh. This is a tornado that happened earlier near Trigg County, Kentucky. Thank you for sending that in. By the way, we've been talking about the flash flooding threat. This is that Weather Prediction Center's excessive rainfall outlook, moderate risk for lots of Kentucky and Tennessee tonight.
A new tornado warning has been
tornado
issued.
warning in Tennessee, Marshall, Rutherford, and Williamson
Hey, Ryan, this is
Williamson
Brad. We
counties
have
in
a
Tennessee.
developing tornado northwest of Gallatin, Tennessee, northeast of Nashville.
All right, so once again, got a lot of people watching in Nashville. I want to remind everybody, not an immediate tornado threat in Nashville, but it does look like we might have an actual tornadic, situation here closer to Gallatin, northeast of Nashville. We've got a considerable severe thunderstorm moving in to Gallatin with a tornado possible tag, and we're probably going to need a tornado warning here soon from this, as it does look like there is a tornado developing here right as it comes into Gallatin. We got storm chaser Brad Arnold on this, so we'll let you know what he says next. But yeah, Gallatin, take shelter, and then also I would say that Andy's got some stuff to say about that, maybe even the storm down there near Columbia. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, the Columbia storm is unfortunately on the ground now. The tornado is active. I think you might be able to see it from the Columbia cam, maybe not. But there is a debris signature there. So this is on the ground, expected to be upgraded, heading up towards Holt's Corner, Eagleville, College Grove, and eventually down the line, Murfreesboro in Tennessee. There is a tornado on this storm right now.
All right, thank you, Andy. Whoever is operating this camera for the Maury County 911 office, make sure you're pointing the camera towards the northeast or just east, and we might be able to see this thing. We've got a tornado on the ground near Jackson Heights and Beech Grove. Let me pull up some more information on that. Oh, man, it was visible on the camera, but the camera that was showing it is down now for some reason. It went offline. I don't know what happened, but my goodness, that is a big tornado. This is the last frame that we have from the Columbia, Tennessee Fire Station 3
this tornado warning
camera. This is a
upgraded.
large wedge tornado now up here north of Beech Grove, Tennessee. So that's unfortunate. This is a very populated area. Right now, we've got that. I'll tell you, one of the reasons why this camera might have lost power is because that tornado is going over that fire department right now. Literally, it's that's the debris signature here is right over the fire department where that camera is coming from. So we've got a massive tornado on the ground right now moving towards Match. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, the most recent scan, our V rotation eclipses the threshold for a PDS warning on this storm for Columbia and Tennessee and up towards Eagleville. Again, Murfreesboro down the line. Go ahead and call them and let them know that there's a large tornado ongoing now. This warning may be upgraded due to this velocity signature.
Okay, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a huge tornado on the ground east of Columbia, Tennessee, moving towards Lee's Corner, Match, Quail Run Meadows, Drees Homes. It's probably going to get close to Interstate 65 here soon, to the east of Columbia. If I'm looking at this correctly, This is going to go in between Lanton and Interstate 65 here. It's probably going to cross the it's crossing 412 right now. Okay, so where the tornado is right now is near Big Oak Lake Park. If you know where Big Oak Lake Park is, you know a roundabout where the tornado is, and it's going to continue to go between Big Oak Lake Park and Middle Tennessee paintball facilities as it crosses Interstate 65. So if you are down here near Duplex, okay, if you're down here near Duplex or Bethesda in Tennessee, then you've got to watch out for this, as well as over there in Lee's Corner. If you know where Hustle Factory Sports Complex is, nothing but chips, tree removal. These are all places where the tornado could be within the next couple of minutes. This is the real deal. This is what that tornado looked like just moments ago from a live camera here in Tennessee. This live camera is on top of a fire department that might have actually taken a direct hit from this tornado, and that's why we don't have access to that camera anymore. So once again, huge tornado on the ground right now in Tennessee. Please take shelter now if you are in Marshall, Maury, Rutherford, or Williamson counties in Tennessee. This is a PDS tornado warning. A large damaging tornado is on the ground now, and it's about to cross Interstate 65 here near Lee's Corner. This is by far the strongest tornado we've seen today. It is almost certainly doing extensive damage, and your life is in extreme danger if you're in the path of this thing. Everybody in Marshall, Maury, Rutherford, and Williamson counties in Tennessee needs to take a shelter. You need to get underground, or you need to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible as you can in the lowest floor of a sturdy building. And you want to protect your head, put blankets, pillows, whatever you can above you. Put on a pair of shoes before you get to your safe spot.
Brad, when you get a second.
Because you might have to evacuate your home where there are going to be debris, all that you have to walk over, splintered wood, and stuff like that. So please get to your safe spot and go ahead and put on those closed-toed shoes. Let's talk to Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, real quick, just wanted to let you know we are dropping down south for that monster of a storm that's coming through Columbia. We're targeting Murfreesboro, and we're gonna intercept it there. Headed straight to Murfreesboro right now.
Okay, so that's Brad, and also good news. The Columbia, Tennessee fire station is back online, and from what I can tell, there was not a tornado that went near this thing. Like, I don't even see any damage. So that's good news. Obviously, we assume the worst after seeing the correlation coefficient drop go over the department. It looks like they briefly lost power. Now they're back. I still don't see that tornado though. So hopefully they're going to move that camera around for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, most recent analysis here suggests that we are just 0.1 miles per hour off of a tornado emergency threshold here. I wouldn't be surprised if we do get an emergency for this storm coming through, so please be prepared for that mentally, emotionally, etc. Make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves.
All right. Thank you, Andy. An extremely powerful wedge tornado is currently underway in Tennessee. This is south of Spring Hill, Tennessee, to the north and east of Columbia, Tennessee. We were really concerned about the fire department there. Thankfully, we've got a live feedback from them, so I don't think that they took a direct hit, but we definitely do have a extremely destructive tornado on the ground right now, somewhere to the east of that fire department, near Match and Lanton, moving towards Lee's Corner. Some more specific landmarks. As the storm is once again crossing Interstate 65, either right now or very shortly, are the Big Oak Lake Park. Remember, this could cross near I-65 storage. If you know where Interstate 65, where the bridge that Kedron Road goes over Interstate 65, if you know where that is, that's around where the tornado is going to cross Interstate 65, I believe. Looks like the thing's a slow mover too, so it might still be on the west side of Interstate 65 or right over the road right now. Hopefully everybody is aware of what's going on here. Thankfully, from the one photo that we have of the tornado, which is this one, it looks like an incredibly visible tornado, or at least it was in its beginning stages, so hopefully nobody's going to get surprised by this coming down the interstate. Okay, make sure we have all the correct people in the right spots up here, Riley, and then just holler at me whenever I need to pull them up. We do have several storm chasers who are going to be getting close to this shortly. So if there's still a visual to be had of this storm that's live now, we're going to be having it here shortly. There is a chance, though, based off of everything that I'm seeing, that a little bit of an occlusion is going to happen here, and maybe that'll, lower the tornado threat for people way downstream. But we need you to get in your safe spot in Lee's Corner, Bear, Wallow, Duplex, Bethesda, Riggs, Crossroads, and Alasona in Tennessee, as this is a massive tornado on the ground right now. Once again, I keep showing this because this is what it looked like probably 15, 20 minutes ago. This tornado was going towards that fire department in the Radar Omega app, and we had the live view of it. And then they lost power. We didn't know what happened until after the tornado went past the fire department, okay? Now it's crossing Interstate 65 to the east of the fire department, but this is what it looked like. And it's probably even larger than this now, as the velocity signatures on radar are actually more impressive now than they were whenever this photo was taken. Wow. Okay, we've got unbelievable video from Radar Omega of this. One second. So this is what that looked like as it was forming just moments ago from the cyclone port there. And once again, I'm showing you this because what you're seeing here are some of the last images that we have of a large wedge tornado that formed near the Columbia, Tennessee fire station, and is now crossing Interstate 65 near Match and Raleigh Hill. Watch it right here, right there. That's when it becomes the wedge tornado, and that's the last we saw of it. We now have an official
New
tornado emergency.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado emergency for Marshall, Maury, Rutherford, and Williamson counties in Tennessee. This is the highest level tornado warning that can possibly be issued. We only issue this whenever we believe potentially catastrophic tornadoes are on the ground. So your life is in extreme danger right now if you're in Lee's Corner, Bear Wallow, Duplex, Bethesda, anywhere to the south and east of Spring Hill, or even in Spring Hill. We need you to take shelter in Spring Hill, Tennessee. You're under this tornado emergency as well, but especially up there towards Rutherville and Alasona. This is one of the most dangerous situations you will ever be in your entire life. You have to take this seriously. You got to get underground. Or you got to get into a basement, or you got to get into the most interior room of your home. This is one where you have to try. You have to try. If you get a direct hit to your home or whatever building you're in from a tornado, like what we just saw through that video, you have to try. You have to, barricade yourself with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Pillows, blankets over your head, a helmet. You've got to, brace for impact and get ready for a really unfortunate situation here. Bring me with you. Charge tablet, phone, something like that, so that myself and Andy can update you like he's going to do right here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan. Yep, very efficiently said. This is very similar to the Elkhorn, Nebraska tornado we saw a while ago. It is wobbling a bit to the east, as sort of like a high-end tornado, an intense to violent tornado would. Instead of occluding back into the storm, it starts to wobble to the east a little more and intensify as it does. So I think we're going to see this tornado on the ground for a while as it clears out its inflow and moves a little bit more east. And that's why everyone included in this polygon needs to be taking shelter, as these tornadoes can wobble to the east or occlude to the north. So everybody in this box should be heeding this with the utmost respect of Mother Nature. And of course, since Murfreesboro and that populated area out in front of this is not yet in this tornado warning, this tornado emergency, I should say, please be calling people there because this is the highest level of a tornado warning that can be issued, and it is for a good reason.
Okay, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is a debris ball now that we see on radar. We have debris being lofted, thousands and thousands of feet up into the air. This is doing incredible damage, and as Andy just said, some of the characteristics of what we're seeing here on radar lead us to believe that maybe this is even an intense to violent tornado. So once again, this is not your average tornado warning down here in Tennessee. You have been under 1 million tornado warnings if you're in Lee's Corner, Bear Wallow, Holt's Corner, Eagleville. This is not like that. Okay, this is the real deal, and this might be something where your life is in incredible danger. So right now we've got Brad Arnold, and Brandon Clement, storm chasers, getting really close to being able to have a visual on this storm. So we're going to be able to show it to you in just a moment. However, it's not really necessary because
a new tornado
the radar
has
really
been issued.
does all of the talking here. Like, we can clearly see almost exactly where the tornado is. We can clearly see almost exactly how intense it is. And everything that we're seeing is just a worst case scenario here for our friends down in Tennessee. And like Andy was saying, if this is a storm that continues for a long time, and it looks like it could be that kind of supercell, this might eventually go up towards the Murfreesboro area. So get ready down there as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think there is a tornado on the ground east of Chadwick, Missouri, and southwestern Missouri. That's southeast of Springfield. That's headed toward Ava. No warning on that yet, but we may see a tornado warning there. I think there is a small debris signature right in that well-defined hook. So a heads up, Ava, and the rest of Douglas County, Missouri. All
right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got a well-defined hook and a potential tornado coming down now south and east of Springfield. Get ready near Ava, Red Bank, Ongo, and Depew in Missouri. We also just got a tornado warning up here in Tennessee north of Nashville for Gallatin Point southeast, Cairo, Hartsville, Shady Grove. You guys are included in this. The velocity here is not quite as intense as what we're seeing with our storm down to the south with the tornado emergency, but this is definitely something that you should take seriously and get to shelter now if you are in Macon, Sumner, Trousdale, or Wilson counties in Tennessee. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, a catastrophic tornado is likely doing unbelievable damage now here near Rally Hill and Lee's Corner in Tennessee. We're starting to get not reports, but signals that the tornado likely crossed the road in a certain spot here. We're starting to see that traffic is backing up in a certain part of Interstate 65. I'll keep you updated on that, but it does look like the tornado definitely crossed the road now on Interstate 65 and is now working towards Highway 431 in Lee's Corner. Riggs Crossroads, Holt's Corner, Bear Wallow, you guys are next in line. Once again, this is going to come in. It's going to be loud. It's going to be violent, and we got to get you underground, or, you know, this might be an unfortunate situation for you. Also, downstream, like, let's hope that this tornado doesn't make it all the way to Murfreesboro or past the tornado emergency box, but let's assume that it does. You guys, if you're watching this stream right now, you're getting an early heads up. If you're in Cedar Grove, overall, Murfreesboro, or anywhere in that area, and you're in a mobile home, go ahead and plan what you're going to do if it does look like the storm's going to get past this warning box, because you can't be in a mobile home whenever a storm like this comes through. And I know this area quite well. There's a lot of mobile homes down here. Okay, you cannot be in a mobile home for a tornado emergency. It's more dangerous than just being outside almost. So get with a friend, a local convenience store, like it's whatever it is that's made out of bricks, that's a more sturdy foundation, a more sturdy building. There's public storm shelters in this area. Make sure that you can get there, and you can get there quick if that warning is issued for you. Have a plan in place. Once again, I think that the tornado here crossed the road, crossed Interstate 65 right in here. As you can see, we've got no movement with our traffic between Hillcrest Fork Road and LaSalle Road. Unfortunately, this would put it right over the Zevencourt community. Also, we've got the LaSalle Highway community here, a pretty populated residential area. To the west of there, we've got the Richland Pass and Quail Run area as well. So this is going over heavily populated areas, and it's still on the ground now. If it crossed the road there, we can infer based off of the motion on radar that it might have gone a little bit northeast with a little bit more of an easterly component. So it could be over here near Creepy Hollow, Haunted Woods, if you guys know where that used to be. Also, it's probably crossing over the Joe Brown Road area and then moving towards the John Lee Johnson Road area, eventually going towards some of the larger places like Bear Wallow. If you're just now tuning in, we've got an unfortunate situation where we've got a tornado emergency down here in Tennessee. Marshall, Maury, Rutherford, and Williamson counties in Tennessee are under that tornado emergency. Our storm chasers, I don't think they've gotten there yet. I don't think we have anybody actually on the storm yet. But this is the last photo, the last known photo of this tornado, about 30 minutes ago now. I think it's what it feels like anyways. The Columbia, Tennessee Fire Station showed a wedge tornado moving towards Match and Quail Run Meadows. And since this photo was taken by that camera, the tornado has gotten much larger. It has also crossed Interstate 65 recently, and now it's moving towards Bear Wallow. Additionally, I want to show you the debris signature, right? So this is what the debris looks like on radar back here towards Batch. You can see the blue area. That's where we believe that there's debris in the air. Sorry. As we push this forward, you can see that debris ball gets larger. So we do think that we've got an expanding debris field here now, as the tornado is sucking up all kinds of debris, likely from residential areas and also a lot of trees. This is obviously a heavily wooded area, even between these more developed properties here. Storm chaser Don Murray, who is the lead developer of Radar Omega, is in that supercell now, and we're not going to see anything from his feed for a while because he's in rain. But if you guys are watching in Radar Omega right now, by the time he gets down here in the clear slot, and he's able to look west, we'll be able to see if that tornado is still down. What I want to do right now is just assume that it is, and keep everybody underground and in their safe spots in Bear Wallow, Riggs Crossroads, and Eagleville. There is a little bit of a wobble, I guess, in the intensity of the rotation that we're seeing. The thing that could be happening is, once again, the occlusion process that we talked about earlier. However, this storm has an incredibly open access to good, warm, moist inflow. So if that does happen, it's very likely that we see a new tornado form. But we're not going to assume that the old one is gone yet, and we're going to stay in our safe spots once again in Bear, Wallow, Riggs Crossroads, and Holt's Corner. So we're going to watch we're just honestly waiting on the next radar scan now, and we're waiting on our storm chasers to get closer. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, besides that, or regarding the former, I think that the original tornado has now completely occluded, meaning it has been wrapped in cold air and will begin weakening here if it's not already almost done at this point. However, I don't think the supercell is done whatsoever, because you can see how clean that inflow is carved out in front of where the previous tornado tracked here. So it's possible, I can't really see too well with this radar, but it's possible we could get a handoff of the mesocyclone, meaning a new tornado could form a little bit to the east of where the previous one was, out in the warmer air, and start dragging all that air in. So this is not done by any means, and I do think we will see a tornado warning, no matter what the tag is on that warning, if it's just radar indicated, for Murfreesboro and down the line. I think that that could occur here. It's even possible that this original tornado could reform, even surge ahead. That could be another thing this storm does. So several instances of tornado genesis are still possible here, and a warning is still possible, especially closer to the Christiana area south of Murfreesboro.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill giving us the latest on our massive tornado that we've been tracking here through Tennessee. We first sorry, y'all, I'm still under the weather a little bit, but we first started talking about this storm hours ago, back here near Hohenwald. If you guys remember me going back to it multiple times, we've tracked it through
new
Hohenwald,
tornado warning
up through
has been
Hampshire,
issued.
Mount Pleasant. We really started honing in on it around Columbia, and then right after it got past Columbia, that's when it started producing the big tornado, and now we've got that tornado emergency all the way up towards Riggs Crossroads, Holt's Corners, and Eagleville. All right. So this is a healthy supercell. The original tornado, I think, like Andy said, is gone. But this is just the perfect situation for a recycle. If it wants to recycle, it definitely could. So we're going to watch this extremely closely as we continue to see the development of this storm. We just got a new tornado warning. I want to take you to that. We've got a lot of people in here, 130,000 people. We're going to obviously be focused on our most life-threatening situation down there with our big-time tornado emergency in Tennessee, but I also want to make sure we're not letting anybody down elsewhere that's under a tornado warning tonight, like these guys over here in Illinois, near Evansville, Ellis Grove, and Sparta, Illinois. You guys are just now under a tornado warning, and for the next 51 minutes, you can see the rotation coming together here near Clement, Missouri. It's going to cross the river here near Kellogg and then move towards Sparta. Please take shelter if you haven't already. We've got no warnings, tornado warnings anyways, in Missouri right now, but we've got a couple of supercells capable of producing tornadoes. One of those is moving towards Ava and Norwood, Missouri, but we do have lime-size hail coming out of this storm. All right. And then we've got one other tornado warning. It's also in Tennessee, and it's north and east of Nashville. And that actually looks like it's, well, it doesn't look very organized on velocity, which is good news. But there is definitely some rotation here, and there's cause for concern if you live in Hartsville or Shady Grove or Antioch, Tennessee. You want to be in your tornado shelter right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we got a new tornado warning. I believe this is going to be for our tornado emergency storm. We'll wait for that polygon to pop up and I'll explain more. Okay, yeah. So we've got a confirmed tornado warning now for Cedar Grove, Unionville, Midland, and overall Tennessee. Likely they're going to allow the tornado emergency to expire now, because we no longer believe we have that big catastrophic tornado on the ground. However, the National Weather Service is quite confident that a new tornado is going to form here, so they went ahead and issued that confirmed tornado warning out ahead of this thing. This could become a tornado emergency again at some point, all right? So don't think that it's going away. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I don't disagree, Ryan. I do believe a classic mesocyclone handoff did occur, and that newest frame of velocity shows it coming together, whereas previously on the last two frames, it was more to the north and east in the inflow and kind of in the storm. Now it's consolidating again where that hook is on the storm, so I would not be surprised, especially with this clean of an inflow channel, that we see another strong tornado right as it goes over Holt's Corner here and passes over oh man, which highway is this? Highway 31A before it splits off of 41A. No, yeah, after it splits off. So Chapel Hill and Holt's Corner. So be ready for that. I think the confirmed tornado is wise, and I think we'll see another attempt here shortly.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, confirming our suspicions here that this is likely coming back together and quickly as the inflow. Once again, if you're new here, if you haven't heard us talk about this before, the supercell that we're watching here has a couple of different aspects that we're watching very closely. First of all, this part right here, this is the hook echo. All right, the hook tells us where the inflow is coming into the storm. All right, and where the rain-cooled air from within the storm is wrapping around that. That's where we have the most circulation. All right, so we have this huge open area of very warm, moist air coming into the storm, and it's untouched, right? There's a lot of energy down here. It's all freely able to come up into the storm. And then also the storm is a strong storm. It's not one of these little weak blips that like we've been talking about before. So there's plenty of rain and hail cooled air to get funneled right in with that inflow and create a new tornado here right in that zone. So that's why we're concerned about this supercell, and we believe that it has the ability to produce a new tornado here in the near future, if it isn't already, which it does look like we've got quite a bit more convergence now near Holt's Corner and Riggs Crossroads with that last scan on velocity. Might not be there yet, but it's happening. It's coming together slowly but surely. Don Murray, my goodness, y'all, there's thousands of you guys watching in the Radar Omega app, Don Murray's camera. This is the first time I've ever seen that. But he's getting close to being able to see this thing, I think. So he's on a highway, he's on South Main Street here, south of Eagleville. By the time he gets close to, I believe by the time he gets close to Greenwood, he should be able to point that camera to the west and give us a view of that big clear inflow slot and the base of this storm, which may or may not have a tornado, but certainly will have a very impressive appearance as it develops a new tornado. Storm chaser Brandon Clement is also close to that storm. However, he is not. He's a little bit farther away than Don Murray, I believe. So we've got him. He's above my head. But I think we're gonna see this first from Don here. We're starting to see some clear air from his feed. and Brandon Clement's stream there. If you notice that what you're seeing above me, he's actually on the northern side of the storm. So he's seeing the monster of a storm and the hail core and everything. The tornadic part of the storm is a little bit to his south. But Don Murray here, visible in the Radar Omega app, should be having a visual of whatever's going on at the base of this thing soon. I mean, he's right there in it. I'm sure once he gets out of these trees, he'll point us more towards it. But yeah, once again, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a terrible situation going on now where we just had a destructive tornado move through the area between Columbia and Bear Wallow in Tennessee. The original destructive tornado has lifted. It's kind of dissipated, but we believe a new tornado may try to form here near Riggs Crossroads in Beasley, and we've got a storm chaser who's likely going to give us a view of that here in just a moment. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, you can see it come together on the Huntsville, Alabama radar. Looking at it, the last few scans of velocity show exactly that mesocyclone coming together and intensifying, especially on this latest scan over Holt's Corner. So we can kind of see multiple different parts of the storm here from different radars and different angles to confirm what's happening and our suspicions and the opposite of hope, whatever that is, of a tornado occurring again here with this storm.
All right, thank you, Andy. All the ingredients are coming back together now for maybe another big tornado here. Really close to where Don Murray is. Hopefully, he looks like he's going to be in a slightly dangerous situation here, but he should have an extremely good visual of the tornado as it approaches him, which hopefully he kind of shares with us so we can verify exactly what's going on there. There's another storm chaser who's close by who says there's no ground contact as of yet, but there is a rapidly rotating wall cloud. And that's going to be Jordan Hall. So now we've got 3 eyes on the ground here giving us a view of the storm. Brandon Clement is giving us a view of the northern side, and we got Jordan Hall and Don both underneath the rotating part, which I think Don's got a good view of that now, if that's what we're looking at there. I hope we don't crash this app, y'all. Holy smokes. Once again, we're just waiting on a new scan from the radar here, and also just another kind of angle, I guess, from one of our storm chasers who's getting close to the storm here. This could not be producing a tornado at this moment, but we want you to know that it very well could in the near future, and that's why we're so hyper-focused on this. Okay, so once again, if I zoom in here, you can see where the rotation is happening. You can see where the tornado is trying to form, somewhere over here between Holt's Corner and Beasley. Storm chaser Don Murray is right here on Highway 41A looking at that. But he's turning around now. Obviously, we've got not every storm chaser vehicle has the PTZ camera on top of it like Hall Force 1. So we've got to wait until he gets in a safe position where he can kind of point the camera in the right direction. And his first priority is obviously to make sure he's not in a situation where he's going to get run over by the tornado. You know what I mean? So anyways, we're kind of we're talking about nothing here, but as soon as the storm chasers see something, somebody's going to holler at me, and we're going to go look at them, okay? But what I want everybody to understand is that we are under a tornado warning, and it's a serious one, in Versailles, or Versailles, however you guys say it, Link, Midland, Taylor Crossroads, and Windrow, Pleasant Hill, Rockvale, and Overall in Tennessee. This is an extremely dangerous storm. It has a history of producing a big-time tornado, and it's likely trying to do that again. All right? So, we just want you to be in your safe spots. And I think we can see that wall cloud and rotating part of the storm a little bit better now on the right side of your screen there through Don Murray's feed. Are we hearing anything about damage or anything yet? Have you guys heard anything I'm looking at stream text now. So just as soon as we hear something, you guys let me know. And for anybody that's just now tuning in, we're so hyper-focused on this storm because this is what it looked like not too long ago. Near Columbia, Tennessee, we had a wedge tornado go through, prompt a tornado emergency. We definitely have lots of damage somewhere out here. We don't have the details yet. We're watching this as a new tornado was forming on that same storm. We do believe that it's very possible that it was an intense to violent tornado that just occurred south of Lanton, Tennessee, which means that it could have been an EF3, EF4, something like that. We don't want to pre-rate it or anything, but I'm just trying to really emphasize how serious of a situation this could be if we get another tornado here, so people properly heed the warning. All right.
Jordan Hall, tornado, tornado, tornado.
All right, this is a live look now from Storm Chaser Jordan Hall in Bedford County, Tennessee, who is pointing us now towards the rotating part of the storm where a new tornado is about to occur right now. Riley, do you know if he's on Highway 41? Can you see his location? Is he near Dawn?
He's on Highway 41. He's also up in GR2 with the Chaser Place file if you want to monitor that.
Okay. All right, so Jordan has had to turn around as well. So we're going to go back to him, but this is his location. Honestly, he's right where Don Murray is. They're in a very similar location. So hopefully everybody is getting into their safe spots out here in Versailles or Versailles, Link, Midland. This is coming for you next. As of right now, at this very moment, we just saw a developing tornado there from Jordan Hall. I don't know if it's still in the ground, but I don't think we have as big of a tornado as what we had earlier, which is good news. However, this storm has a history of producing that kind of tornado, and it could happen again. So we want you to make sure that you get to your safe spot. This storm is heading towards Murfreesboro, Tennessee right now. Now, I do think that the tornadic part, hopefully, is going to stay to the south for the most part of Murfreesboro. But you guys are going to get in on some of the severe storm stuff here, the big hail, the damaging winds. So get ready for that in Murfreesboro. There is also a camera in Murfreesboro that'll show you that storm as it moves into town. Whoa. We've got a picture now. We got a picture now from Freya. This is unconfirmed, but this looks real to me. but this is a picture, I believe, of the tornado just moments ago near Spring Hill and Columbia, Tennessee. So yeah, this looks like it was a pretty bad one. So we are starting to hear some information from emergency managers in the Maury County area between Columbia and Spring Hill. Obviously, in a situation like this, the first priority isn't to update people like me. It's to save people and do whatever you can to look for people that need help. But we're hearing through those communications that the Maury County Fire Department is staging now, and they're trying to get as much debris out of the roadways as possible so they can start checking on homes. So there might be a situation where we haven't heard a lot about the damage yet because the damage hasn't even been able to be assessed. Sorry, because the proper people aren't able to even get to some of the places because they've got to clear the damage out of the way to get there. So. And based off of everything we just saw on radar and some of the pictures that we've seen, that's certainly possible. That's certainly a realistic thing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Once again, this is a picture of that tornado not too long ago. We do continue to have a tornado warning associated with this same storm for Versailles, Link, Midland in Tennessee. The good news is, at least for right now, that rotation looks a lot less impressive. There was a moment where it looked like it was about to produce another big tornado. It actually did produce another tornado for a period of time. Now, I don't think that it is. However, it's still a lone supercell out here in a very favorable environment. We're not going to let our guard down. We're going to continue to watch this as it moves up towards Murfreesboro and eventually Bradyville and Readyville because it could produce another tornado. But we're not going to freak out. Okay, we're going to kind of breathe a sigh of relief. We're going to take the win, all right, and hope that it continues to downtrend from this point. Because we definitely don't want to see any more of these. All right, the lights are white. That means that Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham has something to say. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So not to draw your guys' attention too far away from what's happening, obviously, with tornadoes that are on the ground right now. But I did want to mention that even for those people that have kind of already been through the storm and may think that that threat is over, I'm currently looking at a stream that I actually crossed 5 minutes ago, really had no significant water flow. And just down to my right in the forest, there's a log jam that's created. So it started to back this stream up. So we've actually seen this stream rise about 3 feet since I've been here. So that significant flash flood threat could still be there, even if it doesn't seem like it's raining right now. That runoff that's going to happen to those streams over the next couple of hours is going to be able to start producing that flash flood. So make sure you guys are aware, especially if you live in a flood prone area.
Thank you so much, Caleb. That's going to be probably a big deal tonight. Hopefully at some point the tornado threat calms down tonight, and we're going to focus our efforts on other aspects of severe weather coverage. And one of those aspects is going to be the coverage of significant flooding, I do believe. So that's another reminder from Caleb there that even whenever some of the bigger storms get by you, or you think that you're not under a tornado warning right now, so that means that everything's all right. If you live in a flood-prone area tonight in Kentucky or Tennessee, there could be some dangerous flooding with the kind of setup that we're seeing right now. Thanks for that reminder, Caleb Beecham out there in Hall Force 1. I'm really hoping that we continue to have a decrease in activity here in Tennessee, but I would hope that everybody that's in that area stays with me, okay? Because we've got so many eyes on this. We've got people on the team listening to emergency managers. We've got several storm chasers now that have kind of fled to the Murfreesboro area. If this storm decides to do anything funky again, we're going to have the most possible coverage that you could possibly have on any storm, because we've got so many people paying attention to it now. So we're going to hope that it continues to downtrend down here. But if you guys, I would advise you to stay with us just in case, so we can update you if things get a little crazy again. Remember, Murfreesboro, Tennessee, this storm is going towards you, but the tornadic part I don't think is going to affect you directly, at least not in the near future. Your biggest concern is going to be lightning, thunder, heavy rain, small hail, and gusty winds. Latest velocity scan shows a little bit more of a disjointed look between our inbound and our outbound winds. However, there's still enough interaction here to cause concern. I think that even though that this probably isn't producing a tornado at this very moment, if this circulation gets to the edge of the polygon here, the National Weather Service will probably issue a new tornado warning soon for Steeplechase Meadows, Gum, Pleasant View, and Big Springs, Tennessee. And unfortunately, again, based off of the presentation here of the velocity signature, that big S that you see there, this looks like every other big supercell that has come together and produced a big tornado before. So if we get a more clearing here on the southern side like we did earlier, this is very likely going to try to produce another tornado. Hopefully these storms back here keep running into it and like that stops that from happening, but there could be a new tornado forming here soon. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, actually, that is coming together right as you say that. The last scan very much has me concerned for Christiana in Tennessee, right outside of this tornado warning. The way to read that is those strong outbounds in the browns and pinks there are accelerating away, so to the south, away from the radar, toward this circulation, whereas the blues and greens are accelerating toward the radar the faster they are. So that little patch of brown there is the rear flank downdraft. It's actually connecting right in the middle of that S shape, and I think leading to tornado genesis here right as it approaches Highway 231 right at Christiana, Tennessee, and then I-24 after that to the east of that area.
Thank you, Andy. So yeah, we've got potentially once again a new tornado coming together here with this storm. And we need you to get to your safe spots over here towards Christiana. You're not under a tornado warning yet, but I do think the National Weather Service is probably going to issue that new warning here soon, hopefully. It's going to be for Christiana, Plainview, and Big Springs. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ren, we should also mention that this would be completely wrapped in rain at this point. The other one would have been visible at some points with that clear inflow. Now this is going to be completely rain wrapped. There is no use trying to go out and see this forming as it happens. So please be just taking shelter out ahead of this, even further east towards Centertown, Woodbury, and be thinking about it in McMinnville in Tennessee as this supercell tracks east toward you guys.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, so this is going to be wrapped in rain. Don't be trying to look for it. And you can tell from our reflectivity here, this is not going to be one that you're this is not the classic clear inflow supercell. However, if you look closely, it is still a classic supercell. Okay, we got the big forward flank up here, and we've got our hook right in here, but there's all kinds of convection and stuff getting in our way, and rainfall to stop us from being able to see it. So once again, Christiana, Plainview, Steeplechase Meadows, Gum, Big Springs, Pleasant View, y'all watch out. I do believe they're probably just debating right now as to what kind of warning they need to issue out ahead of this, and then we'll get that for you guys soon. But y'all watch out. It still, to me, looks like the tornadic portion of this storm is going to go well south of Murfreesboro. But you guys also need to watch out for some of the hail and strong winds that'll be associated with this. Don Murray has fallen behind a little bit. Let's see. Brad Arnold's to the north of Murfreesboro right now. Jordan, now again, we don't have any storm chasers near the circulation, I think. But once again, we're not going to be able to see it anyways. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, one thing I want to bring up about Don's feed, if you go over to Radar Omega and take a look at that, he's just to the south of the storm, and look at how warm that air is. So this storm, if it gets uncompeting access to this warm and moist air, it's most definitely going to produce a very long track tornado.
Thank you very much, Riley. We can see in the Radar Omega app the live temperature and humidity and dew point from Don Murray's vehicle here. And yeah, we've got very warm, moist air, dew points above 70 degrees. A new tornado
warning has been issued
here south of the storm. And the air that Don is breathing right now is the air that the storm will also be breathing, as this is where it's getting all of its energy from right here. All right, so we just got a new tornado warning in Tennessee, and that's going to be the warning that they decided to do there. Unfortunately, it does include parts of downtown Murfreesboro, so I do have to ask y'all to get to shelter down there in places like Double Springs, Brook Hill, Greenbrier, maybe over there towards Riverdale. And then also, we want you to get to shelter, of course, in Bradyville and Readyville downstream. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, watching the storm up north that's still got that tornado warning with it. It's moved a little bit toward the south and eastern part of the polygon there, but I think that this is a proper sort of supercellular shape embedded with the rest of this mesoscale convective system that's pushing forward. And on that northern side, we're seeing, once again, a couple of areas of spin-up tornadoes possible right near Carthage, Tennessee, and heading to the east, eventually towards Cookeville, Tennessee. You guys are going to be in the path of this this complex storm that can produce some spin-up tornadoes, which are usually weaker and very short-lived, but still very concerning, and very much would prompt a tornado warning out ahead of this as it gets closer to that region in Putnam County and also Jackson County in Tennessee.
All right, thank you, Andy. We're concerned about you guys over here near South Carthage and Bluff Creek. Take shelter. We do have another view of this, a really incredible view of the supercell coming into the area here through a camera in Carthage, Tennessee. So this is an extremely strong storm capable of producing a tornado here near South Carthage, and it's also capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail. So we want you to get indoors and away from windows, and preferably in your tornado safe spot.
Hey, Ryan, when you get a second.
Let's talk to Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Ron, we are dropping south right now towards that circulation in the south of the city of Metro, thankfully. But I did want to bring your attention to something as well. The folks are obviously focusing on that tornado warning in Murfreesboro. That storm south of Columbia is rotating really well as well. So we need to be watching it as well. These storms back to the west are rotating as well and could do the exact same thing. that one did. But we're dropping down south on Interstate 24 right now.
All right, that was Brad. He's telling us to, to also think about watching these storms. And yeah, absolutely, these are going to be entering an environment that are going to support tornadoes, so we have to watch those closely. We just got a new tornado warning in Illinois. Let's go check it out. I'm sorry, Pikeville. You guys are under a tornado warning again. So please make sure you are getting into your safe spot. Rotation with this storm is maybe not as impressive, but it's still concerning, all right? And we want Pikeville and DeQuoin, everybody in those areas in Illinois to take shelter immediately. Once again, it's important that we point out that we've got more storms forming back here in southwest Tennessee, moving up in the general direction of Nashville and Murfreesboro and Shelbyville. So that's unfortunate. We might have to be watching you guys for a while tonight as this severe weather outbreak continues. As the sun goes down, it's pretty common for the tornado risk to go up for at least a period of time. So I want to remind everybody that we are still potentially towards the beginning of this, tornado situation, and we're seeing a lot of storms now move into some populated areas of Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri, Illinois. We're going to see new storms pop up in Texas later. So if you know anybody that is, in any of these areas tonight, please share this with them. We're going to be here all night, commercial free. Also, please hit the like button like you would on a normal YouTube video down below, so that the YouTube algorithm will help us deliver potentially life-saving information to people who are browsing YouTube right now. Okay, so that last scan there continues to show some, rotation here now over Steeplechase Meadows, moving towards Mount Tabor, Gum, Big Springs, Pleasant View, Readyville, Curley, these places in Tennessee. Please take shelter if you haven't already. I don't think we have a tornado down yet, but if we do, we're not going to be able to see it, and we don't want to take any risks, so take shelter now. Carthage. There's still some rotation next to you guys as well.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And we just got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go inspect that. Back here in Missouri, I believe. Yep. So right now we've got another big giant supercell moving through Missouri towards Van Zant and Willow Springs in Missouri. This is producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail greater than 2.75 inches in diameter. That is baseball size hail, so make sure you're prepared for that. That's could be life-threatening, literally. If you get 60-mile-per-hour winds and baseball-size hail. I continue to look for information out of the damaged areas in Tennessee there. We are hearing some stuff. Significant damage is being reported in Maury County along SR 99 near I-65. Maury County, people are trapped, some with injuries, sending rescue now. Maury County mass casualty incident activated. So unfortunately, some of the things that we saw on radar are now translating to reality, and it sounds like a pretty bad situation out there in Tennessee. We got this video in from Brad and Ange, flash flooding in Boone, Missouri. Unfortunately, you guys are probably not done yet. More rain is on the way.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We just got a new tornado warning in Kentucky. This tornado warning is for Adair, Casey, Russell, and Taylor counties in Kentucky. And it includes Russell Springs. Okay, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. It's going to last for 30 minutes here.
A
We
new
need you to get into
tornado
your safe
warning
spots
has been issued.
in Christine, Absher, Ella, Sano, Webb's Crossroads, and Russell Springs. It does look like there's some rotation with this storm. It's also capable of producing inch in diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds. So certainly we want you to take shelter as this is a dangerous storm, okay? Another new tornado warning was just issued in Tennessee for our Carthage storm. That rotation is going right over our camera here. So I see a lot of you guys are watching that in the Radar Omega app. But now we're continuing to watch that rotation as it goes down towards Gordonsville, Lancaster, and Silver Point. We need you guys to take shelter as soon as you possibly can, hopefully immediately, as this is a dangerous storm. Also, we're continuing to watch the big-time supercell that produced the destructive and potentially violent tornado that went through the Columbia and Spring Hill area near in Tennessee earlier. The rotation is not quite what it was before, but it's still a concerning looking supercell capable of producing a tornado moving towards Big Springs and Bradyville. We need y'all to take shelter. Up there in Murfreesboro, you're getting lots of lightning, lots of thunder, lots of heavy rain, all that kind of stuff, but the tornado threat for the most part is to your south, especially if you're in downtown Murfreesboro. More flooding. This time in Springfield, Tennessee. This is from Peyton. Thank you for sending this in, Peyton. Once again, if you come across a roadway like this, turn around, don't drown. You've heard that before, I'm sure. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Just trying to understand the progression of this storm south of Murfreesboro here. I believe that previously, when it produced this significant, intense tornado, when we were looking at it from far away at a different state's radar, it only showed this tight mesocyclone right above where the tornado was. And then on that handoff that we talked about earlier, it was a much, much broader but still powerful mesocyclone, or the spinning part of the storm, which would be above the tornado generally. Also tilted diagonally with the updraft. And it looks like that when it was much more broad, it stayed broad even in this lower levels of the storm that we're looking at now from Nashville radar, which is why I think it hasn't produced again. We're looking for the conservation of angular momentum to tighten a vortex into the point where it would, make contact with the ground and be violent enough to do so. So I believe that's why we haven't seen anything quite consolidate yet, and that's a good sign. And I hope it continues to be this way. Just trying to do some analysis so we can understand this storm better, because understanding something as much as possible is the best way to deal with anxiety surrounding it. That way we can, just let people know exactly what's happening and what to expect.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Wise words from meteorologist Andy Hill. As we continue to watch the storm going south of Murfreesboro now.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. Dropping through the core right now. Gonna get some heck strong wind just south of Murfreesboro right now.
All right, that's Brad Arnold. You can see him in the bottom right down there. Excuse me while I just continue to look through some of the information that's coming in. There's a lot of it. I'm trying to filter some of that and bring it to you in a way that makes sense. What the heck? So we do have some storm chasers who are out here near this storm right now. I know one of them is reporting that maybe they're seeing a tornado. I don't think that anybody's able to see anything right now in that storm. But let's assume that there is a tornado. You are already under a tornado warning in Bradyville, Fudge Around, and Parker Hill. Okay. In fact, I'm going to text him right now. It'll probably be a minute before he's able to respond. But I sent a text to old Reed there. One of the things that I'm noticing too with the storm up here that just went through Carthage.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We still got a tornado warning for Silver Point and Lancaster, but we're also starting to see some big-time wind velocities come out of this thing, and we're probably going to see some pretty strong damaging winds here very soon in places like Temperance Hall, Helton, Liberty, Buckner, Silver Point, Cherry Hill, Buffalo Valley, and Boma in Tennessee. You guys need to be prepared for that. It's going to be pretty nasty. One of the things that we're also working on is trying to figure out where maybe some of the more heavily damaged areas are back here near Columbia, just to give you some indication as to where we think that might be. There's a lot of traffic here between Highway 412 and Interstate 65 right in this area on the northeastern side, or to the north and east of Columbia, and that goes all the way over towards Holt's Corner too. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, a bit of a concerning signature from the Springfield, Missouri radar near Gentryville in Missouri, heading down towards Asylum Springs, Pomona, Willow Springs, eventually probably to the north or near West Plains in Missouri. I'm not sure if we're going to get a tornado warning out of that, but it does look like it's possible for this to be a tornadic part of the storm. So that is currently not tornado warned. If it does get a tornado warning on it, that is the reason why.
All right, thank you, Andy. Talking about this right here, watching it closely, and y'all watch out down there in Gentryville, maybe over there towards Drury, Topaz, Richville. This is a dangerous storm with or without a tornado. You're going to get destructive hail, baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and now maybe a tornado with this thing as it comes towards you there, all the way over towards Hebron, Missouri. Got lots of storms starting to pop up now back in Texas. McKinney, Texas, big storm popping up there. Severe storm, $50 size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Extreme northeast Texas, we've got pretty much the same thing up here moving towards the Hugo, Oklahoma area. We expect more storms to develop. Way over here in North Carolina, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Greenbrier and Rose Hill. Get ready for some strong winds out there. The vast majority of our severe weather is occurring, though, right here.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy?
Between portions of Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, and Ohio. I'm sorry, and Tennessee, not Ohio. So we're going to be kind of focused on this zone. That was Nick Gorman. Let's talk to him. Go ahead, Nick.
I currently have a view of the tornado warned storm in Illinois with a wall cloud rotating underneath it.
Okay, Nick Gorman has a view of the tornado warned storm in Illinois. This is a live view from Perry County, Illinois, of honestly a fascinating shelf cloud moving up towards Nick, and also maybe a little bit of rotation right there on the edge of it as it approaches Pikeville in Illinois. What an amazing view. Usually whenever you see a storm like that, you've got some big-time winds inside there, so get ready for some damaging winds in Pikeville, Illinois. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, watching a couple of storms back behind our central Tennessee tornado warned storm. The one by Rover back behind the main one doesn't look too concerning at the moment. It's also possible that it could be behind the outflow boundary from this leading huge mess of a supercell. So I'm not sure if that is going to be able to produce a tornado given its position. But the other one I'm also looking at is the one Brad mentioned quite a while ago, back near Colioca. Currently unwarned, no severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning on that, but it does have a much more concerning side-lobed mesocyclone on it now. So it looks like it's rotating a lot more. And it maybe even the one down further south and west of it near Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. So a lot of these storms are in that sort of environment that's conducive for producing tornadoes here. And they have a bit better of a chance to do so than our massive supercell that is broadened out quite a bit and is full of heavy rain. So watching those storms closely.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Yeah, guys, look at this. Tons little storms popping up out here, south and west of Murfreesboro now. Lots of them have the ability, the very real ability to produce a tornado, because they're entering that same environment that just produced a violent tornado, or at least an intense tornado, near Columbia, Tennessee not too long ago. So we are going to watch these closely. I wouldn't be surprised to see tornado warnings come out for those within the next little bit. Also, we've got a tornado emergency up here where Caleb Beecham is. I don't know. I guess we've lost him. If somebody could let...
Hey, Ryan, you got a copy?
There he is. Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, I just don't think I have enough to get my stream through right now, and just to correct you really quick, it's a flash flood emergency, not a tornado emergency.
Did I say tornado emergency?
Yeah, you did. I wanted to correct you just to clarify everyone in the area. But we definitely do have substantial flooding here. I did post some videos and photos on Twitter and tagged you in them, just because I know I don't have great signal out here, but pretty much every single road where I am has now been blocked. So I'm trying to figure out how to get back to the interstate, but so far, pretty much every route that I have has 2 to 3 or 4 feet of water blocking it.
Oh, no.
We're going to
Caleb.
continue to monitor this situation, but we're kind of stuck on an island right now. We're just going to hope for the best.
Oh, be safe, Caleb. Caleb's getting trapped over here in Tennessee in Hall Force 1. The one thing we didn't install in Hall Force 1 was a boat, was the ability to transform it into a boat. Unfortunately. But yeah, I'm sorry, I must have said tornado emergency because we've been talking so much about them here recently. Unfortunately, I'm talking about something actually probably just as bad, or if not a little bit worse, depending on how significant of flooding we're talking about here. We're talking about a flash flood emergency between Cross Plains, Walnut Grove, Graball, Brackentown, and Fairfield. A flash flood emergency is similar to a tornado emergency, where we only see that issued when the National Weather Service believes catastrophic flooding could be underway. And I would say that that's true. Some of the images that Caleb is sharing with me is not necessarily, it doesn't look necessarily catastrophic just yet. We don't know, obviously, what's going on in every little nook and cranny of these counties over here, but what's the problem is we are nowhere even close to done with the rain up here in this area. Between Springfield and Portland and Westmoreland in Tennessee, we're going to see several more inches of rain tonight. And with that, any creeks and streams that are currently flowing high, they're going to flow much higher. Places that usually don't flood will flood tonight in this area, and you are in a life-threatening situation. You need to seek higher ground. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so I just posted an image in stream text from Caleb, and that is catastrophic flooding.
Okay, all right. So this is the situation that Caleb is in, where he literally can't find a road to the interstate. As everywhere he goes, the water is blocking his way. So I want you to look here. Obviously the water's really high in front of Caleb. It's getting higher due to runoff, and then now we've got new storms, new rainfall moving into the area that's going to bring the water even higher than this. So if you live out here in North Tennessee, north of Nashville, unfortunately, this is probably going to be your tornado tonight. It's a major flash flooding situation that's just now starting. Notice how we got all of these storms back here in West Kentucky kind of congealing together, okay? These are going to slowly start to move to the south, and as they do, new supercells, new storms are going to form down here and loft up into that over and over and over again, and you're going to be right in the middle of that until probably 2 a.m. So, that's why I think we're going to have several more inches of rain in your area tonight.
Hey, Ryan, when you got a second.
Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, we just got through that Murfreesboro storm. Very strong RFD with it. It is obviously spinning well up in the mid-levels. We're really focused on that storm that's north of Lewisburg, in between Lewisburg and Chapel Hill. It's got nice low-level rotation on it as well. We're heading down to Shelbyville right now. We'll try to intercept it close to there.
All right, that's Brad telling us his plan. Unfortunately, this camera here in Lewisburg is maybe just not pointing in the right direction. But that's in a good spot to show us the base of the storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But yeah, Verona, Tennessee, Farmington, Rich Creek, y'all get ready. Tornado warning might come out of that storm soon. We just got a new tornado warning in Illinois, and this is for the storm that Nick Gorman is in right now. This is what that looks like. Very strong winds, probably even some hail. But now, a tornado warning is in effect for Spring Garden and Benton in Illinois. This is going to go across Rend Lake here soon. Wow. Very strong winds at Nick Gorman's location. Once again, he's right here, smack dab, in the middle of the strongest part of the storm that is going through Pikeville right now. Yeah, you can also see there's some hail there. So once again, what you're watching here is a live look at a tornado-warned storm near Pikeville, Illinois. And we just got a new tornado warning with this for Cesar, Ewig, Spring Garden, Benton, and Akin in Illinois. Here's a photo from Mathan. Tornado damage east of Columbia, Tennessee, Cliff White area. Trucks flipped, several debarked trees.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy?
Go ahead, Nick.
Right now, our game plan is just to track the tornado warning storm just east out of town. Right now, I cannot confirm anything on the ground, just some straight line winds and some hail.
Thank you, Nick. The storm in Tennessee that's coming up towards Rich Creek, right now is continuing to look more and more organized. I'm very concerned with that last scan there that we might have a developing tornado. Also, if there's anybody in operating the Lewisburg, Tennessee camera on Radar Omega.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. I think we may have a tornado developing southwest of Chapel Hill.
And you're listening to me right now. If you turn that camera around, I think we would see that tornado. I don't know if you have the ability to, but yeah. Right here is the new tornado that's forming in Tennessee, guys. Near Verona, Tennessee. We're going to wait for the tornado warning, but go ahead and prepare for that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we just got a new tornado warning for Bedford, Marshall, and Rutherford counties in Tennessee, and it's going to be for that storm that we're watching here. Now, Verona, Wheel, Unionville, and Shelbyville, Tennessee. Y'all need to take shelter. You got to get into the lowest, most interior room of a sturdy shelter or sturdy building, and don't come out until you until you've heard the all clear here. Right now, at this moment, we don't have any sort of confirmation that there's a tornado down, but we do have very good signs, I guess, from the other products on radar that tell us that there probably is a tornado forming here. Once again, moving towards Verona, Laws Hill, Cowden, Sims Spring, and Hall's Mill. You got to take shelter now. Oh man, we got to worry about these two. These are likely more storms that'll try to produce tornadoes here as they come up into Tennessee. Thankfully, we do have a really good view of this one. Pulaski, Tennessee, this camera. I believe that we are looking at the base of the storm there that's forming. So that right there is the rotating base of the storm, and we're going to be able to see whether or not that becomes any more organized, I guess, as it comes closer to the camera. But this is what I was looking for with the Lewisburg camera. Thankfully, the Pulaski one here is pointing in the right direction. But yeah, this is coming together pretty quickly. We've got a developing storm. That one's also probably going to try to produce a tornado at some point. We've got a similar situation with our Lexington, Alabama camera here pointing towards the storm coming up into Rascaltown and Liberty Grove. Just a ton of storms coming together now. Lots of more opportunities for tornadoes to form. And unfortunately, lots of more rain heading towards Caleb Beecham's location, who's trapped, literally trapped in Lamont, Tennessee. I think we're gonna find him a way out of there. Don't worry. He's not. I don't think we don't need to send a boat after him yet. But a flash flood emergency is in effect up here for Lamont, Orlinda, Cross Plains, Portland, Grabale, and Bethpage in Tennessee. Catastrophic flooding is likely going to happen tonight. Oh, so they can move the Lewisburg camera. Well, now I think it's pointed in the wrong direction again. But that's all right. I do think we have a developing tornado here. Just to the east of Verona. We don't need to see it through the camera. We can see it on radar. So, unfortunately, this storm is entering a very similar environment that we had up there to produce the tornado near Spring Hill and Columbia, Tennessee. So this one's going to try to do it again as it comes up towards Hall's Mill. I don't know if it's going to produce the same level or the same kind of tornado. I don't know if it'll be able to last very long, but it's definitely going to try here. And Brad Arnold's going to get in front of it, and he's going to try to let us see it. Here's some more pictures of the damage that's coming out of the storm that went through near Columbia, Tennessee. As far as other reports go, everything that we're hearing is bad. However, nothing is confirmed yet. So before we relay that information about what happened up here between Columbia, Spring Hill, and Lee's Corner with that more previous tornado warning, we want to make sure we verify everything first. But yeah, it's not looking good. Got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Hamilton County, Illinois. That's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds coming into Wayne City, Mill Shoals, and Fairfield. Get ready for it. We continue to have a tornado warning for Benton and Spring Garden, Illinois. So make sure you're in your safe spot. Right now, we don't have any tornado warnings anywhere else other than that storm in Tennessee and the one in Illinois. We got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, though. Hey, did we ever get Red Bull here? Did that happen? Allie, do you know? Oh, okay. I could have got it. Nobody was talking to me, but I just heard footsteps and then somebody delivered me one. So that that works.
I think it'd be easier just bring you one that would be like, I think it's in the...
Are you the only one here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. It's going to be a long night. My goodness, Storm Runner Media is in a pretty significant storm there in Perry County, Missouri. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching an outbreak of severe storms and tornadoes.
I think this storm with this latest scan that just came in, the storm that's northwest of Shelbyville, is doing the exact same thing that one that went south at Spring Hill did earlier. It has that exact same look on reflectivity. So just keep an eye on that.
Okay. Brad's talking about our storm down here in coming into Shelbyville. We are under a tornado warning in Shelbyville and Deason and Midland. Okay, so you want to make sure you're getting into your safe spots. We're also watching a very strong storm down here near Pulaski, Tennessee. And we have a wonderful view of the base of that storm. And unfortunately, from what we're seeing here, this looks like another storm that will likely try to produce a tornado at some point. What an invaluable resource these cameras are via Radar Omega. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, Hunter Hurley is reporting power flashes in front of him in this tornado warning that's approaching Christopher and Benton, Illinois here. So probably a straight line winds, possible spin up tornado as well in front of Hunter Hurley. So let's see if his feed is working there.
All right, thank you, Andy. Hunter Hurley, a storm chaser out there. We're going to try to get him up. Feeds that we're watching here. But we've seen, I think Nick Gorman, he just went through that storm, and it looked like the winds were pretty crazy there. So I think that they could be getting even stronger as they move towards Cesar, Vaylor, Hickory Corners, and those places there near Benton in Illinois. Take shelter because you're under a tornado warning as well. Oh, yeah. Hunter Hurley's got a very similar view as to what Nick had earlier with that ominous shelf cloud coming in. And he's probably seeing some of the power flashes and stuff from underneath that shelf cloud as the strong winds are moving in his general direction. So we're going to keep Bryce, Brad, and Hunter up. Really not liking what I'm seeing over here, especially in if we're talking about flash flooding for Hopkinsville, Kentucky. You're already under a flash flood warning. We've seen several inches of rain today. This situation that we're about to enter here, where we've got all this convection kind of compiling over this area, the front's going to do this thing where it goes from this angle to this angle, and then it's going to push down south as a big squall line. In that transition, you're going to be right in the axis where you don't get a break from the rain. And I do believe that that area will be one of the places that experiences some very significant flooding tonight. So there's an early heads up for that. If it's not already flooding where you are in Hopkinsville or Lafayette or Cadiz or Elkton or any of those places, that's a telltale sign of some upcoming flooding situations that's getting ready to happen. Storm in Tennessee continues to look just downright menacing on reflectivity. That's coming up towards Shelbyville, Tennessee. You guys should definitely be in your safe spot, especially up there towards Deason, Anchor Mill, Elbethel. Because this storm is just absolutely classic in its presentation on reflectivity. Velocity is a little bit harder to read, but we are seeing some connection now between the reds and the greens, the outbound winds, the winds going away from the radar, the winds going towards the radar, and it does look like we have ourselves a velocity couplet here. So a tornado might be imminent for the people between Wheel, Anchor Mill, and Shelbyville here within the next little bit. Please take shelter now. Brad Arnold's about to give us a visual on that. He's getting really close. Oh yeah, we can see it better from the Huntsville radar. And this is a live look at what that storm looks like as Brad Arnold approaches it. We're not able to see the base of that storm yet, but we're seeing the ominous kind of overshooting forward flank there, kind of hovering over Shelbyville right now. Once Brad gets a little bit farther to the west, we should have a decent view up into the base of that storm. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I want to bring your attention to Caleb's camera. Of course, he just stopped moving, so you can no longer see what I was looking at. But there
new
was
tornado
some very,
warning
very
has been
rapidly
issued.
moving water. So I think not only are we dealing with high waters at this point. Yeah, there you go. That is not supposed to look like that. I looked at it on Google Maps, and that's supposed to be a creek that's like 2 feet wide. Obviously, that's not 2 feet wide.
Yep. Thank you, Riley, and thank you, Caleb Beecham out there, giving us invaluable flash flooding coverage right now, which is going to be very important, I think, as we go into the afternoon and evening. Yeah, this is just one of the several creeks and streams that's still rising, by the way, and also probably out of its banks over here in Tennessee. And I'm telling y'all right now, we're going to see this water rise even more because there's a lot more rain on the way. So we're going to keep watching Caleb and, of course, our other storm chasers here as we go back to the radar and look at our new tornado warning that just got issued here in Tennessee. We've got an area of rotation that's coming together quite nicely here just to the west of McAdenville. So sirens are probably starting to go off in McAdenville, Centertown, Midway, Morrison, Tennessee. Please consider, or actually don't consider it. Please actually go to your safe spot. If you're in McAdenville, Tennessee, this looks like a storm that's certainly capable of producing a big tornado here. And we know that this environment is capable of doing that. We've seen these storms produce big tornadoes today. Very damaging tornadoes, as a matter of fact. And we just got a big rumble of thunder here. Did you guys hear that through the mic? A big clash of thunder here at the weather house. Mostly associated probably with the rain that's just coming off the top of these storms down here in southeastern Kentucky. But yeah, this is what it looks like outside of the weather house right now as the sun sets. Go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, Ryan. Just behind me here, actually, I opted to pull off the bridge, but I am seeing parts of float down the river. So this is definitely starting to impact structures as it continues to rise.
Yeah, this is and like, guys, I know we've been, talking about the flooding and we're looking at the water and stuff. But this is actually a serious situation. This is the kind of flood where at some point tonight we may see homes floating down the river. We may see people, cars. Like this is, I've been through this. We saw this happen in southeastern Kentucky a couple of years ago. About 50 people died whenever we had our flash flood emergency. Okay. So, it's, an incredibly dangerous situation. If you're under a flash flood emergency tonight, make sure you have a way of getting to higher ground. Even if you live in a place where it doesn't usually flood. I've lived here for 30 years, never seen it flood.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This could be the kind of situation where you do end up getting some water. So, pay attention especially as more rain is moving in from the west and from the southwest. Big time rotation continues with our tornado warned storm here near Morrison and McAdenville. Please take shelter over there. And then our supercell that really looks quite ominous on radar, is about to get really close to Shelbyville. Brad Arnold should have a very clear view of this as soon as he gets through the town here in a few moments. So currently we've got a tornado warning for Jefferson and Wayne counties in Illinois, Cannon, Coffee, Warren and White counties in Tennessee, Bedford and Rutherford counties in Tennessee, Franklin and Jefferson counties in Illinois, and Perry County, Illinois, all under tornado warnings. The most concerning signatures.
Brad, we are going to go north, so that way we have an escape route into the core of this. Also, there are some fields up there, so we should have a good view of it once we look back west.
All right, that's Brad. I was going to say, out of all the storms that we have right now, the most concerning signatures come from this gang of storms down here in Tennessee, so that's why we're kind of focusing on them. You've got a strong storm coming towards you there in Perry County, Illinois, but I think the damaging wind threat is the biggest thing right now. But we're going to go check on that storm right after we look at the new tornado warning in Texas. Lamont County, Texas. Now under a tornado warning. This includes East Direct, Bunker Hill, Belk, Forest Chapel, and Chicota. Take shelter now if you're out here in Texas. This looks like a pretty nasty area of rotation as well. All right, so we're about to get a new tornado watch. There's a 95% likelihood that we're going to see a new tornado watch here soon for portions of Arkansas and West Tennessee as new storm development is about to happen here. And once again, portions of Arkansas and Tennessee. This will go deep into the morning hours tomorrow. This one is going to be a long one, y'all. This severe weather situation that we're covering here, this is not going to be over anytime soon. This is a live look from Brad Arnold, who's in Shelbyville, Tennessee right now, trying to give us a view of the tornado warned storm. That's got a really ominous looking presence to it on radar. We're trying to see if that translates to what it actually looks like on the ground as well. I believe the tornado, or the part of the storm that would produce the tornado, is going to be on the left side of your screen. It's out the driver's side window. So we're going to wait until he gets a little bit closer there so he can give us a shot of that. Definitely seeing a lot of movement with some of the lower level clouds there. Definitely pretty spooky. I don't think we see a nadir just yet. But I think I see the rotation there. Yeah. Yeah, you can see the rotating wall cloud right there, right in front of him. Pretty rapid rotation as well. If I'm looking at this right, obviously I've got a little bit of a smaller view than some of you guys who are watching on a big TV. But something's spinning around over there. Once again, this is a live view from storm chaser Brad Arnold.
Ryan, rapidly rotating wall cloud with this. It's really ramping up.
That's what I thought. So yeah, we're looking at a rapidly rotating wall cloud here that's coming into Bedford County, Tennessee. This is going to go right over Shelbyville. Okay, so Shelbyville, hopefully you guys are all in your safe spots. I don't see a lot of movement down there in the town, so hopefully people are actually sheltered and they're not playing around out there trying to look at the storm or unaware of what's going on, because this is definitely the kind of storm that could very quickly put down a big tornado here in Shelbyville, Tennessee. Now, something interesting is getting ready to happen here, where another storm has just formed south of this, and it's about to crash into the hook on this storm. Sometimes that will actually enhance the rotation and actually make the tornado more likely to happen. Sometimes that'll completely disrupt the intricate balance that is tornado genesis, and it'll stop the tornado from occurring. So we don't know exactly what's going to happen yet, but thankfully we've got Storm Chaser Brad Arnold giving us a live view here of what's going on down there near Shelbyville, Tennessee. What you're looking at here is a live view from Shelbyville of a rotating storm. We're just trying to see if it's, how close is this actually to producing a tornado. And you can, if you can't see the spin on that, then you ain't looking. That is definitely rotating very quickly. So once again, this is associated with the tornado warning that continues for Shelbyville. We'll probably see a new tornado warning issued for Caldwell, Wartrace, Union Ridge, Balcom, and Busy Corner in Tennessee here shortly, as this definitely deserves a tornado warning, if any storm today has. Going back over to the McAdenville tornado warning, you guys are probably experiencing some $half sized hail, some strong winds, lots of lightning, lots of rain. The tornado part of that storm is currently to the south of McAdenville. I'm more concerned about the tornado maybe going towards Lawson Mill, Irving College, Smyrna, and Ileford, and maybe Spring Creek in Tennessee. But we want you in your tornado safe spot in McAdenville regardless, okay? So Brad is going to do his best to try to stay in front of this storm so that he doesn't get overtaken. But yeah, you can see that this thing is going right through Shelbyville, and thankfully, at least, well, what in the world we got going on here? Gosh, that's a lot of movement. For anybody that's just now tuning in, this is a live look right now at a tornado warned storm going through Shelbyville, Tennessee right now. What we just saw there was likely either a rapidly rotating wall or funnel cloud, and it could even be a part of the storm that's trying to turn into a tornado pretty quickly here as it goes towards Forest Hills, Wartrace, and Union Ridge. Yeah, that does not look good, what we just saw there from Brad Arnold's feed. That was probably the
tornado warning
one of the fastest moving non-tornadoes. Like, you know, usually if you see rapid motion like that, it's a tornado. If that wasn't a tornado, that's one of the most rapidly moving wall clouds I've ever seen. All right, so Brad Arnold's on his escape route now. He's going to go back into Shelbyville, and he's going to go east to try to stay in front of this thing so that we can continue to have a view of it. So what's interesting here, let's go back to the radar real quick. What's interesting here is when Brad first got up here, we were looking to like straight out of his windshield and we could see that rapid rotation. And then it kind of went away. And I thought that maybe we were done with it, but then he turned around and pointed us to the right a little bit, and we saw some new rotation, which was actually a lot more, concerning looking. And I think that's what we're seeing over here. We had a little bit of a handoff, a little bit of a new tornado part of the storm form here near Forest Hills. So part of me thinks that we might have just saw an actual tornado there, but we didn't hear anything from Brad, so we might not have ground contact yet. But a developing tornado here near Forest Hills, moving towards Haley, Union Ridge, Balcom, and Buzzy Corner, and Manchester in Tennessee. You guys got to take shelter now. And now we're going to see how big a man this storm really is. Okay, is this storm right here, this little blip, is it going to come into the hook and completely obliterate the storm and not allow it to produce a tornado? Let's hope so. However, some storms can handle that, and they will continue to produce a tornado regardless of that interaction. So we're going to watch that closely. Storm near Pulaski is also moving really fast. These are some of the most incredible low-level cloud, movements you'll see with these storms. They're moving around out there. So likely to have some problems out of this storm as well, as it comes right back up into our corridor of greatest concern. By the way, speaking of Columbia, I believe this is some damage out of Columbia, or the areas just near Columbia, Tennessee, with that big tornado that we saw earlier. Officials are saying avoid it if possible. We're also hearing that tornado damage south of Lanton, Tennessee. We're hearing some more about that. We've got multiple homes destroyed and at least 2 vehicles that were completely thrown off of Interstate 65 during that tornado. Rotation is still pretty healthy here as it comes towards Cornter, Union Ridge, and Manchester in Tennessee. However, no updates. That's about all I can tell you. We need you in your safe spot if you're in those areas. Brad Arnold's trying to catch up with it so we can get another view of it.
All right, I got you, Ryan. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Illinois storms that are in southeastern Illinois now. They're headed towards the strongest part of the storm is headed towards
A new
Albion
tornado
or
warning
Albion,
has been issued.
Bone Gap, and West Salem here in Illinois. This is a bow echo, classic bow echo shape here, and it's going to move really quickly and probably cause widespread power outages. Probably cause widespread power outages. No, I'm not muted. Okay, good. Ryan muted himself. All right, good. So I am concerned about these areas that are, and eventually across the state line here, Mount Carmel, Illinois, into Princeton, Indiana. This is a very strong windstorm that will go through your areas here. So the bow echo is where that rear inflow jet is driving it forward the fastest here. So let's look at that newest tornado warning in Alabama here. So newest tornado warning in Alabama came down and oh wow, okay, it's not where I thought it would be. It's near Rogersville, Alabama, headed up towards Anderson and Leicester. There are a bunch of different storms here, all in northern Alabama and southern Tennessee. There's a bunch of them down there that all could actually go tornado warned at the same time. So we're watching many different severe thunderstorm warned storms here in northern Alabama, northeastern Alabama, even northwestern Alabama, closer to Athens. So every storm that has a severe thunderstorm tag on it
A new
is
tornado
rotating
warning
right now,
has been issued.
and we could see several different tornado warnings come through for all of those storms. All right, so for Cumberland, Fentress, Overton, and Putnam counties, that's of course up near Cookeville. There's a small area of circulation here east of Cookeville that is being warned here. I think it's going to go near Clark Range, Tennessee. That's the area that's been warned. Let me take a brief look at that, and then I'll pass it back to you, Ryan. So yeah, that's kind of embedded in a bunch of heavy rain up here near Monterey, Tennessee, heading due east to Clark Range. You're not going to want to try to be outside to see this, but please be taking shelter into Clark Range, Tennessee, and surrounding areas there. That's well to the north of Crossville, and the storm that we're concerned with that tornado warning is heading due east, for those of you in Crossville wondering about that newest warning. All right, go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Andy.
Don't forget to unmute too.
Yeah. I think my flashing light is working. I hit the wrong button earlier. It's fine. All right, so we do have that tornado warning for Clark Range and Grimsley. This one looks pretty serious. Hopefully you guys are taking shelter out there in Hanging Limb, Lovejoy, Campground, Wilder, all the way out there towards Banner Springs in Tennessee. Tornado warning. Now we're starting to get these warnings more towards East Middle Tennessee, or actually closer to East Tennessee. This will continue to cause problems maybe over towards Knoxville later. So we're going to watch these storms as they come your way. We also got a tornado warning for Alabama while we were stepping away there. Andy was on that, and we got a camera here near Lexington. I don't think we're seeing anything through that, but Rogersville, Anderson, and Leicester, you're under a tornado warning now. We got a decent amount of rotation down here near Thorntontown, but like, man, all of these storms have they have the opportunity to produce tornadoes because they're in a very favorable environment for that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning for every single one of these storms as they come up into Tennessee. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 rotating mesocyclones now coming up into Tennessee. And the only thing that's going to stop them is basically what happened with our bigger supercell up here. Is there's just going to have to be so many mergers and kind of like an outflow dominant system that takes over before they stop rotating and they stop threatening to produce tornadoes. So hopefully that happens pretty quickly with those storms. Like it's also, I think it's happening now with our Shelbyville storm. It's still rotating and it's still very likely trying to produce a tornado, but so many mergers have happened here. I don't know if it's going to be able to survive it, but we're going to watch it just in case it does. And something else to look at here is if it can get through this one, It's going to have a very clear southern side, so there's not going to be much of anything else to interfere with it. Even if you go to velocity here, even these severe storms in Alabama are rotating a little bit. So, or northeast Alabama, I should say. Of course, the one over here near Rogersville is. So that's what's going on in North Alabama now, in Middle Tennessee. Lots of concern with these tornado-warned storms as they move off to the east. Some places that need to be concerned about these. As we go later into the night are places like Tullahoma, Winchester, maybe even Chattanooga. Of course, Crossville, Wartburg, Harriman, Kingston, Knoxville. We might be watching these storms all the way up to you, and they might be spinning and producing damaging winds and all that stuff by the time they get to you as well. Once again, we talked about the Hopkinsville area earlier in terms of
a new
the severity
tornado
of
warning
the flooding
has been
that's
issued.
likely about to begin here if it's not already ongoing. You've got lots more rain on the way here, and just once again, all the way back here to Missouri, storms are forming and moving almost directly west to east. Get ready for that. Thankfully, right now in our flash flood emergency in northern Tennessee, we don't have any ongoing torrential downpours. But what's happening here is we're getting all of these supercells forming back here in Mississippi and Tennessee, and we're getting all of that activity back here in Kentucky. All of this is eventually going to have to go through you. Okay, so this is going to end up leading to more total rainfall there. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think we're about to have tornado genesis near Stella and Prospect, Tennessee. That is right on the state line, that storm right there. That is not tornado warned.
A new tornado
I
watch has
believe,
been
at
issued.
this moment. So that might have a tornado head right over Prospect, Tennessee, and head towards Elkton, Tennessee, along I-85 there, right at the Alabama-Tennessee state line.
Okay, thank you, Andy. This is
a new tornado warning has been issued.
DeKalb County and Jackson County, Alabama just
Hey,
got a
Ryan, this is
tornado
Brad.
warning.
Let me
But
give you a second.
this is the storm that Andy's talking about coming up towards Liberty, Aspen Hill, and Elkton, Bunker Hill. You guys get ready. You're not under a warning for some reason. But we expect that will come soon. So go ahead and take shelter. Let's talk to Brad now. Go ahead, Brad.
A new tornado
Ryan,
warning
dropping
has
down
been
to
issued.
Tullahoma on this storm that is going to be headed towards Fayetteville. It's a little bit of storm overload. Hopefully you saw that nice lightning strike right there. It's a little bit storm overload. It seems like every single one of these storms has decent to good low-level rotation on it, so looks like it's going to be a long night.
Yeah. Unfortunately, everything that I'm seeing here is just... it's going to be a long night. Brad's going to go down towards Fayetteville, where we just got a new tornado warning for the rotation there that's going to be coming through Jerusalem and then towards Sulphur Springs and eventually Elmwood Terrace and, of course, Lynchburg as well. Get ready for that over there and take shelter. Still no tornado warning for our big-time rotation here near Prospect. Which is surprising. Hopefully everybody there is getting in their safe spot anyway near Liberty because this is probably putting down a tornado right now. Let's look at the Pulaski camera. Can we see? We can't really see the base of that storm, unfortunately, through the Pulaski camera, but you can see the outside of it, I guess, the backside of that giant cumulonimbus cloud there. That's associated with the storm that's trying to produce a tornado as it goes towards Liberty and Elkton in Tennessee. Tornado warning over here in Alabama for Hennigar.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Hennigar and Ider, Alabama. Take shelter over there. And we've got an observed tornado warning now in North Alabama near Rogersville. tornado on the ground now near Cedar Grove. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, that storm went confirmed, and also this, I mean, there is a huge debris ball correlation coefficient is just lowered to absolute nothing over Prospect, Tennessee, and it's still not warned right now. Maybe this will just immediately be escalated to a PDS warning here, but that is one of the biggest debris balls we've seen tonight as this tornado starts up near Prospect. So a complete blue there in that hook echo. So I expect this to be a confirmed warning, as it should have been a few minutes ago.
Thank you, Andy. Even though we don't have a tornado warning right now, y'all, we do have a big tornado. I'm sorry. We have a big tornado on the ground near Prospect, Tennessee, near the Alabama border. Okay. Additionally, we just got that confirmation on the warning from the Alabama storm here. There's also a tornado on the ground near Rogersville, moving up towards Cedar Grove. This unwarned big tornado up here near Prospect is, lifting debris into the air. It's honestly probably doing significant damage in Prospect right now. It's going to go towards Poplar Hill. It's going to go towards Elkton and Dixon Town. I don't know what the heck is going on, but hopefully the people there in Elkton understand what's happening here, even though we don't have a tornado warning. This is a dangerous situation. We got to get those people underground. Also, this is probably going to cross Interstate 65 here, somewhere around Dixon Town. So once again, if you guys, we got 120,000 people in here. Y'all could literally be a hero right now. If you know somebody in this area, call them. Call them, FaceTime them, do whatever it takes to get a hold of them, because they literally might not know that a huge damaging tornado is coming right towards them. And we've got no doubt about it. Okay, it's right here. We can see it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Giles County, Tennessee. There's a warning for it. Radar indicated. But hey, now we've got an official warning for Elkton and Baugh. In Tennessee, Poplar Hill, you're next in line. Once again, I think a big tornado is going to come right through your area. Sorry. All right, let me dive in here a little bit. Right now, the tornado is somewhere to the west of, or probably right over Poplar Hill Cemetery. If you know where Richland Creek is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's going to parallel Richmond Creek over towards Crony Cemetery and Mechanic Mobile right before it gets into the Elkton area. Okay, now we've got what? We've got an observed tornado warning now for New Delrose, Blanche, Coldwater, Kirkland. But we you guys need to get to shelter, but we really need to get people in Poplar Hill and Dixon Town into their safe spots. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Huntsville office issuing that confirmed warning ahead of time, which I believe it should be probably a PDS at this point for both offices. So I understand that the Nashville office is extremely overwhelmed with the flash flood emergencies and so forth ongoing right now. But it is very important that with that in mind, that we utilize our resource here to explain exactly what's happening here and get these people, sheltered essentially, as this tornado does look like it is a significant one already, with debris approaching 10,000 feet above the surface. So I'm sorry, I'm a little exasperated, but this should pass towards Taft and south of Fayetteville, Tennessee, out ahead of it with that confirmed warning in southern Lincoln County, Tennessee.
New information: this tornado warning has been upgraded.
we've got a tornado here that's already done a lot of damage near Prospect, Tennessee, moving over Poplar Hill, and it's going to continue to do damage likely as it moves towards Elkton and Dixon Town. So thankfully, we've got that observed or confirmed tornado warning now. So the sirens are going off and people's phones are going off and stuff like that. But hopefully those people in Prospect got the warning in time. Also, if you're down there all the way towards Park City, Tennessee, this is going to eventually come towards you. So y'all need to be getting into your safe space as well. This is an incredibly dangerous situation, okay? I'm stepping away from the computer one more time for about 60 seconds. I'll be right back. Andy, you've got it if you want it.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Still conforming to what I mentioned earlier with all of these cells in northern Alabama and even northeastern Alabama. All of them that are severe thunderstorm warned are pretty much rotating here and could be worth tornado warnings at any point, so they should be treated equally here. So I would be thinking about looking at your safe spots in Athens, Alabama. The storm should pass pretty close to Decatur, Alabama as well, in northern Alabama here. Huntsville, you'd be down the line from that in like 30, 45 minutes from the supercells to your west. Hopefully they are a little less ferocious by then. In addition to that, one of the new warnings we have is in northeastern Alabama, once again in the Sand Mountain Plateau area near Eider, and up I-59 here, approaching the Georgia state line here with Alabama. So that storm is being propelled forward just a little bit by a storm back to its west, and that could accentuate some the genesis of a tornado here as it interacts. So watching that storm that's currently tornado warned. No tornado warning yet into the Georgia side of the state line in Dade County, but y'all watch out ahead of time for that rotation. In addition to that, I think the original tornado we had that unfortunately, I think just went through Prospect, Tennessee unwarned, except for what we were able to get out in only a couple minutes of heads up here, just how fast this tornado occurred here and intensified very rapidly. It's a very small town with a post office there and a few roads going out of it. Elkton, it doesn't look like the tornado is on the ground anymore at this point. It looks like what we see in the hook is completely, like what's showing up on radar is completely debris. But I do think that there is a strong possibility of another tornado right as it passes south of Elkton and north of Ardmore here in Tennessee, just north of the state line of Alabama here, and I-65 in that area. So please be taking shelter out ahead of this as well, as there could be another tornado that occurs with this as the previous one lifts and all that damage is just circulating in the air.
Thank you, Andy. Riley, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I just want to draw your attention to Arkansas, which we haven't talked about much today, but the SPC did just put out a mesoscale discussion talking about how those storms in Oklahoma and Texas will start to pose more of a significant tornado threat if we see them move into Arkansas.
Okay, thank you, Riley. More of a tornado threat likely if these storms move into Arkansas, and they likely will. So we're going to be talking about Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas a lot over the next little bit. Unfortunately, right now, all eyes are on Tennessee, man. We've got just a disastrous situation going on in Tennessee right now where we've had multiple destructive tornadoes, lots of severe thunderstorms, catastrophic flash flooding possible up there in the northern side, north of Nashville. And we're still in the middle of this, okay? We're still in the woods here. We've got a lot of rotating supercells that haven't met their potential yet, okay? And we've got new convection down here in Alabama moving up towards Chattanooga, moving up towards, Harriman and Saudi Daisy and, places like this in East Tennessee. It's going to be a long night, okay? So we're watching right now what we believe was once a big tornado and its circulation moved towards Elkton, Tennessee. This could come right back down on you, so please stay in your safe spot in Elkton, Tennessee. We also need you to get there in Park City. Additionally, these storms down here in Alabama are looking mean. So the storm that just went by Rogersville, it's producing a tornado near Cedar Grove. That's going to move up towards Cairo, Alabama. We need you guys to take shelter. This is eventually going to go towards Ardmore, Tennessee. I think we are probably going to see this storm down here near Townsend Crossroads.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's going to continue to try to produce a tornado as it comes up towards Sulphur Springs Station on the border of Alabama and Georgia. So you guys need to take shelter as well. And guys, here's a future tornado. Here's a future tornado. Here's a future tornado, or a potential future tornado. Just to give you an idea of what's happening here, we've got so many storms that are still like not even close to fully realizing their potential. New tornado warning for Rogersville and Oakland, thanks to this circulation near North Cortland in Alabama. Get ready in Rogersville. This is going to come right up towards you. We got a new tornado warning in Tennessee. Up to 12 warnings now. Caggle, Paolo, Brush Creek, Lee's Station, you guys are under a tornado warning. And additionally, we've got a tornado warning up here for Grimsley. That's going to be allowed to expire in about 10 minutes. So we've got a bunch of tornado warnings right now. The vast majority of them are in Tennessee and Alabama. However, real quick, we do have a couple up here in Illinois and Texas as well. This one in Illinois is going to be allowed to expire very soon. However, look at this huge bow echo here. All right, we're going to have damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour or higher, potentially moving into Mount Carmel here within the next 15 to 20 minutes. You guys want to take shelter for that, I would say. We've got supercells also forming back here in southern Illinois. These will have somewhat of a tornadic potential with them as well as they go up towards Evansville, Indiana. And then we've got a tornado warning back here in Texas with this storm. And remember, you need to be in your safe spot in Slate Shoals. But remember, as these storms continue to move into Arkansas, these are going to pose more of a tornado threat later tonight. So just absolutely wild stuff going on here with our significant severe weather outbreak. I think Brad Arnold is trying to get himself in front of this circulation here, which is near Delina. This storm is still trying to produce a tornado as it goes towards Blakeville, Bidwell, and Belleville, Tennessee. Hopefully everybody in those towns are in their safe spots. The Elkton storm is hopefully not producing a tornado right now, but it's back to where the velocity signatures are suggesting that it certainly could be. So hopefully everybody's in their safe spots in Elkton, and we are still there also in Coldwater, Tennessee, as this is coming towards you next. The Elkton storm seems to be recycling here as it's going to try to drop another tornado. This one thankfully has a warning. So hopefully people out in front of the storm here are already in their safe spots, and it's not going to surprise anybody. Wow. Storm chaser Don Murray has made his way all the way down here into Georgia. We're going to keep an eye on him as he's getting closer to Morganville, which has a storm on it that looks like it could probably cause some problems for Chattanooga here in a little bit. So we're keeping an eye on all of these storms as they get closer to Chattanooga, Tennessee. There is a tornado warning for Brush Creek, Paleo, and Lusk and Lee Station in Tennessee. The rotation with that
has been issued.
Is not very concise. However, once again, this is a huge supercell. It's definitely causing considerable damage with its winds, and there could definitely be a tornado in there. So we need you in your safe spot down there in Brush Creek, Tennessee. New warning, new tornado warning just now for Fairfield Glade, Bowman, and Clark Range. in Tennessee. We have the vast majority of East Middle Tennessee under a tornado warning now, or a severe thunderstorm warning 1. And I see a lot of you guys are tagging me in images of damage. The damage reports are continuing to come in from the damage that these tornadoes are doing, and at some point we will get to that. I will update you on all of that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We just got another new tornado warning in Alabama. Up to 13 now. 13 tornado warnings at the same time. We're going to wait for that polygon to start flashing here. I'm going to zoom in on it, and then we're going to go over all of the different warnings one by one. So that new warning is going to be for Ardmore, Elkmont, and Tony. All right, for this circulation back here near Oakland. This is going to continue to go up towards Interstate 65, and this could cause some big problems as far as a potential tornado goes between Elkmont and Tony within the next 34 minutes. Get into shelter and stay there until that warning is allowed to expire. We've got another tornado forming just to the south and west of that near North Cortland. All right, this is going to go up towards Coxey, Oakland, and eventually Athens up here in northern Alabama. So y'all get ready for that. Get to your safe spots, and once again, we'll let you know when it's time to come out. Our big tornado that we just had not too long ago that went to the west of Elkton is still, the storm that produced that is still there, and it's still trying to produce a new tornado as it goes into Coldwater and Blanche, Tennessee. We need you guys in your safe spots. And then this right here is a really concerning signature near Delina in Jerusalem, Tennessee. A tornado is likely on the ground here or about to be as it goes towards Blakeville, Sulphur Springs, Howell, and Belleville in Tennessee. And eventually this might make it all the way down there to Lynchburg, which is where Storm Chaser Brad Arnold is right now. All right, so he's trying to get there to give us a visual on this tornado that's trying to form here. The tornado warning up here for Wartrace and Manchester is going to be allowed to expire in 3 minutes. But that new tornado warning for Brush Creek, Lusk, and Lee Station is going to continue for 30 minutes.
Thunderstorm warning
we need you all in your safe spots. Everybody in Tennessee from Spring City to Dayton, all the way down to Soddy Daisy, is under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Okay? And we're expecting 2-inch, maybe lime-sized hail. Okay, and 70-mile-per-hour winds in places like, once again, Pikeville, Tennessee, Spring City, Dayton, and Soddy Daisy. It's going to happen over the next 47 minutes. I would get to shelter for that. Limes coming through your window at 60 to 70 miles per hour is not something you want to be in the living room for. New tornado watch. This one goes all the way until 3 a.m. tonight. We are nowhere close to being done with this. Tornado watch includes Russellville, Little Rock, Jonesboro, Arkansas. It also includes Memphis, Tennessee, Jackson, Tennessee, Nashville, Crossville, and Columbia. A few tornadoes likely, apple-sized hail, and wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. There's 6.5 million people in that watch. Once again, until 3 a.m. Central.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Let's go over to our PDS severe thunderstorm warning over here in Illinois. I just want to go over this because Mount Carmel, Illinois, and Allendale, Illinois, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now for up to 90-mile-per-hour winds. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It's a particularly dangerous situation. You want to take shelter as if it's a tornado in Mount Carmel, White River, and Allendale, Illinois. This storm is also going to go towards Princeton, Indiana.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Princeton, Indiana, and then up there towards Lawrenceville, Illinois as well. Okay, so that huge backwards C, the bow echo that you see here is a telltale sign that we're having big-time damaging winds coming through with this storm. Once again, that's a 90-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. You don't see that every day. It's been a while since we've seen that. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think we're starting to see the beginning of our new tornado watch. I'm sorry. And the products that are going to go through that west of, west of Fort Smith, Arkansas. That middle supercell there, the northern severe warning looks like it's going to try to do something here. I think that velocity couplet is actually producing a tornado right now. It's literally just 2 pixels there southeast of McCurtain, Oklahoma, but you can clearly see it, and it's in high reflectivity, which is a high confidence to me that this is probably now producing a tornado or a very rapidly rotating funnel. Zach Hall is right in front of that storm in position, a little ways out, but be ready for a tornado warning, especially with that signature for northern LaFleur County in Oklahoma. And then areas probably going just south of Fort Smith, Arkansas, right on the state line.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for drawing our attention
to that. A new tornado watch has been issued.
We've got a lot of alerts going on, lots of stuff going on. Real quick, before we dive back into the weeds here of covering all of these tornadoes and our significant severe weather outbreak, a moment to appreciate the beauty that comes along with some of these storms. Caleb from Arkansas just shared this video of some mammatus clouds at sunset in Arkansas here just over the past little bit. That is one of the better and more breathtaking views I've seen of that kind of cloud in a while. So, Andy, what do you got?
That the next scan of reflectivity on that Oklahoma Arkansas storm does have a light debris signature on it. So unwarned tornado happening right now southeast of McCurtain, Oklahoma. My hope is that it weakens, that it's only a brief tornado, but that has indeed done enough to pick up some
tornado
damage or
warning
debris
has been
and
issued.
loft at 2,000 feet. So hopefully we get a warning for that in case the supercell has the capability of doing it again. But we can also let Zach Hall know that there is a tornado west of him if he's not aware yet due to not having a tornado warning here.
Thank you, Andy. Zach, we've got you pulled up. We're live on YouTube. We know you're working towards a storm west of Fort Smith, and we believe there's a tornado on the ground with that right now. It's not warned or anything, but just let us know if you see anything, and I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Yeah, man, thank you. I'm getting south. There's just no roads west to it, but we're going to try to get set up as quick as we can on this if there is a tornado on the ground.
All right, so that's the latest from Storm Chaser Zach Hall, who's going to be our eyes on the ground for these storms in Oklahoma and Arkansas. We got to get back to Tennessee. All right, because we got a lot going on over there. Before we do that, though, let's talk to Andy. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, most pertinent storm in this area, I think, after looking at all of them as quickly as I can, is this one that is actually approaching Athens, Alabama here. So yeah, this is going towards Athens, Alabama. The velocity is most intense on this one over here, and it does go up with height despite being slightly sidelobed. I think this storm is intensifying and maybe close to producing a tornado if it isn't already. So please use that as a means to tell people in Athens and Tanner, Alabama, to go ahead and take shelter. I know there's like 3 different tornado warnings right in that same county, in Limestone County, but this is the one that is most concerning as it heads pretty much due east towards I-65 in the Athens-Tanner area in Alabama.
All right. Thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill bringing our attention back to Alabama and Tennessee now, where it does look like we have a tornado right in here moving up towards Coxie. Let me put this into motion just so I can see what's going on. Yep. Coxsey, Poplar Creek, and over towards Blackburn and Green Hills. You guys need to get to shelter. Now, you are under a tornado warning already. Hopefully, you are already in your safe spots. But, you know, if you haven't gotten there yet, we need to get you there. Additionally, we're continuing to be extremely concerned about our supercell that caused a tornado back west of Elkton, Tennessee. This is still rotating. It's still trying to produce a new tornado as it gets closer to Park City and Fayetteville. Please take shelter over there. Storm chaser Brad Arnold is on his way down. He's pretty close, actually. And then just got a new warning for Hillsboro, Tennessee. Okay, that's Hillsboro, Tennessee, Winton Town, Chestnut Grove. This area of rotation here has come together quite well, and that's going to maybe produce a tornado as it goes over towards Saineville and Chestnut Grove, maybe even Hickson and Elkhead, Tennessee. Y'all need to
Brian, do you have my stream?
Take shelter. That's Zach getting my attention here. Yes. Wait, was that Zach? Hold on. Yes.
When we pulled up to this tree break, what you're seeing here, there was a funnel that, I mean, it looked like it was almost on the ground. The moment I turned around, it looks like it's lifted some, but you can see there's definitely some activity there right in front of us.
Yeah, so this is a live look from storm chaser Zach Hall, giving us a look at the storm that's coming up to the south of Fort Smith. He's saying that he saw a funnel that was just about to the ground. Lots of activity down there near the base of that storm, which is pretty much in line with what we can infer from what we've been seeing from the the radar here. We do believe we had a tornado on the ground for a while near McCurtain. If it's not still there, this is certainly the kind of storm that will be able to produce multiple tornadoes. So we maybe still need a warning here in Panama and Shady Point in Oklahoma. We're going to keep up with storm chaser Zach Hall as he continues to provide us a view of that. And then we've got, I believe, a new warning down here in Texas as well for Clarksville, Texas. Tornado warning for you guys. Take shelter now. Really strong storm capable of producing golf ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds.
A new PDS
and now a tornado
warning has been issued.
Now we have a PDS tornado warning. And bear with me, guys. My voice is about to give up on me. But we're all right. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. I don't see a debris. Well, there probably is some debris with that new PDS. That is for the Elkton, Taft, south of Fayetteville, Tennessee areas. Please take shelter there. I think another I think another PDS is coming for Athens, Alabama. I'm so glad I called this out early because, oh my goodness, another deep debris signature here in western Limestone County, unfortunately headed towards Athens and Tanner. I don't know if we're going to see like a fourth tornado warning here, but that is doing damage via the correlation coefficient there. And unfortunately, a tornado in progress headed towards Athens, Alabama. So please let people know. I am 100% confident that it is on the ground. So please call them ahead of time and let them know to take shelter.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. That PDS tornado warning is going to be for the storm that Brad Arnold's going to. But we also have a very concerning situation with the storm now coming up towards Poplar Creek and Athens in Alabama, as that one looks like it's potentially, even bigger of a deal than the one up in Tennessee. They're both equally very concerning, though. We need you to get yourself underground or in the most interior room of your home if you're in Fayetteville, Park City, or Coldwater, or Yukon, Camargo, or Kirkland in Tennessee. You are under, once again, a PDS tornado warning, which means that a potentially large damaging tornado is on the ground. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. I expect that a similar level warning maybe will be issued at some point for this storm that's moving up in the general direction of Athens, Alabama as well. Whether it be a confirmed warning or what have you, but regardless, you're under technically like 3 tornado warnings right now in Athens. So if that's not enough to get you into your safe spot, I don't know what it is that's going to get you there, okay? This is a dangerous storm. These storms have caused significant damage today, completely destroying homes, wiping well-built new homes off of their foundations up there in Tennessee. We've seen pictures of it, and this could do the same thing to you. So unfortunately, this is a situation that we're dealing with, and we need you to get shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, 2 tornadoes on the ground simultaneously here in Alabama. The one just north of this one that I'm very worried about, Athens, is also on the ground headed towards Elkmont and Thatch here along I-65 north of Athens. So north and south
New
of
information.
Athens have,
This tornado
some tornadoes
warning
coming
has
at
been
them,
upgraded.
and I would consider doing anything you can to get information to these people, whether it's upgraded warnings or whatever is coming through. Just use this as any stimulus to take action here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Once again, y'all, if you all know anybody out here, calling them, messaging them, whatever it is that you think is going to work best, is you could literally help so many people, because I'm telling you, there might be people who are either not paying attention or they're confused right now because of the mess of a situation that we've got with all these different warnings and different levels and stuff. Just call them, let them know that the situation is serious. And if there's anybody in Spencer Store, Elkmont, Holland Gin, or Ardmore down here in North Alabama, they've got to be underground or significantly sheltered in a sturdy building on the lowest floor with as many walls between them and the outside world as possible. And then we've got a very big tornado likely down here over the Tennessee River near Coxey Creek subdivision, moving up towards Poplar Creek and Athens right now. Riley, go ahead.
Hey, I just want to draw your attention to stream text. We now have a moderate risk of tornadoes in northern Alabama and southern Tennessee. That is a moderate risk for tornadoes.
Wow, that's something. Okay, thank you, Riley. I've never seen that before. The very specific area here now highlighted.
A new tornado warning
in a special
has been issued.
moderate risk, a 15% hatched risk of significant tornadoes tonight in northern Alabama and southern Tennessee. Rightfully so, because we're having an outbreak of significant tornadoes right now in northern Alabama and southern Tennessee, and I'm just really hoping that people are getting the warning. And because this is not even close to being over here. Athens, Alabama, we got to get everybody in that town into their safe spots. This is a huge town, okay? So I'm going to try my best to do some mesoscale stuff here. Right now, a tornado is over here near the Coxey Creek subdivision. Okay, it's over the Wheeler Lake or Tennessee River, and the direction that it's going, if it's still down, and it looks like it is pretty much east-northeast. So if you know where the 7 Mile Road Church is, that's around where the tornado is right now. If it goes into Athens, all right, let's say that it goes, it stays together and it goes right into Athens there, it'll enter town on the side where the Jimmy Gill Park is. All right, some of the landmarks that are in the direct path of this dangerous storm are the Lindsay Lane Christian Academy. Of course, the Jimmy Gill Park Steel Case, Tanner Head Start Center, Ferry Road RV Park, and Ramona Jays. Now, the whole town of Athens needs to be underground. I'm just trying to give you an idea as to which side the storm would come into. All right. So Athens, take shelter now. In the very short term, though, Poplar Creek and Ripley. You guys are obviously in the path of this right now near Geesburger. If you know where Geesburger is, you know where the tornado is. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think we have an unwarned tornado just northwest of High Top, Alabama, headed right toward the Huntsville radar. If we lose this radar, I don't know what we're going to do.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I think that is I think that's an unwarned tornado right now, not tornado warned. Please take shelter in High Top. It's becoming more evident on the newest scan there. And Pleasant Grove, Alabama, out towards Bridgeport and South Pittsburgh into Tennessee, right on the state line here is where this tornado is, right outside the radar.
Okay, thank you, Andy. We've got to really, really hope that, if we do have a tornado down here, that it does not interfere with our radar here, because right now it's serving an invaluable purpose, allowing us to see exactly where these tornadoes are. But near High Top, we might have a tornado here coming up towards Jericho, Gaunce, and Anderson and Cave Spring. Take shelter now. As once again, if you're just now tuning in, guys, we're having a regional outbreak of significant tornadoes in southern Tennessee, northern Alabama, northwestern Georgia. This is all kind of compiling on the Tullahoma, Huntsville, Chattanooga area, and areas just outside of that and in between those areas. Go ahead, and Riley.
Hey Ryan, also in the new outlook, we have introduced a moderate risk for large damaging hail. This includes Nashville, Huntsville, Chattanooga, Clarksville, and Murfreesboro.
All right, thank you, Riley. Go ahead, Andy.
That was the considerable severe thunderstorm warning, but there is a debris signature now just started northwest of Taft, Tennessee, just north of the state line. This is a radar indicated warning. Brad Arnold is right in front of that storm in the Ford flank.
Thank you, Andy. We have multiple big tornadoes on the ground right now. Brad Arnold's going to try his best to give us a view of this one that's coming up towards Park City, but we got to get you into your safe spots if you're not there yet in Yukon, Kirkland, and Park City. I can't stress enough how important it is that everybody that's under a tornado warning right now is sheltered properly, because these are big, bad tornadoes. These are not ones to play around with. Okay, Elkmont, you guys are pretty close to having the circulating part of the storm go over you. Stay in your safe spots at least for the next 15 minutes. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. You're probably going to need to stay there longer, because the storm to your south and west is probably also going to cause a problem here. I want to point out that we have currently a bunch of tornado warnings out here, but we still have several new cells that are popping up that are not warned yet, that are going to enter the same environment, where we could have, once again, more supercellular tornadoes forming, moving up in the region of Fort Payne, Lafayette, Dalton, over there in Georgia, and going up towards Chattanooga as well. You guys got to be on high alert as this situation is just now developing. Big tornado likely down here, once again, near Poplar Creek, moving towards Athens. We hope that you guys are in your safe spots. We've been talking a lot about this. But I just want to make sure we kind of repeat this, because as far as I can tell on radar, this is the easiest one to kind of still see that, like, okay, yeah, this is there. It's ripping up debris, and it's causing problems. So Athens in northern Alabama, take shelter. Also, the one that Brad Arnold's on, we've got a debris signature visible with that one as well. So take a breath. And then I want to go over here to Georgia, because this is a pretty concerning looking signature on this storm in Georgia, coming up towards Cedar Grove and Valley Head. In Georgia, we have either a developing or an ongoing tornado, likely developing near Cedar Grove, coming up towards Marsh Crossing, Valley Head, and Lafayette in Georgia. You guys need to be taking shelter right now. You've got a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, a lot of rain right now in and around Chattanooga, but I don't think that the storms that are over you right now are going to produce tornadoes in the next 15 to 20 minutes or anything. I think your biggest problems in Chattanooga are going to come from these storms that are forming to your south and west. Okay? Can we put maybe Zach Hall somewhere in the top 3 there, just so I have a reminder to go back to him. because we're watching the Oklahoma and Arkansas area as well, guys, as those storms are popping off right now, about to produce some tornadoes. So once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is a widespread severe weather outbreak that we're covering in portions of Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Texas. And this is going to be going on all night, but we've kind of escalated a little bit here on a regional level in Alabama, Georgia, and Tennessee. We've got a tornado outbreak happening right now, and we've got to help these people out as much as possible by relaying these warnings as they come in. So yeah, once again, hopefully everybody in Athens is still in their safe spot. We want to get everybody in Park City there as well. Brad Arnold, which is a live feed that you can see above my head there. I don't know if he's frozen right now or not, but he's just about to get into a position where he's going to be able to see that tornado near Taft. If lightning illuminates it, obviously it's dark now, so we're not getting a very good visual on some of these. I would watch the storm near Scottsboro, Alabama. Okay, not a lot going on right now in terms of the spin visible from velocity.
Hey, Ryan, when you get a second.
But look at this. That big thing right there, you don't like that. You don't like seeing that. We could definitely see a tornado touching down here if we get just a little bit of an additional low-level spin with that storm moving up to Pikeville, Alabama within the next little bit. Let's talk to Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, we have made it through the core of this storm in Fayetteville. It looks like it's intensifying pretty quickly. Watching those storms, obviously, in Ardmore and Athens as well. My family lives here, so I'm focusing a lot on that Athens storm. So just wanted to let you know we're going to try to turn it. We're going to try to intercept all three of these, as long as they continue to keep going. But I've got to watch that one near Athens to make sure it doesn't affect my family down in South Huntsville.
Understandable. Thank you. Brad Arnold, the tornado sniffer, lives here, y'all. He's drove all the way up through portions of Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, down into Tennessee, and now he's made full circle back home for likely the biggest event of this severe weather outbreak. For anybody that's just now tuning in, I just want to update you on what's going on a broad scale. Once again, I just went over this, but real briefly, we've got severe weather happening across the southeastern U.S., but we are really focused in on southeast Tennessee, northwest Georgia, and northeast Alabama right now because we have an ongoing tornado outbreak. And I'm going to go through all of these storms one by one here, and then, if something comes up, one of the storm chasers or Andy will redirect my attention. First of all, it's been a while since we talked about you guys over here in Knoxville. I know we got a lot of people watching in Knoxville that are getting concerned now because of what's happening to your south and west. I do think that for the most part, the storms that are approaching Knoxville may not be quite as intense as what we're seeing to your south and west, but you are going to see a strong storm here soon, maybe capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail, and it's a storm that does have a history of producing a tornado. So over here in the Knoxville region, the storms are coming, but I don't think it's the same monster as what we're dealing with farther to your south and west. But definitely stay weather aware, and we're going to keep you updated.
Brian, we have nonstop lightning in this storm, so it should not be hard at all to be able to see if there is something on the ground. We've already seen a wall cloud.
Okay, nonstop lightning on the storm that Brad's on. We're going to continue to watch his feed there as he's on the Park City storm right now. Okay, so get ready over there in the Knoxville area. And when I say Knoxville, I'm talking about everybody.
Ryan, we have a tornado on the ground. CC drop just to our west. CC drop just to our west.
All right, so that's an update from Brad. Let's go down here. Let's go ahead and go to him. And, yep, that makes a lot of sense. Definitely a tornado down, and there's probably been one here, but now we can see it even more clearly through our correlation coefficient. Andy, can you see that same thing? Is that debris signature there southwest of Yukon and west of Mary's Grove, you think?
Yes, right.
Okay. All right. We've got a tornado on the ground here moving towards Kirkland, Camargo, Mary's Grove, and Pleasant Grove subdivision. in Tennessee with our tornado warned storm that's moving towards Park City. Brad Arnold is just to the south of Park City, giving us a live view of the lightning show. I think he's in a little bit of a dead zone as far as service goes right now, so we don't have that consistent feed from him. But as soon as we get that back, somebody remind me, and I want to pull him up full because we might get a glimpse of this thing in the in the shadows there as the lightning illuminates whatever's going on. Let's come over here to the 3 view again. Once again, we've got a confirmed tornado here, lifting debris near Yukon, moving over towards Park City and Tennessee. Take shelter now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, we called this approximately, let me see here, approximately 13 minutes ago. It is still ongoing. Tornado just north of High Top, Alabama, and not warned this entire time. That is a debris ball, that little bit of reflectivity right to the north of the radar that's showing up in yellows and oranges does have it's definitely verifiable. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen a signature like that, kind of like wavy S, but that's what a storm looks like when a tornado is ongoing close to the ground. So this is an unwarned tornado again, just past north and west and now north and east of High Top, Alabama, ride the state line up towards Ormy and South Pittsburgh in Tennessee here. So please be wary of that. This is basically y'all watch out. I think there's a tornado. I know there's a tornado going toward you.
Okay, and this is one of those situations, Andy, if I'm not mistaken, where the National Weather Service office is not. It's not there where the radar is, right? It's in Huntsville, and it's just the radar that's up there. Okay, so that's why maybe we don't have National Weather Service employees literally looking out the window and seeing a tornado. But it's certainly, looks like it's going on here to the north and east of High Top, east of Jericho. And once we get a couple more frames here, I'll be able to tell you more about exactly where it's going to be next. But it's going in the general direction of Gaunce, Anderson, the Crossroads, Montauk, Pleasant Grove, Highway 117 between Anderson and Pleasant Grove here, right
A
along
new tornado warning
the
has
border
been issued.
of Alabama and Tennessee. We just got a new tornado warning. This one's in Tennessee. Drum roll, please. It could be anywhere. I don't know. I'm waiting for the polygon to pop up. Okay, there it is. We've got another big kind of precautionary tornado warning, I believe, for Beersheba Springs and down to Tracy City. This also includes Altamont and Pella in Tennessee. Y'all need to take shelter now as we have a large, damaging storm coming down towards you, capable of producing large
tornado
hail
on the ground
and
right
winds.
here. Tornado on the ground.
So get ready. Brad Arnold's talking about a tornado on the ground right now to his northwest coming into the greater Park City area. I don't know if we can see that yet through his feed. We've had a couple of, it's a little choppity right now. I don't know if that's on our end or if it looks like that in Radar Omega 2. But you guys are able to see him in Radar Omega there if you want to keep him up full. But we believe him. Obviously, we've got a tornado down here.
New information.
A
This
confirmed tornado
has been
warning now
upgraded.
for Franklin, Lincoln, Moore, and Madison counties in Tennessee. That's the storm that Brad is on. Okay, so now the National Weather Service even has. Whoa, was that it? That was it. That was an ominous freeze frame there from Brad Arnold. If somebody could get a screenshot of that or something, I'll pull it up. But basically what we just saw there, I think, was a tornado. And that's the one that's moving into Kirkland right now and Park City Heights in Tennessee. Mesoscale. 1 second. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, while you pull that up, let me give an update on what I'm seeing here. I do believe Elkmont and Thatch in Alabama here, right along the state line, that could still be producing a tornado right now in this confirmed warning. The storm headed towards Athens, Alabama, I believe, is not producing a tornado right now. However, it could whip one up very quickly here, and it has done a lot of damage off to your west. It is getting very close in between Athens and Tanner, basically directly in between the two, the city and the town, the city center here on the map. So that is, I think, not producing a tornado right now, but it can in just an instant. So please be continuing to take shelter here. It's not passed through Athens and Tanner yet. Is off to your west just a little bit.
Okay. So thank you, Andy. So the tornado that Brad Arnold just showed us, we just got an ominous still image of that. I'll try to pull that up. Yeah, here we go. This is what we just saw from Brad Arnold's feed not too long ago. That tornado, I think, is probably occluding into the supercell, but we very immediately almost got a new, bigger circulation closer to Brad that's going to go still right over Park City Heights. So nothing changes here. Tornado is about to go through Westbrook, Park City Heights, Howell Mill. Get ready, all right, and take shelter. Athens, you guys need to stay in your safe spot over towards Oakdale and Fairmount. And then we've also got, this storm here that's moving up towards Ardmore that needs a new tornado warning as it's got still a very, obvious rotation signature there moving across Interstate 65 right now. Currently, all of the storms that are, supercellular in nature that are moving towards Chattanooga are not tornado warned right now at this moment. However, they are all rotating, and if one of them starts to take advantage of the environment down here a little bit more efficiently, we might see a tornado warning with some of these storms as they come up towards Chattanooga. So I just want you guys to be aware of that. Every time we do a live stream in this area, I feel like everybody in the chat's from Chattanooga, so I'm talking to you guys specifically. We just got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Walker, Whitfield, and Catoosa County in Georgia. That's going to be for this storm that's coming up towards Trenton and Chickamauga. That's going to have golf ball sized hail and potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in there. The Athens storm continues to look quite concerning, both on reflectivity and velocity. However, I'm really hoping that the town of Athens is not going to have to deal with a tornado here, as a lot of that circulation looks to be to the south of town. But we don't want you to come out of your safe spot just yet. We don't want to go off of hope. So give it another 14 minutes, and then we'll let you know what to do from there. This storm will move towards Capshaw and maybe towards Huntsville or areas just north of Huntsville if it survives and continues to move off to the east in the way that it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New warning here for Ardmore. And that's going to be for this rotation near Thatch. Get ready in Ardmore all the way over towards Hazel Green, Alabama. You guys are under a tornado warning now. The tornado that Brad just saw on his live stream is now going over Highway 231 if it's still making connection with the ground. Next stop, Howell Hill, Tennessee. We also just got a new tornado warning for the storm that Andy has been talking about for quite some time to the north and east of High Top. We officially have that tornado warning for Pleasant Grove, Anderson, Montauk, and Orme as it comes up. And this is one of the storms that's going towards Chattanooga too. Don't know if it'll continue to be able to produce a tornado by the time it gets to you, but just know that we're watching it and it's heading in your direction. Excuse me. All right, so now the high top storm officially has that tornado warning associated with it. It still looks to be like this could be down So if we are in Pleasant Grove or Anderson, we got to get to shelter now. The warnings that were a little bit more towards East Tennessee have been allowed to expire. The tornado warnings anyways. The storms that are approaching Knoxville actually don't even have severe thunderstorm warnings on them now. However, as you can see through this camera at the University of Tennessee, it's still going to be an intense storm. We see nonstop lightning and, lots of activity approaching Knoxville now. That's going to be a thing. Storms are a little bit stronger farther to the south. Saudi, Daisy, and Dayton. You guys are about to experience some 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1.5-inch in diameter hail. We're seeing some more rotation in our storm near Altamont, moving towards Palmer, Tennessee. You guys are under a tornado warning. You're going to want to take to shelter as well. Chattanooga, you guys just got under a new severe thunderstorm warning, ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Most of that's going to lift off past the town here and go north and east. I think your biggest problems, once again, are going to come from these storms here as they move up towards you. But this is the live camera from Chattanooga right now. And you can see there's lightning all around. Probably quite the lightning show. If you go outside and look around in Chattanooga. Wouldn't advise that, but you can see it there through the Radar Omega app. We still have quite the rotation signature on our storm approaching Bridgeport and Montauk here in northeast Alabama. And Athens, I think that give it another 8 minutes or so, and you guys should be able to come out of your safe spot, and hopefully that circulation has continued to go south of town and we don't have anything to worry about there. I think we can almost say the same thing for Ardmore, but I wouldn't get too comfortable up there just yet. Let's stay in our safe spots probably for the next 30 minutes at least. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, we might see a tornado warning in southeastern Missouri here. For Ironton and Frederickstown, we have Storm Runner Media out ahead of that. That would be the northern edge of this sort of a line of storms here. I believe it is a pretty strong rotation.
A new tornado warning has been
the
issued.
St. Louis radar and also the Paducah radar will show it very well. You'll see some very strong velocities there. So a bit of a radar hole here, but please, y'all watch out in northern Iron County, Missouri, and into Madison County, Missouri.
All right. Thank you, Andy.
New information.
Got,
this tornado,
maybe a tornado warning
has
coming
been
soon
upgraded
for Des Arc and Annapolis. Y'all get ready to take shelter. Also Piedmont, Greenville. You guys have got an extremely strong storm heading towards you over here in Missouri. I want to go back to Indiana, and then we're going to go check on those new warnings. The storm that was producing 90-mile-per-hour winds over here near Mount Vernon, that is now just a regular 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. So Evansville, you guys should get ready for a really big storm here, but I don't think it's going to be the same monster that maybe we thought it was going to be when it had that more classic bow echo shape.
A new
real quick,
tornado warning
my goodness,
has
we
been
got
issued.
so many new warnings to cover. Exactly what we talked about earlier is happening now in our flash flood emergency. Okay, the orientation of our warm front is kind of aligning itself with this area again. We're going to see several hours of torrential rain here. The waters will rise again. If you are in Springfield, Portland, and Westmoreland in Tennessee, north of Nashville, we'll probably even see some expansions to that flash flood emergency to the west and to the east as significant flash flooding begins over the next little bit. Okay, so let's check out these new tornado warnings. Huntsville, Alabama is officially under a tornado warning now. We need everybody in that town to take shelter as the Athens storm is now past Athens for the most part and moving towards Capshaw, Oakland, and Huntsville. More immediately towards French Mill, East Limestone, and Fairview. We may have a tornado down here, so we need you to take shelter. Okay. And then we've also got the storm that Brad was on. I think he's abandoned it. But I still think that it's likely producing a tornado or about to. I don't know, but it's something's going on here near Howell Mill. So we need to make sure that just because Brad Arnold's abandoning this storm, he's probably just going to go check on his family down there in North Alabama. Everybody knows that this is still a serious situation, and we could have a tornado coming for you here in Howell Mill, Corder Crossroads, Flintville, Sycamore Swamp, and Huntland in Tennessee. All right. A little bit farther to the east, north and east of Scottsboro, Alabama. We've got a rotation signature near Hollywood and Bellefonte. Moving up Highway 72 towards Yucca and Sulphur Springs in Alabama. You guys are under a tornado warning. Take shelter. No tornado warning with the storm moving up towards Chickamauga. But this is definitely a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with golf ball size hail. And we just got a huge considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Athens, Tennessee, Charleston, Tennessee, and Dayton, Tennessee. Get ready for 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball-sized hail in those areas. The tornado warning continues for the next 35 minutes for Palmer, Tennessee. And the rotation there is let up a little bit, but we still have a potential tornado trying to form near Fremont, moving towards Colmont, and once again, moving towards Collins, Bakertown, and Palmer in Tennessee. You got to take shelter. Knoxville, Tennessee is now under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing tornadic with that as far as we can tell right now. So just get indoors and away from windows, and you should be fine. Let me show you a couple of these graphics again. Once again, a very rare and small 15% hatched risk of tornadoes was added by the Storm Prediction Center in the last update for this area of Tennessee and Alabama, exactly for the reason that we're seeing right now. We've got a small regional outbreak of tornadoes happening here between Huntsville, Chattanooga, Tullahoma, and these places in Tennessee. At some point, I don't know how soon it'll happen. It probably won't happen soon enough. But at some point, all of these storms will kind of congeal together. And, we're going to see this turn into a big-time damaging wind threat. However, right now it's still very much a tornado situation that we're monitoring here in southeastern Tennessee, northwestern Georgia, and northeastern Alabama. Let's see here. I'm going to check back in on some of these other storms too. In Texas, for example, we still got a tornado warning. We still have a tornado warning for Clarksville, Dilworth, and Ackworth, Texas. That rotation is still there to some degree. We'll see if they reissue that for Caney and English, Texas. But for right now, I think the golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds are going to be your biggest problem up there in Idabel and maybe down towards DeKalb, Texas in the near future. Fort Smith, Arkansas. You guys had a tornado with this storm to your west here not too long ago. That tornado is no longer with us. However, we've got a strong storm capable of producing quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving into town right now. And then we've got that new tornado warning now for Ironton, Fredericktown, and Marquand in Missouri. This is the storm that Andy pointed out earlier. So now we got to get you into shelter in French Mills, Marsh Creek, and Junction City and Fredericktown in Missouri, as we have a tornado warning in Iron and Madison counties. Let me put the Storm Chaser view back up for you. Chattanooga, you are surrounded right now by strong storms. You can probably feel the electricity in the air. You've got a 360-degree incredible lightning show going on right now. You're kind of in a hole in the middle of a major severe weather outbreak. You're not going to stay there. At some point, the rain, the hail, the winds, it'll all start. But we're going to hope it lasts a while, this break, because the longer we wait, the more likely it is that these cells are going to kind of more merge together and become multicellular. And the main threat we're going to have for you is going to be hail and wind. Right now, if this storm near South Pittsburgh, if that storm remains discreet and continues to move towards Chattanooga, it could become a tornado producer by the time it gets to you. If it's not right now, which it looks like it could be right now, but you know what I'm saying, it could continue to be one as it gets closer to you. And look at that. More convection, more new storms here down in northeastern Alabama. Wow. I gotta watch this real quick. Hold on. So this is something that we might see a tornado warning for, maybe at some point. Notice how we have nothing here near Sylvania, and if I push this forward, we see some convergence between our winds here. We've got some rotation building around a pretty well-defined hook echo near Hammondville, Alabama. And that's going to be moving into Georgia here soon. So that's exactly the kind of storm that would usually get a tornado warning. So we'll see what happens. But y'all watch out in Battelle, Head River, Kalen, and all these places along the border of Alabama and Georgia. Still want you in your safe spots in Huntsville as well. The good news with this storm is the really nasty look that this storm once had is not quite there as much now. However, it could be going through a cycle, so we don't want you to, let your guard down over there in Huntsville. But hopefully, it's not going to be too bad for you.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning in Texas. We're going to go look at that right here in a second. But speaking of Texas, somebody's watching on an airplane right now, and they sent us this awesome video of the storms that are between Texas and Oklahoma right now, and you can see the lightning there with those storms. I imagine flying over or around these storms in Tennessee right now would be an incredibly crazy experience. The amount of lightning that's coming out of these storms is nuts. But thank you for sending that in. That's Alex or Alexage. All right, that new tornado warning in Texas is going to be way down here, south of Sulphur Springs. Miller Grove, Divide, Greenview, Shirley, Tazewell, Martin Springs, take shelter now. We do have rotation. We've got a supercell. And usually that's what it takes to get a tornado warning. So we're watching this closely. We'll let you know if there's any other developments with that. Right now it's just, hey, run-of-the-mill warning, get to shelter. You know the drill over there in Texas. You should anyways. So far tonight, we've seen quite a few tornadoes. I don't know the details, but it feels like we've probably seen more tornadoes today than we have any other day during this outbreak, this multi-day severe weather outbreak. Rogersville, Alabama. So this is an unconfirmed report, but I believe it. Look at this. I think we have another unwarned tornado right now. This is a picture sent to me on social media from Melissa near Rogersville, Alabama, of what looks to be like a large stovepipe tornado. If we come over to the radar and we look at Rogersville, look at that. Right there, coming up to Cedar Grove, we've got a velocity couplet and probably a tornado down right now coming towards Cedar Grove, Cairo, Hickory Hills, Cartwright. No tornado warning with that right now. Unbelievable. And here, once again, this is what that looked like 10 minutes ago from Melissa. Melissa, we can't thank you enough for sending that in. That's unbelievable.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So once again, we've got an unwarned, potentially big tornado on the ground here, coming over towards Cedar Grove, Romine, Confluence, and Cairo in northern Alabama. And then we just got a new tornado warning. This time for Kaolin and Bethel in Alabama. We were just talking about this area. So we'll probably see that extended out into Georgia as well.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. Stream is back up, obviously. That area south of Fayetteville is an awful area for service. But we are dropping south right now to that intense spike circulation, headed straight to downtown Huntsville, which is obviously my hometown. So not a very good feeling chasing there, but that's where we're headed right now, headed south on 231.
All right. Thank you, Brad. So once again, this storm over here near Rogersville, Alabama looks pretty concerning. It is about to undergo a pretty big merger, so any tornado that is down currently might hopefully go away soon. But man, this is a real picture that I've got here, which it seems like it is quite the storm to go unwarned, unfortunately. There could still be a tornado here, though, between Confluence and Cedar Grove, okay? We just got a new big tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
For Huntland, Hightop, Belvedere, or Belvedere, in between Tennessee and Georgia. Big area of rotation approaching Flintville right now. We could have a tornado either forming or about to form, and that's coming right up to Flintville, Sycamore Swamp, Shady Grove, Huntland, and Brown Mill. Take shelter now. Once again, also, I do want to take a moment here to reiterate a very important point. The tornado picture that was sent to me on social media there. Obviously, we thank you a lot for sending that to us. But the moment somebody sends something like that to me, if you guys see that, please tag the National Weather Service, especially if we can confirm that it's real and that it's something that we need them to worry about. We don't want to bog them down. But, tag me. If you send something like this in, tag me and the National Weather Service every time, because obviously they can use that information. A lot of National Weather Service offices watch this stream during operations and outbreaks and stuff. Not all of them do, and I don't know which ones do and which ones don't. So we've got to assume that they're not, and make sure that we get that information to them separately. And I just looked over at the chat and just happened to see that huge, big baller move from Eric Rains. Thank you so much, Eric. And congratulations to the 50 people now that have free memberships. Thank you. The good news is maybe some of those more recent scans are suggesting that the tornado that went north of Rogersville is gone now. So we might not ever see a tornado warning for that storm. Which is good. We don't want any more tornadoes. But I'm just glad that didn't go on much longer there. No, you go ahead, Kenzie. I've lost it already. Also retweeting a video right now from Brandon Clement of some tornado damage near Columbia, Tennessee. We got well-built homes destroyed and trees shredded. The Y'all Squad's going to be busy in the weeks and potentially months after this. This is crazy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think your storm, great call out with that convergence signature, is about to produce a tornado or is currently producing a tornado. No correlation coefficient on that yet, but I just about bet that the next scan will show us something there, and that's going to head towards Mount Carmel, Center Post, and Lafayette, or however you pronounce that, in Georgia here, in Dade Walker counties, as warned by the National Weather Service. I think we're going to see this start doing damage, unfortunately.
Thank you, Andy. This is heading over towards Head River. What is that? Gulf Mountain. Also, Highway 157, Cedar Grove. All of you guys right here past the border of Alabama in Georgia towards Lafayette need to be taking shelter now, as we saw this go from nothing to that convergence, and now we have a full-blown tornado, I believe, near Head River. Take shelter also in Baylock Mill and anywhere around Gulf Mountain in Georgia. I'm just looking. Looks like I need to. I'm really making sure I'm peering over all of the stuff that's coming in through the Twitter feed here, because that was an unbelievable random catch from me. I get hundreds of notifications per minute almost during streams like this, and it's a wonder I saw that almost as soon as it was sent. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, go ahead and flick to the correlation coefficient to see that tornado doing damage right on the state line here. So that's going to be on County Road, or County Highway 157 here, and right in the Dade and Walker County area here. So Mount Carmel, please be taking shelter. Let people know out there in Center Post in Mount Carmel, Georgia. Go ahead and give them a call that this tornado is on the ground now, verifiable by radar.
Thank you, Andy. We're going to pull all of our different radar resources over here to monitor this. And once again, we've got a tornado doing damage over here, moving across the border between Alabama and Georgia. And we need you to take shelter in Head River. And, of course, over there towards Lafayette as well. Yeah, right here. The tornado is going to be moving, once again, over Highway 157 here soon.
New information.
There's your confirmed tornado warning now from the
upgraded.
National Weather Service for Walker and Dade counties. The tornado is just going to be moving towards Highway 157 near Gulf Mountain. Then it's going to go over to West Cove Road and eventually towards Bronco. So we need everybody to get into their safe spots. I don't know how long this one will last, but if if nothing kind of smashes into it from the south here, it could go for a little while. So let's get to shelter also over here in Lafayette, which is a pretty populated area of northwestern Georgia. The storm that's coming into Huntsville, Alabama right now is looking a little bit less impressive as far as the velocities go. However, it's still a supercell with a hook, and that hook's going to go right over Huntsville, so I don't want to tell anybody to disregard that. We need to stay in our safe spots in Huntsville, at least for the next 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll see what happens after that. Chattanooga, you guys are about to get in on some rain. Finally, unfortunately, the storm to your west is still pretty discreet. So, this still has a chance of producing a tornado as it comes towards you, but I'm hoping that we're just going to have to deal with some general severe weather here in Chattanooga as we go forward. Pulling up the Chattanooga camera, we continue to see lightning in a 360-degree show all around the city as you're surrounded by significant severe weather. But it's you're really no rain in downtown Chattanooga right now, but that's about to change. K9 Taxi, thank you for that. I see that. I know I'm not catching all of these, but the ones I see, I'm trying to shout out. Thank you. The last scan there on our storm now approaching Gulf Mountain in Georgia, moving over towards Center Post, Martindale, Baylock Mill, and Lafayette in Georgia, does look a lot more intense. We've got definitely a tornado going on here. Take shelter. Caleb Beecham, do you got a copy?
Hey, Ryan, go ahead.
Caleb, just looking for an update from you. I know your area is under that flash flood emergency. I know some rain's moving back in. Are you experiencing any big time rain? Are you noticing that the water levels are dropping or rising around you? What's going on up there?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've gone through some pockets of pretty substantial torrential downpours for moments, but we have a pretty consistent rainfall rate. I'll try to get you an accurate data on that because I can look at my Tempest weather station here on the truck, and we should be able to see how much rainfall we've seen within the last hour. But we are definitely seeing water still continue to rise. I'm actually heading towards the Springfield, Tennessee area, right towards where the Red River actually flows, because that looks like it's going to be the most significant area for flooding. That has now significantly gone above the threshold of the flood zone, and it's now into a catastrophic zone, which has been deemed by local emergency officials. So we're going to go and investigate that, and we'll give you guys updates as soon as we get there. We're about 20 minutes out.
All right, so Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham is in Hall Force 1 reporting for us in the flash flood emergency, which is ongoing in Tennessee, so we all want to make sure we continue to update you on that. Here's a video from... oh, crap. Where's this video from? Hold on. Daggone it. I've lost it. Give me just a second. What you're looking at on your screen here is a tornado warning. Okay, we've got a video from Prospect, Tennessee earlier. So this is really interesting to see.
New information.
We've got a confirmed tornado warning in Madison County, Alabama now. That's going to be an upgrade for our tornado warning here that we've been talking about for a while. Moving up towards Lafayette. Actually, was that Alabama or Georgia? Go ahead, Andy.
Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah, that was for Huntsville, Alabama.
Okay.
I think it's a weather spotters. Oh no, it's radar confirmed. I'm not sure where they're getting the confirmation for that, but of course, please take shelter in Huntsville, Alabama for the now confirmed tornado heading straight into downtown.
We've got Brad out there. Let's ask him. Brad, they just upgraded that warning to radar confirmed. We're not able to confirm it with our radar. What are you seeing out there? Obviously, we want everybody in Huntsville to take shelter. We're just trying to get down to the...
yeah, I'm not able to confirm it with mine either. I do see that little appendage sitting right on US 72 right there, north of 565. I haven't seen a power flash or anything like that. We're going to get just to the south of the city of Huntsville and look north into it, and if there is anything on the ground, it'll obviously south some transformers. So I'll be able to report back here in just a second. I'll turn north here in about a minute.
Okay, we need everybody in Huntsville, Alabama to take shelter. National Weather Service has upgraded this to a confirmed observed tornado. So if you haven't gotten there already, now's your time to get there. Anyways, Prospect, Tennessee earlier. This is the tornado.
That is 100% a tornado.
Oh, yeah.
So just to show you the...
Yep, tornado warning for Prospect.
The nature of these tornadoes. These are not...
we are watching a tornado right now.
These are loud, big, Dixie, mean tornadoes. You know what I'm saying?
That is 100% a tornado.
Oh, yeah.
That's doing significant damage over there, or it was, near Prospect, Tennessee, earlier. And I believe that was one of the ones that Andy talked about before there probably wasn't a warning during that video right there. So obviously it's been an overwhelming day. There's a lot of stuff going on here. The National Weather Service offices are extremely overloaded. So we're trying to do everything we can to fill whatever gaps may arise with communication. Lots of tornado video media out there now for a bunch of the tornadoes that we've been talking about. I'm going through and retweeting a lot of them. So if you're interested in seeing any of the tornadoes that's happened tonight, all that stuff's going on my Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, or X. Sorry, it's called X now. I got a video from Elkton, Tennessee as well. This is from Heather Hatfield there of the tornado near Elkton, Tennessee that happened earlier. This is not right now. We're zoomed in currently on the radar here near Huntsville, Tennessee, as we do have a radar confirmed tornado moving into Huntsville. Hopefully everybody's in their safe spot. There's a chance that it lifts before it gets to town.
We do have a tornado on the ground.
Oh,
I've not seen power flashes, but I can see that it may not be on the ground. It's very, very close.
Oh, okay. I see what Brad is talking about now. Ooh, okay. Wait for the next lightning strike right in the middle of your screen. 3, 2, 1, lightning, go. Oh, you see it? We've got a big time lowering that, and potentially some circulation on the ground as well, right in front of Brad's camera here. I don't see that fully condensed funnel that goes down to the ground, but as we saw earlier through Ryan Scholl's feed, that's not always needed for there to be tornado damage. Honestly, this could be, moving into Huntsville right now, doing damage. So hopefully everybody is in their safe spots right now in Huntsville, Alabama. If it's not, it's moving into the eastern side of town right now. It'll be getting all over towards Eccles Mill, 5 points, and Mountain Brook here within the next couple of minutes. So we're just watching a live view of Storm Chaser Brad Arnold here, who is near Huntsville, Alabama. And he just showed us a really good view of the developing tornado that's happening right over town. So we'll see if he gives us any other updates here as it goes towards, once again, Eccles Mills or Eccles Hill, Fagan Springs Estates, Mountain Brook, Oak Park, and Mountain Heights. Take shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, we might be watching perhaps the next attempt at rotation here for our storm that previously produced tornadoes back near Taft, Tennessee.
Ryan, we do have power
it's
flashes.
Still right in the
If
state
anybody
line
in
here
Huntsville
near
knows where Chapman,
Huntland, Tennessee. So I think that we may see something come together right there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andy. We're going to go check that out, and then we're also going to listen to Brad here. He got an update for us.
Right, we do have power flashes. If anybody's in Huntsville knows where Chapman Mountain is, we're seeing power flashes just north of just east of Chapman Mountain.
All right, so we've got Brad Arnold seeing power flashes now in the Huntsville area near Chapman Mountain. So we've got a tornado down here, once again moving in the general direction of Fagan Springs Estates, Oak Park, Hawks Ridge, and eventually maybe up there towards Ryland. Take shelter immediately. This is a very dangerous situation. Power flashes means that we've got transformers blowing up, power lines getting snapped and all that kind of stuff. So there's definitely damage happening on the ground from that big circulation that we saw. Also get ready in Huntland and Hickory Grove here for maybe a tornado trying to come back together here.
Brian, we're going to get to the top of Chapman Mountain up on Highway 72. We're going to point back to the city of Huntsville. So if there's a tornado on the ground, we will see it.
All right. We're about to see a tornado potentially through Brad Arnold's feed.
A new tornado warning
they
has been
just issued a confirmed tornado warning for Jackson and Madison counties in Alabama. That's going to go all the way out there to Ryland Acres, Moontown, McMullen Cove, Gurley, Garth, and Woodville, Alabama. Take shelter now. This is for the storm that's producing a tornado now near Huntsville, Alabama. Take shelter immediately. All right, so we're waiting on that view from Brad. We're continuing to watch the storm move through Huntsville now, likely producing a tornado. And I'm going to go check on a couple of other storms too. All of our storms in Tennessee right now, for the most part, between Knoxville and Chattanooga, are severe storms with tornado possible tags. Most of these are producing 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Cleveland, Athens, Knoxville, no tornado threat immediately like we have down here in Alabama, but still big-time severe weather, and you guys want to be sheltered. Chattanooga, you guys are getting ready to get in on your severe storm. Ping-pong ball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Get indoors. The time is now. You've had your fun looking at the lightning. Now the big severe weather is actually about to start here in Chattanooga. So that's why we're not talking about all of these towns in Tennessee right now. It's because the tornado threat's actually a lot higher with these storms in North Alabama and extreme southern Tennessee. We've got a tornado likely forming here again near Huntland, Hickory Grove, moving towards Keith Springs in Tennessee. We've got a tornado that's probably formed right over Huntsville and is now, moving maybe to the east of Huntsville near Mountain Brook, over towards Brownsboro and Moontown. And then I think those are the only two tornado warnings that we're going to have, at least for the next little bit. We might see a new one, maybe, for our storm down here coming into Lafayette, but that might not need it. As that rotation's having a hard time sustaining
Ryan,
itself.
tornado going through downtown Huntsville right now. We have power flashes with a condensed funnel all the way to the ground.
Okay, Brad Arnold is giving us a live view now, unfortunately, of a tornado going through Huntsville. Pay attention to the lightning here. You'll likely get a view of it. But this is also very evident on radar now. We have a tornado going into Huntsville and areas just to the east of Huntsville, specifically moving towards Mountain Brook and Oak Park, Doug Hill, Chestnut Knob, Moontown, and Ryland. You've got to take shelter immediately if you haven't gotten there yet, because this is an extremely dangerous situation. And Brad says he's seen a fully condensed funnel tornado all the way to the ground, causing damage here in Huntsville. And we still got people driving on the highway out there, unfortunately. All right, Brad's on the move. Brad's currently on Highway 72, moving southwest. This thing is, he's obviously in a lot of rain here, so it might be hard to see. But I believe that we do have a tornado here now moving into Mountain Brook. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, that is definitely looking confirmable on radar now. I would say this is an easy radar confirmation. Now it looks like it's almost traveled a little bit. It almost looks like it's going southeast. If you play back a few of the frames here, it looks like we have maybe some immediate deviant motion to the south and east, rather than like a due east motion within this hook or with the motion of the storm. So perhaps it's worth looking at areas more south and east along Highway 431 as well.
Okay, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, what you're looking at here is a live view of Brad Arnold driving into Huntsville, Alabama. He just showed us a tornado going through Huntsville. Now it's going towards Mountain Brook, maybe down towards Ryland Acres. I think that this tornado is currently right near the community of Mountain Brook, moving towards Burnett Nature Trails. All right. Also, the Big Cat Creek track. If you are from around here, if you're from Huntsville, you might know about the Big Cove Creek, which parallels Highway 431 here, and then kind of takes you down towards the Legacy Preserve and Doug Hill Road near Stencil Electric. That's the path I think that the tornado is going to try to take here as it goes down sort of to the south and east. However, if you are directly to the east of this storm as well, and Doug Hill and Moontown, you need to be aware that this could go towards you. Additionally, some other landmarks here that this tornado is going to be coming very close to is the Hampton Falls Apartments. We've got to be ready in IG Webbs and the Big Cat Creek Tract. Once again, that's one of the bigger ones that keeps showing up here no matter how far I zoom out. If you are anywhere over here towards the Stencil Electric area, you've got to take shelter as well. I'm trying to figure out what that is. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, I was hoping that was a big electric plant or something. Well, I wasn't hoping, but that's actually just a huge community there. Stencil Electric, Doug Hill, all of these places is just where people live. Yeah, you got the tornado coming towards you, unfortunately. Brad's behind this thing now. He might have a view of it. Let's make sure we've got him pulled up full.
We now have a
PDS
this
tornado
warning has been upgraded.
PDS tornado warning for areas just east of Huntsville, Alabama. Okay, Moontown, Ryland Acres, Mountain Brook, Doug Hill, Chestnut Knob. We have a large damaging tornado on the ground
large
now.
damaging tornado on the southeast side of Huntsville. That's Highway 431. That is a very populated area.
Yeah, this is a big one, guys. And I'm going to make sure we have Brad Arnold pulled up full because I think we should have a visual of it here soon if we get another lightning strike. But I'm going to continue to name off communities down here. Once again, this is near Mountain Brook, moving towards Ryland Acres. It's near the Stencil Electric neighborhood. Okay, if you know where Legacy Preserve is, Hale Hollow, any of these places, this is around where we think the tornado is or where it's about to be. Downstream, if it keeps going in the direction that it's going, it'll go right past Doug Hill into what is known as McMullen Cove. McMullen Cove. All right, we have a debris signature now on radar that it's pretty big, and that's just an additional confirmation on top of our trained storm chaser seeing this, the National Weather Service agreeing, and everything. Like, this is the real deal, y'all. In Huntsville, Alabama, we have a nasty, damaging tornado on the ground right now. A little bit farther out, zooming out a little bit. I mean, yeah, this could go on for a little while. Hopefully it doesn't, but this could make it all the way down there towards Gurley, Paint Rock, and Garth. We need you to go ahead and get in your safe spots in Gurley, Paint Rock, and Garth, and McMullen Cove. All right, because you've got a little bit of time. It's not moving fast. Okay, so you've got a little bit of time to potentially really prepare here for a worst case scenario. You want to get your closed-toed shoes on. You want to bring a helmet into your safe space. You want to bring a charged tablet or cellular device so you can bring me with you and have a way of contacting people in the event that you need help. You want to wear those closed-toed shoes, bring a poncho or a jacket or something because you might have to evacuate your home in the weather over splintered wood, nails, glass. If there's damage, you don't want to do that in your flip-flops. Additionally, if you don't have a helmet to protect your head, bring some blankets, some pillows, maybe the mattress off the bed into your safe spot. Your safe spot should be the basement or a storm cellar. If you don't have that, then you need to get into the lowest, most interior room of your home or of a well-built structure, and that's going to be whichever room has no outside-facing walls and the least amount of glass. And you want to get in there and you want to hunker down. And unfortunately, we may need to brace for impact here in the areas between Ryland Acres and Moontown, as a damaging tornado it continues to move down to the south and east. Waiting to hear from Brad. I don't think we have a continued visual on this, and I also don't think that we have any other people in that area, storm chasers. No, we don't. So it's Brad Arnold, the radar. That's what we've got, and that's enough because, I mean, it's just very obvious what's going on here. Big tornado. All we can do right now is hope that these people in Doug Hill are in their safe spots. This is a perfect example of a textbook supercell once again here. I don't know how many of these we've seen today, but this one's probably one of the more impressive ones. I believe this is unconfirmed, but it looks right. I believe this might be a traffic camera view of this thing. As the tornado goes through, or as it went through the east side of Huntsville, Alabama moments ago. And it is now going, once again, between Ryland Acres over Chestnut Knob towards Moontown, McMullen Cove, and Doug Hill. Doug Hill's got to get to shelter if they haven't gotten there. There's a big road just full of houses. Storm Chaser Brad Arnold is the video feed that you see above my head. If you guys are following along in the Radar Omega app, you can also click on his face right here. You can see exactly where he is and view his feed in there if it's not big enough on my feed. But he is close enough now to where if we still have a tornado down, we should be able to see something. But of course, he's in a wooded area. He's kind of in a populated area, so the roads are winding. And it might be a second before you can get into a position where we can really see it here. Once again, we have a confirmed destructive tornado on the ground right now, just to the east of Huntsville, Alabama, and north of Highway 431. Ryland, Moontown, McMullen Grove, and Gurley needs to take shelter immediately. Here comes a new scan. And it continues to look pretty concerning here. As we still have our big debris signature visible as it's now going over Doug Hill. We definitely are probably going to start hearing about significant damage around Mountain Brook, Eccles Hill, Fagan Spring Estates, the electric, what was that? Stencil Electric. If anybody knows anybody in the Stencil Electric neighborhood there near Doug Hill, you should probably reach out to them. Just waiting to hear on further word from our storm chaser, Brad Arnold, there, if he's seeing anything else. Obviously, he's focused on getting caught up with the thing. Just to get everybody up to speed, if you're just now tuning in, we have a destructive tornado on the east side of Huntsville, Alabama. We have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for Jackson and Madison counties. This is, we know a large damaging tornado. It has at least been on the ground in the past 5 minutes. We're about to find out if it's still down through Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's own eyes here as he's getting even closer to the tornado. We've got members of our team hopefully listening in to several different emergency management feeds in and around Huntsville. There may be a situation where, search and rescue is going on right now. I don't know exactly what's happening. All I know is that a big tornado went through a pretty populated area just now. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground east of Huntsville. And it's still over heavily populated areas. You know, some of the more recent scans are showing maybe a little bit of a breaking up of the really concentrated.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Velocity couplets that we were seeing. So hopefully we get confirmation from Brad here soon that this is lifted, or it's kind of maybe maybe we're going to see a recycle. I don't know, but we need to just assume as of right now that it's still down and stay in our safe spots in Moontown, McMullen Cove, and Gurley, because this still looks like a mean hook to me that is definitely capable of producing a big tornado. Around 400,000 people live in Huntsville. So definitely there's a lot of there's some community, there's some part of town here that did receive a lot of damage. Okay, we just don't know exactly the extent of that yet, or what's going on there. We will let you know as soon as we do. Here's another view of that Huntsville storm, I think from that same traffic camera. I don't know exactly what we're looking at here, but this could have been that tornado, and I mean if it's that big, that's just adds insult to injury here with maybe what we're going to hear about as far as the damage reports go. All we know right now is that there's lots of trees and power lines down, and dispatch is working through calls. You know, if there's some sort of a community that's been hit by a tornado that big, we're probably going to be a few minutes before we start hearing anything substantial, because like that's going to take a while. That's a mess in that much of a populated area. And by the way, we still have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning in effect. We still want everybody in Gurley, McMullen Cove, Garth, and Paint Rock to be in their safe spots. However, I do think there's a good chance that the tornado that inspired this warning is gone now. But the supercell is still a massive supercell that's capable of producing a new tornado. So let's stay there and let's wait at least the 30 minutes here until they decide to allow that to expire. So Huntsville, Alabama, you are okay, and there's no need to be in your safe spot if you're in Huntsville, Alabama right now. Same thing for you guys over in Mountain Brook and Oak Park and Chase. If anybody's listening to me over there and you're fine, you didn't get hit by a tornado, it's okay. You got the all clear. There are more storms coming tonight into the Huntsville area. Okay, so I don't want to say that you've got the all clear for the rest of the night, but at least for that storm, this is over for Huntsville. We're getting some unconfirmed reports now that maybe the Huntsville hospital got hit. By the way, there are still some people asking about Caleb Beecham. He's fine. We're talking to him. We're checking in with him every once in a while. He is not trapped. He is in a he's in a dangerous situation. All storm chasers are, right? He's in a flash flood emergency right now, but he's okay, and we're in constant contact with him. We're going to be talking to him much more in just a moment. Riley, if you can send me the source, or I just don't want to say confirmed without citing a source. Still need you in your safe spots in Gurley. The rotating part of the storm that produced the damaging tornado near Huntsville is getting ready to come over you right now. We're going to hope that the storm is currently not producing a tornado, but it very well could soon. So Gurley, stay in your safe spots near Gurley Mountain. Also, you guys in Paint Rock and Garth need to be sheltered as well. Riley, if he's not too busy, have him come over Zillow when he gets a chance and maybe tell us what's going on. Just if he wants to, if he can. Whoa. Oh my goodness, I don't know if you guys heard that, but we just got a huge crash of thunder that's literally shook the entire weather house here. Wow. That was a little spooky, ain't gonna lie.
Hey Ryan, do you have a second?
Yeah, go ahead, James. Guys, James knows a little bit about what's going on in Huntsville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hey, so I have friends who live in Huntsville, Alabama. They have confirmed that the tornado went over Huntsville Hospital, the main hospital in Huntsville. I'm uncertain on if there is confirmed damage to the hospital or not. I'm working on getting that information now. I'm about 45 minutes out from Huntsville, and we'll give you more information as I get there.
Okay, thank you, James. So we're going to hear more about Huntsville from him. Brad Arnold's getting close to this thing. If it's producing another tornado, Brad Arnold's going to be on it here shortly. So we're going to keep him up. Okay, so you guys definitely did hear that thunder? Okay, cool.
I have another update for you whenever you're ready.
Go ahead, James.
So I've just received confirmation that it went over the hospital, but it did not hit the hospital. No damage has been done to the hospital.
Okay, thank you, James. So far, I haven't heard any sort of confirmation about a really significant, any sort of significant damage yet. But I'm sure that's coming. I mean, we saw the debris ball on radar there, so we're just gonna wait for that information to come in, and hopefully continue to stay in our safe spots here in once again Paint Rock and Garth. I think our power just flickered. Uh-oh.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning in Alabama and Tennessee. Let's go look at that.
Ryan, we just drove through the circulation of it. It's not on the ground. It's definitely a funnel. Quite a ways in the air, though. Do have very, very strong RFD winds with it. It does look like it may be trying to recycle.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Okay, James, I think, was trying to say something, but it wasn't coming through. Oh, he sent me a video. Or an image? I don't know. Hold on.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't know how to open that. Okay, I've got to cover some of these warnings here. James is trying to send me a picture or something. I'm going to show that to you here in a moment. If you don't know who James is, that's who's trying to keep us updated on what's going on down there in Huntsville. We got a new tornado warning over here in Sherwood, Tennessee.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Unfortunately, we just got a new tornado warning for Huntsville, Alabama. Again. We got another storm coming down towards Huntsville, Alabama right now. And unfortunately, Huntsville, you are under a tornado warning again. Tornado warning for Capshaw, Oakland, Madison, and Huntsville, Alabama. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I just about bet that this cell in Georgia to the southeast of Lafayette and Mount Carmel here. Again, I'm not sure about the pronunciation of Lafayette or Lafayette in Georgia here, but I think that we'll probably see a debris signature on the next scan with that tight velocity coupling.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So if that shows up, then that's the reason why, and we'll have a confirmed warning for that one.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Let's go back over here to Georgia. Wow. Yeah, this looks like another significant tornado maybe coming up there towards Villanelle, Rio, and Mill Creek. Radar indicated tornado warning, but we need you to take shelter now in Villanelle, all the way over towards Phelps as well. Phelps in Georgia. This is in North Georgia here. Chattanooga, you had your first round of heavy rain and some hail go through. You got another round coming in. I think that Chattanooga actually should start becoming a little concerned about a flash flood of threat as well. Speaking of a flash flood threat, I got to go check on our situation up here in northern Tennessee, north of Nashville, between Springfield and Westmoreland. We still have a flash flood emergency ongoing, and we have new downpours kind of just sitting over the area. This is what I was concerned about earlier today. Once again, y'all, flash flooding a lot of times kills more people than tornadoes in situations like this. So I just want to make sure we're letting everybody know the rain is coming back and it's not stopping anytime soon. If you had water rising near you earlier, maybe it started to go down. Don't let your guard down. It's going to rise again. It's going to rise even quicker this time because the ground is super saturated. You might have to make an emergency evacuation to get to higher ground if you live in a flood-prone area. And even if you don't live in a flood-prone area,
it does appear to be intensifying again.
Even if you don't live in a flood-prone area, this might be the first time it ever floods in your area. Back here in Kentucky, we got a new tornado warning for Bardwell. This is starting back here in Missouri near East Prairie. Good-looking supercell here. We'll see what happens with it as it comes into Kentucky. And now Carbondale, Illinois. You guys are also under a tornado warning. Grand Tower, Panoma, Murfreesboro, Carbondale. Take shelter now. Let's go back to Brad Arnold's storm, the one that just came out of Huntsville. He says it looks like it's trying to do something again as he's near Paint Rock. Gurley and Garth, you guys are still under a tornado warning. Take shelter immediately. Huntsville also needs to take shelter again because a new tornado warning was just issued for you. Also, Athens, Oakdale, Fairmount, East Limestone, Capshaw, Chickshaw Estates, Indian Hills, and Brandontown. You guys all need to be taking shelter over here near Huntsville. Excuse me.
Hey, Ryan, if you have a second.
Yeah, go ahead. That's Caleb.
Hey, so right now I'm in Springfield, Tennessee, and we are seeing the water rapidly rise here on the Red River. You can see here actually on my stream on the left side, those lights are coming from a structure that have now been overtaken by the river. That fence just at the bottom of the screen there is probably 40 or 50 feet from where the riverbank actually would be, so it is continually rising, and we've probably seen it come up about a foot in the last 45 minutes since I've been in town.
All right, Caleb, be careful out there. From what I'm seeing on radar, that water is going to continue to rise very, very quickly. Make sure you have lots of situational awareness. We just got an update from James again. Go ahead, James.
So I'm getting reports of damage on Governor's Drive in Huntsville, near Doug Hill and 72, as well as damage in 5 Points, which is, I believe, a neighborhood town of some sort in Huntsville.
All right. Thank you, James. Definitely got reports now of also roofs torn off of homes in Huntsville. So some information is starting to come in about that storm. Unfortunately, if there is some sort of recovery effort ongoing right now in Huntsville, it's being interrupted now because everybody's having to get back into their safe spots as there is a new tornado warning for Huntsville. We want to make sure everybody's aware of that. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, just an update on the flooding situation in Tennessee. So I've been taking a look at some stream gauges because I'm a water resources nerd. That's my major in college. And the normal cubic discharge of the rivers in this region, specifically the Red River is the one that I'm looking at, is around 500 cubic feet of water per minute or per second. And right now that river, and I do estimate, or I do think that this stream gauge is probably maxed out to the point where it can no longer properly calculate the amount of cubic discharge. So I would guess it's even higher than that, but we're at over 16,000 cubic feet of water per second in an area that's normally discharging 500 cubic feet of water per second. So we're more than 32 times what we should be.
Wow. Thank you for that, Riley. I think maybe we're probably going to talk to Caleb a lot more throughout the rest of this coverage. So maybe let's put him in one of the first three spots there, if you don't care. And Riley, keep us updated on that kind of stuff as well, because I really do think, y'all, that as the tornado threat dies down, and it's not really going to completely die down here anytime soon, but as it does, the flash flooding situation is going to be incredibly
a new tornado warning
unfortunate
has been
up
issued
here in portions of Kentucky and Tennessee, and I want to make sure we're keeping y'all updated on that as well. I know how important that is. Once again, we went through that here in eastern Kentucky, a 1 in 1,000 year, 2,000 year, whatever it is, kind of flood, and it literally did damage that Reed Timmer himself said was worse than almost any EF 4 or 5 tornado that he's ever seen. Here in eastern Kentucky, and that's how powerful water can be in these situations whenever we get the catastrophic flash flooding. So we got a new tornado warning here for Pleasant Groves, Scottsboro, and Hollywood, and that's going to be a continuation of the
Hey Ryan, we're done with this one. This one's headed kind of up into the mountains. We're going back to that one that is headed back to the city of Huntsville. Tornado warning for the city of Huntsville. That includes, if it continues to pass, it's going to get really close to my house. So that's where we're going.
All right, thank you, Brad. He's not going to follow this storm, but the storm is going to keep going towards Scottsboro. Okay, Scottsboro in Alabama. Now, a good thing about I think the area where Caleb is right now, I don't think there's a lot of hills here. I could be wrong. But one of the reasons why up here in eastern Kentucky our flash flooding situation was so bad is because everything was channeled into the valleys, and we literally had water moving at, well over 100 miles per hour, and that works just like wind whenever it hits a surface, and it was slabbing homes and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully we don't see anything like that up here in northern, Tennessee tonight. But certainly life-threatening flash flooding is inbound here, all across areas between Livingston, Gallatin, Hendersonville, up towards Clarksville even maybe, and Hopkinsville, Kentucky. So Brad Arnold's turning around, but I do want everybody. I do want everybody to know that this is still a very dangerous storm coming towards Scottsboro. Please take shelter. Also, the storm that's coming back down towards Huntsville, Alabama now, is also still looking like it's capable of producing a tornado here. So, unfortunately, we're going to need you to stay in your safe spots in Huntsville for the next 41 minutes, or at least until they allow that warning to expire. We also have that tornado warning over here in Georgia that I need to update y'all on. The rotation that's coming up towards Phelps and Tilton in Georgia is a lot less concerning than it looked earlier. However, it's still there, and we need to take shelter. Same thing for you guys in Chatsworth, Georgia, and Eaton, Georgia. Nothing that says tornado on the ground right now, but it could happen soon. Our line of storms is getting ready to exit Tennessee for the most part and move into the mountains of North Carolina. Asheville, get ready for some more storms in a couple of hours, or maybe just a little over an hour, as these storms race towards you. Johnson City, I think that the damaging wind threat is going to be a big deal here as the storms move more towards the Appalachian Mountains, but the tornado threat is going to go down a lot. However, the tornado threat looks like it's still a thing, unfortunately, in this area. And now we have more cells forming back here in and around Murfreesboro, back towards Mount Pleasant, even up there towards Cookeville. So we have to watch all of these very closely, as they all could produce tornadoes. But things are, kind of forming so close together now that hopefully this all congeals into a big mess. And unfortunately, that is going to lead us into a new problem with damaging winds and flash flooding, but it at least gets rid of one of the big problems, which is the tornado threat tonight. But as of right now, that still continues to be a significant problem, the tornado threat. Let's go check back in on our storm that's tornado warned in Kentucky. I'm not convinced that this storm is currently producing a tornado. However, it is warned, and it's capable of doing so in the future. So Arlington and Bardwell in Kentucky, you need to take shelter. Mayfield, Kentucky, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. This storm is rotating. I don't think it's going to produce a tornado
has been issued
anytime soon. So let's not worry too much about it, but let's also be ready to take shelter just in case. DeKalb and Jackson counties in Alabama are now under a tornado warning, and rightfully so, as we got another little dangly bit right here, causing problems south and west of Bridgeport. This storm is also moving in the general direction of Chattanooga. You guys are going to have to deal with this in some way, whether it's just from the rain and the wind, or maybe even the tornadic circulation. So don't let your guard down in Chattanooga just yet. But in Bridgeport and Bryant, Alabama, take shelter now. This is crazy, man. We've been live for 9 hours now, and it's been a non-stop, just wild event from beginning to end. It definitely doesn't feel like 9 hours has went by. I do want to check in on our storms over here in Arkansas. Oops. These storms are entering a decently favorable environment for tornadoes as well. That's why we've got that tornado watch. So we gotta look out for those storms, but it doesn't look like they're growing very much. It doesn't look like they're getting much stronger. So if that changes, the Little Rock area might have to deal with some tornadoes here as these storms get stronger and they move towards you. That storm near Hot Springs is blowing up decently. We'll have to watch it. Right now, it's just a little shower. No tornado warnings in Texas or Oklahoma right now, but these storms are pretty strong moving into Winnsboro. 70-mile-an-hour winds. Same thing up there moving into Ogden and Fulton in southwestern Arkansas. Down here in southern Illinois, West Kentucky, still dealing with a couple of tornado warnings. I think the main threat here in Carbondale, as this storm approaches, is going to be the damaging winds. There is a chance that we get a spin-up tornado here, but I would just mostly brace for really strong winds as this big storm comes toward you. All of this moisture that you see here that extends all the way back into central Arkansas has to move over our flash flood emergency before it exits the area, the weather system. I just want to keep emphasizing that fact. Like it's not looking good down there. We got an update from Hall Force 1 and Caleb Beecham.
What is going on, guys? Storm Chaser Caleb.
Hold on. Wait. Let's watch. He's in that flash flood emergency right now.
What is going on, guys? Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham here. We are currently in Springfield, Tennessee, where the National Weather Service has issued a flash flood emergency. We are right next to the Red River, where we've seen it rise several inches within the last couple of hours. And it's going to continue to rise as thunderstorms are training into the area as we speak. Within the last 45 minutes or so, we've probably seen it rise 2 to 4 inches, and it's going to continue to do so. We're currently in a floodplain. We're probably going to head back up into the higher elevations of the town very shortly here as the river continues to rise with this significant rainfall. So stay tuned, guys. We are live over on YouTube.
All right, Caleb Beecham does have a YouTube channel as well, by the way, y'all. Caleb Beecham. That's the name. So if you want to follow him over there, you can do that and keep up with his flood adventures here, as this is going to be an ongoing thing for quite some time tonight. Scottsboro, Alabama, y'all definitely need to be getting in your safe spot. If for whatever reason you thought you could come out, that storm that produced the tornado near Huntsville is continuing to look like it's trying to produce another tornado as it comes into Limrock, Larkinsville, and Scottsboro, Alabama. Take shelter now. Huntsville, Alabama. This one on velocity doesn't look that bad, but this is almost exactly what the storm looked like before that was producing a tornado near Huntsville, and it also didn't look very impressive on velocity at first. So this might actually be a new tornado trying to form here near Capshaw, moving towards Chickasha Estates and Indian Hills and Oakwood. You're already under that tornado warning, so there's no reason to not just go ahead and get into your safe spot, okay? Take shelter immediately down there in Oakwood, Brandontown, and Huntsville, okay?
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, looking in the boot heel of Missouri here near Tallapoosa, headed up towards Marston and New Madrid in Missouri. Looking at this hook coming together here in a shower back behind it that could nudge it forward at an accelerated rate. No tornado warning on this yet, but some conditions are in place here, and pattern recognition may be favorable for this to be tornado warned as it heads up toward I-55 down here in New Madrid County in Missouri.
All right.
A new tornado warning
you,
has been issued.
Andy, just in time. There it is. The tornado warning is now out that Andy just outlined to us. Lone Star, Corning, Marston, Howardville, Tallapoosa, Hartselle, take shelter now. This is a pretty dangerous storm. And this is, we've seen this, I don't know how many times tonight, and it's resulted in a tornado. So get ready down there towards New Madrid as well. If this survives, if this produces a tornado for any significant period of time, this will come towards you in New Madrid. So, yeah, take shelter. So we've really got to watch these storms right in here, as we're seeing a sort of similar situation as to, what we saw in Tennessee earlier, where we got all these little cells popping up, and they're kind of close together, but they're also pretty far apart, and they're all rotating, and they're all trying to produce tornadoes. If these, for whatever reason, can grow and get as strong as some of those storms down there in Tennessee did, we might see a couple of, big tornadoes out here. So we're watching this area closely. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, watching Lim Rock, Alabama. That's the eastern one that just went through Huntsville a little while ago. That velocity is coming together very quickly right before it gets to the town along State Highway 35 here in western Jackson County, Alabama. So y'all watch out, or you are in a tornado warning here in Lim Rock and Scottsboro, but I believe another one is trying to form here as this velocity is right in the hook echo. So higher confidence that something is happening here in the immediate term.
Absolutely. Andy, thanks for bringing us back to this storm. We're getting a new scan right now on our Radar Omega app. And, you can see here right near Lim Rock, we've still got that velocity signature. It looks more impressive now. It's moving over towards Larkinsville, Scottsboro, Hollywood. You guys all need to be in your safe spots. This is
a new
the storm
tornado
that has a
warning
history
has been issued
of producing a big tornado. It looks like it's trying to do it again. I want to go back and look at our Huntsville one again as well, because this signature that you see here, it looks pretty concerning. Velocity doesn't look as bad, but I don't want to sit here and disregard it, because, there's certainly a storm capable of producing a tornado moving into Huntsville again. So please take shelter now if you're in Huntsville. Back to Georgia. New tornado warning. Pretty decent area of rotation, moving past Tilton over towards Holly, Ball Ground, Ramhurst, and Dennis, all the way over to Ellijay. You guys need to take shelter if you haven't already out here. You are under a tornado warning out here in Chatsworth, Georgia. Here's a video. This is from Prospect, Tennessee, once again, earlier today. Unwarned until it already passed through. This is the one that Andy was talking about this one as the tornado was going on, but unfortunately there was no tornado warning. Thank you for sending that in, Ryland.
Hey, Ryan, if you have a second.
Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, so I've repositioned myself pretty much exactly back where I was when I showed you guys last time, but we're looking at that exact same area and that exact same fence that I had pointed out. And that corner of the fence that I was showing where we were able to see about 1.5 feet, 2 feet of the top of the fence now. That corner section has completely submerged underwater, so there's about another 1.5 feet, 2 feet before this will end up covering this road and some residential areas and commercial buildings down here in Springfield.
All right. Thank you, Caleb. And I want to quickly remind everybody that the flooding situation that it could be developing up here is quite serious. We might literally see homes and cars and stuff floating down this river at some point here tonight. Go ahead, Andy.
I agree, Ryan. And unfortunately, the Limrock, Alabama.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad.
I think just south of the town, but of course, every time we analyze the radar, as we go up with height, there is a little bit of a bias in the location, so it can go. It could be anywhere around the town here. So I do want to say that this did produce a tornado, and that we'll probably see an upgraded warning as a result to a confirmed tornado warning for Scottsboro, and hopefully everyone in Limrock was in shelter.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for bringing us back down here. And once again, right on cue.
New information. This tornado warning
now
has
Jackson,
been upgraded.
County, Alabama is under a confirmed tornado warning. All right, so Scottsboro, Larkinsville, and Bellefonte. You guys, if you weren't already in shelter from the initial tornado warning, us talking about it over and over again, Andy pointing out the fact that it's down. Now the National Weather Service is on board too. I mean, let's get there. Let's take shelter, and hopefully this goes away. But if it doesn't, it's going to come into Scottsboro on the west side of town near Poorhouse Mountain and Tater Knob. Okay, so get ready over there. Take shelter now. We're going to come back to you in just a moment. I do want to go back to our Huntsville storm just to update our folks over here. We got a lot of concerned people in Huntsville, obviously. Brad Arnold's going to come through on the radio soon, and he's either going to say, Ryan, I don't see anything with this. I don't smell any tornadoes. Or he's going to say that, hey, Ryan, there's a tornado on the ground right now. I don't know which one it's going to be.
A new tornado warning
because earlier
has been
today we had a similar signature with not a lot going on velocity, and that was a lot more impressive in real life than what it looked like on radar. So we're going to assume that maybe there's a tornado down here, and we're going to stay in our safe spots in Chickasha Estates, Oakwood, Brandontown, and Huntsville, Alabama for at least the next 24 minutes. And then we'll reassess the situation, okay? New tornado warning in Kentucky. Mayfield, Kentucky is included in this one. Well, all right. We do have a supercell that is trying to rotate here, coming into the greater Mayfield area. I would definitely take shelter over here. Obviously, we want to take this seriously, but I wouldn't. If you got some tornado anxiety out here in the Mayfield area, I wouldn't worry too much. This does not look like a really bad situation. I will let you know as soon as that changes, but certainly take shelter just in case. It's better to be safe than sorry. Actually looks a little bit worse farther to your west with that storm that Andy brought us to earlier near Tallapoosa. Got a pretty strong supercell coming together now with a more traditional looking hook and a very well defined velocity couplet moving up towards Lone Star, Marston, and Howardville now. This is all happening in the Boot Heel of Missouri, moving up into Kentucky slowly but surely. More cells are forming down to the south and west of that. And these will have to be watched closely tonight. Zooming in back on our flash flood emergency where storm chaser Caleb Beecham is. Rain continues to fall from Greenbrier over to Westmoreland. Let's do storm total precipitation. 8 inches of rain estimated, close to 9 inches of rain, close to Walnut Grove. Y'all, there might be some places out here tonight that see 12, 13, maybe 14 inches of rain before things are said and done, which is, might be some sort of record for this specific area. Once again, there's a lot more rain to come. We're going to see that warm frontal boundary hopefully lift north a little bit more and give us a little bit of a break. That'll save us a lot. But if not, all this convection is going to continue to happen over the Springfield and Portland area, and that'll lead to even more catastrophic flooding out here. Checking in on the tornado warning over here in Georgia, we got a decent area of rotation, a concerning looking area of rotation moving towards Tails Creek, Elders, and Ellijay. Y'all should be in your safe spot if you haven't gotten there already. Also back towards Chatsworth, Ramhurst, Ball Ground, Tilton, and Keith's Mill. You guys should be sheltered as well. Let me go back to that real quick with the storm total precip, just to kind of other places that might get added on to the flash flood emergency if the rain continues to fall include Clarksville, Tennessee, and areas just east of Clarksville, Tennessee, where we've already seen, 5 or 6 inches of rain. And then also back here towards Lafayette, Kentucky, 6 or 7 inches of rain. Go ahead, Andy.
All right, from the Shreveport, Louisiana radar, I'm looking at Newsom and Winnsboro and Pittsburgh, Texas here. Bit of a jutting out motion with this part of the sort of semi-discrete complex of storms here, and some rotation that's rather broad as a result. And thus, if this gets a tornado warning, since it's in a bit of a radar hole, that would be the reason why for southern Camp County, Texas, northern Upshur County, Texas, around Betty to Pittsburgh on Highway 271. So y'all watch out there, just in case there is a tornado warning issued for that.
Thank you, Andy. We are currently looking at a storm in Texas now, maybe trying to produce a tornado in the near future. Over here near Pittsburgh, Rocky Mound, Piney Grove, Leesburg, and Hickory Hill. Right now, you're under a tornado. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this is going to be a strong storm regardless, but there might be a tornado trying to form as well. Water continues to rise around Hull Force 1. Let's go ahead and talk to Caleb now. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, you got me?
Yes.
Alrighty. So literally right outside my window, I actually came across some flooded streets here in the Springfield area. And literally right outside my window, pretty much within the last 30 seconds, I can literally see the water rising. So this is obviously a lower part, closer to the river. That's why we see this roadway flooded right now. But I can see the water going up the roadway actually towards the vehicle right now. So inch by inch, I'm seeing it rise more and more. So even though it's not raining right now, we're still continuing to see that water level rise, which could mean that there's some sort of debris further down the river preventing water flowing outward of the Springfield area.
All right. Thank you very much for that update, Caleb, and keep us updated as the water is almost certainly going to continue to rise very quickly there in and around the Springfield, Tennessee area. So we're watching the flash flooding situation, obviously, and we've still got a significant severe and tornado situation ongoing in portions of Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia. So I'm going to go through all these again for you. Huntsville. You know what? I'm just going to ask Brad. Hold on. Maybe the reason Brad hasn't talked to us is because he doesn't have signal, because I cannot reach him right now. So we're going to wait and see if we hear anything from Brad. I mean, this right here is not something you want to see, the little dangly bit there. However, not seeing much on velocity, so maybe we don't have a tornado down. But just in case we do, we're going to stay in our safe spots down here in Oakwood, Grove Park, Brandontown, and Huntsville in Alabama for the next 18 minutes at least. Scottsboro. This is an area where we're a little bit more convinced that we had a tornado down. Poor House Mountain, Tater Knob, and Scottsboro. This tornado is going to come through within the next 5 minutes. This will make it all the way down there towards Hodge and Dutton and Pisgah within the next 17 minutes. Take shelter now. Pretty significant situation here. We got a tornado warning over here in Georgia, Ellijay, Georgia. Y'all got to take shelter. We're in a little bit of a radar hole here. I can't tell you too much about that, but if you're under a tornado warning, take shelter now. If it's not the tornado, then it's the 1.5 inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds that you're about to experience. The damage threat is considerable in Ellijay. Take shelter. Another flash flooding situation is setting up over here between Chatsworth and Dalton, Georgia, as we've got huge storms training over the same areas over and over again. Dalton, you're also under a severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to continue for the next hour or so. It's not going to let up. Chattanooga is the most lucky town right now out of all these towns in Tennessee and Alabama and Georgia. These storms have just skirted and scooted around you all night long. I don't know what it is, but congratulations. So far, I think Chattanooga has missed out on most of the severe weather. Unfortunately, it's not over yet. We've got a bunch of more storms forming over here look at this. We've got just a ton of new storms forming now in Middle Tennessee, south of Nashville. One of these is daggone going to go through Chattanooga, or probably a lot of them are. And this will end up causing more problems with severe weather in terms of mostly hail and rain. And also flash flooding. Knoxville, big storms are past you now. Moving into Asheville, North Carolina. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Get ready. Sylva, North Carolina as well. Most of this stuff is moving out of Tennessee, though, except for the fact that, we're getting all this new stuff back here. So that's what's happening with that. We're getting new storms now where we shouldn't, but it's happening.
I just tried to send you a message. I don't know why it didn't go through. I think while Andy was talking, we do have a very low-hanging wall cloud right here with a lot of low scud. Do not see any tornado on the ground, but it does look like it is strengthening back to our west. So we're going to get up here and turn around and look back down south.
Okay, I got you now, Brad. Thank you. Okay, so Brad's not seeing a tornado.
Ryan, we did just have a power flash. I do not know if that's because there's a tornado on the ground. I wasn't able to observe it. There was a power flash. Where the tornado, if there is one, would have been.
Okay, so now we're seeing power flashes. So once again, we got a dangly bit hanging off this storm. That's a sign that a tornado could be forming there. So we need everybody in Huntsville to be in their safe spots and taking shelter right now. Huntsville, we're going to keep you updated through Brad Arnold here, who is now able to reach me. Scottsboro, that storm's getting close to you as well. Hopefully you guys are still in your safe spot. We've been talking to you for a while. I'm hoping that you can disregard me soon after this storm goes by you. We've been hooting and hollering about Scottsboro. I feel like this storm's moving slow, but it's getting ready to hit now. Stay in your safe spot. 14 minutes. It'll be time to come out, and hopefully everything's going to be all right, and we'll move on. That's Scottsboro, Alabama. Tornado warning continues for Mayfield, and I continue to not be very impressed by the presentation there on radar. So once again, don't freak out in Mayfield. I think you're fine. Just get in your safe spot and be there for the next 28 minutes. And it'll likely be allowed to expire. Unfortunately, in Mayfield, we've got other storms coming. Okay, so it's not the severe weather threat's not going to be over after the storm goes by. It's going to be a long night of storminess in Mayfield, Kentucky, and Benton, and all these areas. But in the immediate future here, I don't think we have a tornado threat within the next 30 minutes in Mayfield. It's a better safe than sorry situation. You want to get into your safe spot. Rotation with our storm that's coming up towards New Madrid has let up a little bit. That's a good sign. That's a real good sign. Hopefully that continues to be the case for the vast majority of these storms that are popping up over here along the Mississippi River.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
My gosh. We got a new tornado warning for Mayfield. And credit to the National Weather Service. This is definitely the kind of storm that can produce a tornado. We don't want to discount or downplay the significance of the situation. All right. So we do want you in your safe spot in Mayfield, but I know there's just people out there that are sick to their stomach thinking about the idea of a tornado moving into Mayfield. This is not a repeat of what happened last time, but just to be safe, let's get into our safe spot. You can see that we are getting a little bit more of a curvature to the storm there. This is, something that we'll have to watch. Oh, Brian Mfinger has an amazing video of a tornado near Aurora, Missouri earlier. I am retweeting that over on Twitter or X at Ryan Hall, y'all, if you want to see all the media that we're sharing over there. Where's Robertson County? Is that one of the counties in the flash flood emergency?
Yeah, that is.
Okay. Wow. Here's some images from Robertson County in Tennessee of water rescues ongoing now. We've got people trapped on top of their vehicles and rushing water.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is part of one of the reasons why we say turn around, don't drown. You can, this guy's probably just trying to get across the road. Water rose while he was going across. And now there's a lot of people that are going to have to put their lives at risk to go save him. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I want to talk about that graphic that I created in Stream Text since it has to do with the flash flooding. Can you go ahead and pull that up so I can kind of describe what's going on there?
Yes, go.
All right, so... Oh, my head's covering it.
Okay, all right. I can't move it, so I'm just go.
All right, so there's the so the part that my head was covering where we have the red lines here, that is kind of an area of higher elevation. So now the concern with this is obviously water drains from high ground to low ground. So the blue lines on there are our current flash flood emergencies where we have seen up to 10 inches of rainfall so far. And the black lines with the arrows are the direction of the only two waterways that are in charge of draining all of this area. So all of the water from this flash flood emergency is going to go into those two rivers, which eventually combine into one river, and that is the Red River near Point Royal. So at this point, we're not only worried about flash flooding here, we're worried about flooding downstream because all of this water is going to go to one waterway from all this area, and it's expected to crest right now at 38 feet above normal. That's considered a moderate flood for the area. That's about a 1 in 25 year flood. But that outlook was issued over 2 hours ago when we weren't expecting as much rain in the second round. So it is quite possible that we could have a major flood here, and we may even reach up to record rainfall numbers and a record river crest for this area.
All right. Thank you very much, Riley. Guys, one of the reasons why we're so concerned about the flooding out here is once again because we've currently got already right now we've got swiftwater rescues underway, people trapped in their homes and on top of vehicles and on top of their homes due to the flooding that's going on, and the water is continuing to rise out there in North Tennessee. Additionally, we just got a new tornado warning for Huntsville, Ryland, and
Hey, Ryan, we've got a
Maysville.
tornado on the ground north of the city of Huntsville. Just saw it off the west of us. We're about to hop on 565 and head east.
Storm chaser Brad Arnold says he's got a tornado on the ground north of Huntsville now, moving towards Cherry Creek, Colonial Hills, and Normal. Of course, once again, we believe we've got a tornado down here near Cherry Creek. This is on the north side of Huntsville. Get to shelter in Colonial Hills, Chapman Heights, Oak Park, Chase, Normal, Meadow Hills, and everywhere in between. And this is a live view of that. This is a live view of the the storm that's happening here. He's approaching it from the south and west, he's approaching it from the south. We're looking north. So, I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything here, but definitely a big time storm here that's causing another tornado. Take shelter. We'll see if we get an upgrade from the National Weather Service, if they can confirm that as well. Unbelievable.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Ryan, we are about to turn east into the storm. We're headed south right now. We're headed east in about a quarter of a mile.
Okay. I thought he was going to go after it on Highway 255, but he's going to be turning east here. I see. All right, we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I was actually going to mention that North Carolina, now tornado warned east of Murphy. It's heading into the mountains here north of Hayesville, and I saw the couplet right at the same time that, right as the National Weather Service issued that warning. So we were going to break in at the same time there. Of course, we've got the Huntsville tornado on the ground, so multiple things happening at the same time. But that is not an area that gets tornado warnings all that often. So hopefully we can get the people there in shelter. I have no idea what sort of responses would go on for the people who have no internet service in the mountains whatsoever. So hopefully these people know the storm is coming to them somehow, and we can get them in shelter.
All right, Andy, thank you. It looks like we've got a tornado here. Sorry. Near Peachtree and Jones Mill, moving towards Fires Creek. This is going to go over Big Peachtree Bald, Pigeon Knob, or Pigpen Knob. And then it's going to go into Hayesville to Skeet, Shooting Creek, over towards Rainbow Springs. This is a dangerous storm. And like Andy said, these guys, this is probably one of the areas where the least amount of tornado warnings are issued. So who knows if the people out here are getting the warning or how they would get it if they were going to get it. But if you know anybody out here near Hayesville or Murphy or any of these places in North Carolina, please try to let them know that we've got a very significant situation here where a tornado is likely down, coming off the mountain, or coming through the mountains, honestly, in towards Jones Mill and Fires Creek right now. And yeah, that's a pretty concerning and convincing signature right there. Peachtree, Jones Mill, this just happens to be one of the more populated places right in here too. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, if you take the Paducah, Kentucky radar and you push it up to about 2.4 degree tilt, you can see very clear rotation and tight rotation over Mayfield, Kentucky here. So this supercell is organizing in the mid levels. We're not seeing that response yet at the low levels, but that could happen, next scan or in a couple of scans here. So a dynamically evolving situation and a very good warning, as you said, by the Paducah National Weather Service for this for Mayfield. So hopefully that doesn't translate downward to the lower levels, but right now we see evidence in the mid levels that this is actually quite worrisome here for Mayfield.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. And if you look here on the velocity, when we first started looking at this, we saw a little bit of reds, a little bit of increase, greens here. Now those values are increasing, and they're also becoming more vertical. So we're seeing that a very similar convergent signature as to what we saw earlier with the storm in Alabama that eventually went into Georgia to produce a tornado. So
a new tornado
Riley,
warning
let's
has
hear
been
it.
issued.
What do you got?
I just wanted to cut in with a little happy note here. Congratulations on 1.9 million subscribers, and thank you to everyone who has subscribed today.
Wow. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Riley, for telling us about that, and thank you all for subscribing. That's 30,000 of you today, I think, if that's what we hit. So thank you so much. I wish it was under better circumstances, but I really appreciate everybody. And this is what I do. I plan on doing this until you guys don't like me anymore. You don't want me to do it anymore until nobody shows up. I will be here for every major severe weather outbreak until I can't breathe anymore, because I think we're doing a good thing here. So new tornado warning for Pisgah, Central, Eider, Hengar, Oak, Grove and Gann Crossroads. You guys are under a tornado warning. You need to take shelter right now if you haven't already. What's going on with Zello here?
Ryan, we are about to turn east into the storm. We're headed south right now. We're headed east in about...
Hey, Ryan, so I've repositioned myself pretty much exactly back where I was when I...
Okay, I think Caleb tried to reach out. Caleb, was you trying to reach out to me there?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to get the worst possible scenario that we could have experienced. We're not even at an area really close to the river. We're actually about half a mile from the nearest creek bed. But we've now started to see houses that are completely surrounded and submerged. You can see here on my stream that we are from over with rainfall here. So this is definitely a very concerning situation for anyone that's in that flash flood emergency. So if you were not sure if you should take this seriously, this is a sign right here. This is a house that is completely surrounded by at least a foot of water.
All right, and
Brian, you can actually see the funnel on my stream right now. I've got it in low lux mode to bring in extra light. You can see it right here, cone funnel.
All right, and we've also got a cone funnel on Brad Arnold's stream associated with the storm that's going through Huntsville right now, or just to the north of Huntsville, where we've got a tornado now potentially developing or cycling or dropping near Chase and Ryland along Highway 72. Please take shelter if you haven't already. Also down there towards Moontown, McMullen Cove, and Gurley once again. Unfortunately, you guys are in the path of this. We need you to get into your safe spot. So we've got, once again, a couple of different serious situations right now. We've got our tornadoes that we're watching in western Kentucky, back there towards the Boot Hill of Missouri. We got our tornadoes that we're watching in Alabama. And also, we continue to have a serious situation with flooding up there in North Tennessee that Caleb is keeping us updated on. Water's rising fast. Once again, hopefully everybody is aware of this. I don't think it's safe in some places that are under a flash flood emergency tonight to sleep this one off. Like, this one might be something that you need to stay alert and aware for, and monitor those water levels for the next several hours as more rain moves in. Here's a picture of something near Huntsville about 5 minutes ago. I don't know. I'm not confident enough to call that a tornado, but there's definitely some sort of lowering there, and it very well could be a tornado. So we've got to keep that in mind and use that as another stimulus to get ourselves in gear and go to shelter in Moontown, McMullen Cove, and Maysville down here in Alabama. Let's go back to Mayfield real quick and give you guys an update on that. Mayfield, Kentucky. The storm is just about to pass over town, so if a tornado isn't happening right now at this moment, it's probably not going to happen for Mayfield, so that's good. However, the storm is going to continue to try to produce a tornado or continue to rotate as it goes over towards Golo, Brewers, Backsburg, Kirksey, and South Marshall. So we need you guys to be watching out as this comes towards you. North Carolina tornado warning is continuing. Velocity on that honestly still looks quite concerning. So we need you to get in your safe spots out here in North Carolina, in Jones Mill, Fires Creek, Hayesville, and Shooting Creek. I wonder, does anybody know how?
Ryan, we are looking due northwest into this tornado warning storm right now. So if there's anything on the ground, we will see it on the screen.
All right, so we're watching Brad Arnold very closely. Let's pull up the two view here. We got a view of the flood from Caleb and a view of the this tornado situation from Brad Arnold. What was I going to say? Crap, I don't remember. I was getting ready to ask a question. I've lost my train of thought. If you're just now tuning in, we have been going nonstop now for about 9 hours and 30 minutes. I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. Like this is probably going to be a pretty late one. We will, no matter what, probably stop at the 12-hour mark. But as of right now, we're here for the long haul. We're 9 hours, 30 minutes in, and we're not going anywhere as we continue to track these tornadoes and flash floods that are working through several different areas across the United States. Severe thunderstorms as well. This is why we're kind of focused on the flash floods a little bit. Once again, I want to show this to kind of give some context behind, hey, Ryan, like we get flash flood warnings all the time. Why is this special? A flash flood emergency is different, and we got more rain on the way, so I'm just really, unfortunately, pretty concerned for the people up there that are going to have to deal with that. Brad Arnold's going to let us know if he sees anything else with the storm near Huntsville, but I'm hoping that he doesn't, and that it continues to look less impressive on radar, which it does right now. But if you're in Ryland or Maysville, you got to take shelter. Right now, we have no confirmed tornadoes on the ground, as far as we know. We've got a bunch of radar-indicated warnings. We had a tornado on the ground not too long ago via Brad Arnold and the National Weather Service with that storm near Huntsville, but no new updates on that just yet. If we are in the flash flood warning area, do we need to worry about tornadoes later tonight or just the flooding? Sorry if the dumb question. Not a dumb question. Unfortunately, you'll need to worry about both for a little bit, but I think the biggest threat is the flash flooding threat. The tornado threat should go down a little bit the later we go. But we're about to hear from Andy here. So go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think we'll get another tornado warning in Gilmer County in Georgia near Ellijay. That storm has consolidated quite a bit on the last few scans, so another area of interest for sure that I think will get warned just due to how the rotation is broad, but it is strong on both sides here. So that will probably include parts of Fannin County in Georgia and Gilmer County. So y'all watch out for that. This has been warned a couple of times in this area already, but I bet another one will be coming with this circulation.
Absolutely. Andy, thank you. We had a warning on this for LEJ back when it was closer to Chatsworth. That warning's been allowed to expire, but now the rotation's picking back up again near Northcutt, and we might see a new warning for Aska, Newport, and Stock Hill in Georgia here, okay? So get ready for that. Y'all watch out. Checking back in on our tornado warning in North Carolina. Rotations let up a lot, thankfully, but we still might have a tornado here. So just for at least the next 37 minutes, Hayesville and Tuskegee and Shooting Creek, stay in your safe spots. We'll let you know when that warning has been allowed to expire. Asheville, North Carolina. The winds are probably moving in now. You got some strong winds and a pretty strong storm moving into the Asheville area. But as far as I can tell right now, there's not much of a tornado threat at the moment. Knoxville, lightning is increasing to your north and west. This is associated with some general thunderstorms that are going to move into the area and probably cause some more rainfall problems than anything. I don't think that we're going to see any more significant severe weather in Knoxville other than maybe potentially some really heavy rain for the next little bit. And then maybe later tonight into early tomorrow morning, there might be another round of strong winds. Heavy rain is moving back into the catastrophic flooding area in the flash flood emergency near Springfield.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Thankfully, it's not as intense as it was earlier, so hopefully we continue to get that kind of break. However, I'm not convinced that that'll last too long. It's just, the longer this boundary is over that area, the worse it's going to be. New tornado warning over here in West Kentucky. Benton, Hardin, and Fair Dealing. You are now included in this tornado warning. We see a little bit more, rotation here. However, still nothing that screams to me that there's an immediate concern for a tornado being down. So that's good news, but you still need to take shelter in Benton, Kentucky, and Hardin and Aurora. Take shelter immediately.
This is not good.
Here's a video from downtown, on the east side of downtown Huntsville, potentially showing us some of the extent of the damage out there. So far, once again, haven't heard of anything terribly significant, so hopefully this video doesn't change that. Oh, wow. Lots of tree damage, that's for sure. I don't know exactly which part of the east side of Huntsville this is, so we don't know if this is even where the tornado went or if this is associated with the rear flank downdraft or something. But yeah, there's a little bit more significant damage back there. So far, yeah, it looks like we're probably on the outside of the damage path here. So I still don't know exactly what's going on here. But I do want to say something real quick about this video. Usually when we start showing videos like this, I think maybe it might inspire some people to try to go want to take videos like that. And I do want to say that we do not condone disaster tourism here. Okay, if you have to go through a place, if it's literally your own street or whatever, certainly survey the damage, send pictures and videos or whatever. But if you hear that a tornado just hit a town and it's more than a 3-minute walk from your house, don't go looking, don't go clogging up the streets and making it hard for ambulances and officials to get out there. Okay, you don't have to listen to me, but that's just my 2 cents on that.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Go ahead, Andy. Oh, never mind. Got me again. Those dang considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. Which, by the way, that one's for Fannin, Gilmer, Lumpkin counties in Georgia. And this is a real Andy. Go ahead.
Yep, I'm the real Andy. And I do think that I'm watching this storm entering Asheville, North Carolina, and from the Morrisville radar. Of course, we have to look up a couple tilts. I think that it's bowing out actually as it approaches Asheville, so there may actually be a heightened damaging wind threat with the severe thunderstorm warning as it goes through Asheville areas north towards Weaverville, especially, and the campus there at UNCA. So with any bow echo that I ever talk about on the northern side relative to its progression here, which would put, which I'm talking about closer to Weaverville here, there is a chance of a spin-up tornado. And in per mesoanalysis, this area is still somewhat uncapped in the mixed layer cape. So I think that mixing the layer here, which is what a bow echo definitely is good at doing, could produce a spin up tornado somewhere in here in parts of Buncombe County. So I think it'll be on the northern side of Asheville if there is a spin up, but primarily a damaging wind threat for those in Asheville. And I think it'll be a little bit more than your regular garden variety severe thunderstorm in this area.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Get ready in Asheville and areas near Asheville, near Black Mountain, Hendersonville, big time winds coming through, maybe even a spin up tornado or two. We want to make sure that you are aware of all of the possible risks. This big line of storms causing wind damage is probably going to also eventually affect Greenville and Charlotte later, which is really similar to what we were dealing with this morning. It's almost like we're repeating it over again here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. There's a debris signature west of Hennegar in Alabama here. That's our northeastern Alabama tornado warning. A debris signature there in the hook. That is impressive to me because I can see the outflow boundary way in front of it. So it is still at the surface sucking our way back in there and producing a tornado. So this warning will probably be upgraded by the National Weather Service.
All right, Andy. Thank you. Hennegar, Fairview, Central, P Road, Crossroads, Biddle, Crossroads. All these places are in Georgia, and they are in the path of a tornado, which is now on the ground. This is south of Pisgah, and this is a storm that has done this multiple times. We've seen this produce multiple tornadoes. It's doing it again. Hennegar, Georgia, needs to get underground or in their safe spot as quickly as possible. Okay. We'll likely see an upgraded warning from the National Weather Service here in a bit. Sorry. We'll likely see an upgraded warning from the National Weather Service here in just a little bit. But if not, or until then, just, we know that there's a tornado here. You should take shelter now, if you haven't already. The Huntsville storm is looking less impressive now, so that's good. But we still got rotation. We still got reason to believe that there might be a tornado trying to come down here southeast of Maysville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So you guys should stay in your safe spot. We'll see if they reissue that warning for Woodville and Pleasant Groves. But now we have the official... oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. So we've got an observed warning now for Garth, Trenton, Pleasant Groves, and Tupelo, Alabama. And
new information.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Now we've got an observed warning, I think, for Madison County, Alabama, which is the Hennegar storm. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, unfortunately, on the latest scan there with a deep correlation coefficient lowering and a VRA of 52 knots, this would warrant a PDS warning if following the National Weather Service standards here. So if we get an upgrade for that, that is the reason why, as this has a 61 decibel debris ball and reflectivity now. So definitely warrants an upgrade, I think, for Hennegar, Alabama. You have a couple of minutes as this tornado is right outside of town.
please get to shelter if you're in Hennegar. And by the way, guys, that was this is still not upgraded from the National Weather Service to confirmed. That was whatever this is. We do want you to get to shelter in Gurley and Trenton over here, but I think we have a much better case for there being a big tornado on the ground over here in coming over towards Hennegar and Fairview within the next couple of minutes, maybe even less time than that. Okay, maybe this one.
New information.
Okay, yes.
This tornado
is,
warning
actually
has been upgraded.
DeKalb in Jackson County, Alabama, now under a confirmed tornado warning. This is an incredibly dangerous situation for you if you're in Townsend Crossroads, P Ridge Crossroads, Hennegar, of course, and Elliott Crossroads. Take shelter now. The correlation coefficient drop continues to grow. We got new debris being lofted into the air currently. We think this is currently doing damage right now. So let me bring you over a little bit farther to. Let me just read you off some potential landmarks that this could be near. Okay, tornado on the ground here, probably coming into Hennegar right now, near the Hennegar High School or the Hennegar School. It'll go over past the Hennegar Municipal Court, and then if it goes in the same direction that it's been going. Sorry, hold on. Then we'll likely see it go down there towards the Bama Boys Barbecue and the Hennegar Eye Clinic. All right, beyond that, it's going to continue to go in the general direction of Elliott Crossroads, New Home, and P Ridge Crossroads. This is a big, nasty tornado. Take shelter now. I don't want to leave you guys out over here with this storm near Gurley. Brad Arnold's on it. He hasn't came over the radar or the radio so far, I think.
Ron, we are looking due northwest into this tornado warning storm right now. So if there's anything,
yeah, I haven't heard anything from him, and he's right underneath the daggone thing. So if there's a tornado down with this one, I don't know. I don't know for sure about it, but like we do have the confirmation here from the National Weather Service, emergency management, confirmed tornado. So we do need you to get in your safe spots down there in Paint Rock, Garth, Pleasant Groves, and Larkinsville and Limrock again. This is a pretty dangerous storm for you guys as well, but I'm telling y'all, if there's a tornado with both of these, it's just much easier to see, and it's probably bigger, the one over here to the east. So that's why we're kind of hoping that we're reaching these people in Hennegar, because this might be a life-threatening situation over here between Hennegar, Townsend Crossroads, and the I-59 corridor between Hammondville and Sulphur Springs Station in Alabama. Please take shelter if you haven't already. I'm going to ask Brad if he's seen anything. Brad, you seen anything? My gosh, Caleb's got flooding. What's crazy to see is the water is still. So the water's rising fast, but it's still, a lot of times in a flash flooding situation like this, you'll see it moving pretty quickly. So thankfully, nowhere where Caleb is, we have like the swift water problems. But that might change.
Hey, Ryan, we're looking directly at it. I know it's a confirmed tornado. I'm a little bit suspect of that looking at radar. I have not seen anything, obviously some very low-hanging clouds, so I could see how you would get confused. We just lost power here. 1 second.
That was a roller coaster of emotions, Brad. Anyways, we just saw the power go out there near Brad. So, something's going on out there. We got an emergency management confirmed tornado. Regardless of what we're seeing and what we're seeing on radar and stuff, we still need to respect this tornado warning and take it seriously in Woodville and Pleasant Groves. But once again, I do think we have a much better case for there being a big tornado down over here near Hennegar. So that's why I'm kind of focusing on it. Townsend Crossroads, P Ridge Crossroads, you guys are next in line. We got a big debris ball here. And what that means is we've got debris being lofted into the air, and it's being mistaken almost as a really dense area of hail or precipitation within the storm. So we've got the tornado sucking up debris, and we can see that very clearly on the radar here. Moving into Elliott Crossroads now. So take shelter all the way down there towards Battelle, Kaolin,
Sorry about that.
and
So
Hammondville.
we did lose power when I was sending that message. But no, I don't see. I was investigating a little bit more once we lost power to see if that was what it was. I don't see a tornado on the ground with this. It looks very unorganized on radar. I will let you know if I see anything. We see obviously some low-hanging clouds, but I do not see a tornado on the ground.
All right. Thank you very much, Brad. So take shelter anyways in Woodville and Limrock and Larkinsville, but we'll let you know if that looks a little bit more serious. Unfortunately, it looks very serious for you guys in Stamp, New Home, Council Bluff, and of course Elliott Crossroads over here in eastern Alabama near Valley Head. Wow. Okay.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Well, that's... Let me make sure that this is the right one. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's... Okay, and we have a tornado emergency now. I'm sorry. There's a lot going on here. We have a tornado emergency now for our storm that we've been watching for a while, this includes Elliott Crossroads, Townsend Crossroads, Stamp, Hammondville, Mentone, Kaolin, and Battelle. Tornado emergency. These warnings are the highest level warnings that you could possibly issue. All right. We know we only get these warnings whenever potentially catastrophic tornadoes are on the ground, and that's what's happening now in Elliott Crossroads. We probably have an unbelievable amount of damage being done right now between Hennegar and Elliott Crossroads. Let me dive in a little bit more for you here. Highway 40, it's over Highway 40 right now near the Camp Drugs Pharmacy, the Wonder Wash Car Wash. This is a pretty developed area, y'all. We're gonna this will be another area that we're gonna hear about significant damage from, I think. It's gonna continue to move pretty much east southeast, maybe towards Stamp and New Home. So we've got to watch out for places like X Trucking, White House Nursery, Curtains and Bath. All right. If you know where the Stamp Baptist Church is, or if you know where the Crow's Deer Processing Shop is, that's where this tornado is going to be very shortly, if it's not there already. If you're just now tuning in, this is happening right now in East Alabama, in DeKalb County, Alabama. We have a tornado emergency for Elliott Crossroads and New Home out over towards Hammondville and Mentone. We think that tornado is pretty close to the BYUTI shop and X Trucking right now. Wow. The debris signature continues to look larger too as it continues to move off to the south and east. The community of Stamp and New Home is in an incredibly dangerous situation. I want to make it very clear that if you are in the path of this thing, you are in probably and I've said this before today for other areas, and it's been true each time. For you specifically, you're in one of the more dangerous situations you'll ever find yourself in your life, and you've got to, take shelter and, try to survive. If you get hit directly by a big, violent tornado like this one could be, you can't you do it in the living room next to the window. You got to get into the basement or a storm cellar, or you got to get into the most interior room of your home and wear a helmet, or get the mattress off of the bed and cover your head, pillows, blankets, whatever you can. Put as much cushion between you and something falling on you as possible. If you're down here towards Kaolin and Battelle and this makes it to you, you've got a really good heads up here. You've got time to put on shoes, closed-toed shoes, get that helmet, bring a charged phone with you into your safe spot. That way, if your house is damaged by this tornado, you can evacuate and not worry about walking over glass or screws or splintered wood, whatever it is, and your bare feet. And you need to bring a jacket or a poncho or something, and you'll have some way of getting a hold of people via your cell phone if you bring all that stuff with you now. Put the babies in the car seat. All right, take that with you in your safe spot, into your safe spot. Bring your pets, all that kind of stuff. You've got time way over there towards Battelle and Kaolin and Hammondville. You might not have much time in New Home. All right, New Home, Alabama. This thing is knocking on your door, and the community of Stamp as well. Tornadoes likely closer to X Trucking now than it was before. Also, Curtains and Bath. Ridgeview Drive-In Theater. Ridgeview Drive-In Theater. Also in the path of this big tornado here that's coming through. Some other landmarks here that might be directly in the path of this thing include American Legion Post 39, the Alabama State Road 30 where it forks with 490, and there's a lot of little campgrounds and communities out here. Trailer parks, unfortunately. The latest scans continue to look pretty concerning. Maybe not as much as it was over here before the tornado warning was or emergency was issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's still very concerning. We have a large tornado likely still moving into New Home. Take shelter now. Tornado warning in North Carolina. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Yep, they went ahead and warned that. That's that northern part of that bow echo that I talked about, right where it would spin up. I don't know how long ago that was, about 15 minutes ago or something, right before we talked about the Hinagar tornado here. And by the way, on that tornado emergency, so y'all take shelter here in eastern Buncombe County, Black Mountain. I know that's populated, and along I-40 for Old Fort and West Marion here. It's going to pass pretty close to you. And for our tornado emergency storm here, which is still on the ground, I believe it's actually deviating to the east right now. On those last few scans, you can see it initially was going southeast, and now it is maybe going a little bit more due east. That would take it a little bit north of Hammondville and Valley Head. But this still has, since this is a strong tornado, undoubtedly, it still has the chance to once again wobble back to the right, which would mean further to the southeast toward Hammondville and Valley Head. There in the county. So everybody in the warning and the polygon needs to be taking shelter for that reason. The exact path of the tornado we don't know yet, and it has the chance to switch a few different directions depending on how it detaches from the storm.
Thank you, Andy. Sorry. So we still have a tornado down here currently producing significant damage in New Home. And like Andy said, we've got to watch out directly to the east and a little bit to the southeast here. between Townsend Crossroads and Hammondville. This is still on the ground, and it's likely going to stay on the ground for the duration of the time. It's going to be on the Highway 40 corridor here between Hammondville and Stamp, where it is now. So everybody that lives along Highway 40 and draw a daggone 10-mile radius in either direction needs to be underground, and doing everything they can to protect their life and property, as if it's not gotten to you yet, it's coming. Highway 40 next in line, we've got places like the Cordell Cemetery, the Town Creek Field and Farm, Red's Auto Service. Red's Auto Services is coming right for you. Additionally, we've got the Lee's Chapel Baptist Church potentially in the direct path of this tornado. Also some other places that might get hit here is Biddle Gap, Cordell Cemetery once again, and then the Hammondville Quick Stop, if you know where that is. That if it comes into Hammondville, that's where it'll come in from. Everybody from Hammondville, I'm sure, knows where the Hammondville Quick Stop is. The tornado is going to come from the Cordell Cemetery over towards the Hammondville Quick Stop. It'll cross Interstate 59 there somewhere near the Quick Stop, and then go right towards Hammondville, likely coming into town on the side of the Hammondville Church of God, Lyons Road, and Hammondville Branch, that waterway there. So keep that in mind as the tornado emergency is in place. And remember, we only get those whenever we've got big tornadoes. We saw quite a few of these over the past couple of days because we've had a significant tornado outbreak, and the result of almost all of them has been very significant damage. We had a tornado emergency the other day for Barnesdale, Oklahoma, and that turned out to be an EF4 tornado. So we certainly don't want to disregard any tornado emergency out here in Alabama. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, oh my gosh. An area of concern is in Jackson County, North Carolina. You can see it from the Greenville-Spartanburg radar. You don't have to go up in tilts for this one. You can see the velocity clearly there, coming together near Glenville and south of Forest Hills. That's in the mountains right there. So that could, given where we're scanning the velocity signature, that doesn't have to go as far to hit the ground there, and thus could spin up a tornado more easily because it's in a higher elevation. So less of a stretching mechanism is needed there as it approaches Glenville, North Carolina. That's not warned at the moment, and it had a significant uptick on this most recent scan. In addition to that, there's also an area of rotation near Waynesville, which is where my parents are. So I just wanted to tell you guys you'll be okay if you're in the interior hallway where by the bathroom and my dad's room. So if you guys you don't have to go down to the basement because I know it's hard for you to get down there. So you can just be there and you'll be totally fine. The rotation doesn't look too strong. All right. Thank you so much, Andy. We got to be on our toes here, ready to take shelter. Honestly, I would go ahead and take shelter just south of Forest Hills towards Big Ridge Indian Place and Island Ford and Wolf Mountain in North Carolina. That looks like a pretty significant storm. Also, the winds associated with the tornado warning coming down Black Mountain right now are probably going to be pretty significant near Old Fort, Davidstown, White House, and Vane Mountain in North Carolina. You guys, rotation looks a little bit less significant there, but it still looks like a strong storm. Take shelter now. Back to our catastrophic tornado that's likely still ongoing here between New Home and Council Bluff in Alabama. We've got a continued signature here that continues to look like we have a tornado down. This is once again about to cross Interstate 59, somewhere near that quick stop near Hammondville. All right. Beyond that, if this thing sticks around, and today we've seen tornadoes stick around for a while. We've seen that happen, but we haven't seen really long track ones like maybe some of the other storms that we've tracked in the past. But if this thing does stick around, then it's eventually going to go towards maybe all the way down towards Head River, Neal Crossing, and Harrisburg in Georgia. But in the near future, Hammondville and Kaolin need to be
taking shelter. And if you're not there yet, you need to run, not walk. Deep debris signature there on one of the more recent scans. Still doing damage out here. This is how we know for sure that we've got a big bad tornado on the ground. This is showing us that there is stuff in the air that should not be there. Thanks to a tornado, a strong one, that's once again moving across Interstate 59 now. Next in line, after it gets past that Hammondville area, some other landmarks that this is going to go by if it's still on the ground. Near Mentone, all right, we got the Brow Park, and we've got Camp Laney. All right. This could go near you. It also could go over there right past the Seinfeld at Folkor Forest and on the rocks. If you guys know where this stuff is, there's a bunch of cabins over here. This is a big campground area. I don't know if this is season for that, but you really hope there's not a bunch of RVs out in this area. That would be a worst case scenario. We're hearing from the DeKalb County Fire Department that there's major damage along Alabama Highway 75 at Lacey Road. Got trees down on mobile homes. They're starting search and rescue, and all of this is coming out of the Henniger area, which, likely took a pretty good hit from this tornado moments ago. Our catastrophic tornado emergency level warning is going to be allowed to expire in 6 minutes. We'll see what kind of replacement we get for that. They'll likely issue some sort of warning that goes over into Georgia. Wow.
A new PDS tornado warning.
Okay, so it looks like that extension is going to be a PDS tornado warning. We got the first half of that now, which is also in effect for Hammondville, Mentone, and Kaolin. We'll get the second half of that in a moment whenever the other warning office coordinates and does their polygon. I'm sure that we're going to get this extended into Georgia a little bit. Velocity continues to show a concerning signature. Correlation coefficient still shows that we have damage that's being done by the tornado. There's a chance that this is going to lift at some point here, but as of right now, I've got no real confidence to say that for sure this is off the ground. This is going over Interstate 59 now towards Mentone and Kaolin in Alabama. You've got to get to shelter now. We're hearing that the EOC, Emergency Operations Command Center in, I guess, Henniger is being activated. Lots of damage reports coming out of Henniger, Alabama. This is all happening in Alabama here with this tornado emergency and now PDS tornado warning. What you're looking at on your screen here is the supercell that has produced multiple tornadoes across Alabama. This is the same storm that produced a tornado in Huntsville earlier.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there's your PDS tornado warning that goes out into Georgia now. Chattanooga County and Walker County, Georgia. You're under a PDS tornado warning as this storm is going to make it into Georgia and impact areas like Gulf Mountain, Neal Crossing, Harrisburg, Center Post, Welcome Hill, Treon, and Pennville. Take shelter now if you haven't already. You got some time. If this thing, produces a tornado for that long, it'll be maybe 50 minutes from now before this gets all the way down there to Neal Crossing and Treon. If this produces a tornado for that long, you've got plenty of time to prepare now for that. Okay? Once again, I'm going to go over this stuff again for you guys. If you're just now tuning in, you need to put on a pair of closed-toed shoes, get a helmet, some soft stuff, some pillows, blankets, whatever you've got to protect your head. You got to get into a basement or the most interior room of your house and put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Bring me with you on a charged phone or tablet with cellular connection. And you're going to want to bring clothes that you wouldn't mind getting wet. You want to put the babies in the car seat. You want to put the pets on the leash, and you want to bring them with you into your safe spot. And you want to make sure that you have whatever you need to be there for the next hour. And whatever you need to be able to evacuate for your home in the event where the walls have fallen down, if that makes sense. Not trying to scare you, and there's a good chance that this storm will dissipate before it gets to Treon, or at least stop producing a tornado. But if it doesn't, if you take all of those steps right now, if you are prepared, you've got a much better chance of coming out of this in a better situation than if you were to be surprised or rushed in the process of taking shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I hate to say this, but the cell back behind to the north and west of our previous tornado emergency here is going to come out of the mountains here that Brad Arnold noted, and onto the Sand Mountain Plateau, which is where this tornado occurred, and numerous others have seemed to occur in a higher frequency right along State Highway 75 here, Rainsville notably, and now Hennigar and Eider and Flat Rock. I've seen it 1,000 times. So this storm is going to come out of the mountains and onto this same area here, where I'm not sure if the outflow boundary is too cold from the leading storm here, or if it will have the chance to do something similar in a similar environment as approaches these same areas once again, and perhaps just a little bit to the south. If it starts to pull in the boundary just like this last one did, then I hope we don't have to look at a similar situation here with that storm, but it will track in the same line here.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Scottsboro, unfortunately, you guys are probably going to end up in another tornado warning here. And then also, unfortunately, we might have to really lock into this storm again if we start to see a similar situation unfold here. This looks eerily similar to the storm that just produced the damage near Hennigar. But we're going to hope for the best and hope that it continues to look disorganized. And we're also going to hope that this right here, this little outflow boundary, is way out in front of this thing on the next couple of scans. And for whatever reason, the storm isn't able to sneak in any warm air from out in front of that. Because if the rain-cooled air goes out in front of this storm, the tornado threat really decreases with it. Okay? We still have a pretty serious situation, though, down here a little bit farther to the south and east, once again with our PDS tornado warning. It certainly doesn't look as convincing as it once did, but we got to remember that we're a little bit farther away from the radar now. And we still see a velocity couplet. We still see, rotation. We still see debris. So I don't really have anything new to tell you other than this still looks like a pretty concerning situation for our folks here in Mentone. And it's going to go over towards Harrisburg and Neal Crossing next. It's going to cross the border here between Georgia and Alabama very soon. We are getting official reports now that there are multiple mobile homes turned over in Hennigar. There's people trapped with injuries. I think, once again, some very significant damage just occurred near Hennigar. Here's a video near Scottsboro earlier. So this is going to be associated with the storm that eventually went on to produce the tornado near Henniger. It looks like this is east of Scottsboro, so probably right before it got into Henniger. Looks like it was probably producing a tornado there, or at least beginning to produce one. And, of course, it looks like it's huge. That video... That video is from James Keel. Once again, near Scottsboro. Scanner reports heavy damage in Henniger, Alabama from the large tornado. Guys, this is, I don't know when obviously in single day tornado outbreaks, we've had a lot of tornado emergencies before, but over the past 3 days, I think we've had now 4 or 5 tornado emergencies, which is, which is really, it's really crazy. Those are not common. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Ryan, just a little info on the amount of tornado emergencies we've had in the last 3 days. Since they've added more specific requirements for the tornado emergency, which that happened back in around 2012, this is the first time we have ever had 3 consecutive days of tornadoes emergencies. The only other time that happened was back in the 1980s.
Wow. All right, thank you, Riley. So, yeah, once again, a huge multi-day severe weather outbreak. We're right in the middle of it here, and I'm glad to say that it'll be mostly over after tomorrow. And we might get a little bit of a break in severe weather for a little bit of time before we head into late May. Hopefully. I think we could all use it. The tornado signature here that I'm seeing coming into Georgia now is a little bit less concerning, just based off of the latest scans here. We still have a PDS tornado warning for Harrisburg, Neal Crossing in Georgia. But I think it's important to note that this looks like it might be weakening. Now, is that a phase? Is it going to start ramping back up? Probably. So let's not
a new tornado warning
get too caught up with that. But still, hopefully that trend continues. And of course, the path that tornado just took, the tornado warning behind it's going to take the same exact path. We've got a new tornado warning for Scottsboro again. Henniger, Fairview, Elliott Crossroads, Stamp, all these places that just got hit by a tornado, you're now under a new tornado warning. So we've got emergency officials out there. We've got fire departments. We've got so many people who are doing search and rescue and a big recovery effort right now in Henniger. We need to make sure that they know that there's a new tornado warning. Now, it's going to be 30, 40 minutes before that storm gets there. I don't think there's any need to run to shelter, but it's definitely something where we've got to stop doing whatever we're doing and then get to shelter, continue our planning there, and then come back out once this storm has passed. Because, you don't want a situation where you've got people trapped, you've got this big disaster going on, now you've got all the people coming to help, and then another disaster happens. All right, and then, then we need people from far away to come help. You know what I mean? So we got to protect those people who are there to help. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, just an update on our flash flood emergencies. For some reason, we have lost all information and updates from the stream gauges in the area. The only other time I've seen a stream gauge stop providing data is during Hurricane Ian. So it really takes a lot for a stream gauge to stop reporting data. So that's kind of signaling to me that we probably have some sort of large debris in the waterway that would have hit the river gauge and actually taken out the box physically.
All right. Thank you for the update, Riley, and thanks for reminding me to go back up here. I want to remind everyone that, of course, we have the really unfortunate situation going on down here in Alabama and Georgia with the tornadoes. Obviously, that's going to be our main focus here for the next little bit. But we also have catastrophic flooding underway in northern portions of Tennessee, specifically north of Nashville, near Springfield and Greenbrier. And I've got bad news for the residents here. Some new convection is popping up back here near Pleasant View with a lot of heavy rain, and it's going to move right over the waterways once again, leading to some places to probably receive or have received 10 or more inches of rain by the time this specific storm is over. And that's not it, okay? All of this extremely heavy rain that's back here and all of these storms that are back here, all of this is going to converge on the greater northern Nashville area and add insult to injury. If you're in a home right now in Springfield, Portland, Cross Plains, any of these places in the flash flood emergency right now, and you're watching the water and it's like, okay, it's coming up a little bit, but it's still down there, add feet to whatever you're looking at, because the water is going to rise significantly as we get more rain.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second while you're talking about the flash flood.
Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to update you on what we're currently seeing here in the Springfield area. Just within the last little bit while I've been driving around, there's been significantly more structures and vehicles that we've come across that are completely flooded out. We've also seen the water rise probably another 2 or 3 feet. It was actually almost crested the road here. You can see we have about another maybe 1.5 feet until it pops up over that sidewalk. And then pretty much once it breaks that sidewalk, it's going to be into neighborhoods, businesses, and really just start to cause a lot more issues for this community.
Absolutely. Thank you for the update, Caleb. And once again, we know you know what you're doing out there, but just a reminder to be safe when this next downpour starts and the water starts rising really fast again. Things can go south really fast. So just maintain situational awareness and keep sending us these pictures and stuff, obviously, because it's important, but keep yourself safe out there in a very dangerous situation now north of Nashville, where we have a flash flood emergency, which is also a rare thing. Scottsboro. I hope that you're in your safe spot. The storm that's coming across Scottsboro, the hook looks really impressive again, as it does look like maybe a new tornado is trying to form here. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on there, but we've seen this happen a million times. Hopefully it's not, but we could have a new tornado forming here between Scottsboro and Bellefonte in Alabama. It's going towards Pisgah. You guys need to stay in your safe spots. The PDS tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We now have a radar-indicated tornado warning for Gulf Mountain and Center Post. So we do believe that the tornado is lifted here that caused all the damage near Henniger as it's entered Georgia, thankfully. Now, this is still a supercell capable of producing a new tornado. So if we are in Center Post, Martindale, Welcome Hill, or Tryon in Georgia, we still need to be in our safe spots for the next 34 minutes, and then we'll reassess the situation. Brad, one of the reasons we haven't heard from Brad Arnold is because he's telling me that he cannot send or receive Zello messages right now because all cell towers have been switched to emergency support. By the way, we only have tornado warnings right now associated with the storms that we're tracking in Alabama and Georgia. All of the tornado warnings that we had in Texas and Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kentucky, Missouri, Illinois earlier, all that stuff's gone. we've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings with those storms now, but there's no immediate concern for a new tornado warning with any of these storms, I don't think, in the near future. So that's good news. But severe thunderstorms, flash flooding, that's going to be the big thing now, I think, in places like Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Probably the biggest storm that you've seen all day is moving in right now, capable of producing quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a ton of rain. If you're experiencing flooding already in Hopkinsville, more is on the way. Strong storm moving into Cleveland, Georgia, capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. No tornado threat there for the most part. This is what these storms look like out there at night in Georgia, the severe thunderstorms. They're big ones. Hail, wind, the whole 9 yards, but thankfully we're not dealing with too much in the way of flooding. In the way of tornadoes, at least with these storms that are coming through northern Georgia and the northwestern portions of South Carolina. Once again, I got to mention how lucky Chattanooga is. I think you guys really, out of everybody in Tennessee, East Tennessee, Northeast Alabama, Northwest Georgia today, even West North Carolina, I think you guys fared very well. All the storms went right around Chattanooga for the most part. So, good. That's good. We'll keep rooting for you for the rest of the night. Today has been one of the wildest streams I think we've ever had. This is going to go down in the archive as one of the craziest streams that we've ever had. We've been doing this for 40 months, and I've been flabbergasted a couple times during this stream. Here's some damage coming in from Connie Rabbit from the Scottsboro, Alabama area. Huge tree uprooted there. Yeah, honestly, this week has been wild. Also, Caleb Beecham still out there chasing the flash flooding situation. He sent us this photo of Hull Force 1 next to the floods. You can also see all of the technology inside of Hull Force 1. And if you zoom in just enough, you can see meteorologist Andy Hill staring at you through the window of Hull Force 1. Here's some more of the flooding from Caleb. And then he's got another video too. We're going to show that right here in a moment. if you're just now tuning in, we're continuing our wall-to-wall severe weather coverage of a major severe weather and tornado outbreak that's been happening in portions of... Let me think here. Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. There's a lot of severe weather that has happened today. The most of it, the worst of it, I guess I should say, has been over here in southeast Tennessee or south central Tennessee, northern Alabama, and northwest Georgia, where we've had a regional tornado outbreak. Sorry, I'm just reading some info that's coming in here. We received, or the Storm Prediction Center has received a total of 532 severe weather reports today. Just so everybody knows, we're obviously still watching our tornado warnings down here, but thankfully they're looking a lot less bad. They're still bad, and we need you in your safe spots down here if you're under a tornado warning, but they're not nearly as concerning as they were just a few moments ago. I don't know how long that'll last, but I'm using this moment to breathe, and you should too. Christopher says, I know exactly how exhausting it can be to be this switched on and interpreting data for so long. You guys are doing an absolutely incredible job. Thank you, Christopher. I appreciate that. This is our third day in a row, spending most of the day live, reporting on severe weather, and each day has had a really, somber tone towards the end because we've had a really bad things that's happened during each stream. Real quick, if anybody has Discord and you're new here, I do want to mention that we have a Discord server. We'll have the mods post a link in the chat right now, just in case anybody's interested in going over there. Got a really active community of about 24,000 weather nerds in there. It's kind of like the chat, but it's always on, even when I'm not live. You know what I mean? Actually, it's not exactly like the chat, but you know what I mean. You get it. Hopefully you get it. tornado warning continues for Chattanooga County, Georgia, and Walker County, Georgia, DeKalb County, Alabama, and Jackson County, Alabama. I'm going to, sit here and monitor these for the next 23 minutes. And then if we get a moment where we don't have a really concerning looking tornado warning, I want to do the thing where I go over all of the current severe weather warnings, and then we might focus a little bit more on the flash flooding situation there with Caleb. Once again, this stream's going to keep going at least for the next hour to hour and a half, but it will not go any longer than that. We're not going to go over 12 hours. So the severe weather could continue tonight even after I end the stream. So make sure you have a way of getting warnings tonight when I go off the air. So the Henniker emergency services and fire department, they're having a hard time getting to the calls because all the roads are blocked. Henniker is now calling for all available departments in the area to come assist. Lucy's branch, where's that? Hold on. This is a video. Sorry. This is a video from earlier today near Athens, I think. Athens, Alabama, of the tornado that happened over there. Channel 3 News is saying that tornado hit Henniker, obviously, with damage. According to the reports, the sheriff has reported that the roads are so bad emergency crews can't get in. Also, damage and injuries near Pisgah, and just got another tornado warning. So, yeah, so that's coming from Channel 3 News. There is currently a tornado warning still for Henniker, even though we've got all of these emergency response operations going on. But the good news is it looks less, it doesn't look as bad. It looks like it's outflow dominant. I finally see that outflow boundary almost completely closing in around what would normally be considered the hook. But now it's not a hook, it's a backwards hook, right? It's a dog leg. It's crooked. That's a telltale sign a lot of times of a storm going more outflow dominant. We're seeing a similar sign on our storm to the east in Georgia. I don't want to call this over or anything just yet, but I do think that we might be reaching a point of maybe a little bit less activity with these specific storms down here, which is good. We need that. All right, Riley, let's just go down to the live camera in Christian County, Kentucky, and Caleb Beecham in 1 and 2. Also getting reports now that there are a couple houses completely destroyed in Henniger. Houses are destroyed. Major damage in Henniger, Alabama. So if you're just now tuning in, we are hopefully reaching the point of the stream where we don't have any more tornado emergencies. Unfortunately, though, the severe weather threat is going to continue for quite some time. And what I'm going to do right now, because we only have radar indicated tornado warnings that will both be allowed to expire in less than 15 minutes. I'm going to go from west to east. I'm going to go over all of our current severe warnings, and then we'll talk about tomorrow as well. I know a lot of you are concerned and interested in tomorrow, unless we're interrupted by another big tornado trying to happen. And then, of course, we're going to tell you some more information that we have compiled on what's going on in Henniger and the areas that just got hit by massive tornadoes. All right, so starting over here near Little Rock, just to the north and west of Little Rock, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Conway, Mayflower, and Holland. There is a severe thunderstorm warning. You got quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds coming. Pangburn Pangburn in Arkansas. You guys are also under a severe thunderstorm warning that's coming for you. Big storm, honestly, coming through Wynne, Arkansas. This is a place that got hit by a tornado. We covered this with Chris Hall and Brett Adair during the March 31st tornado outbreak. I'm very familiar with this area. We also responded here with the Y'all Squad. But right now there's a really strong storm going through Wynne, moving towards Parkin, Earl, and Crawfordsville with 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Parkin, Earl, Jeanette, and Crawfordsville in Arkansas. You want to take shelter for that kind of storm. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for Kennett and Marmaduke as well. We want you guys to take shelter over here in Arkansas. Way over here in Tennessee, northwest Tennessee, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning with 1-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving into Union City. We got our radar Omega camera showing us the lightning associated with that. Murray, Kentucky, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Hopkinsville, Kentucky, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning. You are also under a flash flood warning. Okay, so get ready for more rain and the waters to rise again. I've got some good news, I guess, for our flash flood emergency here. It's not great because we still have some really heavy rain impacting at least part of the warning. However, I'm not seeing nearly as much new convection happening immediately to the southwest here that I thought that we would. Now, it's still not over. Unfortunately, we've got a lot more rain compiling back here. This is all going to go through the flash flood emergency. There will be several more inches of rain that fall in Springfield, Cross Plains, and Westmoreland tonight. However, the bigger break we get, where we don't have these big, massive downpours, there's going to be time for runoff to kind of irrigate itself into different channels as the water goes into the different waterways. And the more time that water from the top of the hill has to get to the bottom of the hill before new water falls at the top of the hill, the better chance we're going to have of maybe not seeing a really significant rise in the water. However, simply because the ground is super saturated, not even considering runoff, whenever these next rain showers come in, those water levels are going to shoot up again fast if they're starting to go down now. And some of the smaller tributaries and stuff, that's probably starting to happen. So keep that in mind. The flash flood emergency is going to continue for the next 9 hours for a reason. All right, so we're going to keep you updated on that. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings anywhere east of Union City, really, in Tennessee. We've got a ton of flash flood warnings all across. Tennessee. But all of these storms right now that are moving into Knoxville and down there towards McAdenville, all these places, these are just bringing rain and some gusty winds right now. They're not really severe at all. We do still have a tornado warning for Henniger. And Henniger is in Alabama. This is the place that was just hit by the tornado. That tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire in 11 minutes. We still got a little bit of rotation here, but I'm really thinking that this storm is mostly outflow dominant now, so I don't think that Henniger is going to get hit by another tornado. However, I do think that there's going to be a strong storm that comes nearby that's capable of producing ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and some heavy rain. So that's going to add lots of problems to the efforts, the recovery efforts that are ongoing right now down here in Alabama. We have a continuing tornado warning for Martindale, Georgia. We still got rotation. We need you in your safe spots. We'll see if they reissue that for Waterville, Suttles Mill, and East Armuchee. Not sure if I'm saying that right. Within the next little bit. And we've got an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, it pains me to say this, but I think there may be a tornado starting south of Henniger and north of Sylvania here in Alabama. There's a tiny couplet, but it is strong, and I think we may see a debris show up on the correlation coefficient on the next scan here. I think that it might be an ongoing tornado.
All right, thank you, Andy. We noticed earlier how the outflow boundary seemed to be in front of this little dog leg thing. Notice how as I push this forward, there's definitely a little bit of an opening here. So maybe the rain-cooled air, for some reason this thing is got so much suction power, it's allowing for some warm air to get in there, and we might have a new tornado forming, or that has just formed here between Elliott Crossroads and Brook Crossroads, south of Fairview, near Henniger. So obviously we want you to stay in your safe spots. Don't come out in Henniger or Stamp or any of these places. But we might even have an actual tornado coming back together now as well. That means they're probably going to issue a new warning here that goes out to Valley Head and Hammondville, which is another place that probably is done with tornado warnings tonight. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but they might issue a new warning here soon. Martindale, once again, you guys need to be in your safe spot. I don't know if they'll issue a new warning for Stutz Mill and Waterville, but they might. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, go ahead and flick to the correlation coefficient on our newest scan, which was not but 20 seconds ago. There's a debris ball there south of Henniger. So a new tornado is ongoing. I expect an upgrade to the warning and or an extension out to Hammondville, Valley Head, once again in Alabama in DeKalb County.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. There it is. You can see it there. So this is another pretty dangerous situation here in Alabama, where we're definitely going to need a new tornado warning here that probably encompasses Stamp, New Hope, Hammondville, and Valley Head once again. This overall signature doesn't look like something that maybe is going to last a long time, but we can't assume that kind of stuff. Let's just go ahead and assume that it is going to be down there as it goes towards Hammondville and take shelter now. This is the tiny little indicator that we... that's how we know that we've got a tornado there. All right, so we're going to go back to that. But I'm on a mission here. West to east, we're just about done. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for East Armuchee and Pratersville. That's going to have 60 mile per hour winds. Same thing for you guys in down here in Jasper. Quarter size hail is possible with that in the next 22 minutes. DeLongia. Same thing, 60 mile per hour winds, quarter size hail. Gainesville, Gainesville, Georgia. Just to your north and east, there's a severe thunderstorm causing problems in Lula. We're about to get a new tornado warning, I think.
A new tornado warning
for this
has
is for
been issued.
DeKalb County, Alabama, so they went ahead and reissued that warning all the way out there to Hammondville and Valley Head. This is a radar-indicated warning. They didn't pull the trigger on the confirmation, but we do believe that we have a tornado down here, or at least we did moments ago, and we need to take the extra precautions that come along with that. If you're a resident down here in Stamp and New Hope and areas to the south and east of Henniger in Alabama. Seneca, South Carolina, you guys have gotten a strong storm headed towards you. 60-mile-per-hour winds is possible over the next 51 minutes. That'll make it all the way down there to Livonia in Georgia. Now, Greenville, South Carolina, you're also under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That'll get there in about 30 minutes. The storms that are coming off the Appalachian Mountains now from North Carolina down into South Carolina and also towards Winston-Salem, High Point, and Charlotte, North Carolina. These storms are no longer at severe limits, it seems, but they're still probably packing gusts of wind near 40 miles per hour, maybe even higher, and maybe some very small hail, and certainly lots of lightning and rain. So get ready for that over the next hour or so in Gastonia, Mooresville, Statesville, Winston-Salem, Greensboro, Charlotte, and all these places in North Carolina. All right, we did it. Also, I want to remind everybody, this has been an incredible week of severe weather. We've got we've got a lot of people who are displaced, homeless, without vehicles, without homes, without a lot of things. Maybe some of these people don't have insurance. Maybe some of these people are not going to receive federal assistance. We're going to be looking for those people. If you're new here, you might not know this. We have a 501c3 nonprofit organization called the Y'all Squad. And that's that number that you see up there on the top of your screen, $93,000. That's how much we've raised over the past couple of days during these severe weather live streams to help people that have been impacted by severe weather. What we're going to do is we're going to go to these communities. It might take us a long time. There's so many that we need to go to over such a large area. This one might take us a little while, all right? But we are going to go to all the communities. We've already been to Barnsdall, Oklahoma. We're going to go to Michigan. We're going to go to Ohio. We're going to go to Alabama, Tennessee. We're going to go to all these places, and we're going to spend that money in whatever way makes the most sense to help as many people as possible. We're already talking to emergency managers about it, and we're trying to find the right people, the right places, and everything. So just a reminder, thank you to everybody that has contributed to this. You're helping a lot of people. And if you would like to contribute yourself and you'd like to help us, go to theyallsquad.org and make a tax-deductible donation to our 501c3 nonprofit organization. Once again, over at theyallsquad.org. The mods should spam that link in the chat right now, so you can just click it and go over there. Hopefully it would be really cool to see the 100,000 number tonight if we can come together. And I think we could get, if we all gave a penny that are here right now, we'd get over that. But if we all gave $1, we might even get close to the 200,000 number, which would go a long ways amongst these communities that are in need now after these really strong storms have just hit. So yeah, that link's getting spammed in the chat now. You can click that and go to theyallsquad.org. Simply.
Hey, Ryan, you got a copy?
Says, can you tell me if Memphis is about to get hit? I'm guessing you're talking about Memphis, Tennessee, and the answer is yes. There's a pretty strong storm, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for areas just west of Memphis. This will come towards Memphis over the next hour or so. We will keep you updated on that. Caleb's got an update for us. Caleb, I don't know if you can hear me right now or not, but I heard your thing. You can go ahead and come through whenever you're ready. Go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm doing some driving just south of Springfield right now, and I'm starting to come across some areas that have actually completely eroded out the area along the side of the road. So parts of the road are falling off, and this isn't even in that main flood zone. This is just going to be runoff that was running down towards creeks and streams that were flowed. So we can only imagine the substantial water has come up over the road that we're into tomorrow when the water starts to recede. Before already seeing that with just the runoff water. Yeah, Ryan, I just driving here just to the south of Springfield. I'm trying to do some kind of...
All right, thank you, Caleb, for that update. By the way, Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham is in the flash flood emergency that's ongoing here between Springfield, Portland, and Westmoreland in Tennessee. More rain's on the way, but honestly, by some miracle, there's a dry slot that is kind of pointing right towards that area. So everything that we've been saying all day is happening. All of this moisture is converging on the flash flood emergency zone, but it looks like it's mostly kind of avoided it so far. At some point, we are going to get more rain there, though, and any extra raindrop we get in this area is going to lead to more significant flash flooding. Memphis, you're now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. 70-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some small hail, but mostly the 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's what we're concerned about in Memphis, Tennessee, over the next little bit. Specifically over the next 44 minutes. That's how long this severe thunderstorm warning lasts here. So get ready. That storm's going to come in fast. And it's going to be packing a punch. One remaining tornado warning. And it is the storm that has, caused another little tornado there near Henniger recently. I don't know if it's still producing a tornado now, but if it is, it's going to be coming near Hammondville and Mentone soon. So be in your safe spots. But hopefully, this is going to expire at some point, and that'll be it for the night as far as tornado warnings go. But probably not. We're probably at least going to get a couple more tornado warnings tonight, so just keep that in mind as we continue our coverage here. We've been going for 11 hours straight now. We're going to keep going for a little while longer, but I do want to remind everyone that we will absolutely not be going over 12 hours. So just go ahead and prepare yourselves for that. I get all kinds of hate messages whenever we end the stream. Right before the severe thunderstorm warning got to my county, you went off there. You should read some of these messages. I should post them sometime. I understand your quarrels with it. I wish we could go longer, but it's not good for us. And it's also it keeps the for some reason YouTube won't archive the stream if it goes over 12 hours. So we want to make sure we have this to go back and look at and learn from for years to come. Looks like we're just about to cross over $100,000 on the Y'all Squad fund. That was fast. I think we raised $7,000 there in a blink of an eye. There it is. We are officially over $100,000 raised for victims of severe weather, and this has just been raised over the past couple of days. So this is that's huge that we've been able to do that, and obviously we appreciate you. And we're gonna have, like, the cool thing about this is you're gonna be able to see this happen, right? We're gonna have videos and you know, different blurbs and stuff on Twitter about like what we're doing with the Y'all Squad as we do it. And then also we're going to have a really nice video at some point going over everything, so you can see exactly what's happening with your dollar that you're given to the Y'all Squad and everything, which is a level of transparency some organizations like this don't go to. So that, yeah, this is huge. Thank you so much for helping us raise $100,000 for the victims of severe weather here. Thank you, Lil K. Thank you, Sinan. Sorry if I said that wrong. Brandy Dempsey, thanks for becoming a member. Mega says, I appreciate everything y'all do. Really wish you would go over the 12 hours tonight. You could be missing some very big weather moving through the Tennessee area shortly after the stream ends. We're going to go over the forecast for the remainder of the night before we end the stream, and we'll talk about that, okay? Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, that severe thunderstorm near Hopkinsville is visible on the Christian County camera.
All right, so we've got a live view from Christian County, Kentucky, showing the severe thunderstorm moving into the greater Hopkinsville area. Once again, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible here. And then on the top there, we've got a live view from Caleb Beecham, who is still driving around the flash flood emergency area there in Tennessee. So if he comes up on another waterway, we might see more about that. Huge shout out to Bash. Bash, long time member of the channel. She just gifted 10 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. Congratulations to everyone who is who's got a new membership. My goodness, guys, I'm pretty loopy right now. I don't know what. I guess I'm exhausted. So it's hard for me to form words. Sorry about that. Anyway, somebody said that we should stream more than 12 hours tonight. First of all, I agree. I wish that we could stream forever. First of all, I don't want to lose that archive. Second of all, there are such things as labor laws. We're a big team, but we're also a small team. We don't have shifts. You know what I'm saying? Additionally, at some point, the severe weather threat will lessen, right? It won't ever go to zero, at least not until after tomorrow. But, you know, it'll be all right. What we're doing here is never meant to be a complete replacement for the National Weather Service. So make sure that you're getting warnings from them. Stephen Brooks, thank you so much for that. It's very generous. Bella Acosta, thank you for that. It's very generous of you. Congratulations to the new members. Drifty324 says, hey, Ryan, if I buy a hoodie, could you sign it for me? Also, I've been watching all day, and thank you for what you do, and Andy as well. Drifty, I wish I could do that, but I don't think that's possible. A lot of the stuff that we ship from our website comes from right here at the Weather House, but hoodies don't. Those come from a different warehouse, and I can't sign it before it goes out. I wish I could. I'm sorry. I feel like I let you down. Y'all, our tornado warning down here in Alabama continues. But this has got to be outflow dominant now. We're still wanting to be in our safe spots in Hammondville, Valley Head, and Mentone, but this is it, I think. I don't think we're going to have any more tornado warnings in Hennegar or that area for at least several hours from now. Let's take a look at the HRRR, by the way, just to look at what to expect over the next several hours. Simulated radar. This is what the radar could look like as we go through the rest of the evening. So we're going to see that line of storms continue to move down through the Carolinas. And then we're going to see that other line of storms kind of really get its act together and blow across Middle Tennessee. By 3 a.m., we'll probably have more severe storms in Nashville. All right. And then by 6 a.m., in the morning, early, like when people are getting up for work tomorrow morning, that's when we might have another severe weather threat here in the Huntsville and Hennegar area of Alabama. Now, I don't think the tornado threat will be very high during that, but certainly some winds and hail and rain, that'll be something that we have to be concerned about. So that's going to, happen overnight tonight. So we're going to continue to see severe weather all night tonight. But the good news is I really do think the tornado threat, for the most part, is going to go down a lot as we go into the night. It's not going to go to zero. Unfortunately, there will be more tornado warnings, but it is going to go down a lot. In fact, we're going to be live long enough here to get the new day one outlook live on the air, I think. So that'll tell us a lot about the forecast for tomorrow, or technically today. So far, it looks like there's going to be some big storms pop up over there near Dallas tomorrow evening, and then race across the deep south, maybe a big-time damaging wind situation there for Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida early into the morning on Friday. And then I think we might be a little bit donezo with severe weather for the most part for a little while. I don't know why I'm doing this. I should probably wait until tomorrow, but I am going to look a little bit farther into the future just to make sure I ain't full of it. Yeah, so no mega troughs, but I don't know, maybe there could be some lingering severe weather as we go into next week, but that's nothing like what we've been dealing with. And then what's the date on that, Riley? What is that time period? May 22nd through the 29th. Our next signal for severe weather is not going to come, like significant severe weather. Don't get me wrong, it's May. little disturbances here and there. There's going to be, there's going to be severe storms, but big severe weather outbreaks. Our next signal isn't until the time period between May 22nd and May 29th before we expect to see more significant severe weather on a large scale and a multi-day level. So we're going to get a little bit of a break here, is what I'm trying to say, after tomorrow. So that's what the forecast looks like. Future radar, upper level, the 500 millibar trough over the next week or so doesn't look like there's anything crazy going on. So sounds nice. $105,000 raised now for the y'all squad. I really can't thank y'all enough. We got a severe storm coming into Anderson, South Carolina. I don't know if my good old buddy, good old pal Josh is watching. I don't know if you're up at 1:30 a.m. waiting on the storms to come in, but if you are, buddy, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch in diameter hail. That's what we're talking about there. It's going to last about 30 minutes. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for you. That also includes Simpsonville, Lawrence, and Waterloo in South Carolina. Tornado warning continues for the tiniest little sliver of the DeKalb County here in Alabama. They should allow that to expire. The warning box says 30 minutes, but we're talking maybe 5 minutes, I think. They should allow that to expire. The storms that are approaching Memphis continue to be severe. 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible here. So get ready in Memphis over the next 30 minutes or so.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
It's going to get pretty loud. Let's talk to Caleb. Go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, Ryan, I actually have some pretty good news to report on here. I just drove through some of the spots that I've been driving through earlier on today that had pretty significant water flow across the road, and they have since receded or have water, so we no longer flowing over top of the roads. They're just flowing through the drains. So we are starting to see some water recede with this break in the rainfall, but obviously there is more rain on the way, so this is just going to give them that little bit of buffer that they may need for this to avoid that threat of it being a significant flood event.
Thank you, Caleb. We got really lucky here, I think, in Clarksville that for whatever reason this part of the warm front didn't continue to convect in the way that it originally was. So we probably are going to end up with 4 or 5 inches less rain than what we could have had, but we're still going to have more rain than what we have right now, and those water levels are going to rise again before this is all said and done. So keep that in mind in areas east of Clarksville that are experiencing flooding. It's not over. It'll be early tomorrow morning or within the next probably by 4 or 5 a.m. before that's really over there. So Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, just more of an update on the flooding. We did get another update from that stream gauge, and we have reached over 30 feet of water, which is much higher than the normal 6 feet that they have it registered at. Our forecasted peak is still 1 p.m. tomorrow, and then after that, we're expecting the water to recede at a rate of around 2 feet per hour. So it will take at least a couple of days for this water to finally make its way out of there. The good thing is it seems like with the topography of this area, it's not going to be a situation where the water leaves really, really rapidly. So hopefully it won't be taking along a bunch of extra stuff with it. So that is a good thing. But if we do see a new update in the estimated peak time, we are only 2 feet away from a major flood, which would be 40 feet of water.
Thank you very much, Riley. The lightning on our camera there in Christian County is pretty prolific. Strong winds as well. What you're seeing there is the storm that's pretty much moving into Elkton now, Kentucky. This will also move over there towards Russellville and also into our flash flood emergency, essentially east of Clarksville. Also, it'll move into Clarksville. So big time storm on the way for you guys. Hopefully it blows through quickly because that'll mean less rainfall, but still definitely looking like a big time flood situation unfolding here. Oh my gosh, this tornado warning. It needs to go. Let's go. If you click on it and you look at the actual warning time, it's not supposed to go away for another 26 minutes. I really don't think they'll let it sit there for that long. Captain Windsor with the $10 super chat. Thank you for that. Says, I'm a paramedic that works in Robertson County, Tennessee. We took you with us on my laptop as we sheltered in our ambulance earlier in Coopertown. And we watched the tornado right outside of Clarksville. Thank you. Captain, thank you for that update. We really appreciate you, and we're glad you're okay. And I'm glad that we could help. Kyle says that Caleb should explain why he shouldn't drive through flooded roads. One of the I can do that for Caleb. One of the biggest reason is because if you drive through flooded roads, you can't see through water, right? Even if it's just like a little bit of muddy water, you can't see under it. So first of all, you could fall through it. Like the water could have eroded the roadway, and now you're down in a couple feet of water, and when you thought it was just a couple of inches, now you're floating down the creek. Or simply maybe the road isn't washed out, but the water's a little bit deeper than what you thought. It only takes a couple of inches to float a vehicle. And maybe the water is rising so quickly that, maybe it was only a couple of inches when you first went in, but before you get to the other side of the road, now it's a foot, and now you're getting washed away. And now we have to send people after you to save your life and risk those people's lives. So just if you see water over the road, don't do it. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. There's a tornado ongoing right on the Tennessee-Arkansas state line, just in the north of Memphis. Should track to the north of Memphis, but it eventually cross Interstate 51, unwarned at the moment. A quick spin-up tornado here with a debris signature on correlation coefficient. You can see it's on the southern edge of that sort of bow there, so right east of Marion, Arkansas.
All right. Thank you, Andy. So we're seeing this big storm come into the Memphis area here. Another thing, on top of the 70-mile-per-hour winds and hail, another thing that we have to worry about now is the very real threat for spin-up tornadoes, and those can cause damage too. So Bengestown, Millington, Bartlett, Ellendale, all of you guys need to be getting to your safe spot. If you weren't already, the considerable severe thunderstorm warning should have at least gotten you indoors away from windows. Now let's get a little bit more inside, all right, because we got the threat for spin up tornadoes, which can do significant damage. So yeah, Memphis, that really strong storm is working in to your area now. Oh wow, and on the Radar Omega app, we can see a magnificent shelf cloud. If we get another lightning strike here, you can see it really well right here. So yeah, we've got a big time shelf cloud moving into the Memphis area. That's usually a sign of very strong winds. And we also have the threat for spin up tornadoes in there as well. Up to 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible here as this comes into Memphis. There's 100 of y'all watching this camera with me right now in the Radar Omega app, which you can get in the links in the description, iOS or Android. All the stuff that you've seen me do today. Look at chaser cameras. Look at the correlation coefficient. Look at the daggone velocity, the radar, the storm reports, the this, the that, the total rainfall. Everything that you've seen me do in, guiding millions of people today through some really bad weather, I've done it with this app. And instead of paying $100,000 for it, like your local TV dude, I paid $9 for it. And I also got it on my phone, and you can do the same thing by getting that app on the App Store or in the Play Store or whatever. We love shouting Radar Omega out because it's a good app. They support our channel, and honestly, they just make the streams better because this is a good app. I don't know if we could do it as well with other softwares. That, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of good software out there for looking at radar, but I've really became very comfortable and like I really like this one. So continuing to watch that big shelf cloud come into Memphis now, especially on the north side there near Bingestown, Fraser, Bartlett, Ellendale, up there towards Millington. Very strong winds are associated with that. Andrew, thank you for that. Says, I'm a law enforcement officer from Sheffield, Alabama. Thank you for keeping us updated and safe. No problem, Andrew. I'm glad we could help. Jen Stratton, thank you for that. Kirk Needham, thank you. Ron, dang. Thank you for that. Everybody saying thank you to Ron Odell for the very generous $50 super chat. Saying thank you is not enough, so here's $50. No, saying thank you is enough. You don't even have to do that. But, we appreciate it. Thank you. Ominous look to the camera here in Memphis as that shelf cloud gets closer and closer. Look at that. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Brian, honestly, I have no idea why this is not tornado warned, as this one near Marion, Arkansas, that's now passed into Tennessee, has been going on for just about 9 minutes now. In addition to that, there's also a circulation that's rather tight on the north edge of this. That's not really impacting any populated areas along the river here, but it will head up towards Atoka and Brighton in Tipton County in Tennessee. I think we should utilize multiple tornado warnings, especially because this one that passed over Highway 51 now and well north of the Memphis metro is got a deep correlation coefficient signature on it. Like you can see it really clearly there for 10 minutes now. So we really need some warnings. Perhaps a blanket warning would be best along this line. A blanket confirmed tornado warning is what I would personally issue if I were at the National Weather Service. So y'all watch out ahead of this from Bartlett up through Millington up through Atoka. And I do think this might produce spin-up tornadoes for quite some time because it has that favorable north-south orientation of the line that allows it to efficiently ingest these southerly winds that are feeding into it, unfortunately. In addition to that, I'm not done. There is an area of concern near Anderson and North Lake in South Carolina. Over the last few scans, there's been kind of two areas of concentrated velocity that come together right over North Lake. I don't know if this is going to do anything. It's not currently tornado warned, but whenever we have basically two boundaries coming off these storms coming together in this one spot. It's worth a look and a y'all watch out for sure.
All right, Andy, thank you so much. Y'all watch out here in the Anderson area over towards Belton. Strong storm with very strong winds, but also the threat for a tornado now with the storm that's coming into Anderson. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds, small hail, and a tornado possibly. Maybe all the way over there towards Simpsonville and Lawrence as well. So you guys get ready for that as also. Considerable severe storms now moving into Memphis. We've got a tornado that's been going on in this thing, along with the strong winds for a while. You can see the damage, the debris that's associated with that here now moving into some pretty populated areas. St. Elmo Avenue, moving over towards Egypt, Spring Lake. You guys are next. So we've got this wall of wind now approaching Millington. This is what that looks like, which, oh my gosh, just a really awesome shelf cloud view. I'm sorry, I keep pulling this up. I personally want to see it, but we've got this huge shelf cloud with lots of damaging winds now moving into Millington, Drummonds, and Kerrville. And as Andy has pointed out, there's multiple areas of rotation where we can have spin up tornadoes along this line. So that's going to add insult to injury. We've got damaging winds already, but now we've got damaging tornado winds in little pockets up and down this line that are going to be happening. So you need to, if you're watching this stream, if you're one of the people in this stream that are watching this way past, your bedtime, and you're living in this area, you want to be extra weather aware. So just go ahead and take shelter as if there's a tornado warning anyways, okay? The line's moving fast. We still got a tornado maybe doing damage here between Overton and Fraser, moving towards Egypt. So you guys need to get to shelter, especially down there. And then, of course, we're going to watch this continue to overspread the area here through the Memphis camera. This is a strong storm, and it's going to continue. This is not going to go anywhere anytime soon. I think we're going to see those winds and potentially those strong, spin-up tornadoes for a while, maybe over there towards Brighton and Oakland. But speaking of outflow boundaries, notice this big boundary that's coming down here. That might do something to this line. It might disrupt the really strong forward force that it has, and it might actually increase the near-term spin-up tornado threat, but decrease the long-term straight-line damaging wind threat. Memphis, you're not done. There's another big storm behind this with quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be coming into Memphis right afterwards. In fact, this one will more affect downtown Memphis, I believe. Okay. At least for a brief moment, I believe all tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. Our overlay hasn't updated yet, but it should shortly. Now, there probably should be a tornado warning for Millington and areas north of Memphis. However, there's not, so we'll see what happens here. One of the areas of concern started out over here near Marion, or just to the west of Marion, and you can clearly see how we have probably a tornado that's went between Fraser and Overton, now moving over towards Egypt. Another area of concern now literally moving towards the radar site there, or just to the north and west there near Sloanville. And we also had an area of concern near Corona, near Dean's Island. So there's quite a few places that we could have spin up tornadoes happening right now, and that we could have that happening in the future. They did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning that goes out to Brighton, Covington, and Galloway and Arlington. So y'all get ready for some strong winds. And once again, the threat for maybe some tornadoes there. That will add insult to injury with the already bad situation we have with the strong winds. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I agree with you on this. There's probably a strong tornado just northwest of that radar site, right outside of Millington and Tennessee here. It just going up a couple tilts on the velocity as it comes in. You can see very organized rotation right there, if not strong, because it's only parted by like 10 feet when we're looking across these pixels here. So I really do think that there are potentially strong tornadoes here, and one that went through populated areas that's now lifted. That was the Fraser area in the northern Memphis suburbs. So there could be also one just to the southwest of the Memphis radar right now, and these are completely unwarned. So I don't know. Should I issue my own boop-a-boop warning? You know, like I am a little bit flabbergasted this time. We're all tired, but this is important. We need to utilize our resources that we have to warn people of what's going on here, and it's pretty irrefutable evidence that these are ongoing tornadoes right now, if not at least really strong wind damage to kick up sort of debris signatures like this.
Yeah.
So I will always advocate for, greater science for the greater good.
Thank you, Andy, meteorologist Andy Hill, reminding us that once again we've got to be concerned about the damaging winds and the threat for spin-up tornadoes in Millington in the near future, and the not so near future, but also not distant future, all the way out there towards Mumford, Brighton, Covington, Charleston, Galloway. We're talking about the next hour or so. This will be affecting these areas: Arlington, Oakland, Rossville, Collierville in southwest Tennessee. There are we once again irrefutable evidence that we've had a couple tornadoes happen within that line. So that'll probably happen again.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We did just get a new tornado warning. This one is in South Carolina. My DeKalb County, Alabama warning never went away on the overlay. I don't know if we've got to do something to get that to go away or what, but there's the new tornado warning in South Carolina. They issued that warning. This is, by the way, the same area that Andy talked to us about earlier, rotation near Anderson. It's past Anderson now, okay? So I don't know why they... okay, no, there's a tornado warning for Meadowbrook, Belton, Tony Creek, Friendship, Princeton, and Hickory Tavern. So take shelter now. All right. 1.25 inch in diameter hail and a very strong storm capable of producing a tornado is coming through Anderson now and moving towards Hickory Tavern. I want to let my buddies. I know some people in Anderson. Sirens are going off. Tornado situations past downtown Anderson now to the east, more towards Meadowbrook and Belton, and the tornado situation is it's not confirmed right now, but it does look like a storm that we've seen produce a tornado before. So if I'm in Belton or Hickory Tavern, I'm certainly taking the warning seriously, and I'm taking shelter right now. Red. Thank you for that. Thanks, Ryan and Andy, for staying up this late to cover Memphis. I'm an avid follower of your weather streams, and I'm grateful to have y'all with us tonight. Red, thank you. And, of course, you do have us with you in Memphis. I'm going back over there right now. Yeah, we continue to have I mean, this is just normally, and we've done this kind of live coverage a lot, and I'd say 100% of the time with this kind of presentation on radar, we see a tornado warning with this. But we're not right now, and that's fine. But if you're watching this stream, if you're watching this stream right now, your goal is obviously to be more weather aware than usual. So here's a great opportunity for that. Okay, we think there's spin up tornadoes happening in this severe thunderstorm that's approaching Munford, Brighton, all the way down to Arlington, Ellendale, and Lakeland. I would take shelter as if this was a tornado warning, just in case. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I want to reiterate that this severe thunderstorm warning does not even include the tour possible tag. So somebody is just not looking here. Like it's as simple as that. Somebody is not looking here for the people in and around the Memphis metro here. So Rosemark, Tennessee, you guys have a possible strong tornado. At least a tornado was previously doing damage just off to your west. Very strong winds from that are about to impact you, if not just the rear flank downdraft or a rear inflow jet from this line of storms here. There was a tornado to your west. You're going to hear about maybe some damage surveys that are done in this area, because I'm pretty sure they're going to have to go out and do them when they're not warning these. So another area that may be on the ground here is to the northwest of Atoka. This is an area we also talked about a little bit ago. There could be some light debris signatures starting up there from some very thin, quick tornadoes that will head into the Brighton, Tennessee area and Covington, Tennessee out ahead of this on the north edge of the line. So again, I know this is happening. Like I've seen this. I've been through these exact signatures, like Brian said, and I do know that there are tornadoes that are doing damage and have been doing damage, and they are not being caught. So I will do it for you.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Obviously, we cherish the information that he brings us, and also the ability that we have to be able to warn you about this kind of thing whenever there's not actually a warning. Like the thing that is frustrating, the reason that it's frustrating is obviously we can tell you guys what's going on, but we can't tell all the people in Bartleville or Barrettville and Rosemark that aren't watching the stream about what's going on. So hopefully the severe thunderstorm warning was enough of a stimulus to get some people to pay attention and at least get away from windows and outdoors. I don't know how many people are outside at 2 a.m. But, still, this is a strong storm, and we think that there's a good chance that it's going to do significant damage here. We've seen plenty of evidence that it's done that in the past. So get ready in Rosemark, Barrettville, Madge, Ebenezer, Braden, and Mason. Take shelter immediately. The good news is most of that's missed downtown Memphis. But at Memphis, another storm's coming in to your area right now with hail and wind. Storms are not over in Memphis. Once again, just reading. Info. There's a lot of it. First of all, we're still hearing a lot of new information about damage coming out from our storms over there that happened in Alabama earlier. We're gonna get you up to date on that probably tomorrow. Right now, we're going to be focused on this storm in up around Memphis, and also anything else that pops up, like that tornado warning over there in South Carolina. Basically, if you're just now tuning in and you're over here near Memphis or up here to the north and east towards Covington, Brighton, Mason and Galloway, Arlington, we do have a strong line of storms coming your way, probably capable of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. And we've seen lots of evidence that this thing has kicked up some debris into the air, either just from really strong winds forcing that debris up or from tornadoes. Either way,
a new tornado watch has been issued.
Is likely or possible in the way that you would think of with a tornado. So usually that, gets a tornado warning. It doesn't have one right now, and that's fine. But we just want to let you guys know. If you're watching this stream right now, we want to let you know, and we also want to let you have the opportunity to let your loved ones know if they live over here. All right, we have about 20 minutes left on the stream, and then we are going to wrap it up. We've been going for 12 hours, y'all. 12 hours. We're starting to see power outages across different parts of Memphis, especially in Fraser.
Hey, Ryan, you got a copy?
Which is one of the towns where a little bit of one of those debris signatures was near. Go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, Ryan, I do have some good news relating to the flash flooding in the area right now. It does look like pretty much every single river and stream has receded quite a bit back, at least into below the flood zone. However, obviously we do have those rain bands coming through later on tonight and those cells that will produce more rainfall. However, there is a pretty substantial amount of damage here. It looks like there's multiple trees blocking the road for my path out of town here, so I'm going to go up and see if they need any assistance, because I have a chainsaw on the truck so that we can get through and go to bed.
All right. Thank you, Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham and Hall Force 1 equipped with the Hall Force chainsaw. He's going to go out there and save the day if they need help removing this tree. So thank you, Caleb, for all of your hard work today, and hopefully you get some rest tonight. Can we get a check-in on Clarksville, Tennessee? Absolutely. Absolutely. And then we're going to talk to Andy. Clarksville, regular storm, nothing severe going on right now. A little bit of winds, stronger winds coming in probably about an hour from now. We'll pay attention to warnings. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Brian. Doing my Memphis coverage for y'all. The storms that are headed into Memphis proper now, and again in the northern suburbs as well, that were just impacted by spin-up tornadoes right outside or possibly even into the metro there. Those will be elevated. They are in the cold air behind this leading edge that's gone through with these spin-up tornadoes. So they are not going to pose a tornado threat, but they will still bring some damaging winds and probably minor flooding, especially in the urban areas of Memphis due to just the training nature behind them. So I don't expect any more tornado instances here in the Memphis metro for these storms back behind. At least I certainly hope not. But this leading edge will still pose the threat for a couple of spin-ups as we are watching one. Hopefully not do damage right as it goes through Brighton in Tennessee here, but it's not warned and it is on top of the town, but it is a little broad. So we'll watch the correlation coefficient on the next scan as we watch the super deep one to the south east of Rosemark that has been doing damage here in Tennessee. It's the latest.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill, once again, absolutely remarkable job today with calling out so many tornadoes before they were warned, and seemingly now when they are probably not going to get warned. But Madge over here in western Tennessee to the east of Millington, we do have what we believe is some sort of signature that is representative of a spin-up tornado or debris somehow getting lofted into the air. Either way, that's coming from a significant source of wind that could cause damage, and you would probably associate it with a tornado whether you knew it was or not. So we need you to prepare for a potential tornado here as this storm comes up towards Madge, Ebenezer, Braden, and Mason. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we just got what we've been waiting for is the day 1 convective outlook for tomorrow. They did not upgrade to a 10% or anything, so we're still at a 5% tornado risk. However, there's still that widespread enhanced risk driven by both damaging winds and the possibility for very large hail. But the tornado risk is not a 10 hatch, it's just a 5.
Okay, I'm going to wait until I can see that on the partners page, and then I'll show you guys the graphic. All right, I'll show you guys that graphic just in a moment. And that'll probably be the last thing that we do here on the stream. Rest of tonight, this line of storms here will continue to cause wind damage and some spin-up tornadoes as it goes towards Mason and Stanton and Zuzu. I do think that this outflow boundary coming down here is probably going to disrupt a lot of that. So hopefully it doesn't go plumb across the state. But we are going to see this line of storms right here go plumb across the state and cause problems in terms of severe weather, spin-up tornadoes, and hail and flash flooding and all that kind of stuff. So once again, Nashville, between now and maybe a couple of hours from now, we're going to see the opportunity for more severe weather. Memphis, the next couple of hours is going to be loud and rainy as more severe storms are coming in. That tornado warning in South Carolina. Yeah. Still looks like there might be a little bit of a tornado trying to come together here. So we need you to take that seriously. In Possum Kingdom, Duncan Township, and Hickory Tavern, and Gary Court in South Carolina, that could cause damage. So get into your safe spot. Kentucky, only one severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. That's for south and west of Bowling Green. That's got some hail and some gusty winds moving over towards Auburn, Woodburn, and Franklin. Clarksville, Dow, you're getting, oh my gosh, sorry. You're getting a stronger storm in Clarksville. Mostly just heavy rain, though. It's not anything severe as of right now. So understand that. And I think the worst thing that's going to happen in Clarksville over the next little bit is the increase in the risk for flash flooding. Dixon, Tennessee, pretty strong storm coming up towards you, and this will eventually go towards Murfreesboro, Nashville, that area. Get ready over there for some hail and some wind. Once again, the flash flooding situation is going to get a lot worse right in this area as well over the next couple of hours. Got something interesting getting ready to roll over the screen here. A tornado warning for Whitfield, Centerville, Pleasantville, and Lobelville, Tennessee. Whoa. Oh, no. That looks real. Beardstown, Pleasantville. Oh gosh, what did I do? Beardsville, Pleasantville, Whitfield, Centerville, and Buffalo. You got to take shelter, y'all.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning here. We've got an area of rotation that we're watching right here. This looks a lot worse than what it probably actually is. It's side lobe contamination. However, it is definitely a sign that we've got some rotation going on here, and we've got a supercell capable of producing a tornado moving up towards Centerville, Tennessee. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, there's an outflow boundary coming from all that mess to the north of our spin-up tornadoes, north and east of Memphis, Tennessee. Now, I think that'll prevent a lot of any further potential for spin-up tornadoes here as it approaches Mason, Tennessee, Stanton, Tennessee, Brownsville, and of course goes through Covington. So I feel like as that goes to the south and we play back the reflectivity, we'll have a little bit more peace of mind, a little bit less of a spin-up tornado threat as it knocks down any unstable air getting into those circulations there, which is what it needs in order to, be a tornado rising air. So as soon as that outflow boundary keeps chugging south here, I think we'll be able to at least sleep a little more peacefully while these remain unwarned, or while they were unwarned. And I don't think we'll see many more afterwards. So we can focus full attention on the remainder of the stream back on this new tornado warning.
All right, thank you very much, Andy. We were talking about this line right here earlier, y'all. Rain cooled air coming out from under these storms, really kind of squashing the threat for new spin up tornadoes to happen on the front of this line. Once that outflow boundary clears this line, we are not going to have a tornado threat with this, for the most part. So that's good news, and that's going to happen pretty quickly as that outflow boundary is moving fairly quickly. So still strong winds, considerable severe thunderstorm getting ready to move into Brownsville, Summerville, Whiteville. Get ready for that over there. And then Memphis, get ready for your next storm as well. It's looking like it's going to be some hail, some heavy rain, and all that stuff. It's coming in now. We do have a tornado warning for Centerville, Tennessee. Okay, that's probably the most important thing that we've got going on. I do think we need to look at our severe or our tornado warning in South Carolina. It looks less impressive now. I don't think that this is going to get reissued. If it does, something will have changed. But Hickory Tavern, you still need to be in your safe spot, because as these boundaries come together here, like this, where those meet, there is going to be a chance that we have some sort of a tornado that occurs right in here. But right now, I don't see any major swirling of the winds or velocity couplet or anything. So that's good news. But we could still see a tornado, so take shelter in Hickory Tavern. We'll see what they decide to do. If they do end up extending this warning, it'll go all the way out there to Clinton, maybe Whitmire in South Carolina. Take shelter. Also, make sure you're taking shelter in Tennessee, over here near Lobelville and Centerville. This storm is definitely rotating. The rotation that we see, though, is not really impressive, but this has happened multiple times today with storms in this general vicinity. They don't look that impressive until they get into that right angle, right? Once they move into the right area where the radar can see it just right, and they're like, oh wait, yeah, that's actually really impressive. So this storm could have a hidden beast of a mesocyclone and a tornado happening right now. So we want to take it seriously down here in Beaver Dam Springs, Whitfield, Woodland Heights, Watson, and Centerville. I've almost got a complete update for you guys on our outlook for tomorrow on the graphics that I like to use. The only image that hasn't updated for me yet is that tornado outlook. So give me just a couple more minutes on that. I've got 10 minutes. I've got 10 minutes left on the stream before I have to end it here. There are 18 minutes left on this tornado warning. Well, actually, I probably have more like 5 minutes just to be safe. But once again, Centerville, you guys are under a tornado warning. I haven't seen anything new, that tells me anything about this storm that we don't already know. It's rotating. It's a supercell, and it's going towards Centerville. All right, here it is. Here's the outlook for tomorrow. Enhanced risk of severe weather from East Texas through Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia and South Carolina. Slight risk peels up towards North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware. That's not all. We've got a 5% tornado risk in that brown zone. 2% up back in the green. Biggest threat tomorrow is going to be wind. Wind. Wind damage is very possible from Texas into the deep south. Be ready for that. Hail is also possible when these storms first start forming back there in Texas, mostly around the Dallas area. Wouldn't be surprised to see some very large hail when those storms first get going tomorrow. A little bit of a slight risk on Friday, I think, unless that's, a little bit of little slight risk there. And then I think after that we're going to have a big break. Riley is telling me we've got 5 minutes before we have to end the stream. Once again, I just want to explain why we're ending the stream. 12 hours, we've been going 12 hours straight nonstop. If we go over 12 hours, YouTube literally obliterates every single thing that happens today, and we have no record of it. I don't record these because I depend on YouTube to be the recording service for me as the VOD. Don't ask me why they do that. Don't ask me why there's a 12-hour limit. I don't know. But we are going to end the stream at the 12-hour mark. Also, that's just we for the most part, our big severe weather outbreak that we were here to cover today is over. Now, it is lingering. Obviously, we're going to have more severe weather throughout the night. This won't be the last tornado warning. It never is. Andy, I would love to hear your quick assessment on this cell coming towards Centerville right before we have to push the end stream button. Go ahead.
Of course. Thanks, Ryan. I'm looking at it from both the Fort Campbell radar and also Nashville radar. They're about equidistant here. And a couple minutes ago, they both upticked on that velocity scan. It looked like it was coming together more. Most recent from Fort Campbell does look a little more broad. From the Nashville radar, we're sampling correlation coefficient through the hail core. So there's a bunch of non-uniform beam filling there, so we can't make out a correlation coefficient drop if there were a light one to begin with here. It does look like this rotation's tight enough to produce a tornado. I would, at this point,